Chapter 1 Opening hand to hand with the Virgin White Lotus. The gears of fate begin to turn. Brain Depository. Da Xia. Linen City. Xiangyi Mountain. A couple embraced each other by the cliff at the top of the mountain, waiting for the sunrise. Ning Banquet. Do you love me? Love. Then are you willing to die for me? Well, what? Ning Yan was puzzled, and snapped his eyes open. Turning his puzzled gaze, he turned it towards his girlfriend in his arms, Lu Shiyan. For a moment, Ning Yan didn't know if he had misheard or what was going on. How could this always well-behaved and sensible girlfriend of his go against the norm and ask such an out-of-place question? I said, you're willing to die for me. Lu Shiyan propped herself up, expressionless, and repeated once again. Ning Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with doubt. However, Ning Yan did not have the time to look into it in detail, only to see Lu Shiyan, out of nowhere, touch a sharp dagger. Regardlessly, she stabbed at Ning Yan. The unknown Ning Yan sensed the danger. Immediately, he jerked back, pulling away from the crazy Lu Shiyan to create a safe distance. Lu Shiyan, do you know what you're doing? Ning Yan questioned. This was the first time Ning Banquet called Lu Shiyan by her full name. It was also the first time Ning Yan looked at Lu Shiyan and felt so strange. How could he not have expected that she had really wanted to kill him just now? Of course, Lu Shiyan sneered. Isn't it already obvious? Saying that, Lu Shiyan rubbed her dagger, her lotus steps lightly moving towards Ning Yan. The grim smile on Lu Shiyan's face was the ultimate contrast to her flower-like appearance. What are you mad about? Ning Yan opened her mouth. Even after spending so much time together, Ning Yan could not understand what Lu Shiyan was doing at this moment. Ning Yan continuously backed up, keeping a safe distance from Lu Shiyan. Lu Shiyan stopped and paused, pinching the surface of her blade and smiling playfully. Ning Yan, do you think you can still run away? The words fell. In the woods behind Ning Yan, two women walked out, both dressed in kimono and holding Japanese swords. Until this moment, Ning Yan finally understood why his non-athletic girlfriend would suddenly ask him to climb Mount Xiangyi at night. This was simply premeditated, because Xiangyi Mountain was remote, and today was Monday. There would rarely be any tourists at the top of the mountain. Even if there were people, Lu Shiyan would have cleared it in advance. Ning Yan took a deep breath, calmed down, and no longer stepped back, looking at Lu Shiyan, asking, even if you have something against me, you're not going to do this, are you? Prince Master of the Ning family, what do you think? Lu Shiyan guffawed and asked in return. You know my identity? Ning Yan was slightly stunned when he heard this, pointing at himself, puzzled. It was true as Lu Shiyan had said. Ning Yan was none other than the crown prince of one of the four great families in the capital, the Ning family. However, because of certain special reasons, the capital side had blocked news about Ning Yan. Few people in the outside world could learn about him. About Ning Yan. Ordinary people wouldn't know that Ning Yan was the crown prince of the Ning family either. Ning Yan's afterglow slightly glanced at the two women who were blocking his way behind him. In an instant, Ning Yan figured out the general cause and effect. Those two women behind him were from the east. 9 times out of 10, what happened today was a murderous plot by Eastern Ning, targeting him, Ning Yan. Lu Shiyan, on the other hand, was the poisonous thorn in the side of Ning Yan that had long since been buried in the east. Grandson of the Marshal of Da Xia, son of the late Admiral, heir to the Ning family, Ning Yan. Lu Shiyan pursed her lips and smiled. If you weren't the crown prince of the Ning family, how would this young lady have accompanied you and played this year's pure love scene? Lu Shiyan's silver bell-like laughter was filled with the utmost mockery of Ning Yan. Well-behaved, gentle, considerate, sincere, and kind. All of these were nothing more than what she, Lu Shiyan, was pretending to be. Oh yes, and the so-called love between the two of them was also just something she acted out. Lu Shiyan has never loved Ning Yan. Being together is not equal to she loved you. What she loved the most from start to finish was only herself. As for Ning Yan, it was merely a bargaining chip for Lu Shiyan to trade with the East in exchange for glory and wealth in her next life. And the more important reason is that she has the blood of Eastern Ning flowing in her body. The family will rise again as a result. She is making progress. What about him? Now that it was finally time to reap the rewards, how could Lu Shiyan not be happy? Ha 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 ha. It turns out that our relationship this year, was it just a joke, a hoax that you crafted? Ning Yan shook her head, sighed helplessly, and hid her face as she laughed. This laughter was so pale. Right, you just realized it afterward? Lu Shiyan blinked and responded good-naturedly. But my dear Ning Yan, you don't have to be too sad, because this is about to send you on your way. The smile on Lu Shiyan's face grew even bigger. In her eyes, Ning Yan was no longer a person, nor was he the lover she had once spent time with. Rather, it was a ladder for her progress. By stepping on him, she could definitely reap a better future. Do you think I still have a chance? Ning Yan asked softly. For some reason, at the bottom of Ning Yan's eyes, a hint of cunning flashed vaguely. However, no one noticed it. Lu Shiyan raised her hand, beckoned towards the two women behind Ning Banquet, and spoke, "Do it! It's time to carry Ning Banquet's head and return to deliver." Lu Shiyan no longer wanted to talk nonsense with Ning Yan, much less answer any of his questions. She only wanted to immediately take Ning Yan's head and exchange it for the wealth and status promised by Eastern Ning. Morisawa Yoshina and Ueno, who had received their orders, gripped their Japanese swords tightly in both hands and killed towards Ning Yan. "Young Master Ning, you won't have a chance in this life." When she was less than a meter away from Ning Banquet, Yoshina Morisawa taunted, "Be honest and hit the road." With that, Morisawa Janae aimed her sword at Ning Yan's throat and swung it. The corners of Ning Banquet's mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, and his body slightly sidestepped. As Morisawa Yoshina's slash fell short, Morisawa Jianai looked at her own knife, disbelief written all over her eyes. She couldn't understand. This man in front of her, how did he dodge it? "Noisy," Ning Yan said. "Did I talk to you?" Ning Banquet didn't give Morisawa Yoshina even the slightest bit of time to think. When his Japanese sword landed, he raised his hand and slashed at Morisawa Yoshina's neck with a palm. "You." Caught off guard, Morisawa Yoshina was dealt a heavy blow in an instant, but Ning Banquet's speed was too fast for her to be able to respond, let alone resist. "It's better for you to go on your way first." Ning Yan smiled warmly. As he spoke, Ning Yan's movements didn't stop as he snatched the Japanese sword in Morisawa Kene's hand. At the same time, under her astonished gaze, he plunged it straight into its heart area. Blood overflowed in all directions. "Goodbye." With that, Ning Yan flew and kicked the dead Morisawa Yoshina off the cliff. And together on the road. Ning Banquet violently turned around and looked towards Ueno, who had frozen to the side. With a flash of his figure, as if he were a ghost, he appeared beside her, casually dodging Ueno's Japanese sword. He moved exactly the same way as he did. "No!" Ueno, who had regained her senses but was too late to respond, exclaimed in shock. How could Ueno not have expected that the identity between the hunter and the prey of this elaborate killing game of theirs would shift so quickly? What she hadn't expected even more was that this seemingly defenseless Ning Banquet would actually have such terrifying strength. This was completely out of her imagination. For the first time, she was skeptical of the intelligence system of Eastern Japan. Of course, it wasn't just Ueno. Shocked was also Lu Shiyan, who had been in a false relationship with Ning Yan for a year. Be good, be obedient. After stabbing Ueno's heart with a Japanese sword, Ning Yan also kicked her off the cliff. Ning Yan's movements were very careful, trying desperately to avoid the dirty blood that stained his clothes. "Lu Shiyan, do you think I still have a chance?" After Ning Yan dealt with the two Eastern Ning girls and returned to the world of two, he turned to look at Lu Shiyan and asked with an evil smile. As he spoke, Ning Yan also moved lightly with his steps, gradually approaching Lu Shiyan. "Don't come over." Lu Shiyan looked dumbfounded. Her hands gripped the dagger tightly and aimed it at Ning Yan, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ning Yan, who the hell are you?" Lu Shiyan panicked. This wasn't the Ning Yan she remembered at all. In the year that Lu Shiyan had been dating Ning Banquet, he was clearly an ordinary person. He should only have the strength that a 183 adult male should have. It was precisely because of this that Lu Shiyan had dared to blatantly join with the East to scheme against Ning Yan. But everything Ning Yan displayed was completely out of Lu Shiyan's expectations. "What am I?" Ning Yan pointed at himself and said, "Didn't you just say, the grandson of the Marshal of Daxia, the son of the late Admiral?" Ning Yan. Eastern Ning had set out to kill Ning Yan precisely because he was the late Admiral's own son. Because it was Ning Yan's father who had completely annihilated the Eastern Ning Navy in the South China Sea 10 years ago. The Eastern Ning hated the Daxia Ning family with a passion. "Impossible. This can't be." Lu Shiyan backed up repeatedly and said sternly, "We've been together for so long. How could you have become so powerful?" Lu Shiyan was incredulous, unable to accept this reality at all, shaking her head frantically. "Ha ha 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 ha, Lu Shiyan, since you're all clear that I'm the crown prince of the Ning family, you've also calculated with all your heart. Then why don't you think about why my family's old master didn't arrange for someone to protect me?" Ning Yan snapped his fingers and calmly asked. The answer to this question was the root cause of Lu Shiyan's failure. It wasn't that the old man of the Ning family was negligent. It wasn't that he didn't value Ning Yan either. Rather, it was because Ning Banquet simply didn't need an escort. Lu Shiyan would never know what those old friends of Ning Yan's in the capital called him. Humanoid nucleus. "Ning Yan, I was wrong. For the sake of our past love, don't kill me, okay?" Lu Shiyan trembled and knelt on the ground, switching back to a delicate look that Ning Yan was familiar with. She begged Ning Yan pitifully, "Do you feel good?" Ning Yan walked up to Lu Shiyan and asked with downcast eyes. But before Lu Shiyan could answer, Ning Yan raised his leg and kicked. Lu Shiyan's entire body flew out backwards. The power of Ning Yan's leg was controlled just right. It was just enough to make half of Lu Shiyan's body hanging in the air. her hands climbing the edge of the cliff, struggling for her life and death. As long as Lu Shiyan let go of her hand, she would fall and be shattered to pieces. Ning Yan, I'm your girlfriend. I was just momentarily haunted and compelled by them. Lu Shiyan panicked and screamed shrilly, trying to awaken in Ning Yan's heart the only remaining love for her. Then you're not now. Ning Yan walked to the edge of the cliff, condescending, looking at the grim-faced Lu Shiyan, and said, Lu Shiyan, let's break up. Lu Shiyan was struck by lightning at the words. Her face turned ashen, and she shouted, you said you would marry me. You said you would forgive me for any wrong I did. Ning Yan smiled blandly. Fine, then I'll forgive you. Lu Shiyan brightened up and squeezed out a smile. Really? Of course it's true. Ning Yan raised his foot and stepped on Lu Shiyan's hand. Lu Shiyan, who was in pain, instantly let go of her hand. Ah! Lu Shiyan screamed, and her whole body fell from the top of Xiangyi Mountain in a free fall. No fun. Ning Yan swept downward and casually said, since Ning Yan had returned home a year ago, he had not returned to the capital, but had come to the city of linen. It was precisely because his strength had arrived at a bottleneck and he couldn't take that final step. A senior had told Ning Yan that he lacked the realization of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, Ning Banquet chose to enter the world and experience the heart. Ning Yan didn't stay long and skillfully finished handling the traces. When the first rays of sunlight in the early morning sprinkled over his body, with a slight thought, Ning Yan touched the Hong Yin Chi Tian compass in his bosom and casually crushed it. Quietly, the gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 2, let's go across the street and get our license. You're a dream I can't live without. I'm your dispensable person. After all, the arrows that cross the mountains and rivers are stabbed by people who are sick with love. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ning Yan hummed written to Huang Huai as she walked down the mountain. Regarding Lu Shiyan's backstabbing, Ning Yan did not take it to heart, nor did it affect his good mood. After all, Ning Yan's good brother in Linen City had said, good girls should be cherished, bad girls should not be wasted, because when you can't put it down, someone else has already put it in. Anyway, Ning Yan was here to experience love. Next, Ning Banquet was going to follow the good brother's instructions. First solve the problem of availability, then solve the problem of quality. After all, the pure love warlord would only fall to the ground in response. However, the ringing of the SMS tone interrupted Ning Yan's thoughts and pulled him back to reality. Dasha Industrial and Commercial Bank. On September 9th, 8:06 to your tail number 3710 account to complete the deposit transaction Dasha 10000000000. The balance of 130 million. 00. Ning Yan looked at the content on the text message and pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. There was no need to think about it. Ning Yan knew who it was, because it was also only that woman who, during the year that he had returned to China, would give him $10 million every month on time. Ning Yan exited the text message interface, backhanded a phone call, and called that woman. After connecting, before Ning Yan could speak, the woman on the other side of the phone, however, spoke first. Yo, my young master Ning, why did you get up so early this morning? Still so free to call me? I thought you had a new love and forgot about me. Your old love. Magic City. Lin Xingge drove a Lamborghini and punched Ning Yan, who was on the Bluetooth end of the car, and joked, Hee, Lin Xingge, you be normal. It's so creepy early in the morning. With a disgusted look on his face, Ning Yan said, why did you call me again? After so long, Ning Yan still couldn't automatically immunize himself against Lin Xingge's ambiguous words. But in order to not give this woman who was doing what she was doing the chance to continue molesting herself, Ning Yan decisively chose to change the topic. You're my brother. I'm your sister. Isn't it only natural to give you money? Lin Xingge faced Ning Yan's question and asked back without panic. Hearing Lin Xingge's righteous reply, Ning Yan sighed and said, elder sister, I'm out to experience my heart, not to spend my days drinking. I know but are the two very conflicting? Lin Xingge turned the steering wheel with one hand and said arrogantly, besides, it's my money, I can hit it whenever I want. What do you care? Ning Yan? Yes. MS. Lin, as long as you're happy. Listening to Lin Xingge's unreasonable rhetorical question, Ning Yan decisively chose to give up struggling, because reasoning with a woman was the most foolish behavior, especially this woman, or her own sister. It's good to be clear. Lin Xingge was satisfied with Ning Yan's attitude, seemed to remember something and said, right. Ning Yan walked down the road, kicking at the fallen leaves on the ground, and casually asked, what's wrong again? Sister to you in the Royal Water Bay, bought a set of villas near the river. Have time to go over to collect a room. Lin Xingge looked at the yellow light that was about to light up in front of her, and said as she kicked the gas to speed up and rushed over, the car is also bought for you and put in the garage. Lin Xingge didn't know how long Ning Yan planned to stay in Linen City, so she took advantage of her vacation a few days ago to buy him some property. so that Ning Banquet wouldn't have his hands full when he needed them. After all, Lin Xinga had only one brother, Ning Yan. Whether he wanted it or not was his business, giving it or not was her business. Got it. Seeing that he couldn't argue with his own sister, Ning Yan dragged out his voice and responded lifelessly. See how reluctant you are, making it sound like I'm forcing you. Lin Xinga received Ning Yan's submissive reply and smiled sweetly. Brat, how are you doing with Lu Shiyan? With regards to Ning Yan's relationship issues, Lin Xinga's principle had always been that it was good for Ning Yan to be happy. Although Lu Shiyan and Ning Banquet had different identities, as long as her brother was happy, Lin Xinga as a sister wouldn't object. Anyway, Lin Xinga only had one word for Ning Yan. Favor. Dead. Ning Yan held his cell phone and responded calmly. Oh. Lin Xinga's tone didn't have any ripples, just a simple oh. The news of Lu Shiyan's death was like a trivial matter of no consequence to Lin Xinga. She didn't even have the idea to ask about the cause. Lin Xinga flicked a strand of green silk hanging down from her forehead and said, when you have time, go back to Devil's Capital to see our mom. She's always talking to me about you. Really? Ning Yan was skeptical and joked. Lin Defu was so busy that she still has time to talk about me? Ning Yan wasn't questioning his mom's concern for him, but he was well aware of how busy his mom, who was in charge of the Lin group, usually was. Therefore, the policy that Lin Deshofu had adopted towards Ning Yan had always been to put up with him. Because of this, most of the time Lin Xinga came to contact Ning Yan. Of course, mom has only one precious son for you. Who do you miss if not you? Lin Xinga laughed. Lu Shiyan is gone. So what are your next plans? Lin Xinga was one of the few people who knew about Ning Yan's affairs, but Lin Xinga also had a selfish reason for asking this. What's next? Ning Yan pondered for a moment, scratched his head, and spoke. I'm going to go to the docks and fix some fries. Suit yourself. Lin Xinga responded. I'm at the company. Hanging up. As the words fell, Lin Xinga, who had arrived at the company's parking lot, casually cut off Ning Yan's call. Compared to Ning Yan's whole order of fries, it was still her regular Monday meeting that was a bit more important. This Lin Xinga woman. What a? Ning Yan looked at the cell phone that exited the call screen, shook his head, and said helplessly. Originally, there was nothing to do on the way down the mountain, and he had planned to nag Lin Xinga for a while. Forget it, before going to the pier to fix some fries, let's go get a small cup of bitter water. 9 o'clock in the morning, next to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Forgotten Words Coffee Shop. Ning Yan pushed the door into the store, walked quickly to the front desk, scanned the menu, and said, Auntie, a cappuccino, right here. Okay, you wait a moment, sir, the shopkeeper's aunt said. Ning Yan nodded, swept the code to pay the bill, and then found an empty table to sit down. Perhaps because today was Monday, or perhaps because this place was very remote, there were no other customers in the store besides Ning Yan. Therefore, the cup of cappuccino Ning Yan intended to have was served very quickly. Ning Yan leaned on the back of his chair, looking out the window, pondering which pier he would go to later and get some fries for the whole thing. A young woman dressed in a high-fashion professional outfit, with a delicate appearance, a tall figure, a convex front and back, and long black silk legs, walked up to Ning Yan and stopped in front of him. Ning Yan was unsure, lightly sipping his cappuccino, and looking at the woman in front of him, who was about 1.76 m in height, in a puzzled manner. In Ning Yan's memory, he didn't seem to recognize her. I didn't expect you to not only be punctual, but also come so early. The young woman took off her sunglasses, looked at Ning Yan, and said. Ning Yan blinked and did not say anything. This woman seemed to have recognized the wrong person. Ning Yan wasn't prepared to ignore this woman, but her next sentence directly caused Ning Yan's pupils to quake. You should know all about my situation, so if there's nothing wrong, let's go across the street and get the license first. Mu Yunshu pointed to the Civil Affairs Bureau outside the window and opened her mouth. After saying that, Mu Yunshu directly grabbed Ning Yan's wrist and was ready to head towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. This woman's strength, it seemed, wasn't small. Ning Yan, even though Ning Yan was well informed, he couldn't help but be shocked. For a while, Ning Yan even began to doubt himself. Could it be that all the girls in Disya nowadays were so open-minded? In a coffee shop on the street, they could just grab a strange man and go next door to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license? What? Mu Yunshu stopped moving, but didn't let go of Ning Yan's hand, asking, where are the doubts? Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's not that I have doubts, right? I don't know you at all, right? But when Mu Yunshu heard the first half of Ning Yan's sentence, she silently nodded her head and interrupted. If you don't have any, that's good. I'm in a hurry. There will be a regular meeting later. First get the license and then sign the agreement. Do you think it's okay? Ning Yan, can it? Mu Yunshu, who was in a hurry for the meeting, didn't pay attention to Ning Yan's tone, and only thought that he had given an affirmative answer, and opened her mouth to say, alright then, let's go. With that, Mu Yunshu grabbed Ning Yan's hand and hurriedly walked out of the coffee shop, heading next door to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ning Yan originally wanted to struggle, but on second thought, he was originally here to experience life in the heart of the experience. Isn't this just a ready-made situation? Anyway, he can't lose, and this girl looks good, so Ning Banquet playful, simply cooperate, because it is 9 o'clock in the morning. The Civil Affairs Bureau just went to work. There are not many people. This license is exceptionally smooth. Only used 15 minutes. Finished all the process. The efficiency is extremely high. The 2 red marriage certificates arrived. Ning Yan took his copy of the marriage license, swept a glance, secretly said in his heart, Mu Yunshu, this name is quite nice. Good looking. It is such a good looking a girl. Windy flash marriage. It is really unexpected. Ning Yan how also did not expect the TV series on the Civil Affairs Bureau next to catching a person to get married. Actually one day will really happen in his body. It was simply unbelievable, but it seemed quite interesting to watch. After receiving the license, Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu returned to the coffee shop once again. In order to ensure that both parties get along in the future, we still have to sign a post-nuptial agreement. Mu Yunshu took out 2 agreements from the Hermes limited edition bag she was carrying and pushed them in front of Ning Yan. This is the agreement that I had my lawyer draw up, so you can take a look at it first to see if there are any problems, or if there's anything you need to add. Chapter 3, Am I Being Adopted? Ning Yan received the post-nuptial agreement handed over by Mu Yunshu, and after quickly skimming through it, he frowned slightly and opened his mouth. There's no problem with the problem. It's, saying that, Ning Yan was about to say something. It was mainly this agreement that brought him an extremely unreal feeling. You know, I'm in a hurry, so please be straightforward if you have something to say. Mu Yunshu exchanged a glance with Ning Yan. Her red lips pursed lightly, and her knuckles tapped the desktop. Looking at Ning Yan's puzzled appearance, Mu Yunshu's heart was also flooded with a trace of puzzlement. This post-nuptial agreement was drafted by Attorney Bai, and she deliberately took the time to read it. There wasn't anything out of place. Ms. Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan put down the agreement in her hands, but just as Ning Yan was about to continue, Mu Yunshu heard Ning Yan address her and raised her hand to interrupt him. Wait, the 2 of us are already married, so in order not to be seen to be broken, the address can be more intimate. Mu Yunshu thought slightly and said rigorously, you can call me Yunshu, or Shu Shu. Good, Yunshu. Seeing Mu Yunshu requesting this, Ning Yan also went along with her proposal. Ning Yan, this post-nuptial agreement of yours, it's a bit different from what I imagined. Mu Yunshu sniffed, picked up her copy of the agreement, and after looking through it again, asked, where is it different? Can you tell me specifically? Mu Yunshu was puzzled, but in the face of Ning Yan's seemingly prickly behavior, the inquiring tone remained calm, without a hint of displeasure. Ning Yan raised his hand, pointing to the first article in the agreement. Aside from not being able to share a room with you, I can't find even a single clause that restricts me. This seems to be a little bit not quite the same as the post-nuptial agreements on TV dramas, doesn't it? Are you sure you didn't take it wrong? The point of Ning Yan's doubt was not that Mu Yunshu's agreement was too harsh and oppressive. Rather, it was the exact opposite. This post-nuptial agreement given by Mu Yunshu was extremely humanized. There wasn't a single article that was intentionally targeting and restricting Ning Yan. It was even more respectful than the labor laws. This caught Ning Yan, who was originally playful and ready to tease Mu Yunshu, off guard. Is this what you're wondering about? Mu Yunshu pursed her red lips slightly and asked incredulously as she looked at the agreement on the table and then at Ning Yan. Moreover, the way Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan was extremely strange. It was as if she was looking at him. At a certain moment, Mu Yunshu even thought that the agreement husband that Chang Shirkite had found for her had masochistic tendencies. Mu Yunshu shook her head and said with a straight face, you're a living, breathing human being, and you're equal to me. And this is a post-nuptial agreement between you and me, not a contract of sale for you. Saying this, Mu Yunshu tapped the agreement on the table, emphasizing it. After a pause, she added, also, usually watch less dog-blooded romance dramas. Ning Yan bristled, coughed lightly, and responded sheepishly, got it. Looking at Mu Yunshu sitting across from him, Ning Yan inexplicably felt that she was like his sister, because Lin Chinga was also like this, educating him in a serious manner, strong with a bit of gentleness. Ning Yan, if there are no other questions, sign the agreement. Mu Yunshu took out a black pen from her bag and quickly signed the 2 agreements before handing the pen and the agreement to Ning Yan. Without hesitation, Ning Yan took the black pen handed over by Mu Yunshu and signed his big name ethereally. Alright, Mu Yunshu took the portion of the agreement that belonged to her, and after confirming that it was correct, she nodded and said, well, happy cooperation. Seeing that Ning Yan did not drag his feet in the slightest, Mu Yunshu's heart let out a sigh of relief. Ning Yan, happy cooperation. Oh yeah, almost forgot. This is for your living expenses. Every month I'll put $100,000 in this card. Mu Yunshu opened her handbag and took out a bank card from it, placing it on the coffee table in front of her. $100,000? Ning Yan sniffed and was surprised. Looking at Mu Yunshu's clothes and temperament, Ning Yan could tell that she was not an ordinary person. However, Ning Yan did not expect that this sister would be so generous. A proper young and beautiful rich woman. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's shocked, never-seen-the-world look and softly said, "If you save some money, it should be enough. Don't worry, I know that prices are rising. I'll give you a 5,000 increase every 6 months. Mu Yunshu spoke lightly, but it set off shock waves in Ning Yan's heart. Ning Yan was the son of the richest man, right? But in the year since he had returned to China, he had taken the final step in order to truly experience life. Didn't touch the money Lin Xinga had given him, and had kept his monthly spending strictly controlled to fluctuate up and down to $8,000. He also had an in-depth understanding of the lives of ordinary people. Ning Yan picked up the bank card on the table and laughed. Am I being adopted? What do you mean by being underwritten? Mu Yunshu sniffed, instantly displeased. Corrected. It's been said that between you and me, it's an equal husband and wife relationship. Remember? Ning Yan, remember. Ning Yan at this moment was somewhat of an afterthought to this unreal everything in front of him. This seemed like probably was picking up a rich woman. No, it was being picked up by a rich woman. The Hong Luk Chi Tian compass had come into effect so quickly? Listening to Ning Yan's answer, Mu Yunshu nodded in satisfaction and took out another bank card. This is for the family's expenses. I'm usually busy with work. Just look after yourself. No need to ask me. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan, who stayed where he was, hesitant to move, took the bank card in his hand and shook it in front of his eyes, urging, quickly take it. Ning Yan came back to his senses and answered, good. Saying that, he took the second bank card handed by Mu Yunshu, but Mu Yunshu's movements didn't stop, and took out 2 more sets of keys from her bag. Also, this is the key to the house and the car key for you. The car is in the underground garage at home. Ning Yan, good. Looking at Mu Yunshu's bag that was almost a treasure bag, Ning Yan mechanically took the things she handed over. Let's both add a Wi-Fi for easy contact in the future. Save another my cell phone number. If my wizards return untimely, call me. Our home address will send you. I will have a meeting to open, so I will not send you back. Your own big car back to move. The cost I'll reimburse. You see, can? Mu Yunshu began to arrange things in an organized and thunderous manner. If not for the gentle tone, Ning Yan really felt that this was his boss arranging the work. Ning Yan, you can. Mu Yunshu nodded and asked, good. See if there's anything else you need to add? Ning Yan, there should. The blood moon is on the rise. Nobody but me can keep safe. But just as Ning Yan was about to confess and give Mu Yunshu a surprise, Mu Yunshu's cell phone rang, interrupting Ning Yan's words. Excuse me, I'll take a call first. Mu Yunshu looked at the caller, who was Chang Shikite, and after expressing her apologies to Ning Yan, she picked up the phone. Hello, Shu, have you arrived yet? Chang Shiki's on the other end of the phone yawned and said lazily, that person just told me that there's a traffic jam on the road, so it might be a little late. Traffic jam? Late? When Mu Yunshu heard these 2 words, she seemed to realize something. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she calmly asked, he hasn't come yet? Yeah, the morning rush hour is blocking the road. You let him fly over? Chang Shikite said as he lay on the bed and rolled over. Mu Yunshu raised her eyes to look at Ning Yan, who was sitting across from her, and responded, got it. You tell him not to come. At this moment, even a little cutie could understand that he had married the wrong person, not to mention her, Mu Yunshu. However, Mu Yunshu's emotions did not fluctuate, and she remained as calm as ever. So you're not getting a license to get married? Then how will your father's side cope? Chang Shikite was surprised and sat up violently, puzzled. I've already received it. Mu Yunshu swept her eyes at the marriage license placed on the table. I'll tell you when I get back. Hanging up. As the words fell, Mu Yunshu snuffed out the call with Chang Shiki's. Mu Yunshu put down her cell phone, pinched her brow, took a deep breath, looked at Ning Yan, who was sitting across from her, and asked, Ning Yan, aren't you going to explain to me who you really are? Chapter 4, Mu Yunshu. Help can be a different price. Who am I? Your new husband. Ning Yan looked at the grave Mu Yunshu, smiled playfully and spoke. With that said, Ning Yan unfolded his own copy of the marriage certificate, pointing to the red background of the group photo on it. This is not just a license, don't you remember? Although Ning Yan's finger was holding down the marriage license, his eyes were gazing at Mu Yunshu, capturing her emotional changes. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime drama. It was the kind of dogfight that romance novels couldn't even write. Since he, Ning Yan, had stumbled upon it, shouldn't he enjoy it? At this moment, Ning Yan was inexplicably looking forward to how Mu Yunshu would react, whether it's to go on a rampage and curse, or write a small essay and post it on the internet. attracting countless little fairy resonance, began to punch ginseng rooster. Lizzie, this is not just coming, right? I mean, just now I recognized the wrong person. Why don't you remind me? Mu Yunshu looked at the smirk on Ning Yan's face and frowned just slightly, then said calmly, I was trying to remind. Ning Yan spread his hands. Wasn't it you who rushed and then dragged me to get a license? Ning Yan was being truthful here, without a hint of making things up. His innocent look and playful tone were inexplicably a bit beaten up. However, this was something that Ning Yan had done deliberately. If it were an ordinary fairy, she would have been unable to resist the urge to stand on the moral high ground and punch him. But Mu Yunshu's reaction was out of Ning Yan's expectations. I'm the one who got busy and lost my head. In the face of Ning Yan's rhetorical question, Mu Yunshu didn't break her guard, but instead realized her problem. Everything was so coincidental. Who would have thought that Ning Yan carried a household account book with him? Detachable leaflet. But since it happened, it was time to get down to business. Mu Yunshu knew very well that escaping would never solve the problem. With that, she took out her cell phone and dialed the chief assistant. Not a moment later, the call was connected. Hey, the meeting has been pushed back an hour. Yes, Mr. Mu. After receiving the reply from the chief assistant, Mu Yunshu immediately hung up the phone. It was also Ning Yan's sentence. You're not in a hurry. That reminded Mu Yunshu. Compared to the regular meeting on Monday, the current her needed time to run through the issues. And by the way, have a good talk with Ning Yan again. After Mu Yunshu ended the call, Ning Yan leaned on the back of his chair, clasped his hands on his chest, and said with a bad smile, if you want to get a divorce, I can accompany you on another trip. It's too late. Mu Yunshu looked in the direction where the Civil Affairs Bureau was located and shook her head. There is a divorce cooling off period now. I have to wait for a month. I don't have that much time, let alone a month, even if it was a week. Mu Yunshu didn't have it. Mu father's side was pushing too hard. If not for that, how would Mu Yunshu have asked Chung Shirkite to find her an agreement husband to cope with the pass? And how could she have made such a mess with Ning Yan? But the moment Mu Yunshu said this, it caused Ning Yan to put away his teasing color, because Mu Yunshu's calm replies, one after another, really exceeded Ning Yan's expectations. The woman in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from the little fairy he had imagined. Ning Banquet rested his hand on his jaw, looking at Mu Yunshu's delicate face, and fell into deep thought. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan staring blankly at himself, silent, and asked suspiciously, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Saying that, Mu Yunshu even touched her face and did not find anything unusual. No. Ning Yan shook his head and said truthfully, I just didn't expect that you would be so emotionally stable after encountering such a thing. Neither did I break into a rage, nor did I make unwarranted accusations. In the years since he returned to China, Ning Yan only had one woman in his life, Lu Shurian, but he had seen all kinds of women when he was abroad a year ago and in the capital as a young boy. Whether it was a flighty rich girl or a pretentious little fairy, Ning Yan had long since seen it all. Mu Yunshu, however, was the most special one within these women. Ordinary people had long since broken their defenses when encountering these horse-catching things and people. But Mu Yunshu's emotions remained stable, and did not get angry. Still calmly speaking with Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu, yelling at you and accusing you won't help. It will also intensify the conflict and waste time and energy. And you are responsible for this, but the greater responsibility still lies with me. Mu Yunshu was very clear that Ning Yan was at fault, and she herself was equally at fault. If she had verified it clearly beforehand, she wouldn't have made this mess. The priority now was to solve the problem in her eyes, not to fling the pot and share the blame or vent her emotions. Ning Yan looked into Mu Yunshu's eyes and sighed. Mu Yunshu, you're a bit different. Undeniably, Mu Yunshu, an extremely rational woman, had piqued Ning Yan's interest. Ning Yan had seen many beautiful women, but like Mu Yunshu's, this was really the first time he had seen her. However, Mu Yunshu wasn't in the mood to care about Ning Yan's compliments on herself. Her brows were tightly locked as she grabbed Ning Yan's hand and said sincerely, Ning Yan, I've got no way back. Are you willing to help me? Cooperate with me in a play. It only takes a month. Saying that, Mu Yunshu raised a slender jade finger, signaling that it wouldn't take up too much of Ning Yan's time. Looking at the woman in front of him who pleaded with him in a pitiful manner, Ning Yan couldn't help but think of Lu Shurian, his ex-girlfriend, who could act out her love, had once been this delicate, this compassionate. Women, by nature, were the best actors, not to mention a beautiful woman like this. Even Ning Yan, for a moment, couldn't see through Mu Yunshu, who was close by. Ning Yan looked down and swept his eyes at Mu Yunshu's hand that was grasping his own and asked, family union? It was only the difficulty of a family union that could make Mu Yunshu, the little rich girl, have to resort to Ning Yan's help. After all, only he, her legitimate husband, could help her through her difficulties now. Yes, a man I'm not willing to marry. Mu Yunshu pursed her red lips slightly and said. Ning Yan held Mu Yunshu's wrist and lifted it up, smiling. Can I refuse? Ning Yan didn't choose between a yes and a no, but directly kicked the ball back. He wanted to test this woman Mu Yunshu. Let's see how this young and beautiful rich woman would respond. Mu Yunshu sniffed and looked into Ning Yan's eyes. The four eyes met and the two fell into silence. Ning Yan could see that at this moment, in Mu Yunshu's heart, a fierce struggle was going on. A moment later, Mu Yunshu took a long breath, nodded, and said softly, yes, this is your right. As much as Mu Yunshu wanted to force Ning Yan to come and help her through this difficult time, however, Mu Yunshu's bottom-line principles did not allow her to do so. There were times when Mu Yunshu even felt herself to be obstinate, and still didn't know how to be flexible. As the words fell out, Mu Yunshu let go of Ning Yan's hand, stood up, picked up her handbag, no longer entangled with the intention to directly leave. Ning Yan smiled blandly. At the time when Mu Yunshu turned around, a hand grabbed Mu Yunshu's wrist. Mu Yunshu, help can be another price. Ning Yan had always been a person who ate soft food, but not hard food. If Mu Yunshu had a hard attitude and threatened to force himself based on his status, he would definitely dislike him to the end. In terms of status, Ning Yan hadn't been afraid of anyone in Disya, but who would have thought that this woman, Mu Yunshu, would actually not follow common sense? Not only did she not have the condescension and bossiness of a rich woman, but she was also extremely sensible and didn't mess around. This is the reason why Mu Yunshu has impressed Ning Yan. Anyway, Lu Shiyan is dead, and Ning Yan has nothing to do. Accompanying Mu Yunshu in a play is a good choice. He just didn't know how wonderful the expressions on the faces of his mom and sister would be after they knew he was married. Mu Yunshu was slightly stunned, somewhat incredulous, but still squeezed out a smile on his face. Okay, for a period of 1 month. Originally, the person that Chang Shikis had found was a fresh college student who had graduated from the Lin Opera, and Mu Yunshu was planning to hire him for 5 years. The short term to cope with the family union was also to avoid trouble within 5 years. But Ning Yan, the cheap husband who married by mistake and whose bottom line was unclear, was divorced exactly 1 month after settling that capital city mail. Ning Yan released his grip on Mu Yunshu's hand and sat back down again. Tell me, what do you need me to do next? First go meet my mom tomorrow. Mu Yunshu spoke, and then in a few days, I'll go meet my dad, as well as my marriage partner. Ning Yan, do you think it's okay? It's fine. Ning Yan nodded his head and said doubtfully, just why do your parents need to meet separately? Ning Yan had no problem with Mu Yunshu's time arrangement. It's just that he couldn't figure out why this meeting of parents had to be separated. My parents are divorced. Mu Yunshu spoke faintly, with no emotional fluctuations. Ning Yan sniffed and coughed lightly. Sorry, they separated a long time ago. Mu Yunshu smiled lightly. I have a regular meeting to attend, so I won't send you back. Saying that, Mu Yunshu looked at her wristwatch and stood up. Since Ning Yan had already agreed to cooperate, then the next matter could be discussed in detail when he returned home at night. Mu Yunshu now needed to return to the company for an important regular meeting. You go ahead and get busy. Ning Yan picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip before saying, I can take care of it myself. Mu Yunshu swept her eyes at the affordable clothes Ning Yan was wearing and spoke. After I get off work, I'll accompany you to get some clothes. Ning Yan, good. Then contact me at night. I'll go to work first. Mu Yunshu waved her hand at Ning Yan and turned to leave. Looking at Mu Yunshu's departing back, the corners of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up into a smile as he muttered under his breath. I didn't think that I, Ning Yan, would one day be flash married, and also be adopted by a rich woman. But Mu Yunshu, a woman with personality, is really quite interesting. After all, the news of the prince of the Ning family being adopted was extremely explosive no matter where it was placed. Chapter 5, Beware of that man craving your body. After Mu Yunshu walked out of the coffee shop, she walked straight to her Bentley that was parked on the side of the road. While starting the car up, Mu Yunshu also slid over to Chang Shikai's phone and dialed it. Chang Shikai's side was also waiting for Mu Yunshu's call, and it didn't take long for it to connect. Hello, 10 kites. As soon as Mu Yunshu opened her mouth, Chang Shikai on the other end of the phone anxiously asked, Shu, what's the situation at your place? He hasn't even arrived yet. How did you get the license? It can't be a case of mistaken identity, right? Chang Shikai, who was originally staying in bed, was directly made sleepy by this accident of Mu Yunshu. After all, she was one of the parties involved, or a party that was responsible for a large part of it. Because Mu Yunshu initially that agreement husband, is she Chang Shikai responsible for finding? Now that something had gone wrong, she could not absolve herself of the blame. Mu Yunshu drove the car and answered softly. That voice sounded unperturbed, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with Mu Yunshu and she didn't care about it. Well, Chang Shikai was surprised. You're not in a hurry at all? Lying on the bed holding the cell phone, Chang Shirquan was a bit dumbfounded. This wrongly married is not me Chang Shirkite, it's you Mu Yunshu. Why do you still look like you're in a state of shock? What do I have to be anxious about? With whom to marry is not a knot. Mu Yunshu smiled and said faintly, as long as I can manage to get by. Mu Yunshu did see the point. Marrying anyone was the same. Making a mistake is not a bad choice. Anyway, as long as one could cope with the union from the capital. After all, Mu Yunshu still understood the reasoning behind choosing the lesser of two evils. Once her father's intentions are met, her stepmother will be behind the marriage. Mu Yunshu herself and her company, I'm afraid that in the end will not be able to protect. Compared to marrying Ning Yan, a stranger, this was the worst outcome. I'm to blame for this. I should have let you see the photos beforehand. Chang Shirkite sighed and blamed herself. Chang Shirkite was now regretting it. Before, even if Mu Yunshu was busy with work, she should have pressed CEO Mu and looked at that person's photo. Then this kind of accident wouldn't have happened. Mu Yunshu, I don't blame you. It's because I'm too busy and don't have that much time to understand. Chang Shirkite rolled over and sat up, asked, is the person who married you reliable? I always feel that there is something wrong. How could he appear there so coincidentally? And he just happened to get a license with you? That cheap husband of yours? He's not a competitor of your family's Lumini International. He's arranged it in advance. The more Miss Cheng thought about it, the more she felt that her speculation made sense. Otherwise, why would this person come out of nowhere so coincidentally and trick her family Shu into getting a license? This was definitely problematic. Miss Cheng didn't believe that in this world, there would really be such a coincidence. That shouldn't be so. Mu Yunshu spoke. Ning Yan, I see that besides being handsome, he's also quite kind. When he signed the agreement, he didn't drag his feet or bargain. Mu Yunshu was able to recognize Ning Yan wrongly, and to a large extent, it was because of his stunning appearance. After all, the students who could get into the Lin Opera were all handsome men who were picked out of 10,000 in Dasha. So the moment Mu Yunshu saw Ning Yan at that moment, she also had a preconceived idea. My Shu, my grand president Mu. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean you don't know his heart. Why are you so big-hearted? Who knows whether he's coming for your company or for you as a person? Chang Shirkite was a bit frantic. How could she not expect that this good sister of her own family could actually be so big-hearted? The hallowed president of Looming International would actually judge people by their appearance and trust a stranger so easily. Ha 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 ha. Mu Yunshu burst into light laughter. A silly white sweetie couldn't sit in the position of president, and it was impossible to gain a foothold in the deceitful business world. If Ning Yan was a spy arranged by a rival, this would be even better. It could help her cope with the union and also attract share the fire of that capital family. Two birds with one stone. Why not? What's more, if this was really the case, Mu Yunshu would be able to kick off after utilizing Ning Banquet without a trace of guilt. Chang Shirkite sniffed with a look of hatred and shouted, you've been cheated out of a marriage, and you're actually still laughing? I'm still crying if I don't laugh? Mu Yunshu was in a good mood and laughed. Actually, as long as it's not reduced to being a bargaining chip for my father to exchange for benefits, even if I suffer a bit of a loss on Ning Banquet, it's no big deal. As long as it wasn't the worst outcome of that marriage union, Mu Yunshu could gladly accept it. You are optimistic. Chang Shirkite bristled. No, this was caused by my mistake. I have to do something. Although Mu Yunshu didn't blame Chang Shiki's, but she always felt a great responsibility in her heart and wanted to do something to make up for it. So my great Miss Chang, and what are you planning to do something about it? Mu Yunshu asked. Chang Shirkite thought for a moment and spoke. You send me your cheap husband's name, and ID number. I'll have someone check him out later. Chang Shirkite made up her mind in her mind to pull out all the information about Ning Yan's ancestors. She couldn't watch her own sisters eat the losses of this ill-intentioned smelly man. Mu Yunshu shook her head and said dotingly, okay, when I get to the company later, I'll shoot you the marriage license. Although Mu Yunshu didn't have Ning Yan's ID card, on top of the marriage certificate, all this information was all there. It just so happened that she had originally planned to investigate Ning Yan as well. Since Chang Shirkite volunteered, this matter would just be given to her to do it for her. Good. Be careful at night, Chang Shirkite reminded. After all, you, CEO Mu, are one of the most beautiful women in Linen's business world, so be careful of that person craving your body and plotting against you. In Linen, there are 50,000 men who are salivating over Mu Yunshu without 100,000 of them. After all, even she, Chang Shirkite, a woman, was also very greedy for Mu Yunshu's body, especially since Mu Yunshu's character was still so good. Just put your heart in your stomach. If he has this idea, I can crush him with one hand. Mu Yunshu turned the steering wheel and laughed. Chang Shirkite listened to Mu Yunshu's confident words and suddenly came to a realization. I had forgotten that my family Shu is also an expert in national arts. It was true that caring is messy. Chang Shirkite almost forgot that Mu Yunshu had not only systematically learned combat when she was a child. she had also learned 5 years of national arts. Even if it was the Grand Summer Karate champion in front of Mu Yunshu, it was hard to say if he could go 50-50ths. Not to mention that cheating marriage stinking dog called Ning Banquet. Men and stuff. Most annoying. Alright, I'm at the company. I'll go up to the meeting first not to talk to you. Mu Yunshu stops the car and speaks. Chang's your kite, well, I'll contact you when I find out. Forgotten Words Coffee Shop. Ning Yan took a sip of cappuccino, looked at the wizards that lit up on his cell phone, and muttered, no, 1058, Imperial Water Bay. Mu Yunshu, this little rich girl, actually lives here too? Then we can stop by in the afternoon and collect a room. How much Mu Yunshu was worth, Ning Yan couldn't tell, but Lin Xing's wealth and vision were clear to him. Extrapolating from this, the financial power of this big rich woman Mu could be seen. However, Ning Yan was too lazy to look into this. Anyway, he would only accompany Mu Yunshu for a month, after which he would go his own way. Ning Yan drank the cappuccino in his cup in one gulp and lamented, a plain and simple life of being adopted. Rather a novel experience. Let's go to the dock and fix some fries first, then go down and move. Ning Yan stood up and collected the marriage license and post-nuptial agreement on the table, as well as the bank card and key given by the rich woman Mu, then walked out of the coffee shop as well. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. No, 1058 Imperial Water Bay. Ning Yan pushed his suitcase and had just opened the door to his room when his cell phone rang. Ruan Xingju? Why is this little girl suddenly ringing to call me? Ruan Xingju was a college student at Linen University. Female, large, student. During a part-time job, Ning Banquet met Ruan Xingji. Because she chatted with Ruan Xingji and because of her nerdy appearance, Ning Yan kept in touch with her from time to time. Ning Banquet didn't think much about it, and then immediately picked up the phone. Hey, Xingzue, brother Banquet, I've gotten into trouble. Can you come and save me? Woo woo. As soon as the phone was connected, Ruan Xingji's cries greeted him. Xingji, don't cry first, what's going on? Ning Yan soothed. When I was moonlighting, I accidentally broke the famous wine ordered by a guest. Ruan Xingji sobbed. They told me to either raise money to pay for the full amount, or make me sleep with them to pay for the meat. Ruan Xingji was terrified. She was only thinking of working part-time to subsidize her family, but she didn't expect the wine that was accidentally broken by mistake could be expensive to this extent. Ruan Xingji had no relatives in Linen City, and the only person she could contact was Ning Yan. Xingji, where are you now? Ning Yan asked. Ruan Xingji, Infinity. 8888 private room. Got it. Don't be afraid. I'm coming over to deal with you now. Ning Yan put down the suitcase in his hands and turned around. Ruan Xingji rubbed her eyes and whimpered as she responded. Okay. Chapter 6. Your pensions, and I'm paying for it. Infinity. 8888 private room. Bang. The door of the private room was kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a young silhouette walked quickly into it. It was Ning Banquet, who had raced all the way here. Ruan Xingji, who was cowering in the corner and shivering, her dress folded, could no longer control her emotions and let out a loud cry after she saw who the visitor was. Brother Banquet, you've come. Ning Yan looked at the wretched Ruan Xingji on the ground, and a wave of anger involuntarily surged to his heart. He had always treated this little girl, Ruan Xingji, as his own sister. After taking a deep breath and calming himself, Ning Yan walked over to Ruan Xingji, helped her up, and soothed her. Alright, don't be afraid. After a pause, Ning Yan looked down at Ruan Xingji's sleeves, which had been scratched, and the bloodstains that were still bright red in the dimly lit room, and asked, did they do this? Saying that, Ning Yan slightly tilted her head, and her remaining light glanced over the sofas sitting on the sofas, the big men who were strutting their stuff. Cootie. It could also be seen that the injuries on Ruan Xingju's body were left behind after a desperate struggle. It was also because these few big men who had been emptied by alcohol and sex couldn't help Ruan Xingji that she was beautifully told to find someone to compensate her. Ruan Xingji had no other relatives or friends in the city of Linen. The only one she could contact was Ning Yan. It's okay, it's okay. Ruan Xingji desperately shook her head. She didn't want to make Ning Yan worry, but the pain in her body, as well as the fear in her heart, caused her tears to flow indisputably. Alright, don't cry. Ning Yan wiped the tears from the corners of Ruan Xingji's eyes. It won't look good if you cry your face off. I'll fix them for you. As he said that, Ning Yan raised his head slightly, and that grim gaze met with the big man sitting on the sofa sizing him up. What Ning Yan said was not I'll compensate for you. Rather, I'll settle it for you. Solve what? Solve the trouble in front of him, and these few trash in front of him. These three big men, although addicted to alcohol and sex, the body is emptied, but after all, is the road to mix. Ning Banquet's words at once heard out. Dong Xintong whistled at Ning Yan, stood up, and taunted. Yo, kid, not too old, but not too small in tone. Dong Xintong had been in this area for at least a decade. He had seen a lot of young and arrogant children who had no one in their sight, but this one mouth to solve his, oh no, is theirs, is really a big girl on the sedan chair. The first time Xin Yangjun, with a face of contempt, chimed in, it can't be that in this day and age, there's still someone who wants to play hero saving beauty, right? He's white and tender. He's not the little girl's gigolo, is he? Not brother said you, come out to play hero, or have to weigh their own how many kilograms. Ha 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 ha, Xin Yangjun said and burst into laughter. Come, tell the brothers, how do you plan to settle us? Ma Zhongquan walked quickly to Ning Banquet and laughed. Are you going to kneel down and kowtow and lick your feet? Or are you going to sing conquests underneath your span? Grandpa told you that neither is useful. What this little smashed is, French St. Monk dry red wine, 17,000 a bottle. Do you know how much this is? It's more than you cow and horse college animals can make in 3 months. Ma Zhongquan was not only looking down on Ning Yan, he was also looking down on Ning Yan's college students who had read books. My brother and sister had their eyes on this little, but they still dared to disobey, and they also dared to tickle them. College students are great. Today, I will definitely let this student girl take off her pants. Oh, the corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up a hint of evil. Really? Of course, you only have 2 choices now. Ma Zhongquan thought that Ning Yan was afraid, and became more and more pleased, and said condescendingly, either cash compensation, or kneel on the ground, watching our brothers, and this student girl in your house to have fun. Wine on the head. The bad water in Ma Zhongquan's stomach was also flooding like crazy. Simply playing with Wan Xingji was no longer enough to satisfy him. He also had to play in front of Ning Banquet. Don't you want to be a hero? I'll let you save it. Ha 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 ha. Choose. Don't you want to save the beauty with a hero? Pick it. Xin Yangjun looked at Wan Xingshi behind Ning Banquet, licked his lips and urged. He couldn't wait now. Wanting to savor this fiery student girl, Ma Zhongquan's proposal was also deep in his heart. Facing the Minotaur in person could be an unbeatable idea. 17,000, right? Ning Yan swept his eyes at the 3 and calmly asked. That's right. Ma Zhongquan, who was closest to Ning Yan, responded. Ning Yan, I'll pay for it. As the words fell, Ma Zhongquan's trio didn't have time to be happy, only to see Ning Banquet move. The suction force in his hand suddenly rose, and the French St. Monk's dry red wine, which was placed on the distant table, was gripped in Ning Yan's hand when he was caught off guard. Bang! A crisp glass bottle shattered. The so-called bottle of dry red wine worth $17,000 just smashed onto Ma Zhongquan's head. Red liquid flowed all over the ground. For a moment, it was unclear whether it was red wine or Ma Zhongquan's blood. Ma Zhongquan, who had suddenly had his head blown off, was so smashed that his brain was dazed, pointing at Ning Yan and opening his mouth as an afterthought. You, how dare you, smash me? How could Ma Zhongquan not expect that this young kid, who looked so weak and civilized, actually had the guts to do it? It is true that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, or perhaps he was smashed out of concussion. Ma Zhongquan didn't realize in the slightest that Ning Banquet was obviously so far away. Why that bottle flew in his hand. Old Six, Lao Lu, Dong Xintong and Xin Yangjun, seeing this, rushed to surround them. You dare to make the first move? Dong Xintong laughed in anger. I can't see it. Kid, which road do you hang out in? If you don't report a name today, tomorrow there will be 2 more floating corpses in the Chentang River. In just a few words, Dong Xintong has already sentenced Ning Banquet to death in his mind for being such a bold kid. Dare to move the earth and the head of the year-old. So many years, he is still the first one, and it was still a little white boy. How are 2 enough? Ning Banquet smiled blandly. You 3 might as well join together? The words fell. Ning Yan kicked Dong Xintong right in the center of his crotch. Only 2 clicks were heard. The 2 orb-like objects shattered in response. Immediately afterward, the dry red wine bottles on the distant table once again flew into Ning Yan's hands one after another. Bang bang bang! Bottle after bottle of famous wine worth $17,000 exploded over Dong Xintong and Xin Yangjuan's heads. Miserable screams rose and fell in the 8888 private room. After completely smashing these 2 people into unconsciousness and collapsing into a pool of their own blood, Ning Banquet turned around and looked with a beaming smile at Ma Zhongquan, who was covering his head in fear at the side. Ning Yan's smile was very warm, but in Ma Zhongquan's eyes at this moment, it was the devil smiling at him. How could Ma Zhongquan not expect that just such a young kid that he had never looked at squarely would have such horrifying means? Compared to this person's cruelty, he, Ma Zhongquan, had been mixed up for so many years, it was simply child's play. Don't smash me, little brother. Calm down. Ma Zhongquan's legs trembled as he backed up, begging for forgiveness. Let's talk this over. We don't want this compensation. Don't say that Ma Zhongquan didn't want the compensation. He only had one thought right now. He only wanted to walk out of this private room with his whole beard and tail intact. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life never having been an eggless dweller. Yes, how can I not want it? Ning Yan smiled playfully and said, I'll also pay for your pensions. Ma Zhongquan sniffed and waved his hands. No, this was the first time in Ma Zhongquan's life that he didn't want to ask for money. He only wanted to spend the rest of his life and still be a normal man. But that was ultimately delusional. How could Ning Yan be spoiled for him? Bang! Only to see Ning Yan flying and kicking Ma Zhongquan. The entire person flew out backwards, smashing the door of the 8888 private room and hanging onto the door of another private room on the opposite side. Such a big commotion and such an arrogant move naturally disturbed Infinity's management. After resolving the three, Ning Yan wiped the blood on his hands and smiled at Wan Xingji, who was frozen in the distance, and said, Alright, it's alright. One by one, all resolved. Wan Xingji sniffed, snapped back to his senses and stumbled. Banquet, brother Banquet. You killed someone. Run. I'll stay and turn myself in. How had Wan Xingju ever seen such a scene? Right now, there was only one thought in her head. Let Ning Yan quickly leave this place of wrongdoing, and she stayed to turn herself in and take all the blame. Wan Xingji didn't want Ning Yan, who had saved her, to spend his next life in a prison cell. Ha! Ning Yan walked over to Wan Xingji, rubbed her head, and said, Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Ning Yan had originally thought that Wan Xingji would praise him for being handsome. But how could Ning Yan not expect that this little girl's first words would actually be to tell him to run first? It made Ning Yan cry and laugh. You run! Seeing that Ning Yan didn't move, Wan Xingzai hurriedly pushed him, urging, This is all because of me. I can't let you be implicated. If the police come, you'll have to go in and go to jail. But just as Ning Yan was about to open his mouth, a solemn voice rang out from outside the door. Run, mother asterisk 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 smashing my venue, beating up my guests on my turf. And actually wanting to run? I'd like to see which one of these ungrateful things is it. Chapter 7 This is no loss at all. And why do you need to pay compensation? In the blink of an eye, a group of black-clothed people holding machetes and iron bars, fish surged and surrounded the entrance of the private room. The leader of the group is the general manager of Infinity, Lu Jingrong. Originally, this kind of thing, there is no need for him, the general manager, to come personally. But since the opening of Infinity, this is the first time that someone dares to smash his venue and step on his face. Lu Jingrong was eager to see just who this was. How? What to do? Wan Xingji asked shakily. They have swords. Seeing this, Wan Xingji didn't know where the courage came from, and although he was fearful in his heart, he blocked in front of Ning Yan. Ning Yan looked at the little ninny in front of him, whose legs were shaking and who still wanted to protect herself, gently smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid. Everything's got brother in it. It'll be fine. With that, Ning Yan pulled Wan Xingji, who was blocking in front of him, behind him. He, Ning Yan, wasn't in the habit of letting a woman get in the way. Aha, aha. Wan Xingzue grabbed Ning Yan's clothes and responded. Wan Xingzue was terrified. She didn't know if she could still see the sun tomorrow. Could she still go back to the school classroom? Here. Ning Yan rushed at the group of black-clothed men, hooked his hand, and laughed. I'm the one you call that ungrateful thing. I'm also the one who smashed your intestines and beat up your guests on your turf. Although Ning Yan's tone was calm, his attitude was arrogant. It appeared to be repeating Lu Jingrong's words, but it was clearly provoking them. The moment these words were uttered, they really did stir up 1,000 waves among the black-clothed fighters. Marred, kid, it's this time of the day and you still dare to be so arrogant and domineering? I think you're really tired of living. Don't know the word death. How to write it? Meng Ziru, who stood beside Lu Jingrong, was the first to be unable to hold back, lifting the machete in his hand and pointing it at Ning Yan and shouting. Meng Ziru had seen arrogant people, but he hadn't seen one so arrogant as Ning Yan. In their territory, they were blocked by so many people, and still dared to be so arrogant and domineering. This was not something they had in their eyes at all. Meng Ziru fiercely waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, copy the weapons on. Educate this ungrateful brat. Right now. Meng Ziru only wanted to this kid down, and then see him, if he still had any arrogant bottom. Come, I'm waiting. Ning Yan raised an eyebrow and said playfully. Even Ning Yan didn't even look at Meng Ziru squarely. Instead, he gazed playfully at Lu Jingrong, who was sizing himself up in deep in thought. Just as the black-clothed thugs heard Meng Ziru's order and copied the guys in their hands, ready to strike, they only heard Lu Jingrong shout, Wait, stop, all of you stop. The black-clothed fighter who had rushed the fastest and was closest to Ning Banquet could no longer collect his hand, and Lu Jingrong leapt up and kicked that person away. Full of heart palpitations, Lu Jingrong's action, looking at Meng Ziru dumbfounded, asked, Boss, he's so arrogant, don't you teach him a lesson? Meng Ziru was Lu Jingrong's beloved, and had been with him for about 10 years. This time, Even Meng Zero couldn't understand what his boss was trying to do, while the black-clothed fighters were in disarray over there. Not knowing what to do, Ning Yan idly walked over to the table, picked up the only remaining bottle of French Essay, Monk's dry red wine on it, and poured a glass. TSK, the 17,000 bottle of dry red. The flavor is still inferior. Ning Yan took a light sip, shook the wine cup in his hand, and laughed. None of the black-clothed men present knew what Ning Yan meant by this. Only Lu Jingrong understood. Like a pug, he respectfully walked up to Ning Yan's body, bowing and cupping his fists in salute. Ning, Master Ning. Watching their own boss's actions, the black-clothed thugs, who were originally still in a state of saber rattling, were instantly dumbfounded, frozen in place. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Still, Meng Zero was the first to come back to his senses, and came over to Lu Jingrong's side, asking, "Old boss, you guys know each other? Shut up, all show me some respect. This is Master Ning. Hurry up and drop all the guys in your hands." Lu Jingrong gritted his teeth and said in a lowered voice, he originally just wanted to come and clean up the ungrateful ones. Who would have thought that it would actually be this Master Ning? At this moment, Lu Jingrong was regretful and fearful, seeing that Ning Banquet didn't say anything, but only looked at him with a playful expression. Lu Jingrong continued to greet him respectfully. "Master Ning, you've come to visit. Why don't you greet me in advance? If big sister knew that little brother had treated you poorly, she wouldn't be able to peel a layer of skin off of little brother." Lu Jingrong held his breath, watching Ning Yan's mood swings. In his heart, he regretted it. Before he came in, if he had seen who it was first, he wouldn't have gotten so passive. Now it was too late to repent. Big sister? President? The surrounding black-clothed fighters as well as Meng Zero, listening to Lu Jingrong's words, were all shocked. The big sister in the mouth of their own boss was only their ruthless president. It was also at this moment that, although they didn't know Ning Yan's identity, they could understand why their own boss would be so respectful. Ning Yan casually threw the wineglass in his hand, pointed around, patted Lu Jingrong's shoulder, and laughed. "Old Lu, calculate how much this loss is. I'll compensate." Lu Jingrong smiled bitterly. "Master Ning, what are you talking about? There's no loss at all. So why is there a need for compensation?" As he spoke, Lu Jingrong's forehead was imbued with cold sweat. It was no wonder that Lu Jingrong was talking nonsense with his eyes open. After all, he was well aware of the relationship between Ning Yan and his big sister, not to mention that he had seen with his own eyes the true terror of Ning Yan's methods. Everything in this private room was probably also because Master Ning knew that this place was big sister's property, and had purposely kept his hand in. "Is that so?" Ning Yan asked with a smile. "When, course." Lu Jingrong squeezed out a smile. Ning Banquet patted Lu Jingrong's shoulder with satisfaction, then pulled Wan Qingshu's hand and walked over to him. "Old Lu, look at this sister of mine. The injury on her hand isn't light. Also plainly in your place, suffered a not-so-light shock. You say the future pillars of the motherland. If it affects the study, how can we do?" Lu Jingrong sniffed and blurted out, "Compensation. We compensate. Medical expenses, moral damages, lost wages, medical expenses, I'll cover it all." Lu Jingrong was a human savant. How could he not hear Ning Yan's words? Since Ning Yan had given a step, he naturally had to go along with it. After all, problems that could be solved with money were not problems. Looking at Lu Jingrong, who was so uptight, Ning Yan shook his head and laughed. "Where can I get you to pay for this? There's always a debt for the wrongdoer. Don't you think so?" As soon as Ning Yan's words left his mouth, how could Lu Jingrong still not understand what he meant? This Master Ning was trying to peel a layer of skin off those three. "Little brother understands." Lu Jingrong nodded his head. "It's good if you understand. Just hit my sister's card with the money after it's dealt with," Ning Yan said carelessly. Lu Jingrong was a local snake in linen. Even if Ning Yan didn't tell him Ruan Xingji's card number, with his skills, he could still find it out on his own. Lu Jingrong, "Yes, let's go. I'm sending you back." Ning Yan pointed in the direction of the door and said to Ruan Xingji, who hadn't slowed down yet. The uninitiated female college student hadn't figured out until now why this group of people who had just been ferocious and were shouting to kill would have such a drastic change in attitude. Ruan Xingji had palpitations in her heart, grabbed Ning Yan's arm and asked, "Brother Yan, is this all right?" "Don't worry, they're all brothers in their own family." Ning Yan pacified. "When your brother Lu calls you with the compensation, don't work part-time in the future and study hard." Ruan Xingji, "Good." The female college student didn't understand. How could Lu Jingrong not understand? Master Ning was taking words to point him out, and quickly said, "Don't worry, Master Ning, the account will arrive by 8 o'clock at the latest." Saying that, Lu Jingrong held Wan Xingji's hand again. "Big sister, this matter today, is brother's problem? Brother apologizes to you." Lu Jingrong's attitude was sincere. "This is not sincere. Lest Master Ning settle scores in the fall, Ruan Xingji was like a scared bird, hastily pulling out her hand that was being held. No need. Let's go. I'll send you back. Ning Yan shook his head, pulling Ruan Xingji and heading out. Respectfully send off Master Ning. Greetings, Master Ning. Lu Jingrong led the crowd of his men and respectfully chimed in unison. After Ning Banquet and the two of them walked away, Meng Zero approached Lu Jingrong and asked curiously, Boss, what exactly is the relationship between this Master Ning and the chairman? Do we need to grovel so much? Chapter 8, that's the man big sister wants and cannot love. Meng Zero was curious. He desperately wanted to know just who this Master Ning was and what kind of identity he had. After all, he could make his family's unruly boss stoop to this level. He also had a relationship with Lord President that wasn't unorthodox. Such a character shouldn't be a nameless person. What relationship? Lu Jingrong hummed lightly and muttered under his breath in a bizarre tone. Meng Zero was a good judge of character. Looking at the look on his boss's face, he asked in a low voice, Boss, this can't be revealed? It wasn't just Meng Zero. The more Lu Jingrong was like this, the more the people around him were curious about Ning Yan's identity. Lu Jingrong waved his hand violently. All of you disperse first. With that, his gaze looked around the room and landed on the rest of the black-clothed fighters. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. A few moments later, only Lu Jingrong and Meng Zero were left in the cluttered 8888 private room. Lu Jingrong meaningfully patted Meng Zero's shoulder and said playfully, What other relationship do you think it could be? Once Lu Jingrong said this, the meaning was already self-evident. Between two men and women of similar ages. What other relationship could it be? In Meng Zero's heart, waves of shock were immediately set off, and he was surprised. It can't be? With our chairman's temperament, how could he still acquiesce to Master Ning having warblers and swallows around him? It wasn't that Meng Zero hadn't thought about this answer given by his own boss. It was just that when it flashed by, it was instantly dismissed by him. Because with their chairman's temperament, could he possibly share the same man with another woman? Even if the chairman wouldn't do anything to Ning Banquet, he definitely wouldn't be soft on that female college student just now, right? Of course not. Lu Jingrong pulled Meng Zero over, lowered his voice, and said in his ear, Master Ning is the man that Big Sister has been longing for and can't love. Meng Zero, incredulous, only disbelief remained on Meng Zero's face. It turned out that it wasn't that the president had acquiesced, but that the president hadn't gotten it yet, and it's still the yearning kind. Lu Jingrong slammed the back of Meng Zero's head and instructed, Keep your mouth shut. If you spread the word about this, Big Sister won't be able to peel off a layer of your skin as simple as that. Only because Meng Zero was his beloved, Lu Jingrong would reveal this secret to Meng Zero. I understand. Meng Zero nodded his head repeatedly, and after taking a few deep breaths to calm that agitated mood, he asked, What kind of god is this Master Ning, that even our chairman hasn't chased him yet? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lu Jingrong paced, walking to the fainting Xinyan Jun, stepping on one foot, sneering, You should be thankful that these three idiots only caused superficial injuries to that girl. Otherwise, speaking here, Lu Jingrong's words came to an abrupt end, but without the need for more words. Meng Zero could understand what that omission was. Meng Zero palpitated, swallowed a mouthful of saliva after. Is that scary? Terrifying? Lu Jingrong laughed. If he goes on a killing spree, this infinity, there is one counting one. All have to go to the Yellow Springs Road. A year ago, they had a firefight with the Green Dragon Gang to decide the ownership of the Linen Underground world. Because of the mole's betrayal, they were deeply trapped and their lives were on the line. At that time, Lu Jingrong didn't even think he could survive. But a miracle happened. It was on that day that Lu Jingrong saw what it meant to be a true killing god. With his bare hands, Ning Yan killed all the incoming enemies one by one. Even more bizarrely, the city of Linen had turned a blind eye to this matter and had uncovered it. Now it's a legalized society. Meng Zero was dumbfounded and exclaimed, Lu Jingrong, Meng Zero came back to his senses, looked down at the man at the boss's feet, and asked for instructions. Then what should we do with these three idiots? Lu Jingrong kicked Xinyan Jun in front of Meng Zero. How else can they be dealt with? As Master Ning wishes. Of course, put all their money on that girl's card. As for the people, there's no need for me to say more. The corner of Lu Jingrong's mouth hooked up with a touch of sinister. These three idiots almost dragged him, infinity, into the water as well. So naturally, it was impossible to let go easily. It was better to sink the river. It is also considered to give Master Ning an explanation. If Big Sister asked in the future, he, Lu Jingrong, would also be able to answer back. Understood. Meng Zero nodded. Lu Jingrong waved his hand. You go and do it. It must all be done before 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock was the time limit Ning Banquet had given them. There was less than an hour left now, but it was considered more than enough. Yes, Meng Zero answered. Lin University. The cab stopped at the entrance of the school. Ning Yan scanned the code to pay and brought Ruan Xingzue out of the car. After coming out of Infinity, because of the wounds on Ruan Xingzue's hands, Ning Yan first took a taxi to take this little ninny to the hospital to treat the wounds, and then returned to the school. As for why Ning Yan did not drive, because the Mercedes-Benz that Mu Yunshu threw to Ning Banquet was too flashy. In order to avoid Ruan Xingji's misunderstanding and having to explain to her, Ning Yan chose to take a taxi. Ning Yan stopped at the entrance of the school, looked at the young college students coming and going, and smiled. To the school, Ruan Xingji stood across the street, a little formal, pursed her lips before opening her mouth. Brother Banquet, thanks to you today, or else I'll. Okay, you have called brother. I as a brother cannot help you? Ning Yan laughed. Ning Yan didn't have many friends in Linen City. Ruan Xingju happened to be one of them. Thank you brother Banquet. Ruan Xingji nodded his head in a moved manner. After saying her thanks, she was looking like she wanted to say something. It seemed like there was something he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. No need to be polite. Ning Yan rubbed Ruan Xingju's head and laughed. You're so talkative. Just say what you want to say. I'll do whatever I can for you. Since this little ninny wasn't good at opening her mouth, she could only have Ning Yan to pick it out for her. Just a few days. Brother Yan, can you accompany me to West Lake for sketching? Ruan Xingji was shy and lowered her head. In an instant, Ruan Xingju seemed to have remembered something and added in a loud voice. It's fine if Sister Shi that doesn't agree. I don't want to make it difficult for you. Ruan Xingju really wanted Ning Yan to accompany her, but considering that Ning Yan had a girlfriend after all, she still had to keep some distance. Ning Yan smiled bashfully. I broke up with Lu Shiyan. Ha! Ruan Xingji was shocked. She had only thought about Ning Banquet agreeing or rejecting, but only this answer hadn't occurred to her. It really caught her off guard. There should be time in the next few days, so you can contact me by Wilson then, Ning Banquet said. It's getting late. Hurry back to the dorm. Good. Ruan Xingji nodded. See you later, brother Banquet. Ruan Xingji waved at Ning Yan and headed towards the dormitory. Ruan Xingju walked quickly, but between her eyebrows was a joyful color that she couldn't hide. Brother Banquet broke up? Then do I have a chance? Bye. Ning Yan waved goodbye. After Ruan Xingzue's back disappeared into the night, Ning Yan turned around and prepared to go back to Royal Water Bay to continue packing his luggage. Girl, I don't want to see you suffer the same harm, so learn to coddle. The cell phone rang. Ning Yan picked up his cell phone and took a look. The note was Little Rich Girl Who Spits Gold Coins. It was Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan then picked up. Hello, MS. Mu Yunshu on the other end of the phone. Ning Yan, I remember correcting your name in the morning. Ning Yan sniffed. The corners of his mouth hooked up with a hint of evil, and he said cooperatively, then my dear wife's honor, what are your orders? Chapter 9, you've entered my home, so naturally I can't compromise you. For some reason, Ning Yan had a whim to flirt with this newlywed cheap wife of his. By the way, he wanted to see how she would react when faced with such a greasy title. Mu Yunshu, there's no need to be so fleshy. You restrain yourself a bit. Slightly disgusted, Mu Yunshu opened her mouth and said, there's no such thing as a command. It's just that I said in the morning that I would accompany you to purchase new clothes. Ning Yan sniffed, remembered that before they parted in the morning, Mu Yunshu did say so, looked at the time on his cell phone and asked, you're off work? Well, got off an early morning shift. Mu Yunshu pushed open the car door and said gently, you come to Longhong Plaza now, let's meet there. Early shift? Mu Yunshu is a rich woman, or a workaholic? Just Mu Yunshu's rushed appearance in the morning. Ning Yan knew that she was busy at work, but he didn't expect her to be busy to this extent, and it was almost 8 o'clock before she actually got off work. Or did she get off an early morning shift? Ning Yan suddenly felt that it was only right for Mu Yunshu to be rich. Okay, Ning Yan answered resentfully. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yan swung another cab and headed to the destination Mu Yunshu had arranged. Longhong Plaza, the largest commercial shopping plaza in Linen. Inch by inch, high luxury was gathered, one of the many industries invested in by the Lin Group. Half an hour later, after meeting up at Longhong Plaza, Ning Yan was directly dragged by Mu Yunshu, heading to that crowd of high luxury stores to sweep up purchases. This shirt is nice. Wrap it up. This suit is good. Let's have 3 sets. Wrap it up. This jacket goes well with you. Wrap it up. These materials feel quite comfortable. Wrap it up. This one, that one, and that one. Wrap it up together. Ning Banquet was directly reduced to an emotionless fitting rack, but wherever Mu Yunshu looked at on Ning Yan's body, wearing nice clothes, without exception, regardless of the price, all let the clerk wrap it up. Simply trenchless. I don't know if it's because shopping is a woman's nature. Mu Yunshu didn't even have the slightest intention to stop. She was still dragging Ning Yan to other stores without stopping. Ning Yan took a look at the large bag of things in his hand, pulled the corner of his mouth, and helplessly spoke. Big sister. Almost done. Can't hold it anymore. For the first time in his life, he felt so intuitively, the feeling of being bagged. Ning Yan cried and laughed. Mu Yunshu. This woman was even more fierce than Lin Xingge. Hearing Ning Yan's address to herself, Mu Yunshu stopped in her tracks, her moth brows furrowed, and she said unhappily, "What did you call me? Big sister? Ning Yan, I'm only a year older than you." To Ning Yan's previous mealy-mouthed address, Mu Yunshu was still indifferent, but women were the most sensitive to age, especially after hearing Ning Banquet call her big sister. Mu Yunshu had unhappiness written all over her face. On her ID card, she was clearly less than a year older than him. How dare he call himself big sister? Looking at Mu Yunshu, who instantly exploded, Ning Yan realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly said, "Mistake, Yunshu." Ning Yan didn't expect that just a name, emotionally stable as Mu Yunshu, could actually blow up. It seemed that women really cared about their age. How could he say that the other woman, Mu de Fulan, was his gold master, and was purchasing clothes for him? Ning Yan could only smile and appease. Humph, that's more like it. Mu Yunshu snorted coldly, her face stretching quite a bit, saying, "Put it there if you can't hold it, and let the staff send it back later." Seeing Ning Yan's positive attitude in admitting fault, Mu Yunshu did not make things difficult for Ning Yan. After all, they were in a cooperative relationship, and not really a couple or husband and wife. Otherwise, Mu Yunshu wouldn't have let him off so easily. "I'll wear a set of these a day, and I'll be able to stay in the same outfit for a month." Ning Yan put down the things he was carrying in his hands. "It's not easy for you to make money. There's no need to be so wasteful, right? Since I'm here, I'll purchase a complete set." Mu Yunshu smoothed out her hair and said, "You've entered my home, so naturally I can't condescend to you." Ning Yan? Mu Yunshu's words caused Ning Yan to stare blankly. It seemed a bit reasonable, but it seemed like where was a bit wrong. Young Master Ning, who had been adopted by a rich woman for the first time, couldn't say why for a while. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan, who was frozen in place, grabbed his wrist and continued to walk forward. "Okay, listen to me on this. Go, and then go buy you a few watches." Mu Yunshu's tone could not be refused. There was a vestigial feeling of a domineering general's strong love. 2 hours later, Mu Yunshu, who was fully loaded, then walked to the counter with satisfaction, took out a membership card, handed it to the teller, and smiled. "Swipe your card and check out." Teller A took Mu Yunshu's card, and while swiping, looked at Ning Yan with envy. "Flattering, sir, you are so lucky. Your wife is not only rich, but also so willing to spend for you." Teller B, who was standing on the side, chimed in. "Yes, sir is really lucky. I only dare to think so when I'm dreaming." It wasn't just these two tellers. The other guides were thinking the same thing in their minds. There was no discrimination against Ning Yan, only endless envy. After all, this soft rice was not something anyone could eat, and this rich woman was not something anyone could fall for. Unconsciously, Ning Yan has become a model for them to strive for. Who wouldn't want to marry into a rich family and have nothing to worry about from now on? Ning Yan. At this moment, Ning Yan no longer wanted to say one more word. If this was his family's property, Ning Yan really wanted to fire these two guys who were poking fun at him. But what Ning Yan didn't know was that this really was his mom's property. "There's too much stuff. You guys can express it to my house in the same city at that time." Mu Yunshu took out a pen and wrote the address on a sticky note in a flowing stream, handed it to Teller A, and spoke. "This is the address." Teller A took the note and responded, "Yes, ma'am." Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan, who was in a complicated mood, and said, "Let's go home." Longhong Plaza, underground parking lot. Mu Yunshu walked aside and looked at Ning Yan staring at herself and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that again? I'm wearing light makeup, so I shouldn't have any stuck powder, right?" Saying that, Mu Yunshu was still a bit unsure and touched her face to confirm, even though it was light makeup. In fact, Mu Yunshu had removed her makeup after the regular meeting and simply applied a lipstick. "Doesn't this marriage contract of ours only last for a month?" Ning Yan shook his head and said helplessly, "There's no need to be like this, right?" Mu Yunshu was too good to him. So good that Ning Yan felt that it was somewhat unreal. After all, Mu Yunshu's wave of spending just now had amounted to no less than $1 million. This was not at all the attitude one should have towards an agreement husband. Ning Yan inexplicably felt that this rich woman wanted to karma his waist. Mu Yunshu sniffed, full of puzzlement. "Puzzled? Not you said that is another price well?" said. Mu Yunshu also looked up and down Ning Yan. He was 23 years old this year. This age shouldn't be forgetful, right? I that is casually said. "You actually also took it seriously." Ning Yan was speechless, holding his forehead and laughing bitterly. This was something that Ning Yan himself didn't take seriously. He didn't expect that Mu Yunshu actually took it seriously. For a moment, Ning Yan didn't know how to describe it. Mu Yunshu, since you've entered my family's door, naturally I can't condescend to you. If you're good with it, I can renew your yearly contract. Mu Yunshu spoke in a serious manner, but Ning Yan sounded like she had a strange feeling somewhere. Renewal of the contract. Ning Yan understands, but why is this good use so much like the words of a tiger and wolf? In the end, which aspect of the good use? Length or duration? Or both? While Ning Yan was shocked, Mu Yunshu added, it didn't cost much, don't worry about it, and when you go out, what you represent is my face. Before Mu Yunshu's words were finished, a few drunks came out of nowhere by their side. Drink, drink, brother, pretty pussy, chick, why don't you drink with us? Those few drunks, staggering, getting closer and closer to Mu Yunshu, had even stretched out their salty piggy hands, feasting their eyes while having a good time. Just as Ning Banquet was ready to make a move, he only saw the silhouette beside him move first. Mu Yunshu moved first? Chapter 10, Dayu pulls down the willow. Ah! The drunkard who had extended his salty hand let out a miserable scream, only to see Mu Yunshu twist her hand, while restraining the drunkard, and over-the-shoulder slammed the drunkard heavily onto the ground. My hand! Ouch! That drunkard fell to the ground, holding his arm and constantly moaning in pain. When the other few drunkards saw this, they instantly became a few times more emotional and swarmed at Mu Yunshu. While Mu Yunshu fought one against many, not only did she not lose the wind, she even suppressed those few drunken men who were clueless. Dayu pulls the willow upside down. Ning Banquet commented as he clasped his hands in front of his chest, witnessing this scene. Originally, Ning Yan only thought that Mu Yunshu had a lot of strength, but he didn't expect her hands to be so powerful. It was quite a bit of everyone's caliber. Even if he didn't make a move, Mu Yunshu would be more than capable of handling these few. Ouch! My stomach! Ah! My head! It hurts! In less than a minute, Mu Yunshu easily took down these few drunkards, all of them on the ground. A good show indeed. Ning Yan smiled playfully and murmured meaningfully, looking at Mu Yunshu's back. The smile on Ning Yan's face grew even wider. This wasn't like a coincidence. It was more like setting an example. Wrong, wrong, wrong. We were wrong. The drunken man fell to the ground in a fit of pain, constantly begging for mercy. What are you waiting for? Run! I don't know who shouted, and the few drunkards scattered. The appearance of clowns is always strange. A clown's exit is always the same gesture. Mu Yunshu didn't care about the drunks who fled, and walked straight to Ning Yan's side, as if nothing happened, and asked, Ning Yan, do you know how to drive? Ning Yan nodded. Of course. After receiving an affirmative reply, Mu Yunshu handed the car keys to Ning Yan and spoke. I'm a bit tired after a day of meetings. You drive. Ning Yan took it, looked at the car label on the key, and laughed. Bentley? Such an expensive car. You're relieved to let me drive it? Ning Yan's knowledge of Mu Yunshu went up another level. To be able to afford a Bentley in Linen City, it seemed that this sister was not generally rich. What are you afraid of? Just fix it if it gets wrecked, Mu Yunshu said indifferently. Anyway, she had already crashed it a good number of times, and it wasn't too bad for Ning Yan to crash it again. Okay. Ning Yan opened the passenger door, made a gesture of invitation, and smiled. Princess, please get on the car. Thanks. Mu Yunshu got into the passenger seat. After the car drove out of the underground parking lot of Longhong Plaza, Ning Yan flirted. It's hard to see that not only is our comrade Yunshu beautiful, but her kung fu is also quite good. These flirtatious words were meant to be meaningful. It appeared to be praising Mu Yunshu, but it was actually a hint. It's just okay. Mu Yunshu said. Don't worry, I won't domestically abuse you. Mu Yunshu closed her eyes and lightly rubbed her temples, soothing the day's exhaustion. Ning Yan. How could Ning Yan not expect that Mu Yunshu could actually steer the topic towards domestic violence? And he also swore that he wouldn't domestically abuse him. Wasn't this picture style a bit off somewhere? I'm not worried about domestic violence. Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, that's just it. Instead of spending this wasted money, why don't you just transfer it to me? Ning Yan was too lazy to beat around the bush, so he just picked it up directly and opened the door. Mu Yunshu was slightly stunned, opening her eyes and turning her head to look at Ning Yan, asking, you see it? This good show in the underground parking lot was exactly what Chung Shirkite had arranged in advance, because Chung Shirkite had been checking for a day, having people check Ning Yan's background from various channels. In the end, they all came up with nothing. Apart from the name Ning Yan, Chung Shirkite hadn't found out anything, whether it was Ning Yan's biography, or Ning Yan's family background, as well as information about her parents. All of them were blank. When she got the report from her men, Chung Shirkite was a bit confused. In this era, it was surprising that someone's biography could be blank. It was like it came out of nowhere. It was simply unbelievable. That's why Chung Shirkite purposely arranged this good show of establishing authority, with the purpose of temporarily subduing Ning Yan, so that Ning Yan wouldn't dare to think ill of Mu Yunshu. Do I look stupid? Ning Yan said. Didn't you guys go through all the trouble of staging this play specifically to establish authority over me? Chang Kite's idea was good, but the plot was too rough, and the actors were too pompous in their acting. This was Linen City, or the largest commercial shopping plaza in Linen City. In the parking lot of such a place where money is spent like gold, how can a few drunks appear by chance? Is this reasonable? And coincidentally, they came to molest Mu Yunshu, and after being beaten up by Mu Yunshu, he ran away in disgrace. This is all too coincidental, too obvious. Even if Ning Yan was no longer stupid, he would be able to see some clues. Mu Yunshu, who had been mercilessly exposed, was slightly embarrassed, lightly pursing her red lips as she spoke. I'm sorry. At this moment, Mu Yunshu was like a child who had made a mistake. Her voice was inaudible as she apologized. Ning Yan, huh? Ning Yan was a bit surprised. His intention was to let Mu Yunshu, in the future, have something to say directly, but he didn't expect that Mu Yunshu would actually admit her mistake and apologize directly. Mu Yunshu glanced at Ning Yan, pouted her lips, and spoke again. I'm sorry, Ning Yan? This was the first time Ning Yan had seen a woman who would take the initiative to apologize. The key was that this woman was also a rich woman who was generous with her money. But what shocked Ning Banquet even more was still behind. Ning Yan's cell phone, which he used as a navigator, suddenly popped up a message. The rich woman who popped the gold coin transfers 888 yuan to you. With a single word, Mu Yunshu transferred 8,888 yuan to him. Ning Yan was surprised. What are you suddenly transferring money to me for? To apologize to you. Mu Yunshu hugged her phone and said, I'm afraid you'll think I'm insincere in verbally apologizing. Mu Yunshu said this with a straight face, but it seemed reasonable. Ning Yan couldn't pick out any faults either. This apology was indeed very sincere. Ning Yan was amused by Mu Yunshu's actions and asked, Mu Yunshu, is it always like this between you and your friends? For a moment Ning Yan was curious. Creatures like rich women. Ning Yan had seen many of them in the capital and the magic city, but it was really the first time in his life that he had seen a rich woman as interesting as Mu Yunshu. Not only would she admit her mistake, she would also transfer an apology. Mu Yunshu sat on the side and gave a light wooing sound. Mu Yunshu didn't have many friends, but the ones that were on good terms liked her to transfer money, especially Ms. Chang Kite, when she overspent on living expenses or was limited by her old man. She liked to look for Mu Yunshu to pop gold coins. You really do have the money power to do whatever you want here. Ning Yan cried and laughed. Just ask who wouldn't like a friend like Mu Yunshu? Who would not like her to do whatever she wanted with this kind of transfer at the drop of a hat? The main hit was a ho-hum one. It's okay, it's not exactly doing whatever you want. Mu Yunshu corrected in a serious manner. It's just that they like it, and I also feel that this way, it's more direct and convenient. This was also mainly caused by Mu Yunshu's usual busy schedule. She didn't have that much time to coax people into caring about others' emotions. That's why she had always preferred this simple and rough, yet extremely effective way. Ning Yan, so are you still angry now? Mu Yunshu asked, unable to eat Ning Yan's expression. Should I still be angry now? Ning Yan laughed. Mu Yunshu nodded in satisfaction. It's good if you're not angry. Sure enough, this is still a good, tried and true method. It cures all diseases. Ning Yan took a long breath and spoke. Mu Yunshu, I finally understand now. A sentence in the Shake It Off comments section. Truly, when he used to brush with Jitterbug, Ning Yan hadn't felt it that deeply. It wasn't until he met Mu Yunshu and got a license that he realized that shivering people honestly didn't deceive him. What words? Mu Yunshu said suspiciously. I'm usually busy with work and rarely brush shivering. Mu Yunshu, this was the truth. In the past, at this point in time, she hadn't even gotten off work yet, and many times she lived directly at the company. It was only today that she promised Ning Yan to buy him clothes, and tomorrow she had to take Ning Yan to see her mother, so she had a rare free moment. Ning Yan laughed. If I could marry a wife like you, I would be willing to live in a mansion even if I had to drive a luxury car. Mu Yunshu sniffed, and after a little contemplation, she looked at Ning Yan who was driving a Bentley, and asked back in a serious manner, didn't you already do that? Chapter 11, from now on, you'll be responsible for looking beautiful and I'll be responsible for earning money to support the family. It seems like it's really. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, who was sitting on the side, and then looked down at the car label on the steering wheel, and resentfully said, he drove Mu Yunshu's luxury car and also lived in Mu Yunshu's mansion, directly ahead of countless jitterbugs. 9,999% of the progress bar now, although the experience card was only for a month, right? Mu Yunshu guffawed. In the future, you'll be responsible for looking beautiful, and I'll be responsible for making money to support my family. Ning Yan? There was nothing wrong with this statement, but isn't it a bit too much for her to say to him? This woman, Mu Yunshu, was always able to speak surprisingly. Opinions were always so clear-cut, Within this short day, Ning Yan had already been shocked by her countless times. However, if Ning Yan had a shock system, and then paired it with a Mu Yunshu, he was confident that within a day, he would definitely be able to draw a raffle prize. Cough. Mu Yunshu, are you serious? Ning Yan coughed lightly and opened his mouth to ask. Of course. Mu Yunshu looked out the window at the moonlight, and without thinking, blurted out. It wouldn't cost much to raise a Ning Yan anyway, she'd earn it back in less than a day. I'm curious, how did you break up with your ex-boyfriend? Ning Yan asked. For some reason, Ning Yan was intensely interested in the woman with an extremely clear-cut brain circuit. In particular, Ning Yan really wanted to know why Mu Yunshu's ex-boyfriend would be willing to break up with such an interesting rich woman. Was it because she was usually too violent and unbearable? Or was it because he had saved up enough gold coins with her and went back home to get married? Mu Yunshu sniffed, stared at Ning Yan in disbelief, shook her head, and spoke. Ex-boyfriend? I don't have an ex-boyfriend. I haven't even been in love. Ning Yan, huh? The expression on Ning Yan's face was wonderful, and his heart was even more shocked. Mu Yunshu actually hadn't been in love? In this era where love was a fast-moving product, there was actually someone who had never been in love? This could already be compared to a giant panda. No, it's not. It is simply rarer than a giant panda. Mu Yunshu looked at the incredulous Ning Yan, thinking that he didn't believe him, and explained, I'm so busy at work, how could I have time to fall in love? Mu Yunshu hadn't really lied to Ning Yan. She had been skipping grades since elementary school. At 18, she graduated with a bachelor's degree in finance from Yenjing University. At the age of 20, she graduated with a double master's degree from Cambridge University. She then returned to China to take over Looming International. Within 4 years, the market value of Looming International has tripled, and Mu Yunshu's worth has jumped into the top 10 of the Daxia rich list. Mu Yunshu spoke out of turn, directly striking Ning Yan out of silence. Seeing that Ning Yan did not speak, Mu Yunshu flicked the green silk on her forehead and asked, what did I say that wasn't right? Why aren't you speaking? Ning Yan's silence was deafening. It wasn't that Ning Banquet didn't speak, but even as talkative as Ning Banquet, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. At this moment, Ning finally understood all those strange and various actions of Mu Yunshu's when he first met her. Now, it seemed reasonable and very much in line with Mu Yunshu's persona. For real, Ning Yan also didn't know what to say about this treasure-rich woman. After the car had been quiet for almost 10 minutes, only then did Ning Yan speak up, breaking the silence. You'd better tell me what you need to pay attention to when meeting your parents. Other people would be more or less nervous about meeting their parents, but Ning Yan was looking forward to it. He so wanted to know what Mu Yunshu's family was really like. Mu Yunshu thought for a moment and said, when I go to my mom's place tomorrow, there might be some small difficulties. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Mu Yunshu's wording was tricky, not difficult. After all, it was Ning Yan who had married away someone's precious daughter, so there would definitely be some hostility. But because of this, Ning Yan realized another problem and opened his mouth. So the one who took you in marriage was on your father's side? Mu Yunshu's purpose of finding an agreement husband was to deal with the marriage union, and with her parents divorcing, it could only be one side that wanted to take her in marriage. If it wasn't Mu Yunshu's mother, then it could only be her father. Mu Yunshu's brows furrowed as she said, the situation over there is a bit complicated. You need to be careful when you go over there. Mu Yunshu's bite was extremely heavy on the word complicated. Ning Yan could hear that this extremely well-tempered rich woman was extremely dissatisfied with her father's side, and even hated it a little. Actually, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. Ning Yan gauged Mu Yunshu's face and opened her mouth. Mu Yunshu, you ask. It's just the two of us here. Your family is already so rich. Why did your father have to let you join forces? Ning Yan asked after a few moments of deliberation. The family getting to the next level isn't as important as his own daughter's happiness, right? This was a great confusion that lingered in Ning Yan's mind. Mu Yunshu was generous, driving a Bentley and living in a mansion. To be able to accomplish all this at the age of 24, an age when other young people were just entering society, Mu Yunshu's origins would never be ordinary. Unsurprisingly, it was also one of the several big families in Linen City. This place in Jiang province is notorious for loving their daughters. After all, countless jitterbugs dream of becoming the only daughter of the 3 provinces of Jiangnan. How come here in Mu Yunshu, it changed? Such an excellent girl. Not only no heartache, even have to force to marriage? For the family in exchange for more benefits. When Mu Yunshu heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes, her beautiful eyes flinched, and she coldly laughed, because I also have a half-sister of the same age. That resentment, that dissatisfaction, came out. It wasn't directed at Ning Banquet, but that half-sister. Oh, Ning Yan's eyes lit up, smelling the flavor of a large melon. Although Mu Yunshu's words were short, the amount of information in them was enormous. Mu Yunshu clenched her fists, her face like frost. and coldly grunted. How can she inherit the family business if she doesn't marry me off? Also her father's daughter, Mu Yunshu's sister, was the pearl of the Mu family. She, Mu Yunshu, on the other hand, was treated differently and was never treated well by her father, let alone favored. Same age? Ning Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. That means. Ning Yan keenly grasped the point in Mu Yunshu's words. After her parents divorced, Mu Yunshu's father remarried, and it was normal to have a half-sister. However, the problem was this same age. That also meant that. That's right, just as you thought. Mu Yunshu's fingertips lightly scratched across the car window and smiled bitterly. Ning Yan, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. That father of mine cheated on my mom during her pregnancy. Ning Yan was startled. Cheating during pregnancy? Wasn't that when Mu Yunshu's mother was pregnant with her? No wonder this good-tempered woman was as cold as ice and unapproachable when she brought this up, and now he's trying to sell me, his ex-wife's tired daughter, to give his precious daughter for more bargaining chips, and that marriage partner of mine in the capital. No surprise, it's my stepmother who is pulling the strings in it. Mu Yunshu looked out the window and let out a long sigh. A drop of fine tears unconsciously slid across her cheeks and landed on top of her long skirt. I've heard before that there's a lot of right and wrong in the mansion, but now it seems that what I've been told is indeed true. Ning Yan drove into the royal water bay and spoke. According to you, the next step should be to lay hands on me, right? Ning Yan kicked on the brakes and steadily parked the car in the middle of Mu Yunshu's underground garage. At the same time, he turned to look at the forlorn Mu Yunshu beside him, raising his hand to gently wipe away the tear stains on his delicate features. Mu Yunshu was slightly startled, but didn't dodge, letting Ning Yan's action. Ning Yan could see very clearly that his appearance, or rather the appearance of Mu Yunshu's agreed husband, had ruined her father's and her stepmother's plans and damaged her interests. So, odds were that next, these bits were going to make a move against him, moving the wheels that were off track, back into the direction they wished to go. Suddenly, Ning Yan finally understood why Mu Yunshu would give her agreement husband such a generous price. It wasn't because Mu Yunshu was a silly white sweet, stupid person with lots of money. Rather, it was because Mu Yunshu clearly knew that her husband would be a high-risk occupation. Whether or not he could survive these few days was not certain. Well, if you're afraid, it's not too late to regret it. Mu Yunshu looked away and spoke. Since Ning Yan realized this, she didn't want to hide it from him anymore. The choice was put in his hands, and if he wanted to leave, she could buy him the earliest flight tonight so that he could leave this place of wrongdoing in Linen City. Ning Yan smiled blandly. I'm afraid it's too late for me to regret it now, isn't it? After a pause, Ning Yan admired Mu Yunshu's blooming face and joked. Besides, I can't afford to leave behind such a flowery wife like you. Ning Yan was well aware that the moment he and Mu Yunshu received their license, he could no longer be left alone. 9 times out of 10, his name was already on the Mu family's kill list. Fleeing had long since lost any meaning. Moreover, Ning Banquet had never thought of running. It would be a shame to miss such an interesting event, wouldn't it? If you're already in the game, why not have some fun? What's more, Mu Yunshu was a rich woman with money in face. Why not? Listening to Ning Yan's flirtatious words, Mu Yunshu didn't get angry. She just gave him a blank look and pouted. Smooth talker, can't see that you're quite good at coaxing girls to be happy. For some reason, Mu Yunshu not only didn't get angry, but instead was somewhat flattered. I don't know if it was because Ning Yan was good looking, or because she was touched. This was the first time someone had chosen her so firmly. Ning Yan's fingers rubbed over the car logo on the steering wheel and smiled. After all, I've always kept in mind the flower language of the wire ball. Chapter 12 The Flower Language of Wire Balls. The flower language of wire balls? Steel wire balls have a flower language? Mu Yunshu sniffed, blinked, and looked at Ning Yan in confusion. Ning Yan's words touched on Mu Yunshu's knowledge blind spot. Although she was usually busy with her work, she was after all a young person, and had also had her student days, so she had some understanding of the floral language of various flowers. But the only thing that Mu Yunshu had never heard of was the flower language of the steel wire ball. Ning Yan snapped his fingers and smiled playfully at the confused Mu Yunshu. That's for sure. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's confident expression, and after thinking about it for a while, she still shook her head and opened her mouth. Then what's the flower language of this wire ball of yours? Mu Yunshu was curious about this unknown thing in Ning Yan's mouth and couldn't wait to find out. Patience and wealth. Ning Yan suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and explained in a serious manner. As he said this, Ning Yan also pretended to have something in his hand and shook it in front of Mu Yunshu's eyes. The meaning expressed by this action was self-explanatory. As intelligent as Mu Yunshu, she immediately understood, and looked at Ning Yan's funny movements, and let out a pfft laugh. The original tense face was relaxed in an instant. Ning Yan admired Mu Yunshu's light smile, slightly lost in thought, and couldn't help but praise. It's true that a great beauty like you still looks better when she smiles. Pearly blossoms are too heartbreaking. Although Ning Yan's words sounded like a compliment to Mu Yunshu, they were genuine. Ning Yan had seen far too many beautiful women of all kinds and styles. Their purpose of approaching Ning Yan was not to push him down, trick him into bed, and marry into the Ning family. Or, like Lu Shiyan, they wanted to kill Ning Yan in exchange for glory and wealth for the rest of their lives. All of this is just the word interest. But Mu Yunshu's smile was as pure as she was as a person. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Mu Yunshu pursed her red lips, blanked Ning Yan's glance, and pouted. Between rants, Mu Yunshu slightly tilted her head to avoid locking eyes with Ning Yan. It could be seen that Mu Yunshu was a bit shy. After all, this was most likely the first time she had been praised so bluntly by a man at such a close distance. Sensing Mu Yunshu's shyness, Ning Yan was playful and leaned on the steering wheel, teasing, "Sister Shu, I don't want to make an effort." Ning Yan originally intended to pick Mu Yunshu's jaw with one finger while verbally molesting her. However, considering that Mu Yunshu was a mother fetus solo, and for fear of scaring this already shy rich woman, Ning Yan only had to give up. Mu Yunshu blushed scarlet, biting her lips lightly as she responded, "Then you perform well. If you perform well, I can give you a long-term contract." Oh. As she spoke, Mu Yunshu kept looking out the window, hiding her shyness. Mu Yunshu also didn't expect that this agreement husband of hers, who came by mistake, would be so direct. "Is there 5 insurance and 1 gold?" Ning Yan saw fit not to continue molesting Mu Yunshu. After all, it was the first day the two of them had met today, so there still had to be some sense of proportion. Moreover, there was still a month to come. There were still more opportunities to flirt with Mu Yunshu. No need to rush. There are quite a lot of demands. Mu Yunshu turned her head and laughed. "Let's wait until you've successfully passed at my father's first." Not only was Ning Yan interested in Mu Yunshu was also interested in Ning Yan. He was very different from those greasy old men who came for her beauty and her family fortune. "What about the assessment system, sis?" Ning Yan said. "That's for sure." Mu Yunshu raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly, "I'm a profit-oriented businessman or a thin-skinned woman. If you're not useful, I'll replace you." Perhaps it was because Ning Yan made Mu Yunshu relaxed. Mu Yunshu ghostly raised her hand and poked Ning Yan's chest. "That one fought so that you wouldn't have to change husbands." Ning Yan gently held Mu Yunshu's fingers, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, and laughed. For a while, the atmosphere in the car, with the two people's movements, seemed ambiguous. Poor mouth. Mu Yunshu hastily retracted her finger and gave Ning Yan a blank look. On the contrary, Ning Yan was enjoying Mu Yunshu's embarrassment with interest. Mu Yunshu tidied up her unruly hair, and after slightly hiding her embarrassment, she spoke, "Get off the bus, have a good night's rest tonight, and go see my mom tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon." Mu Yunshu's schedule for the whole day tomorrow was extremely full, going to the company's regular meeting in the morning, meeting parents in the afternoon, and a business reception in the evening. "Okay." Ning Yan sniffed and nodded, putting away his playfulness. He then pushed open the car door and walked to the passenger side to open the door for Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu looked at the gentlemanly and amusing man in front of her and let out a long sigh, secretly saying in her heart, "Ning Yan, I hope you're luckier and can survive until that time." Mu Yunshu was well aware that her father, her stepmother, might not do anything to her, but to Ning Yan, the man who had ruined their plans, there would definitely be no softness. Mu Yunshu didn't mind, however, giving Ning Yan a long-term contract to keep this good-looking man by her side. The prerequisite was that Ning Yan could successfully survive. Retrieving her thoughts, Mu Yunshu and Ning Yan returned to No. 1058 Imperial Water Bay. There were no words for the night. Mu Yunshu was preoccupied and tossed and turned. Ning Yan, on the contrary, slept exceptionally well. The next day, 7 o'clock, for the adoration in your eyes, girl, my story unfolds because of you. The sky had just dawned, and Ning Yan's cell phone rang. Untimely. Ning Yan did not want to open his eyes, did not want to move, and did not want to care. He just wanted to lie on Mu Yunshu's $2 million mattress and continue to dream. However, that ringtone was very insensitive and kept ringing. Damn it, not sleeping in the morning. Who the hell has nothing better to do than to call me? Ning Yan sat up violently, cursed, groped for the source of the sound, picked up the cell phone, opened his eyes extremely reluctantly, looked at the note on it, and said suspiciously, "Lin Chinga?" Ning Yan, whose brain was still in a state of downtime, couldn't figure out why this woman, of all people, would call him at 7 o'clock. It was now 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Ning Yan didn't want to think about it, directly answered the phone, and angrily asked, "Hey, Lin Chinga, you have to wake up early, don't disturb my dreams." Anyway, it was the sister with whom he had the best relationship. Ning Yan was too lazy to talk much nonsense, and directly the first sentence was questioning. Ning Yan wanted to see what kind of urgent matter Lin Chinga had. "Yo, young Master Ning is still sleeping?" Hearing Ning Banquet's head-splitting questioning, Lin Chinga didn't get angry. but rather asked back in a conspiratorial manner. Ning Yan, who had closed his eyes again and was lying on the bed, didn't notice Lin Xingga's tone was abnormal and disliked back. I don't go to work, why can't I sleep? Lin Xingga had to get up early to go to work. It wasn't like he, Ning Yan, had to go to work. Not only did he sleep, but he slept soundly. Lin Xingga hummed lightly, swept her eyes over the road, and spoke, then explain to me why you're married now. You, no? Hearing the word married, Ning Yan's brain instantly switched on and he was surprised. Ning Yan was clear that he couldn't hide the news of his marriage to Mu Yunshu, but he also didn't expect that Lin Xingga would know so early, and it was only a day apart. Ha, shouldn't I know? Lin Xingga snorted coldly. The two old masters' phone calls have come to me. Can I not know? Lin Xingga was furious in her heart. Usually, Ning Banquet's boldness was fine, but anything that could be settled with money and power was a small matter. As a result, this time he even got married without saying a word? How dare this bastard Ning Yan question her? It should be her. Lin Xingga, questioning him, Ning Yan. Who could imagine the embarrassment she felt last night when she received a phone call from the two old families? Ning Yan came to a sudden realization, rubbed his brow, sat up, and laughed. No wonder your fire was so loud early in the morning. I almost thought you had early menopause. One was a Grand Xia Marshal, and the other was a former premier of Grand Xia. Ning Yan could already brainstorm the embarrassment Lin Xingga felt at that moment. Listening to Ning Yan, who was still in the mood to poke fun at himself, Lin Xingga wanted to kill him and said, "Brat, I think you just have itchy skin." Not discussing it, and not giving a heads up in advance, Lin Xingga was furious that it wasn't Ning Yan who secretly tied the knot, and he had gone and tied the knot yesterday morning, after talking to her on the phone. That was less than an hour in between. My good sister, calm down, Ning Yan soothed. On Grandpa and Grandpa's side, what did you say? Chapter 13, I think you're just seeing sex for yourself. Ning Yan was now even more curious about what the attitude of his family's two old masters would be when they found out about this. Ning Yan was indifferent to himself. He wasn't afraid of boiling water anyway. The main thing was Mu Yunshu's side. Although she was rich and her background wasn't bad, but in front of these two elders of his family, it was simply not enough to look at. If the two elders are dissatisfied, they don't even need to do it themselves. They just need a look. And there are countless people who are willing to do the work of a dog or horse. They even tended to do so. Yo, now you know I'm your good sister? Lin Xingga teased. Who was it that called me Lin Xingga just now? Lin Xingga was truly loving and angry with this only brother of hers. In addition to being unconscious, he was just unconscious. Sister, my good sister, you're an adult. Spare me. To a woman, whether it's a girlfriend, or her own sister, the coaxing should be coaxed. Face is not important. The important thing is that it has to be coaxed, especially when there was a request. Ning Yan understood this well and blurted it out. Listening to Ning Yan's low-profile plea, Lin Xingga said with satisfaction, that's more or less the same. That's fine for your grandpa. He only has one grandson like you. Ning Yan's grandfather. There were quite a few sons, but the daughter was only one for Ning Yan's mom. Whether it was grandpa or uncles, there was only one word for Ning Yan. Favored. Listening to Lin Xingga's words, Ning Yan's heart was considered half in his stomach. Grandpa still loved him, so he wouldn't do anything to Mu Yunshu. While Ning Yan breathed a sigh of relief, he listened to Lin Xingga's next words about his grandfather's attitude. On your grandfather's side, as you know, is engaged to give you a dull marriage. Sure enough, Ning Yan knew that Elder Ning's dissatisfaction was out of that dull marriage. This was also one of the main reasons why Ning Yan chose to come to Linen City in the south instead of returning to the capital after returning home. Ha, even if I wasn't married, I wouldn't have married that flighty woman. Ning Yan opened his mouth. Mu Yunshu's ability to admit when she was wrong was something that woman wouldn't be able to learn in 10 lifetimes. Instead of marrying that brash and unreasonable woman, he would rather stay with Mu Yunshu. At least it wasn't that depressing and there was no hooking up. I hope your mouth will still be this hard when you meet the old master. Lin Xingga said with a light laugh. What? Don't tell me that his old man is coming over personally? Ning Yan was surprised, listening to Lin Xingga's meaning. It seemed like the old man was really planning to come over personally. Elder Ning's will, not to mention in the Ning family, even in Daxia, not many people dared to go against it. He was in big trouble. Right, young Master Ning is afraid? Lin Xingga smiled sweetly and teased playfully. It wasn't easy to see this baby brother of his suffer a defeat for once. After all, in today's Daxia, the only one who could make Ning banquet like this was Elder Ning. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I'll have to listen to nagging again. Ning Yan bristled and said in a hopeless manner. His grandfather was good at everything, but he was very stubborn in this matter. He was a stubborn old man. Lin Xingga, count your luck. The old man has a lot of things to do lately, and he can't spare the time to clean you up. Thanks to Ning Yan's good luck, there are a lot of things going on in the capital. Otherwise, yesterday, after learning about Ning Banquet's marriage, I'm afraid Elder Ning would have flown directly to Linen City to find this brat and demand a statement. How could he still be allowed to be so dashing? Who, rather let out a sigh of relief. Since the old man couldn't come for a while, it didn't matter. Anyway, his marriage with Mu Yunshu would only last for a month. By the time the old master thought about it again, he would more than likely be divorced. You said it earlier. Scared me. Alright, hang up if it's alright. I'm going to continue to catch up on my sleep. A large stone landed in Ning Yan's heart and he yawned. Just as he was about to hang up, Lin Xingge called out to him. Wait. Ning Yan, who was lying on the bed again, asked lifelessly, what's wrong again? What else is going on? It didn't matter to Ning Banquet if Elder Ning didn't come. I'm flying to Linen on Saturday. I'll even send you the flight information. Remember to come over and pick up the airplane. Lin Xingge said indifferently. Ning Yan closed his eyes and spoke carelessly. Lin Xingge, what are you doing in Linen for nothing? Lin Xingge, to meet my brother-in-law, to see what kind of beautiful woman can mesmerize you. Ning Yan, and go ahead and get flash married. Lin Xingge didn't know it was fine, but since she knew it, she couldn't just ignore it, especially if mom was still out of the country on a work trip. This matter was even more important for her to manage. After all, Lin Xingge can't decide whether Ning Yan is on a whim or if he really recognizes this woman. Mentioning Mu Yunshu, Ning Yan got energized and said, a rich and beautiful young rich woman. I won't hide it from you. I'm in a state of being adopted, driving other people's cars, living in other people's mansions, and spending other people's money. Ning Banquet spoke with gusto, enjoying this feeling. To Ning Yan, this was a whole new experience, especially since Mu Yunshu, that treasure girl, was still so individualistic. Lin Xingge? Lin Xingge was dumbfounded. How could she not expect that Ning Yan's flashback marriage would actually be because of this reason? And the most unbelievable thing was that he was adopted? The crown prince of the Ning family, the son of the richest man in Daxia, was adopted. Ning Yan's few simple words brought an unprecedented shock to Lin Xingge. Lin Xingge took a deep breath and calmed her agitated mood before speaking. Ning Yan, are you serious? Our family lacks this amount of money? Make it sound like mom and I abused you. Lin Xingge didn't understand. She couldn't figure out at all what this brother of hers was thinking. Luxury car? Luxury house? Or money? Which of these was what their family lacked? As long as Ning Banquet was willing, he could have a luxury car and a luxury house every day of the year for 365 days. Ning Banquet can spend as much as he wants. The Lin family has the financial power. As a result, Ning Yan ran off to be adopted and eat soft food? Lin Xingge was speechless now, but Ning Yan's next words made her even more speechless. No, it's mainly because she's funny. Ning Yan said truthfully. Originally, when he was dragged to get the license yesterday, Ning Yan was just trying to tease Mu Yunshu. Who would have thought that this woman, not only did she first stuff him with 2 bank cards, she also stuffed him with car keys again. The main fight is a financial thick and strong. The key was that Mu Yunshu could be so emotionally stable in that situation, and transferring money at the drop of a hat. It was full of advantages. Lin Xingge sniffed, full of disbelief, and said with disgust, I think you just see color. The sky was as black as a crow, and so were men. Compared to Ning Yan's excuse, Lin Xingge was more willing to believe that Ning Yan was craving for someone else's body. Lin Xingge, is your brother such a shallow person? Ning Yan spoke up. You are. Lin Xingge said back. Men are all the same. Scum. Ning Yan? At this moment, Ning Yan's face was nothing but question marks. What did he do to hurt the world? How did he get involved with a scum? It wasn't just that he was married to Mu Yunshu. It's not like he went and hooked up with someone else's married woman. Why are you starting with the personal attacks? Ning Yan asked. What's wrong with me just attacking you? Lin Xingge said without a trace of anger. I'd like to see just how beautiful this Mu family's daughter is, like a heavenly goddess, making you so enamored. Humph. Hang up. As the words fell, the uncertain Ning Yan was hung up by Lin Xingge. Ning Yan looked at the cell phone that ended the call and returned to the desktop, and murmured hopelessly, this woman really hangs up at the drop of a hat. Speechless to speechless, Ning Yan still sent a message to ask Lin Xingge what time the flight was. As a result of that interface, only a few big words appeared. Message sent, but rejected by the other party. 6. Letting me pick up the flight and still pulling the plug on me? It's still you, Lin Xingge. Ning Yan was too lazy to bother with it, tossing the phone casually. Forget it, whatever. Go back to sleep. Chapter 14, Mother-in-law with misogyny. After there was no disturbance from anyone else, Ning Yan slept until 12 o'clock, a simple and unassuming swinging life. It wasn't until Mu Yunshu came home that he called Ning Yan up. He also made him a meal in passing. What shocked Ning Yankee the most was that Mu Yunshu not only knew how to cook, but also tasted good. No wonder Mu Yunshu's home was without a nanny. Ning Yan hadn't realized until this moment that he seemed to have picked up a treasure. After the two of them had eaten lunch together, Ning Banquet grabbed the bowl and washed it. When the time came to 2:30 in the afternoon, Linen City, the outskirts of the city, Wutong Manor, Ning Banquet, park over there. Mu Yunshu pointed to an empty parking space within the manor, signaling Ning Yan to park over there. After Ning Yan parked the car, he looked around at the large and quiet manor, turned his head to look at Mu Yunshu, and asked, "There are no cars on such a wide road. This area wouldn't all be your home, right?" Having stayed in Linen City for a year, Ning Yan still had some understanding of Wutong Manor, a boutique private residence. Especially as far as the eye could see, there were no other vehicles except for them. This manor was like a paradise on earth. That was why Ning Yan had asked this question. No, Mu Yunshu shook her head, pushed the door and stepped out of the car. It's that this entire manor, it's all mine as mom's. She prefers the quiet. Mu Yunshu spoke in a breezy manner, but caused Ning Yan to be stunned, silently giving a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, wealthy and bold enough. It fits my stereotypical impression of rich people." And this stereotypical impression of Ning Yan was not from anyone else, but precisely from his old mom and old sister. They never make choices when buying things, they just do what they want. It was true that the rich people of Daxia were all the same. Listening to Ning Yan's snide remarks, Mu Yunshu guffawed and said, "If you have time to be poor with me, why don't you think about how you'll deal with my mom later?" Mu Yunshu's tone was grave, her gaze peering into the distance within the gate. Ning Yan listened to Mu Yunshu's meaning. It seemed like there would be no small amount of trouble. My mother-in-law shouldn't, Ning Yan asked tentatively, make things too difficult for me as a son-in-law? 5G internet speed of Ning Yan, naturally clear first time to see the female parent, most likely will be subjected to not small difficulties. But looking at Mu Yunshu's appearance, it seemed to be quite a bit more serious. Even Mu Yunshu, the rich woman, looked as if she was on the verge of an attack, so she couldn't really eat him alive, could she? It's hard to say. My mom has been a bit of a misogynist since the divorce. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly. Mu Yunshu's mom, under the stimulus of experiencing her ex-husband's pregnancy cheating and betrayal, had developed extremely severe misogyny. Misogyny? Ning Yan said, "Am I not throwing myself into the net?" Ning Yan was indifferent. It's not like she's his real mother-in-law, so she's just as misogynistic as she can be. Anyway, he was just here to accompany Mu Yunshu to go through the motions. There's no need to be too nervous. Mu Yunshu spoke. When you can't fight, I'll help you. Although Mu Yunshu spoke calmly, her brows had not been stretched. A clear-eyed person would see that there was something on his mind. Ning Yan, on the other hand, took in Mu Yunshu's state and laughed. But Ms. Mu Yunshu, you seem to be a little more nervous. So unsure of me? Mu Yunshu sniffed, shook her head, and said, I'm mainly worried that my mom said something over the top, and I'm afraid that you'll get mad. In a fit of anger, Mu Yunshu saw that Ning Yan had asked, and no longer hid it. But when she said in a fit of anger, her voice came to an abrupt end. But even if Mu Yunshu hadn't finished, Ning Yan was clear about what she was worried about. Mu Yunshu was afraid of her mother. A verbal output to Ning Yan. Bad words. Ning Yan is a big man with a lot of self-esteem. She was afraid that Ning Yan would give up in a fit of anger and turn around. Don't worry. You, Mu de Fu Nan, have spent so much money on me. Ning Yan laughed. I still have this basic professional quality. Ning Yan was a salary analyst. People Mu Yunshu had both spent money and had a good attitude. So naturally, he couldn't possibly let her get caught in the middle and have a hard time. Of course, if his mother-in-law really got her nose in the air, Ning Yan wouldn't be able to guarantee that he wouldn't set off a fight. Ning Yan did not dare to guarantee that he would not lift the table. Screw you, just being poor with me. Mu Yunshu blanked Ning Yan and pouted. After spending this time with Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu felt that he was nice, very much a sense of proportion, but just liked to call her a rich woman. This always made Mu Yunshu feel that the two of them were in a relationship of adopting and being adopted. Ning Yan, since your mom was able to cultivate our beautiful and kind-hearted comrade Mu Yunshu to be so good, she definitely won't make things difficult for me. Listening to the complimentary words, Mu Yunshu said, I hope you're also this articulate when you go in. Seemingly remembering something, she opened her mouth again and said, later on, the way you address me, you have to be a bit more intimate as well. Don't always call rich woman, making it seem as if the two of us are in some sort of illicit relationship. Mu Yunshu didn't mind Ning Yan's harmless name-calling, but she just always felt weird. Said, Mu Yunshu obediently held Ning Banquet's arm, just like a loving newlywed couple. This is also since yesterday. Mu Yunshu grabbed Ning Banquet to get a license, another close contact. Ning Yan was fine, but for some reason, Mu Yunshu's heart started to beat faster inexplicably. Ning Yan lightly sniffed Mu Yunshu's body scent and smiled. As you command, your honorable wife. Not bad. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Very handsome indeed. Mu Yunshu didn't pay any attention to Ning Yan's address, but instead sized him up from close range. At the same time, she smoothly straightened Ning Yan's collar. It had to be said that apart from his outstanding appearance, Ning Yan was also a natural clothes rack. Especially after putting on these high luxury clothes, his temperament went up a notch. It was as if there was an innate nobility about him. No wonder she recognized the wrong person yesterday morning. Let's go! After fixing Ning Yan's collar for him, Mu Yunshu took Ning Yan's arm and walked side by side into the gate of the inner garden. Under the sycamore tree, in the middle of the large, quiet courtyard, a finely carved tea table was set up. A middle-aged woman was sitting in the middle of it, fiddling with the tea utensils and brewing Westlake Longjing. Temperament out of the dust, graceful and elegant, seems to be the words. Age never fails a beauty, and this beauty is Mu Yunshu's mother, Lu Shuyin. Mu Yunshu took Ning Banquet on her arm, walked to Lu Shuin's face, and smiled. Mom, this is your son-in-law, Ning Banquet. He also introduced Ning Yan. Ning Yan, this is my mom. Unlike Mu Yunshu's casual generosity, Lu Shuin's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost. Especially after hearing Mu Yunshu's introduction, Lu Shuin just raised her head and looked at Ning Yan for a moment. Ning Yan clearly felt a chill, as well as a strong sense of disgust. However, when Lu Shuin's gaze landed on Ning Banquet and took in his appearance, she couldn't help but have her pupils shaken. Ning Yan, his surname is also Ning? And with that person in the old photo, he looks so similar. Lu Shuin secretly said in his heart. How could Lu Shuin not expect that the man his daughter brought back would have a 7 or 8% resemblance to the man on the old group photo in his father's study? The person on the old photo was named Ning, and this kid in front of her, actually also named Ning? Is this a coincidence? Could this be a coincidence? For a while, Lu Shuin's mind flashed through 1,000 thoughts, and Lu Shuin's gaze also began to become softer, as if the previous second was a freezing cold winter. In the blink of an eye, it became a spring with flowers blossoming. Even Ning Yan, who was accustomed to seeing great storms, couldn't figure out why this was the case. However, Ning Yan still greeted politely. Hello, Ms. Lu. Ning Yan had thought twice before choosing this title. He and Mu Yunshu were licensed, but after all, it was the first time they had come to the door to meet the parents, so it was a bit unconventional to directly call them mom. Calling auntie was too rusty, so Ning Banquet chose Ms. Lu, an unbiased title. Lu Shuin sized up Ning Yan, but for some reason she smiled, and spoke. You and my family Shushu have even received a license, and you still call me Ms. Lu? Isn't that a little too outgoing? Lu Shuin's sudden kindness caught Ning Yan off guard. Ning Yan somewhat couldn't understand Lu Shuin's path, not knowing if this beautiful woman was digging a hole or had some other purpose, and tentatively asked, Then I'll call. Mom? Good son-in-law. Lu Shuin sniffed, and the smile on her face grew even wider. For a while, Ning Yan could not figure out whether this mother-in-law of his was hiding a knife in her smile, or was she really satisfied with him? But that wasn't right. Didn't Mu Yunshu say that she was averse to men? Ning Banquet was puzzled, and turned his puzzled gaze to Mu Yunshu, who was standing beside Lu Shuin, and asked silently, Isn't it going to be difficult? Why don't you follow the rules? Mu Yunshu did not move, shook his head, and wordlessly returned, Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 15, This is the bride price for you. Not to mention Ning Yan couldn't understand. Mu Yunshu, who was Lu Shuin's daughter, also couldn't understand what kind of medicine her mother was selling in her gourd. This is too abnormal. For so many years, Mu Yunshu had never seen his mother, to which a man pleasant color. Not to mention that she had just smiled at Ning Yan. How could this happen to her mother? It was simply unthinkable. Lu Shuin, however, didn't know what her daughter-in-law was brainstorming about, and only greeted them as they sat down to drink tea. Ning Banquet, you don't know which Ning this is? Lu Shuin opened her mouth and asked. In Lu Shuin's mind, although he had already determined 7 or 8 points, but still, she had to be a little more certain to ensure that there was no mistake. Ning Yan blinked, and truthfully replied, the Ning who was at peace year after year. The matter of meeting parents. Ning Yan had never eaten pork, but had still seen a pig run. Whether it was an ordinary family or a luxurious family, he knew a little bit about those processes. But Lu Shuin let him change his name to Mom as soon as he came up, and asked him which Ning was. Which Ning? Which really made Ning Yan somewhat puzzled. Normal to ask. Shouldn't it also be to ask which feast is his feast? Right? Years and years of peace. Ning Banquet. That's really a good name. Lu Shuin complimented. He's also a talented man, and together with my Shu, it's really a good match. Saying that, Lu Shuin's gaze moved from Ning Banquet to Mu Yunshu. He couldn't help but nod his head, as if to say that you two are a match made in heaven. Ning Yan? Ning Yan, is this being difficult? Ning Yan, this is misogyny? Ning Yan was dumbfounded. He had originally been prepared to be insanely difficult. However, he completely did not expect that it would be like this. As far as this mother-in-law of his was concerned, it seemed like it wasn't the same thing at all as what Mu Yunshu had described. Even, it was completely the opposite. On Lu Shuin's face, there was immediate satisfaction with him, thinking that he couldn't understand. Ning Yan hid his disbelief and squeezed out a smile as he spoke. You're too kind. It is I who have overpraised Yunshu. To be able to marry such an outstanding Yunshu is what I've been blessed with in my 3 lifetimes. Since he couldn't think straight, Ning Yan didn't bother to embarrass himself. He chose a simple and direct path, which was to boast. After all, who didn't like to hear good words? Complimenting Mu Yunshu's excellence was complimenting Lu Shuin. As Mu Yunshu was trained by her, rather a modest young man, Lu Shuin complimented again, but only to see the words turn. Her gaze became stern and asked, "Are your parents' health okay? You two married in a hurry. Both parents have not had time to meet." Lu Shuin's question seems to mean something. My father died early. My mother and sister are in Magic City. Ning Yan answered truthfully. Ning Yan always felt that Lu Shuin was begging for something, seemingly seeing his identity. However, Ning Yan still told the truth, only saying half of what he said and leaving half of what he said, hiding the key part. Lu Shuin, your father passed away? Ning Yan, yes, passed away a long time ago. After receiving Ning Yan's answer, Lu Shuin didn't pursue the question any further, but nodded her head in satisfaction. This was the answer she wanted. Lu Shuin fished out a bank card from somewhere, placed it on the table, and gently pressed it with her jade fingers to push it in front of Ning Yan. Ning Yan silently watched Lu Shuin's movements, until the bank card stopped in front of her, before she opened her mouth and asked, Lu, Mom, what do you mean by this? Ning Yan felt that this scene in front of him was a bit familiar. Deja vu. It was just like that dog-blooded mansion bully drama on TV. Ning Yan could even brainstorm the next episode. Take this $500,000 and leave my daughter. Don't meet with my daughter in this life. It was just that Lu Shuin wasn't as pompous, and raised her hands and feet with elegance. Ning Yan never thought that he would encounter such a thing. At this moment, he was inexplicably a bit expectant. He so wanted to be there to experience the dog and pony show. Looking at Ning Yan's puzzled gaze, Lu Shuin smiled gently. Don't misunderstand. It's not for you to take the money and leave my daughter. Lu Shuin knew in her heart that Ning Yan had misunderstood, so she hurriedly gave an explanation. Under Ning Yan's eyes, there was disappointment visible to the naked eye. The desire to experience a big dog-blooded drama in person had fallen through. But Ning Yan's disappointment didn't last long, as Lu Shuin's next words directly made him fall through his glasses. Shocked, Lu Shuin spoke faintly. This is the bride price for you. There were only 7 short words. The words were not shocking. Ning Yan? Ning Yan never dreamed that this would be the bride price? Accurately speaking, killing Ning Yan did not expect that he, a big man, would actually receive a bride price. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva and calming down his shocked mood, Ning Yan looked at the bank card on the table in front of him and pointed at himself, asking, bride price? For me? Lu Shuin nodded. That's right. Mom just shoo this one daughter. Since you married my family shoo, naturally you have to give the bride price. According to Linen City's custom, it's 8,888,888. Don't mind if you think it's too little. How much? 8,888,888? Ning Yan's eyes were straightened from hearing it. If it was any other money, he wouldn't necessarily even look squarely at such a small amount. After all, Lin Xingge would give him $10 million every month, and he hadn't even touched it. But this was a bride price, or a bride price for him. Until this moment, Ning Yan finally understood Mu Yunshu's trenchlessness. Who it followed? It's simply a lineage, genetic inheritance. Honestly, Ning Yan waved his hands. Not too little, not too little. Other people's bride price of 280,000 is dying. To him this is directly this number. How can he be too little? This is really the first good mother-in-law in the country. Lu Shuin turned her head, looked to Wang Ma who was standing behind her, and opened her mouth. Wang Ma, go and bring that real estate certificate over. Wang Ma understood and immediately walked towards the house to fetch the real estate certificate that Lu Shuin wanted. 5 minutes later, Mistress, Wang Ma held the real estate certificate and handed it to Lu Shuin. After Lu Shuin received the real estate certificate, she turned her hand and handed it back to Ning Yan. Ning Yan pulled the corners of her mouth and asked, Mom, what are you doing here? Surprise after surprise, it was all about to dry won't for Ning Yan. Other people's mothers-in-law is itching to strip their son-in-law of a layer of skin. His mother-in-law is to send east and west, send cash after sending real estate license. Lu Shuin said gently, more than 1,000 square feet of stores in the CBD of Linen City. A congratulatory gift for your new marriage. In the future, you'll take it and collect the rent. It's kind of a meet and greet gift from Mom. Although Lu Shuin said that it was a congratulatory gift for Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu's new marriage, but the implication was very, very clear. It was actually for him alone. for him to take it and collect the rent. It was almost like a dream. Ning Yan felt like he wasn't meeting his parents right now. He was in a large-scale sci-fi movie. This is too expensive. Ning Yan waved his hand and excused himself. I can't take it. Then 8,888,808 was even. But this CBD store, although Ning Yan didn't know the exact geometry, it was at least worth over $1 billion, if not billions. After all, this was Linen City, where every inch of land was gold, or the CBD of Linen City, the new super first-tier city. Ordinary people even dream. Do not dare to dream so. Take it, Lu Shuyin said. There is no reason to return something given by elders. Saying that, Lu Shuyin stood up and stuffed that real estate certificate into Ning Yan's hands, not allowing him to push back. And Mu Yunshu was also on the side, hinting to Ning Yan, quickly accept it. Ning Yan had no choice but to accept it silently, saying, thank you, Mom. This child of yours is still oddly polite. Lu Shuyin said, since you married Shu Shu, we are family. But I, as a mom, still have to tell you a few things. Ning Yan blinked and spoke. You tell me. My son-in-law is all ears. Ning Yan was now afraid that Lu Shuyin would pull out something to stuff him again as she instructed him. This precious daughter of mine is usually busy at work, so you take the trouble to take more care of her. Lu Shuyin pulled up Mu Yunshu's hand beside her and said, when this child is busy at work, she forgets to eat, which is not good for the stomach after a long time. Knowing a daughter is like being a mother. Mu Yunshu is her own daughter. Lu Shuyin naturally understands, especially after Mu Yunshu took over her Lumen International. She even ate and lived in the company a lot of the time and didn't take good care of herself. Ning Yan nodded and looked towards Mu Yunshu, smiling. I'll take good care of Yunshu. We'll never let her suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. Lu Shuyin received a satisfactory reply and laughed. Good. What Mom wants is these words from you. Saying that, Lu Shuyin pulled Mu Yunshu to stand up, handing her hand over to Ning Yan, continuing, in the future, this precious daughter of mine can be entrusted to you. Ning Yan looked at Lu Shuyin's actions and was a bit caught off guard, but since he had taken Mu Yunshu's hand, he could only cooperate to keep the play going, saying, you can rest assured. Good, Lu Shuyin said. Alright, we've met. I have an appointment later, so I won't keep you. After achieving her goal and receiving Ning Banquet's reply, Lu Shuyin then gave her expulsion order. When Mu Yunshu heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, still holding Ning Yan's hand, and said to Lu Shuyin, Mom, then we'll leave first. But just as the two of them were holding hands and preparing to leave, Lu Shuyin called out to Ning Yan again. Ning Yan, I'll send you a message before I leave. You speak. Listening to your wife will be developed. I will. After Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu's figures disappeared into the courtyard, Wang Ma walked over to Lu Shuin's side and bowed in puzzlement, asking, Mistress, aren't we going to try his depths? How are you doing this? Chapter 16, Listening to your wife will make you develop. The hymn that Wang Ma was talking about naturally referred to Ning Yan. Regarding Ning Yan's marriage to Mu Yunshu, both Lu Shuyin and Wang Ma were very clear that the two of them were married under false pretenses. So according to Lu Shuyin's original plan, it was to stress test Ning Yan, to test whether the fake husband her daughter had found had the ability to cope with the pressure from the Mu family. After all, Mu Yunshu was her own daughter. Lu Shuyin also didn't want to see her daughter become a bargaining chip for the Mu family's marriage in exchange for benefits. But Wang Ma couldn't understand why her own wife's attitude was so abnormal after seeing Ning Yan. It was as if she had been taken away from her, but his own wife was looking like she was in control of the situation. Lu Shuyin held up the teacup in front of her, and after taking a sip of Westlake Longjing, she laughed. Why did you go against the norm? Not only treating him pleasantly, but also sending both money and stores? Lu Shuyin was clear that Wang Ma did not understand. Not only Wang Ma didn't see it, even her precious daughter was afraid that she didn't see it either. Yes, Wang Ma truthfully said, he's a man who eats a lady's soft rice. Why do you need to be like this? Wang Ma's words revealed her dislike for Ning Yan. Mu Yunshu had grown up under Wang Ma's watchful eye, and naturally, she felt very sorry for her own young lady. In Wang Ma's eyes, Ning Yan was nothing but a good skin. He had no money and no family background. Not only could he not help her young lady, but he also had to rely on her to support him. Ha 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 ha. Lu Shuyin sniffed and laughed heartily, putting down his teacup and looking at the indignant Wang Ma, asking meaningfully, Wang Ma, what did he just say his surname was? Surname Ning. Wang Ma blurted out, looking at the smiling Lu Shuyin in disbelief. She spoke, Ma'am, what's so special about this surname? Wang Ma was puzzled. Although she was a servant of the Lu family, she had heard about the big families in linen, and the big names with faces in linen. Only this Ning surname was not prominent in linen. Not to mention the big names with the surname Ning in Linen City. There were only a handful of mid-level figures with the surname Ning. The surname Ning is certainly nothing special. Lu Shuyin poured himself a cup of hot tea, rubbing his fingertips over the cup and smiling playfully. But what if he's a Ning from the capital? Saying that, Lu Shuyin also used his fingertips and tapped the cup 3 times. What you mean is, Ning from one of the 4 great families of the capital? How is this possible? Lu Shuyin's words set off shockwaves in Wang Ma's heart. But anyone who was a member of the Grand Xia was well aware of what that Ning in the capital stood for. The Ning family was also the head of the 4 great families, possessing monstrous power, and even possessing the only remaining marshal of Xia. Incredulity was written all over Wang Ma's face, and after taking a deep breath, her body trembled as she asked, how could the Ning family allow their own heir to join the family? Lu Shuyin sniffed and shook her head. Then who knows? Regarding this question, not only Wang Ma did not understand, in fact, Lu Shuyin did not understand either. But does it matter? Not really. Since Ning Yan had already gotten a license with Mu Yunshu, he was her daughter's husband, her Lu Shuyin's son-in-law. This is an established fact. Lu Shuyin blew the hot air on the teacup and continued. Ning Yan, the first time I saw him, I felt that she and my father's study, the old photo of that person, at least 7 or 8 points of resemblance. Lu Shuyin's father, Mu Yunshu's grandfather, was an academician of the National Academy of Sciences in Daxia. The main direction of specialization was economics. That old group photo was at least 30 years old, older than even Ning Yan. Naturally, it couldn't be Ning Yan, but Ning Yan's father. That was a group photo of Ning Yan's father and Mu Yunshu's grandfather. That was why Lu Shuyin had asked, seemingly unintentionally, about Ning Yan's parents' health. It was to seek confirmation on this issue. Mistress, isn't it a bit hasty to make a judgment based solely on old photos and appearance? Wang Ma asked. What if he just happens to look alike and happens to have the surname Ning? There was nothing strange in this big world. In the end, it was a matter of probability. Wang Ma was not questioning Lu Suyin's judgment, but rather in her reminder of the need to be careful so as not to be deceived. Where in this world is there such a coincidence? Lu Shuyin held up her teacup, lightly sipped a mouthful of hot tea, and laughed. Although his temperament has been restrained, but as long as one takes a closer look, one can tell that she comes from a big family. Do you think a child from an ordinary family can talk and laugh so freely in front of me? Lu Shuyin had seen all kinds of people in her life. Although Ning Yan had hidden the sharpness of his body, he couldn't cover up the innate nobility of his body. That is something that can only be cultivated by being born in a rich and noble family since childhood. Even professional actors could perform the form, but it was difficult to perform the spirit. And although Ning Banquet's face was shocked, from the beginning to the end, but there was no timidity. As if this kind of scene is commonplace, Lu Shuyin did not believe that he was from an ordinary family. Seeing that Wang Ma was still skeptical, Lu Shuyin put the teacup down and spoke. What's more, his name is Ning Banquet, the same name as the prince of the Ning family. Saying this, Lu Shuyin stood up and looked meaningfully at Wang Ma. Ning, prince of the Ning family? Ning Banquet is the prince master of the Ning family? Wang Ma's pupils quaked and her face changed drastically, as if she was being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. It was already unbelievable enough for Wang Ma that Ning Banquet was a member of the Ning family. Now Lu Shuyin was telling her that Ning Banquet was also the crown prince of the Ning family, the future heir of the capital city's Ning family. Wang Ma already didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Apart from shock, there was nothing left but shock. Lu Shuyin raised her hand, plucked a sycamore leaf, and laughed. Otherwise, why do you think I would change my mind temporarily? The nature of misogyny, Lu Shuyin never changed, but smart people will always adapt to the times. Men made Lu Shuyin loathe them, but the prince of Ning family could be that exception. Even if Lu Shuyin was disgusted, she couldn't, much less dared to show it. That was her daughter's sky-high wealth. Wang Ma slowed down from her shock. Her face was overjoyed. She looked at Lu Shuyin and asked, Mistress, if Auntie is really a member of the Ning family, or the prince of the Ning family, wouldn't the dilemma that the young lady is facing be solved? Wang Ma's words were unfinished, but the meaning was already self-evident. Moreover, Wang Ma's address to Ning Yan had changed. Auntie. Wang Ma was well aware of the difficult problem Mu Yunshu was facing, and how tricky it was, but now that Ning Yan was there, everything would be solved. Of course, Lu Shuyin casually threw the sycamore leaves and laughed. With Ning Yan's presence, a good show is about to unfold. A marriage partner from the capital? So what? Daring to steal a daughter-in-law from the prince of the Ning family? What was the difference between rushing to find death? Wang Ma was overjoyed, and said in her heart, the Mu family is afraid that they're going to be in for a bloodbath this time. Inside the Bentley. Here, after fastening her seatbelt, Ning Yan handed Mu Yunshu the bank card and real estate certificate in her hand. This is what Mom gave you. Why are you giving it to me? Mu Yunshu asked as she looked at Ning Yan suspiciously. Mu Yunshu clearly remembered that she hadn't said anything about asking Ning Yan to hand it over after taking it. Ning Yan spoke, returning it to its original owner. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. If this is the mom or sister to give, Ning Yan will not think too much, even if you cannot use, will also accept to throw that. But this is different. After all, it was given by Mu Yunshu's mother, and Ning Banquet and Mu Yunshu were not really husband and wife. Taking such an expensive meet and greet gift was a bit too out of place. Mu Yunshu pushed the things back and said, "Since mom gave it to you, you can keep it. That's a bride price for you. It's not for me." When talking about the bride price, Mu Yunshu forced a smile. She didn't expect her mother to be so satisfied with Ning Yan and would give him a bride price, but it didn't matter. It was enough for Ning Yan to pass. Ning Yan skimmed his mouth. Not good, right? Ning Yan is not a fake innocence. It is that this thing is a bride price. He's a big man. What kind of bride price is he receiving? This is whether it looks, or sounds, where it is always strange. Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and asked, "What did mom say to you before she left?" Ning Yan thought about it and casually said, "It will be developed." Mu Yunshu turned around, looked at Ning Yan playfully, and laughed. "What will be developed? Say it in full." Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, who was teasing him, pulled the corners of his mouth, and said with great reluctance, "Listening to your wife will be developed." Mu Yunshu laughed with satisfaction. "That's not it then. Don't be quick to put it away." Although she didn't know why Lu Shuyin would instruct Ning Yan to say this, it was indeed very practical. Mu Yunshu picked up her cell phone and looked at the time and spoke. "I have a reception to attend later, so I won't be accompanying you for dinner tonight." That reception was organized by the Chamber of Commerce. The upper class of Linen City would all be there, and Mu Yunshu couldn't not go. It would only be possible to condescend to Ning Yan to eat alone. Okay. Ning Yan nodded. It didn't matter to Ning Yan whether Mu Yunshu accompanied him for dinner or not. After all, with her status, cocktail parties and socializing were common occurrences. Unless one day Mu Yunshu reached the level of his mom, she might be able to do whatever she wanted. Just as Ning Banquet was getting ready to drive, he received a message. The rich woman who popped gold coins transferred 18,888 yuan to you. Ning Yan turned his head to look at Mu Yunshu and asked in surprise, "Why are you transferring money to me again?" Ning Yan didn't understand why this woman, Mu Yunshu, always liked to transfer money at the drop of a hat. Mu Yunshu cupped her face and replied in a serious manner, "Today's performance was good. Rewarding you for it. Going to eat something nice all by yourself." Chapter 17, Want to seamlessly reunite with your sister? 7 o'clock in the evening. Riverside. The sky is getting dark. Ning Yan was alone, walking aimlessly, surrounded by mostly elderly people out for a walk, and middle-aged people walking their children. What's good to eat alone? Barbecue? Crawfish? Hay de Leo? Ning Banquet was a bit fretful. Under Mu Yunshu's multiple transfers, the prestige balance had gotten bigger, but it was also tangled. After all, there was no point in eating these things alone. It was bland and tasteless. It's better to find a meal partner together. Ning Yan looked at the people coming and going, shook his head, and muttered. With that said, Ning Yan took out his cell phone and slid the list of his Weixin friends, searching for a meal partner. Ji Yanchuan? At the time when Ning Banquet was about to tap into the panda avatar and send a message to ask for a dinner date, suddenly remembered that this Ji family young master, a few days ago went to Rongqing to visit relatives, recently are not in Linen City. Thinking about this, Ning Banquet passed Ji Yanchuan off and continued to slide through the friends list. His eyes landed on a kawaii avatar, a female college student named Wan Xingji. Ning Banquet casually dialed Wan Xingji's prestige phone number. It only took 5 or 6 seconds, and it was quickly connected. Hey, Xingji, brother Banquet, why did you remember to call me? Wan Xingji asked with a gentle smile. Ning Yan vaguely heard the sound of writing and drawing on the other end of the phone. Have you eaten yet? Ning Yan opened her mouth. I'm in the vicinity of Linde. Do you want to join me? The life of college students had always been irregular, except for the evening self-study in freshman year. They basically seldom ate at mealtimes on time. Not yet, but I'm working part-time as a tutor, and I still have 2 hours. Ruan Xingji's eyes lit up when she heard Ning Yan take the initiative to ask her out for dinner. But looking at the little girl at the table who was tutoring her homework, she pursed her lips, sighed in her heart, and returned with disappointment. Ruan Xingju's family was not well off, and in her free time, she looked for various part-time jobs to subsidize her living expenses. As much as she wanted to make a dinner date with Ning Yan, this tutor was 200 an hour, and after doing tonight it would be enough to cover her living expenses for a week. Just as Ruan Xingji was getting entangled, that little girl's voice came from beside her. Sister, how do I do this question? Brother Banquet, I'm this. Ruan Xingji said with difficulty. It's fine, you work first. Ning Yan said, when you go back at night, be safe. Although Ning Yan needed a meal hitch, it wasn't his style to force people. Since Ruan Xingju wasn't available, it would be fine to find another meal partner. Okay, bye-bye brother Banquet. Ruan Xingji nodded and hung up the phone before continuing to start putting in work. Xingru was not available at her part-time job. Who was good to find again? Ning Yan was a bit distressed. The problem of having few friends in linen was highlighted by this. It wasn't that Ning Yan was socially inept, but dating Lu Shurian for a year had delayed socializing in linen. If he was in the capital, at this point in time, as long as he called out his prestige, he would be able to shake out a bunch of government officials' sons and daughters. Unfortunately, this was not in the capital, and Ning Yan, who had regained his freedom, was in a conundrum. Rosebud? In frustration, the name of a person popped into Ning Yan's mind. This Rosebud was no other than the big boss behind Infinity. The big sister Lu Jingrong spoke of, the boss of the underground world in linen, a flirtatious beauty who was drooling over Ning Yan. It's not impossible, she's definitely free. Ning Yan smacked his lips, agreeing with the idea. In the past, with Lu Shurian around, Ning Yan had always kept his distance from Rose, but now he didn't need to be concerned about that much anymore. Ning Yan casually dialed Rosie's phone. Chang Wei was lecturing in the basement, and was already furious because his men were not doing their jobs properly. Now that she heard her cell phone ringing out of place, the anger on her cold face intensified. The several senior members of the gang who were being lectured also looked at each other. They were all clear that this phone call would only add fuel to the fire, making the storm come even harder. Rose frowned slightly and took out the cell phone in her clothes pocket, but when she saw the name that lit up on the screen, the anger and dissatisfaction on her pretty face instantly faded away. In its place, there was a smile that could not be concealed. It was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had melted in an instant, and flowers bloomed in spring. The strange change on her own big sister's face dumbfounded the group of executives who were being lectured. This seemed to be the first time they had seen their big sister's face with so many emotions, and smiling so happily. It was as if she had won tens of billions of dollars. Hey, busybody Ning, why did you remember to call me? Rosie smiled and picked up Ning Banquet's phone, jokingly asking, aren't you afraid that if you contact me, your family's Lu Shurian will get jealous? Saying that, Rosie waved to the crowd, signaling them to leave first. The people who were scolded, their hearts were relieved, as if they were amnestied. They didn't dare to stay even for a moment, and exited the basement. Listening to Rose's name for the caller, they knew it was Ning Yan. Only this Ning busybody could make Big Sister so pleasant. Ning Yan had saved them once again. Assembly President Rosebud, can I still call you? Ning Yan laughed. Lu Shurian and I have broken up. What kind of jealousy is she having? You broke up? When did it happen? When Chang Wei heard this, her spirit was shaken, and the haze in her heart was swept away in an instant. For Chang Wei, at this moment, there was no better news than this news. In the past, Ning Banquet had always kept her at a distance because of Lu Shurian. From time to time, Chang Wei regretted that she hadn't met Ning Yan earlier than Lu Shurian, but now that Lu Shurian, the boulder in her way, was gone, her chance had come. Yesterday morning, Ning Yan returned. The corners of Chang Wei's mouth were in an uncontrollable smile, but in a flirtatious tone, she said arrogantly, then why did you call me? Want to seamlessly connect and renew your relationship with your sister? If you want to turn back and chase your sister now, it won't be that easy for me to say yes. Although Rose said that on her lips, the joy in her tone was simply unable to be hidden, especially that seamlessness. It wasn't that Ning Yan wanted to seamlessly connect to Rosebud, but that she wanted to seamlessly connect to Ning Yan. But whenever Ning Banquet uttered the phrase, to be together, Rosebud wouldn't have any hesitation. Rosebud's body, more than her mouth, was far too honest. Rosebud, be normal. We're just friends. Don't make it so ambiguous, Ning Yan said with disgust. In the past, Rosebud also craved his body, but she was still more subtle. Now that she heard that the stumbling block of Lu Shurian was gone, Chang Wei didn't even bother to pretend. No fun. Not cooperative at all. Chang Wei pouted. Say it, what's the matter of looking for me? Rosie knew Ning Banquet backwards and forwards. No explicit refusal was a tacit admission. Anyway, Lu Shurian is gone. Rosie's biggest obstacle is gone. She's not in a hurry. There will be a long time to come. Come out for a drink? Ning Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, lonely and empty and cold. So you remember me? Rosie sniffed and spoke. Ning Yan, you're really good. What's with that? I just want to find a meal partner, drink some beer and jerk some skewers. Ning Banquet bristled and said, empty and lonely your ass. Rose snorted coldly, decisively refused. No time. Not in love, don't look for me. Rosie had only one attitude towards Ning Yan, taking her as a meal-hitching tool person. That was never. Eating and drinking with her was not negotiable. Sleeping with her is negotiable. Walking her heart out and walking her kidneys is what Chang Wei intends to do. So desperate? No room for negotiation? The friendship between us is so pure. Ning Banquet tried to struggle, trying to awaken Rosebud's purity, but Rosebud would soon tell him that it was a fool's errand. What do you think? Rosebud asked rhetorically. That there would be a pure friendship between us two single men and women? When Chance listened to Ning Yan's words, she wanted to laugh. There was pure friendship between a man and a woman. That was nonsense. Unless one went to kindergarten to find it. In the world of adults, if you don't have something in mind, who would want to talk to you? She, Rosebud, was never a hypocrite. She just wanted Ning Yan, wanted his heart, and craved his body. Ning Yan skimmed his mouth and said back, I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Playing with me on bully quotes? Chang Wei was amused by Ning Banquet's words. How could she not expect that she would actually be able to hear the bully quotes from Ning Banquet's mouth one day? After a pause, Chang Wei flipped through the schedule on the table and continued. I won't tease you. I'm really not available tonight. I'll have to inspect a few venues later. You go eat alone. Good boy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a lot of things going on today and Rose really couldn't get away, she wouldn't have let go of the opportunity to go on a date alone with Ning Yan. After all, as long as she got Ning Banquet drunk, she could do whatever she wanted. Alright. Ning Yan said with extreme reluctance. Chance had business to attend to, so he couldn't be bothered to force himself. The big deal was to go alone and casually deal with it. Just as Ning Banquet was lost, he only heard a prestige transfer tone. Ning Banquet picked up his cell phone to take a look, only to see a transfer prestige from Rosie. Rosebud transfers 200 yuan to you. There was also a note, Mamma Mia. Ning Yan was puzzled. What are you transferring money to me for? Someone was left with nothing but puzzlement. He realized that these few women, how they all liked to transfer money to him at the drop of a hat. It really made him look like he was eating soft food. To reimburse you for dinner. Rosie laughed. When sister is done, she will come and pamper you. Be good and wash up and wait. As she said that, Chang Wei's mind had already begun to plan. She was going to make Ning Banquet unable to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Ning Yan's body was so good. It was better to go for 5 days and 5 nights. TSK, can't you be more normal? Ning Yan's chilly hair shrugged as he listened. He always felt that Rosebud was trying to eat himself in one bite. The kind that wasn't even going to leave even a little bit of residue. Can't. Since you broke up, I won't let you go this time, Rose said firmly. She missed it once. She wouldn't miss it a second time. I tied the knot. Ning Yan originally wanted to say that he was married to dispel Rosebud's unrealistic fantasies, but before the word marriage could be uttered, it was interrupted by Rosebud. Hang up. Bye. The words fell, and without a hint of hesitation, Chang Wei directly hung up the phone. Only Ning Banquet was left alone in the wind. Rosebud, this windy woman. Ning Yan was helpless. Forget it, one can just deal with dealing with it. Ning Yan no longer wanted to struggle, and intended to prepare to find a big stall, casually deal with a bite, and then hit the road back home. However, there were 2 auras behind him that had been following him not far away. Those 2 people. Why are they still following me? Chapter 18, 2 people, are you looking for me? Those 2 people behind Ning Yan were the ones who had been following him ever since he had strolled along the riverside. With Ning Yan's perception, he had long since detected the presence of these 2 people. It was only because he had been on the phone that he was too lazy to bother with them. It was just that he hadn't expected these 2 to be so persistent. Ning Yan stared back, glancing with his afterglow, and laughed. Interesting, both following me all the way. Looks like they're looking for a chance to knock the stuffing out of me. For this kind of person's intentions, Ning Yan could think of it even if she took an ass to think of it. It was nothing more than looking for an opportunity. Waiting for him Ning Yan to walk to a place where it would be easy to strike, and then put on a sack. I just don't know. These 2 people are going to kill him, or to teach him a lesson. However, Ning Yan did not care what it was. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so accompanying them to have some fun was a sort of appetizer. Ning Yan pretended as if he hadn't noticed, slightly increasing his speed as he continued to walk along the riverside. Don't look at the pussy. That kid finished his phone call. Hurry up and follow. Yang Wei kicked Zhao Chip who was beside him, staring intently at the ultra-short skirt, lowered his voice, and reminded him, ultra-short skirt long legs is attractive. Yang Wei also greedy but now business is important. Their task is to solve this kid called Ning Banquet. What's the hurry? It's not like we can't lose him. Zhao Chip still didn't retract his gaze, licked his lips, and returned unconcernedly. There's a lot of people here, so I can't get down even if I'm close. Why don't we take a look at the girl first? This long legs, this up and down big wave. How pleasing to the eye. Although Zhao Chip was greedy, but not to the point of playing with objects. This place by the river is crowded with people. Even if they are close, it's still hard to have a chance to get their hands on her. Why don't they wait for the sky to completely darken? And that kid called Ning Banquet walks to a less crowded place, and then it's not too late to make a move. And during this time, what to pass the time on if not to enjoy it? Zhao Ji looked at the dazzling legs, constantly gulping and suppressing the fire of lust in his chest. Idiot, after getting that brat killed, do you still need to watch it dryly for the pleasure of your eyes? Yang Wei fiercely slapped the back of Zhao Chip's head and said, after taking that person's payment, let's brother and sister order her a dozen or so peripheral, and open a 10 days and 10 nights of impart. Yang Wei said, I don't know what to say. He didn't understand how Zhao Chip's brain couldn't turn around. He has to take the small for the big? If you play by yourself, isn't it much better than being alone in YY? Even if you are not as happy as all of us, they can still have impart, living like a god. Zhao Chip nodded, reluctantly retracted his gaze and said, you're right, compared to passing the eyeballs. Yang Wei's words completely convinced Zhao Crumb. Growing up, he had never really experienced impart, and inexplicably looked forward to it somewhat. Hurry up and keep up. Yang Wei tugged Zhao Ji, once again keeping a short distance, trailing behind Ning Yan. Half an hour later, Ning Yan circled around to the riverside in the direction of the suburbs, and along the way, not only were there fewer and fewer people, there were also fewer and fewer cameras. Until 5 minutes into the walk, no more bystanders passed by in the surroundings. Yang Wei and Zhao Ji looked at each other and nodded their heads in greeting. The opportunity to strike had arrived, but in the blink of an eye, the Ning banquet who was originally walking in front, disappeared. Wordlessly, he disappeared in front of both of their eyes. Yang Wei was startled and looked around, and after searching in vain, he grabbed Zhao Chip's sleeve beside him and questioned, where is he? Where is that kid? Disbelief was written all over Yang Wei's face. The person they had followed all the way was as if he had evaporated out of thin air and disappeared in front of their eyes. It was bizarre beyond measure. If you ask me, who do I ask? Zhao Chip slapped away Yang Wei's hand and gritted his teeth. He was still in front just now, but he ended up disappearing in the blink of an eye. Is it possible that it's haunted? Not to mention Yang Wei was confused. He, Zhao Ji, was also confused. That person was clearly right in front of him just now, walking in a good manner, and there's no hiding place around here. It can't be really haunted, right? Put your mother's fart, hurry up and find it. Yang Wei cursed. Yang Wei simply didn't believe that ghosts existed in this world. Just as the two were fretting, a playful voice came from behind them. Both of you, are you looking for me? When the voice entered his ears, Yang Wei instinctively responded, yeah, but soon he realized something was wrong. Wait, this voice, you. With that said, Yang Wei and Zhao Chip both jerked back to inspect as if they had seen a ghost, only to see Ning Yan standing behind them, looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. It's me, the one you've been following all the way. Ning Yan clasped her hands in front of her chest and laughed. When Yang Wei saw what Ning Yan looked like, he grabbed Zhao Ji's hand and jerked back a few steps, but he quickly calmed down and spoke. You found us long ago? After all, Yang Wei had mixed with society for so many years and had a lot of blood on his hands, so this point of determination was still there, although he didn't know why this kid was able to go around behind them, but this kid was able to be so calm. Yang Wei couldn't think of any other reason except this one. Bingo, you guessed right. Ning Yan snapped his fingers and laughed in satisfaction. Otherwise, why did I purposely lure you guys here? The guy in front of him with a face full of crossflesh wasn't too stupid. However, it was also true that someone who was too stupid and had just started mixing with society would have been hacked to death long ago. What, kid, are you still planning to eat my brother and sister? Yang Wei was amused by Ning Yan's words and attitude. He heard Ning Bank would mean that he was planning to be here and eat them, and it looked like he had a lot of stamina. Can't we? I've looked around here. Basically no one will come over. What's more crucial is that there are no cameras. Oh. Ning Yan rubbed his hands together and said excitedly. This place, however, was one that he had carefully chosen. No one was here, and there were no cameras. It was simply the perfect place to kill someone and get away with it. Good boy, actually luring us over on purpose. Zhao Chip said, you're right, this no one in all directions is really a good place to strike, but if you want to eat my brother and sister, you have to ask if the knife in your hand agrees with you, said the two, without hesitation, pulled out a spring-loaded knife from their arms. Ning Yan's 183 head was indeed quite a bit taller than the two of them. But the two of them were stronger than Ning Yan in terms of size alone, and not only did they both have knives in their hands, they were also 2 against 1. Zhao Ji didn't believe that Ning Yan, this white and tender kid, could really make any waves. This place that he had carefully chosen could perfectly serve as his burial place. Do it! Stab him, make it quick, get him dead and sink the river so that we can go back and collect the reward, Yang Wei shouted. As the words fell, the two looked at each other without any pause. With ferocious faces, they held the spring-loaded knives in their hands, one on the left and one on the right, stabbing towards Ning Yan. As long as they killed Ning Yan, not only could they get the reward money, but in the future, they could even follow that person and eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Glory and wealth, beautiful girls and young models, were beckoning towards them. Really? Seeing this, Ning Yan didn't panic or make a move. He just smiled blandly and calmly asked back, of course, die for master. In an instant, Yang Wei killed in front of Ning Yan, holding the spring-loaded knife in his hand. He stabbed at Ning Yan's heart. He wanted to kill this kid, who had been so arrogant up until now, with a single blow, not giving him the slightest chance to struggle against him. As you wish. Then, Ning Yan blinked, just as Yang Wei's knife was only a millimeter away from Ning Yan's chest. Ning Yan finally moved, with a speed that Yang Wei couldn't even see. He strangled his wrist. At the same time, he turned the knife in Yang Wei's hand in 4 directions. It stabbed at his own heart. Ah, you! Yang Wei only felt a sharp pain, dazed and confused, his mind going blank. He hadn't even seen Ning Yan's movements. More so, he couldn't figure out why this knife that was stabbing at Ning Yan ended up stabbing at himself. But Yang Wei no longer had any extra time, because his heart stopped beating. Me what me? Don't even think about it. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, would I have led you two here? Ning Yan gently pushed Yang Wei, who was staring at his eyes in death, to the ground. Zhao Ji, who had witnessed the whole thing, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that what turned out to be a simple task would actually kick a steel plate, and this steel plate was so strong and terrifying. In just a single glance, it had killed Yang Wei back. After seeing Ning Banquet turn his gaze towards himself, Zhao Ji's legs trembled, holding a spring-loaded knife in his hand and aiming it at Ning Banquet as he kept backing away, saying, "Don't come over here." Zhao Chip panicked. He was panicked. He had been in society for so many years, and it was the first time in his life that he had seen a character like Ning Yan. Simple, direct, cold-blooded, cruel, and terrifying. Moreover, Ning Yan was still smiling, and that smile was incomparably eerie in Zhao Ji's eyes. It was like a penetrating cold. Ning Yan idly walked towards Zhao Ji, smiling. "Don't hold the knife if your hands are shaking." When Ning Yan took a step forward, Zhao Ji took 3 steps back. He really didn't want to face this person, but for some reason, he only saw Ning Banquet's figure flash and suddenly appear in front of Zhao Ji, and with a hand on his neck, he lifted his entire body as easily as if he were carrying a chicken cub. "Don't kill me. Don't you kill me. I don't want to die yet." Zhao Ji grabbed Ning Yan's hand, shaking his head frantically and desperately begging for mercy. The fear of Ning Yan was all in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he was too scared. Zhao Ji peed. "So wimpy?" Ning Yan smelled the odor and said in disgust. With that, Ning Yan casually threw Zhao Chip to the ground while stomping on his head. "I cannot kill you, but you have to tell me who sent you." Ning Yan bent his head down and asked with a smile. In fact, Ning Yan had already guessed a generalization in his mind. These two were too dish and too weak, and didn't even look like people from the East. To avenge their country's death and take the Heaven's Mandate Stone from Ning Yan's hands, these two trash weren't enough to look at. Instead, it was more like the Mu family had sent them. Yes. Zhao Ji was incomparably hesitant. He wanted to survive, but he was also afraid of that one's retaliation. Looking at Zhao Ji's appearance, Ning Yan increased the power on his feet by a few points and spoke. "I'm not patient. Don't swallow." Listening to Ning Yan's unpleasant tone, while intuitively feeling the increased power on his feet, Zhao Ji couldn't carry it any longer and blurted out, "It's the eldest Miss Mu family. It's her. She's the one who spent $500,000 to buy your life." Zhao Ji couldn't care less. He had to survive first before he could think about the future. "Big Miss Mu?" Ning Yan asked. "Mu Yunshu?" Ning Yan frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Mu Yunshu shouldn't be this stupid. Even if she wanted to get herself, she wouldn't have chosen this stupid way and hired such a stupid person, right? Moreover, Mu Yunshu didn't seem to have a motive to kill him. Zhao Chip panicked. "It's not. It's..." Chapter 19. Do you think it's reasonable to cut off the grass without removing the roots? It's Mu Shueji. The first lady of the Mu family is Mu Shueji. Lest Ning Banquet misunderstand, Zhao Ji shouted out in a hoarse voice. "Mu Yunshu's sister?" Ning Yan was puzzled and asked. Mu Yunshu had mentioned to Ning Yan that she had a half-sister, and although he didn't know the exact name, he remembered that this person existed. In fact, Ning Yan was not surprised that these two people were sent out by Mu Shueji. The point he was puzzled about was, why would they address Mu Shueji as Missy? Wasn't Mu Yunshu the older sister? Or is it that in the eyes of the Mu family, there is only Mu Shueji, the pearl in the palm of their hand, simply did not take Mu Yunshu as their own daughter? Thinking about it this way, it is much more reasonable. Yes, Zhao Chip responded tremblingly. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Shueji had given too much, a full $500,000, topping 5 years of an ordinary office worker's salary, how could he and Yang Wei be so desperate? "I tied the knot yesterday, and I'll have someone come and do it today." Ning Yan smiled playfully and mocked. "This is really fast efficiency." Ning Yan came from the Ning family in the capital, and he had seen a lot of grudges and feuds in the mansion since he was young, but to be honest, it was the first time he had seen one as adventurous and direct as Mu Shueji. "I don't know whether she hates Mu Yunshu, or is really so confident. To send someone to kill him directly without even doing any investigation was horribly stupid. Listening to Ning Yan's words mocking Mu Shueji, Zhao Chip thought for a moment before adding, not just to you, but also to Mu Yunshu that, since he had already betrayed Mu Shueji, there was no turning back. Zhao Ji then decided to completely betray, as a surrender, in exchange for a way out for himself. Oh, Ning Yan lifted his foot, letting go of Zhao Chip on the ground, and spoke, speak on. Upon hearing the three words Mu Yunshu, a jittery feeling suddenly surfaced in Ning Yan's heart. It seemed that Mu Shueji had great ambitions, and wasn't willing to just settle himself. He was also prepared to clean up Mu Yunshu along with him. Zhao Ji felt the piercing chill emanating from Ning Yan's body, and couldn't help but shiver as he said, I've heard that eldest Miss Mu is going to drug Mu Yunshu. Good, very good. Ning Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil as he sneered. It's really a family that loves each other. Hearing the word drugged, there was no need for Zhao Ji to say anymore. Ning Yan was clear on what Mu Shueji intended to do. Mu Yunshu's own sister, not only was she ruthless, but she was also bold, actually dared to drug Mu Yunshu at the cocktail party, wanting to make her own sister lose her reputation. Without much thought, Ning Yan can also know that the media's long guns and short cannons have long been waiting downstairs in the hotel. I'm afraid, just wait until tomorrow, Linden City and even the whole country of Daxia will be full of Mu Yunshu's hot search. Zhao Ji lay on the ground, shrank back, looked at Ning Yan timidly, gathered enough courage, and said, I've said it all. You promised me that you'd let me go. Zhao Ji didn't want anything right now. He only wanted Ning Yan to keep his promise. He only wanted to live. Ning Yan clapped his hands, calmly looked at Zhao Ji, and laughed. As we all know, I've always never left any loose ends. You. Zhao Ji pointed at Ning Yan, his face showing bitterness, and he was momentarily speechless. He didn't understand why he had gullibly trusted Ning Yan, a guy who was untrustworthy in his words. He clearly knew. He had said everything. Ha 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 ha. Ning Yan laughed aloud, and that spring-loaded knife of Zhao Ji's flew into Ning Yan's hands. In the next moment, Zhao Chip only heard Ning Yan whispering in his own ear, do you think it's reasonable to cut off the grass without removing the roots? Immediately afterward, Zhao Ji felt a sharp pain in his heart and let out a miserable scream. The spring-loaded knife had been inserted above Zhao Ji's heart by Ning Yan. Zhao Ji's blood continued to gush out from the wound. Ning Yan had always practiced one principle, to cut down the roots. Even if it was a small ant, he would not leave a scourge for his own apprentices. The matter of 30 years west of the river and 30 years east of the river was not something that Ning Yan wanted to happen to him. If the grass was cut and the roots were not removed, then the odds were that it would grow again in the spring. Therefore, Ning Banquet would have to condemn Zhao Ji. After settling Zhao Ji, Ning Yan expressionlessly stood up, pulled out his own cell phone, unlocked the screen, and dialed at the string of numbers that had no notes. Hey, come out. After saying those three words, Ning Yan hung up without any nonsense. After about 5 seconds, several dozen meters behind him, a woman with delicate features and dressed in a uniform walked out. Ning Yan swept a glance at the woman and spoke. Within 5 minutes, I want Mu Yunshu's detailed location. Vermilion Bird? Hearing Ning Yan's almost commanding words, Vermilion Bird was slightly stunned and somewhat dumbfounded. Vermilion Bird was a professional after all, and quickly came back to his senses, saying to Ning Yan, young Master Ning, do you realize what you're saying? I'm here to spy on you, not to be driven by you. Saying this, Vermilion Bird pointed at herself and then at Ning Yan. She didn't know if she was crazy, or if Ning Yan was crazy. This young Master Ning was actually making use of a person who had come to spy on him? Vermilion Bird, you have to understand one thing, without my acquiescence, who in this world do you think can spy on me? Or is it that you, national security, are confident that you have the strength or the qualifications to do so? Ning Yan sniffed, his gaze austere as his mighty pressure surged up, pressing down on the Zhu Yao who had questioned him. You, Vermilion Bird gritted his teeth. It wanted to retort, but had no way to do so, because Ning Yan was telling the truth. This matter of their National Security Bureau spying on Ning Banquet was first and foremost authorized by Ning Banquet's own acquiescence, while the higher-ups had reached a consensus with the Ning family before they were qualified to spy on Ning Banquet. Otherwise, whether it was with Ning Banquet's strength or his background, not to mention her, Vermilion Bird, even if the higher-ups were to arrive in person, they wouldn't have that qualification. The reason was also very simple. It was because Ning Yan had really been strong to that point. Ning Yan looked at the time on his cell phone and spoke. There are still 3 minutes and 21 seconds left. Seize the opportunity and don't make the scene too ugly. Ning Yan's tone brooked no refusal, and Ning Yan's implication was also obvious. If you're a human being, you have to have the awareness of being a human being. Don't give face to face. Young Master Ning, this is out of order. Zhu Yao tried to struggle and snapped. Up until this point, Vermilion Bird still wanted to abide by the rules of the NSA. 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Ning Yan glanced at the time again and smiled blandly. Rules? You're talking to me about rules? That thing can restrict me? Hearing Vermilion Bird's words, Ning Yan felt amused. This thing called rules was made by the strong for the weak to follow. It was also worthy of being abided by him. Ning Yan? If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Yan needed Mu Yunshu's exact address, he already didn't want to bull ***** with this woman anymore. This, Zhu Yao was dumbfounded. Although Ning Banquet's words were blunt, they were indeed the same thing. To a character like him, that was vain. Being able to let her spy on him wasn't giving face to the national security. It was giving face to Elder Ning. 1 minute and 57 seconds. Ning Yan's face was as frosty as ice, and he said grimly, if anything happens to Mu Yunshu, I don't mind lifting up the National Security Bureau after I return to the capital. By the way, I'll help you guys make a big change. You know, this is as easy as a slap in the face for me. This great blood change meant no other than to take care of everyone in the National Security Bureau, except for the top brass. And even if Ning Yan did so, the most the top would do was to blame, because of his identity, and even more so because of his strength. After all, Ning Yan had a legitimate reason to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Don't. She's at the Imperial Hotel, room 707 on the 28th floor. That medicine only needs to be soaked in ice water for 2 hours to dissolve its power. Vermilion Bird couldn't carry it anymore, instantly breaking his defense and blurting it out. Even the drug that Mu Yunshu had been drugged with was told to him. After Mu Yunshu had gotten a license with Ning Yan, she had also become a target of the NSA's surveillance. That was why he had pressed Vermilion Bird for Mu Yunshu's whereabouts. Moreover, Ning Yan was clear about one more issue. The people from the state security didn't dare to really let anything happen to Mu Yunshu, because as long as Mu Yunshu was on the same red book as Ning Yan, she was the grandson-in-law of the Ning family, and they, the state security, couldn't withstand Elder Ning's wrath. Those who know what's good for them are good at what's good for them. Vermilion Bird, you're very good. Ning Yan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. If there's any responsibility, do your best to push it onto my head. I'll take it on myself. The rules of the national security. Ning Yan didn't care, but Vermilion Bird couldn't. Since she had spoken out, there was no harm in taking this responsibility for her. Many thanks, young Master Ning. Vermilion Bird clasped her fists. These 2 corpses, you should take care of them along with them. Ning Yan casually pointed at the corpses on the ground and instructed, I believe in your national security's abilities, and you certainly won't let me down. Vermilion Bird tugged at the corners of his mouth, helpless in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he only nodded silently. In the entire Grand Xia, he, young Master Ning, was the only one who dared to make use of the people of national security like this, or to use them as if they were handymen. Vermilion Bird pursed her lips and asked, how do you plan to get over there? Zhu Yao knew in her heart that since Ning Yan was only asking about Mu Yunshu's whereabouts, it meant that he was planning to go over there personally to save him, and wasn't prepared to fake out the national security. This place is too far away from the Empire Grand Hotel. Even if we fly over, I'm afraid it's too late, Ning Yan casually replied. With that, Ning Yan raised his hand, and directed it at the air in front of him, gently tearing it. A crack instantly appeared. Urban High Marshal, Law Series, no immortal cultivation, no cultivation plot, no map changes. Let's go. Ning Yan waved his hand with his back to Vermilion Bird, then stepped into that rift. That rift silently disappeared after Ning Yan entered, tearing through space and shattering laws. Zero is already this strong? Could the rumors be true? Is Zero really just one last step away from stepping into that realm? He's only 23 years old. Vermilion Bird was dumbstruck as she witnessed the scene in front of her, and was left with nothing but shock. She knew that Ning Yan was strong, but she had never expected that this young master of the Ning family, who had killed his way through foreign countries, would actually be strong to this extent. No wonder he was able to snatch the heavenly fate stone from the hands of the foreign gods and keep it for himself. I don't know how long it took before Vermilion Bird retrieved his thoughts, and after taking a long breath, he called Xuan Wu over. Call a few people over to dispose of the bodies and clear the traces. Chapter 20, Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu, this is your life. Imperial Grand Hotel. A room somewhere on the 14th floor, by the window. Missy, it's all arranged up there. Wang Yueying stood at one side, respectfully reporting to Mu Shueji, who was leaning on the sofa by the window. 10 minutes before, Wang Yueying followed Mu Shueji's request. First in Mu Yunshu's wine, under the foreign imported aphrodisiac. Also took the pretext of Mu Yunshu's side of the entourage. Subsequently, under the guise of Mu's father's name, asked Mu Yunshu to meet in room 707 on the 28th floor. Good. Well done. Mu Shueji shook the red wine glass in her hand and looked out the window at the moonlight. Thanks for the compliment, Missy. this is all what I should do. Wang Yueying hears her own boss's praise and quickly speaks up. Mu Shueji didn't pay any attention to Wang Yueying's self-effacement. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Her red lips gently opened and laughed. Three muscular men infused with aphrodisiacs. Mu Yunshu enjoy it. Thinking about her flawless plan, Mu Shueji couldn't help but feel a little smug. As long as Mu Yunshu entered that room, even if she instantly realized something was wrong, it would be too late. As Mu Yunshu's own sister, Mu Shueji naturally clear that the sister's hands are not bad, so for her to choose is a special aphrodisiac. In the infinite expansion of desire at the same time, paralyze part of Mu Yunshu's nerves, so that it is powerless to resist struggling. And then there are three filled with aphrodisiacs muscleman in the side. Dry wood meets fire. Mu Yunshu in a disaster. Mu Shuejian sipped lightly on the red wine shaking in her glass and opened her mouth. After half an hour, arrange for the reporters and also the self-media to go up. Since the bow was opened, there was no turning back. For this woman, Mu Yunshu, it had to be for so long already, so that she would be infamous and never be able to get back on her feet again. Understood. That side has already been contacted, and are all gathered on the third floor on standby, just waiting for the time to arrive. Then we can send her on a hot search. Wang Yueying nodded and laughed badly. Whether it was the entertainment journalists, finance and economics, or the self-publishing media, she had long arranged for them to be in the conference room on the third floor. It was only necessary to wait for another half an hour. It would be possible for these people to rush to room 707 and capture first-hand information, recording Mu Yunshu's unattainable linen business goddess, the ugliest side of her lust. At most 1 hour, this explosive news can top the hot search, spread throughout the entire daxia. Mu Shueji stood up, lightly raised the red wine glass in his hand, looked out the window and laughed. Mu Yunshu ah Mu Yunshu, this is your life. The red liquid that spilled out of the wine glass, as if Mu Shueji was sacrificing Mu Yunshu in advance. In a trance, Mu Shueji seemed to have seen. Looming international stock price plummeted. Mu Yunshu's reputation was ruined. Completely from the high and pure between the clouds, fell into the dirty dirt. I'd like to see, after tonight, you still have the face to stand in Linen City? You're also the #1 beauty in linen. Are you worthy of it? Of course, the Mu family will only have one daughter from now on as well. Mu Shueji's hatred towards Mu Yunshu has been around for a long time. Not only because Mu Yunshu was born outstanding. Since childhood, the spotlight all converged on her body, making Mu Shueji jealous. More so, because of the family's right to inheritance. After all, the world is all about profit. The world is all about profit. Although everyone in the Mu family called Mu Shueji Miss, but the outside world has recognized Mu Yunshu as the Mu family Miss. That is, the first heir to the Mu family. Mu family old man said on his lips, let Mu Yunshu and the capital male son marriage, is for Mu Shueji in exchange for more benefits. But Mu Shueji is not a little cutie. She was well aware of what this marriage would mean once it was completed. Really to that time, is her father favors her? Oneself is also very difficult to fight Mu Yunshu and her in-laws. So even after learning that Mu Yunshu was married to a wild man, Mu Shueji still decided to strike first, completely solve this trouble of Mu Yunshu, never end the future trouble. Seeing this, Wang Yueying immediately flattered. Congratulations, Missy, congratulations, Missy, you will be the sole heir of the Mu family in the future. The Mu family will definitely rise high under your leadership. Wang Yueying was a good judge of character. She knew exactly when to say something. Right now, for example, at the time when Mu Shueji was complacent, she only needed to follow her wishes and keep flattering her. As long as this self-proclaimed intelligent young lady was coaxed into being happy, the benefits would definitely be unavoidable for herself. Well said, you are able to speak. Mu Shueji smiled with satisfaction as she heard this. Reward, double the bonus. Many thanks Missy. Wang Yueying's face showed joy. Ha 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 ha. As long as you do your best to sell your life to this young lady, you definitely won't be treated poorly in the future. Mu Shueji patted Wang Yueying's shoulder and laughed. Mu Shueji was very satisfied with the subordinate that her father had arranged for her. After all, she did a good job and could talk. Who else would not like it? Yes. Wang Yueying bowed her head. I will never slack off. Mu Shueji withdraws her hand, walks barefoot to the window and sits down, and opens her mouth. Alright, wait for another half an hour. Then you can greet those people up there. Really looking forward to it. Mu Shueji already couldn't wait for the time to leap to half an hour later. Similarly, there was also the Wang Yueying on the side. The real Wang Yueying has been disposed of. Now standing beside Mu Shueji is by the national security personnel pretending to be. Wang Yueying is also looking forward to zero how to solve this problem. Room 707 on the 28th floor. The moment she entered the room and saw those three horny, muscular men, Mu Yunshu knew she had been duped. Originally, Mu Yunshu was planning to make a move and settle those three muscular men, but for some reason, she couldn't use her strength, and her body became incredibly heavy. With nothing else to do, Mu Yunshu hid in the bathroom and locked herself in. Bang bang bang! Fierce tapping sounds kept coming from outside the door. Beauty, don't hide inside. Come out and have fun together. Yeah, I'm already horny. Come out, come out. Let's be happy together. Definitely send you to the clouds. Make you die of lust. Underneath the sound of slapping the door, were the surly voices of three muscular men. Under the effect of the aphrodisiac, they became horny. Bang! There was another slamming sound. 10 Iris, pick up the phone. Why can't you get in touch at a critical time? Pick up the phone, pick up the phone. Mu Yunshu's first reaction was to dial for help like Chang Shiki's, but for some reason, the phone in his hand had not been connected and was on a busy signal. And under the pressing external circumstances, what caused Mu Yunshu the most headache was her physical condition. Her body was weak, hard to bear, and she couldn't make any effort. What was even stranger was that in Mu Yunshu's body, a fire inexplicably sprang up. The more it burned, the more vigorous it became. It wouldn't be long before desire took over the high ground and Mu Yunshu's sanity would be washed away. I can't take it anymore. Break down the door of this Thai toilet. I'm really going to blow up if I keep holding it in. Me too. Smash it open. Mu Yunshu was not the only one whose body was suffering unbearably. There were also the three muscular men outside the door. As the effects of the aphrodisiac began to dissipate, their bodies were like 10,000 ants drilling, in desperate need of a hole to vent. But the Imperial Grand Hotel, after all, was one of the top hotels in Linen. There was no cutting corners in the selection of materials for the doors and windows, so let the three muscular men hit half a day. That toilet door, in addition to some chaffing, still not moving. Stinky woman, I advise you that you'd better come out obediently by yourself and let me finish draining the fire. Otherwise, when I go in and catch you, I will never let you off easily. Seeing that banging on the door was difficult to succeed for a while, the impotent and furious muscular men began to try to threaten Mu Yunshu. In their minds, they had already gone through dozens of positions, making up their minds. They would never let go of this damned tonight. Inside the bathroom, 10 Iris, what the hell did you do? Why don't you answer the phone? Listening to the crashing sounds, abusive and threatening sounds that were stumbling outside the door, coupled with the constant dryness in his body, Mu Yunshu also began to become anxious. Here, there can't be a signal blocker, right? A thought that violently surfaced in Mu Yunshu's mind. With Mu Yunshu's understanding of Changshir Kite, this BFF of hers was on 24 hours a day. There was no way she would miss a call. Thinking about this, Mu Yunshu dialed the other people's phone numbers, and the result was the same. Mu Shueji, you're really well prepared. Until this moment, how could Mu Yunshu not understand who it was that set up the scheme to count on her? It was only her good half-sister. It was really unscrupulous. I won't really be planted here, right? Mu Yunshu leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling, all thoughts of despair. Woo-woo, a wave of despair, surging to her heart. Mu Yunshu could no longer hold on strongly and cried out. Right now, she was truly screaming for help. No one knew where she was. It was also even more unlikely that anyone would come to her rescue. Despair, helplessness, crash it hard. I can't hold it in. I'm going to play that to death later. That's exactly what I want to do. Outside the door, three lustful muscle men, irritated, were taking turns to ram it. 3 minutes later, with a bang, the door guarding Mu Yunshu completely dissolved into nothingness as the glass shattered and scattered all over the place. Open? Ha 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 ha. The muscular man with tattoos was overjoyed and laughed aloud. The three men's eyes were covered in red threads and their veins burst, salivating as they walked towards Mu Yunshu. Don't come over, don't come over. You guys, let me go. I can give you guys money. As long as you guys make a price, I can fulfill your demands. Mu Yunshu held on to her weak and restless body, and with the last vestiges of her sanity, she retreated back and forth. She could only hope now that she could use money to impress these three muscular men in exchange for a ray of life for herself. No matter how much money they wanted, Mu Yunshu would oblige them. Money was something outside of her body, as long as she was safe and sound. What's the use of money? All we want now is to have a spring night with you, the #1 beauty in Linen City's business community. Little beauty, let me love you well. The three muscular men rubbed their hands together, their eyes glowing as they walked towards Mu Yunshu. Their sanity had long been washed away by the drug's effect. Don't! Mu Yunshu panicked and shrilled. How can you not want it? Do you know how hard it is for me to hold it in? Come on! As the words fell, one of the muscular men violently pounced on Mu Yunshu, trying to tear her dress. But just as his hand was about to touch Mu Yunshu, a crack appeared out of nowhere in the space in front of him. A pair of black shoes instantly imprinted on his face, and his entire person flew out backwards, crashing on top of the opposite wall. Ouch! It's better for me to love you. 3. A figure strangely appeared within this narrow bathroom. The other two muscular men, witnessing this scene in front of them, were instantly dumbfounded and shouted, Who are you? Chapter 21. Since you've made a move, it's not polite to come and go. Disbelief was written all over the faces of the two men. How could they not expect that within this one confined space? Why would a person suddenly appear at first glance? Moreover, this person had even kicked their companion away. It was simply unbelievable. At a certain moment, they even began to doubt their own eyes. Do dead people need to know so much? Ning Yan smiled blandly and said calmly, if it were any other day, with Ning Yan's personality, he would have definitely played these three guys to death. But now that Mu Yunshu was in a bad situation, Ning Yan was not in the mood for nonsense. He just wanted to make quick work of it and get rid of these three trash who were trying to get their hands on Mu Yunshu. Hearing the word dead in Ning Yan's mouth, Su Bing was instantly displeased, but considering that Ning Yan's fists and kicks weren't weak, he forced down the anger in his chest and opened his mouth. Brother, don't be so impulsive with your words. We're all men. Since you're here as well, we'll all see what we see and take turns in line. What do you think? Saying this, Su Bing pointed behind Ning Banquet, at Mu Yunshu who was huddled in the corner. Su Bing's purpose was simple, to use Mu Yunshu to lure Ning Yan. It was better to be happy alone than to be happy together, and he didn't believe that Ning Banquet could resist this temptation. Not how. Ning Yan's gaze flinched as he sneered, using his wife, to make an exchange with him? Ning Yan didn't even know how on earth this ghostly genius in front of him had come up with this idea. He, Ning someone, didn't have a cuckold fetish yet. Shame on you, tie this guy up. It's just as well to play with him together, so the three of us can let off some steam. Su Bing was infuriated and shouted. Originally, there was only one Mu Yunshu, not enough for the three of them. Now it's good that there's such a white and clean handsome guy. It was just right to help them vent their fire together. Su Bing had always been both male and female, and had no inhibitions whatsoever. Good idea. The muscular man who had been kicked off by Ning Yan, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and came forward. Agreeing, like Su Bing, he was also unisex. Moreover, he was prepared to let Mu Yunshu go to the other two, and he wanted to play with this asshole who kicked him in the face first. Taking me to vent your fire? The corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up with a hint of evil. The next moment, Ning Yan moved. Bang! With just one kick, the three people were kicked out of the bathroom. After all, Mu Yunshu was Ning Yan's nominal wife, so she still had to take her feelings into consideration. Killing someone in front of her was not good after all. The three people who had been kicked away were enraged and instantly climbed up, attempting to swarm and restrain Ning Yan. However, Ning Yan's movements did not stop, and his ghostly figure flashed in front of Su Bing. Immediately afterward, when Su Bing was caught off guard, he aimed a palm down at his ceiling. Su Bing's head was like an exploded watermelon. Red and white things splashed around. The screams did not come from Su Bing, but from the two people who had witnessed the whole thing with their own eyes. How could they not expect that this white and clean handsome man in front of them would be so ruthless? It was also ruthless to this heart-stopping extent. Slapping the head with his bare hands, the muscular man was dumbfounded and muttered, Is this still a human being? That's a human head. That's not a watermelon. Even if there was a blunt weapon, a sharp weapon, to chop off someone's head, it wouldn't be that glib, would it? But this man in front of him, did it easily with his bare hands? Even, the most horrible thing is, there wasn't a trace of blood on his body. Yes, that brain plasma blood splattered everywhere. The only thing that didn't splatter on the person who killed Su Bing. You, what the hell are you? The muscular man with the tattoos snapped back to his senses, pointing at Ning Yan and questioning. In his eyes, Ning Yan and the monster were no longer the same. I just came and said that dead people don't need to know so much. Ning Yan smiled blandly, and choked the necks of the two muscular men with his hands left and right. These two strong men, who both weighed around 200 pounds, were picked up by Ning Yan as lightly as a feather. You really dare to kill someone here? The muscular man with the tattoos questioned as he kept slapping Ning Yan's hand, his face red. As long as Ning Banquet pushed just a little bit harder, either his neck would be broken or he would suffocate to death. Killing one is killing, and killing both of you in passing, isn't that also killing? Ning Yan laughed. Ning Yan's tone was extremely calm. To him, killing was nothing more than a family affair. Don't spare me. The two muscular men began to beg for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Ning Yan's hands, gently twisted, only to hear a click sound. The two muscular men who were originally still gasping for breath, instantly lost their vitality. Throwing the two corpses away, Ning Yan turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Mu Yunshu was curled up on the ground, her head buried between her legs, her body constantly trembling. Mu Yunshu, how's your situation now? Ning Yan squatted down and gently patted Mu Yunshu's back, asking gently. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yunshu raised her head and looked at the man beside her. Ning Ning Yan, you're here? Saying that, Mu Yunshu violently pounced into Ning Yan's arms, as if a fledgling returning to its nest. Woo woo. Feeling that expansive warmth, Mu Yunshu's emotions could no longer be tensed and she let out a loud cry. At this moment, she was no longer the arrogant and cold female president, but more like a bullied little girl. Ning Yan, who was being held by her, was her biggest dependence right now. Mu Yunshu, who had already despaired, simply did not expect that someone would actually come to her rescue. It also came in such a timely manner, and this person is also her new husband who just received a license yesterday. In a trance, Mu Yunshu felt that the goddess of fortune still favored her. I'm coming. Ning Yan let Mu Yunshu hold her tightly, patting her back and soothing her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It'll be fine. Inexplicably, Ning Yan was a little heartbroken. Aha! Mu Yunshu was like a kitten, rubbing in Ning Yan's arms, whimpering, you know what? Just now I'm so afraid of being them. Woo woo. Mu Yunshu was really scared, and the emotion of despair filled her heart. That feeling of powerlessness was extremely suffocating. It's fine. I've solved it all. Ning Yan did not know what to say, and only continued to pacify. Perhaps it was the emotional ups and downs, or perhaps it was Ning Yan beside her. Mu Yunshu dropped her guard. The restlessness and lust in her body instantly spiraled out of control. Ning Yan, kiss me. Mu Yunshu's eyes were red, and her arms deftly hooked around Ning Yan's neck. The body's instincts drove Mu Yunshu to kiss Ning Yan's lips straight away. Looking at Mu Yunshu who took such initiative, Ning Yan was caught off guard. After kissing for a few moments, Mu Yunshu let go of Ning Yan's lips and started to work on picking at Ning Yan's clothes. I want it. Quick. Ning Yan, I'm quick. At this moment, Mu Yunshu was enjoying her flirtatious colors to the fullest. Damn it, that drug effect is coming up. This damn place isn't the place to dissolve the medicine either. That's just it. Yunshu can only condemn you to faint for a while. Ning Yan raised his hand and struck above Mu Yunshu's neck. The force was not too light and not too heavy, just enough to knock the irrational Mu Yunshu unconscious. Mu Shueji, right? Since you've made a move, it's not polite to come without a fight. As the words fell, the three corpses of muscular men that were originally lying horizontally in the room suddenly floated into the air. In the next moment, under the manipulation of some kind of force, they were set into the wall side by side. At the same time, their clothes broke, revealing their naked barley bodies. The blood scattered on the ground, also flew up and began to arrange and combine. Three large characters, which were clearly printed on the stomachs of the three muscular men. Mu, Snow, Clear. Ning Banquet picked up Mu Yunshu horizontally, admiring his work, and smiled. This great gift, I hope you like it. Space was once again torn apart. Ning Yan turned around and stepped into it. No. 1058. Imperial Water Bay. Bathroom. Should we undress her? Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, who was lying in the bathtub, and started to make a mistake. He was a bit torn on whether or not to help Mu Yunshu take off her clothes. After all, although the two of them were husband and wife, however, they were a famous but not real agreement couple. The matter of taking off clothes was really a bit over the line, and tomorrow when Mu Yunshu woke up, he wouldn't be able to explain. If you don't take it off now, you'll have to take it off after soaking in the ice water. Can't wear these wet clothes all night, right? Ning Yan slammed his head and realized a problem. There was no difference between taking it off now and taking it off later. Although Mu Yunshu's body was quite good and she exercised regularly, but really letting her wear these wet clothes and just lie there all night, even an Iron Man would have to catch a cold and fever. Just take it off. I'm Mu Yunshu's licensed husband, so what the hell? Thinking about this, Ning Yan dispelled all his concerns and tangles. He didn't even know what he had to dwell on. He was Mu Yunshu's legitimate husband, and taking off her clothes was reasonable and lawful. Moreover, it was also to save her, so there was a reason to do it. Ning Yan did as he said, and quickly undressed Mu Yunshu's dress. After removing the clothes and skirt, Ning Yan looked at the spring light in front of her eyes. Her eyes lit up, and she lamented, I'm afraid this is a C+, right? It's really choppy and deep. Well, the feel is quite good. After numbly removing all the restraints from Mu Yunshu's body, Ning Yan placed her in a bathtub filled with ice water. Looking at the quietly lying Mu Yunshu, Ning Yan took a deep breath inside. Mu Yunshu's body has nothing to say. It's really top. Previously, Ning Yan only knew that Mu Yunshu was big, but only after seeing it with his own eyes could he feel the impact. Capitalized and terrifying as hell. Skin like condensed fat, hands like soft razor, color like grub, teeth like gourd, cicatrix with a moth eyebrow, smiling wryly, beautiful eyes look forward to. Even if you don't put on any powder, you are already the best color on earth. It is true that you can question the character of the rich, but not their taste. Mu Yunshu was called the #1 beauty in Linen's business world, and it was very justified. I'd better go out and wait. If we keep looking, I'm afraid even I won't be able to hold it. Ning Yan pinched his brow, restrained the fire of desire that was burning in his belly, and turned around to walk out of the bathroom. To Mu Yunshu's body, Ning Yan only had 2 words to say: perfect. In terms of beauty alone, even among the women Ning Yan had seen, Mu Yunshu was enough to rank in the top 3. Coupled with her hot body, Mu Yunshu is the top one in Ning Yan's heart. Chapter 22, We're legally married. There's no need to be so formal, right? 2 hours later, Ning Yan pinched the time, took a deep breath, and did a good job of psychological construction. Taking the change of clothes that he had found for Mu Yunshu, he once again walked into the bathroom full of spring light. Few angelic face, devilish body. Mu Yunshu, you are truly a seductive little demon. As he took the bath towel and started to wipe it off continuously, Ning Yan gasped and sighed continuously in his heart. This test was a torment for Ning Yan. It was simply a million times more torturous than when he had killed his way out of the Illuminati's headquarters a few years ago, when he had not yet attained his cultivation. Holding his breath, Ning Yan accelerated the speed of wiping, muttering under his breath, "Hurry up and put it on her." After wrapping Mu Yunshu tightly in a bathrobe, Ning Yan picked her up in a horizontal embrace and headed towards Mu Yunshu's room. Marred. After living for so long, for the first time in my life I've been so tormented that I can look but not eat. When had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Let's not talk about being able to look or not be able to eat. Whether it was in the capital, or abroad, whether it was a noblewoman from a powerful family, or a royal princess, as long as Ning Banquet hooks his hand, they will strip themselves clean and then lie on Ning Banquet's bed by themselves. This unprecedented special treatment was something that only Mu Yunshu could enjoy. Who let Ning Yan dislike taking advantage of people? It's better to just watch over her here tonight, Ning Yan murmured as he looked at the sleeping woman after placing Mu Yunshu on the bed and covering her up. After tossing and turning for so long, he was also tired. Lying on the side of Mu Yunshu's bed, Ning Yan also fell asleep. The next day, more than 9 o'clock. Don't come over. Don't you guys come over. Don't touch me. Ah! With a scream, Mu Yunshu awoke from her nightmare. She dreamt of those 3 muscular men, wreaking havoc on her, her entire body unclean. Mu Yunshu, who was in a state of shock, broke out in a cold sweat and looked around her surroundings with palpitations. She realized that the environment here seemed incomparably familiar, as if it was her home. However, Mu Yunshu didn't have a single memory of how she came back. It wasn't just Mu Yunshu who woke up at the same time. There was also Ning Yan who was lying on the side of the bed guarding her. Yawn. You're awake? Ning Yan asked sleepily as he yawned. Originally sleeping on his back was not a deep sleep. Plus Mu Yunshu's tugging and screaming. It would be strange if he didn't wake up. However, looking at Mu Yunshu's pathetic appearance, Ning Yan's dissatisfaction at being woken up instantly melted away. To such Mu Yunshu, Ning Yan really couldn't be angry at all. Ning Yan. After Mu Yunshu saw Ning Yan's face clearly, as if she had found something to rely on, she jumped into his arms and hugged him. Although she didn't remember how she came back, but she remembered that it was Ning Yan who had saved her last night in the nick of time when she was in danger. As well as, Mu Yunshu remembered very clearly. It was just that she really didn't remember anything about what happened behind her and why she appeared at home. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We're at home. Ning Yan also put his arm around Mu Yunshu and said, "Look, this is your room, your bed. It's just the 2 of us here. There's no one else." Feeling the softness in his arms, the body scent that came to his nose, and the trusting dependence, Ning Yan then felt that his efforts last night hadn't been in vain. Mu Yunshu answered softly. In Ning Yan's arms, she hugged him for a while before reluctantly leaving, perhaps realizing something. After all, with the relationship between the 2 of them, this kind of behavior was a bit too intimate. Last night at the Imperial Palace Hotel, "It was you who saved me?" Mu Yunshu asked as she lightly brushed away the green silk hanging down from her forehead. Mu Yunshu knew she was asking knowingly, but in order to cover up the embarrassment she felt just now, she could only change the topic. "Yeah, it's also thanks to your dear husband going in time. Otherwise, this flowery wife of mine would have been spoiled." Ning Yan leaned on the bed with his hand propping up his face, admiring the small embarrassment on Mu Yunshu's blooming beauty, and joked in a serious manner. Looking at Mu Yunshu in front of him, Ning Yan somehow always felt his heart itching, always wanting to molest this beautiful woman. Not a proper one. Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and pouted. Saying so, she raised her hand and poked Ning Yan's chest. Immediately afterward, Mu Yunshu bit her lips, lowered her head, and said, "Ning Yan, thank you." Mu Yunshu was thanking Ning Yan from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu didn't dare to imagine just what she would have experienced last night. Even more so, she didn't dare to imagine where she would have appeared after waking up today, and what she would have experienced. Fortunately, Ning Yan was there. After she woke up, she was in her own home, in her own bed, with her own husband guarding the side. "No need to thank you. This is a service you deserve. Ning Yan spoke. After all, who let us, Mu Dafu, already spend so much money on me? Ning Yan was speaking the truth. As soon as they met, Mu Yunshu had stuffed him with 2 bank cards. At night, she dragged him to go shopping and spent no less than $1 million. She also transferred money to him at the drop of a hat. Just based on these, Ning Yan feels that it is his duty to do something for Mu Yunshu. Not to mention, Mu Yunshu's mom, his mother-in-law, had stuffed him with so many things. Hatch. Saying that, Ning Yan yawned again, and it looked like he didn't sleep well last night. You've been guarding me all night? Mu Yunshu asked. Looking at Ning Yan's appearance, Mu Yunshu was touched and heartbroken. Not only did this man save her back, he also guarded her all night. Who else would not be touched? Not to mention, women are inherently emotional creatures. Well, you always have to have someone by your side. Ning Yan patted her face and casually said, it's the same wherever you sleep anyway, even in cliffs and piles of dead people. Ning Yan had slept. It was just that after returning to China for this year, having been pampered for a long time, sleeping in a slightly harsher environment was a bit uncomfortable, but it was also okay, it was just harmless. Mu Yunshu said, thank you. As Mu Yunshu listened to Ning Yan's breezy words, the only emotion left on her face was touched. It was because Ning Yan was the single best man in this world, other than Mu Yunshu's grandfather, who had treated her the best. Mu Yunshu felt warmth in him. Ning Yan looked at the emotionally overwhelmed Mu Yunshu, smacked his lips, and said, MS. Mu Yunshu, in just a few minutes, you've already said 2 thank yous to me. We're a legitimate couple. There's no need to be so outgoing, right? Mu Yunshu shyly lowered her head. Good. After answering the question, Mu Yunshu saw that she was wearing a bathrobe, and felt that her upper body was empty. Seemingly realizing something, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she asked softly, I'm this clothes. In fact, without much thought, Mu Yunshu also knows who changed this clothes, but this scene was too embarrassing, so she could only ask this. Cough. I changed it. Ning Yan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Looking at the shy crimson on Mu Yunshu's face, Ning Yan hurriedly explained, you should remember what happened last night, right? You were drugged, and you needed to soak in ice water to dissolve the drug. I'll just took matters into my own hands. Help you. As soon as these words were uttered, the air around them became awkward and ambiguous. Mu Yunshu looked away, not daring to look at Ning Yan, and said softly, I remember. Don't you say it. If it were any other experienced woman, it would be fine, but Mu Yunshu was a rare animal who had never even been in love. Only panic remained between her pretty brows. Ning Yan appreciated Mu Yunshu's embarrassed appearance and spoke. The situation was urgent last night. I had no choice. It had to be said that Mu Yunshu in a state of shyness and embarrassment was beautiful in a unique and refreshing way. I know. It's not like I blame you. Mu Yunshu gritted her teeth and said, why are you so nervous? Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's reaction and couldn't help but want to laugh. This big rich woman Mu was talking about what he was nervous about, but it seemed as if she herself was the one who was more nervous, right? I'm not afraid that you'll misunderstand. Ning Yan forced a smile and followed Mu Yunshu's words, continuing, so that you don't think I'm taking advantage of someone. Mu Yunshu sniffed and pouted. It's not like I'm the kind of woman who doesn't know what's going on. Saying that, Mu Yunshu turned her head and raised an eyebrow at Ning Yan. Looking at Ning Yan's face, Mu Yunshu was a bit lost in thought, and without knowing where the courage came from, she opened her mouth to flirt. I can't see that my husband is quite serious. Ning Yan has always been thick-skinned. Immediately climbed up the pole, boasted, I can be more than Lu Xiaohui still sitting in the arms. The face is not red, the heart does not jump. I don't know who was last night, got a belly full of evil fire, almost couldn't hold it down, took advantage of people's danger. Mu Yunshu blinked and asked, then my body looks good? Good looking, Ning Yan blurted out. Since Mu Yunshu had asked this, Ning Yan of course had to give the most pertinent evaluation. After all, even he didn't know how he forced himself to endure it last night. Rascal! Mu Yunshu guffawed, blanking Ning Yan and pouting. For some reason, hearing Ning Yan say this, Mu Yunshu was still somewhat happy in her heart. Ning Yan was playful and spoke. Of course, it's not just about looking good. Big rascal. As soon as those words left his mouth, Mu Yunshu instantly turned red and took the pillow behind him and threw it towards him. Ning Yan's eyes and hands were quick to catch the flying pillow and laughed. Isn't this what you asked me? After a pause, he added in a serious manner, I'm just being honest. Mu Yunshu pouted. Hate it, don't even know to let me be. Mu Yunshu felt that Ning Yan was just a big straight man. Doesn't he think that girls need to be coaxed? Gulp. Before Ning Yan had a chance to speak, Mu Yunshu's stomach rumbled first. She hadn't eaten much at the reception last night, coupled with the fear. She had slept for almost 12 hours. It would be a hell of a thing if she wasn't hungry. Mu Yunshu blinked, rubbed her stomach, looked at Ning Yan, and said, I'm hungry. look at you with this blear-eyed look, Ning Yan said. I'm not as good a craftsman as you are, so don't dislike what I'll make later. Ning Yan, this was not an excuse, not to mention a humble word, but the truth. He could fly an airplane with his eyes closed on top, and fly a nuclear submarine on the bottom. The only thing he wasn't very good at was cooking. Mu Yunshu took her own pillow and pillowed it behind her, smiling. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll eat everything you cook. Ning Yan nodded. Okay, this is what you said. Just lie down and rest for a while longer. I'll send it up for you when it's done. Ning Yan didn't say any more nonsense, turned around and walked out of the room, heading straight to the kitchen. Looking at Ning Yan's back, Mu Yunshu smiled lightly. It's quite good to have him. Satisfied, Mu Yunshu picked up her cell phone that had been placed on the bedside by Ning Yan. There were a bunch of missed calls on it. There were also 99 plus prestige messages. Chapter 23. Last night there was a mega murder case at Imperial Palace. Mu Yunshu went through it roughly and quickly, and when she flipped to Chief Assistant Mo's 36 missed calls, she dialed through. Hello, little Mo. Mu Yunshu was a workaholic, so the first choice to contact Chief Assistant Mo Lan was without any surprises to speak of. Looming International President Assistant Office. Mo Lan, who was organizing and summarizing all kinds of documents, was already very busy. Plus today, President Mu actually rare did not come to the company, but also cannot be contacted. As the chief assistant, Mo Lan was even more busy. Hearing the cell phone ringing, Mo Lan did not even look at the name on the screen, and casually connected. But when she heard the voice coming from the opposite side, Mo Lan couldn't help but be shocked. Mr. Mu, are you alright? Mo Lan immediately stopped what she was doing and waited for the reply from the opposite side. She was truly worried to death, fearful that something had happened to her own president, who regarded his work as his life, especially since there was a murder at the Imperial Palace Hotel where Mr. Mu went to attend the reception yesterday. Mo Lan was really both worried and regretful. After all, Mu Yunshu was not only her boss, but also her breadwinner. At a time when the employment environment was so worrisome, if something happened to Mr. Mu, where could she find such a reasonable and good boss and such a well-paid job? It's fine, just overslept. Mu Yunshu listened to Mo Lan's rising and falling tone, frowned slightly and said, don't be alarmed. How old are you? Calm down a little. Mu Yunshu's heart was a little strange. On weekdays, this little nymph, Mo Lan, has always been unperturbed. Today could it be that she was stimulated by something? She didn't go to the office in the morning, right? Scared me to death. You have not arrived at the company at this point. The phone in Wilson cannot be contacted. I thought you had some kind of accident. Mo Lan explained. Listening to Mu Yunshu's neutral voice, Mo Lan's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it was a criticism from the leader, she was willing to take it. As long as Mr. Mu is fine, then it's good. The cell phone is disabled. Don't worry, Mu Yunshu said truthfully. This wasn't a lie. The cell phone was indeed disabled. It was just that Ning Yan had banned it, avoiding those calls and messages that disturbed her rest. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. After a shallow smile, Mu Yunshu continued to ask, how is the company side? She remembered that this morning, there were originally 2 work meetings scheduled. There were also several important documents that needed to be signed. Seeing that Mu Yunshu was unharmed, Mo Lan returned to her serious work state and said, I've already postponed and delayed the morning meeting for you. Mo Lan was able to sit firmly in the position of chief assistant, not only because of her dazzling high education, but also the ability to handle things. Even if Mu Yunshu wasn't there, she was able to arrange things in a well-organized manner without making any mistakes. Good. Well done. Mu Yunshu nodded in satisfaction and praised. It was because of the presence of Mo Lan as a capable arm that Mu Yunshu wasn't worried about the company being in disarray. Mo Lan, there are a few documents that are rather urgent and need you to review them. While reporting, Mo Lan was also flipping through the documents on the table. You send it to my cell phone. After reading it later with no problems, you can sign it electronically directly. Mu Yunshu opened her mouth after a little thought. Okay. Mo Lan seems to have thought of something, tentatively asked, Mr. Mu, you come to the company in the afternoon? Mu Yunshu didn't come to the company in the morning. There must be something urgent, but the president did not say why. As a subordinate, she is not good to ask directly, but the company affairs are busy. Cannot be a long time missing the backbone. Of course I went, as the boss. I can't take the lead and miss a day of work, right? Mu Yunshu lightly laughed and joked. Originally, with Mu Yunshu's physical condition, she could go to the company right now, but considering the fact that she hadn't been on vacation for what seemed like a very long time, so simply give yourself a half-day vacation and take a good rest. Mo Lan, okay. Seeing that the situation was pretty much understood, Mu Yunshu said, alright, you get busy first. Looking at the time, he continued, I'll be at the company around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was now almost 9:30, and it was more than enough to go over at 2 in the afternoon. Okay, goodbye Mr. Mu. Bye. After ending the call with Mo Lan, Mu Yunshu immediately dialed Chang Shiki's number. This good best friend of hers, for some reason, had called her more than 20 times and had popped up more than a dozen videos on Weixin. It looked like there was something urgent. Could it be that she was afraid that she had been abducted by Ning Yan? As soon as the phone call went over, Chang Shikai's side answered almost in seconds. Hey, 10 Iris. Mu Yunshu was ready to ask her what was going on, only to be interrupted as soon as she opened her mouth. Yunshu, my little auntie, you finally called back. I haven't been able to contact you. I thought you had some kind of accident too. I was so anxious. You know what? If you don't call me back, I'll almost go to the police station to report the case. Chang Shikai's words were like a series of cannons, not stopping for a moment, firing them all out. She was almost worried to death right now. She had only had such a good friend as Mu Yunshu since she was a child. Although Chang Shikai was very agitated, Mu Yunshu had gotten used to her speed of speech and still listened to her words calmly. She also captured the key message in Chang Shikai's words. An accident? Did something happen? Listening to Chang Shikai's meaning, Mu Yunshu could be sure that something very important had happened. However, Mu Yunshu keenly noticed that the word also, it seems that there are other people, had also gone wrong. Listening to Mu Yunshu's question, Chang Shikai was filled with doubt and asked, you don't know? Chang Shikai was shocked. This matter was all over the place in Linen City. It was almost a household name. It even rushed onto the Bib hot search. Mu Yunshu would actually not know? Chang Shikai found it hard to believe and continued to ask, where are you now? If you don't know about it, then you don't know about it. She was now more concerned about Mu Yunshu's personal safety. I'm at home. Just woke up. As soon as I opened my cell phone, I saw a bunch of missed calls and unread wires from you guys. Mu Yunshu said truthfully. Chang Shikai sniffed and said, it's good that you're okay. After a pause, he joked, almost thought that your cheap husband abducted you to the north of Maine to GA Waste. Knowing that he was worrying about nothing, Chang Shikai heart that big stone, completely landed. In a good mood, she started to joke with Mu Yunshu about Ning Banquet. Hearing Chang Shikai mention Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu looked out the door and gently smiled. He's downstairs making me breakfast. For some reason, Mu Yunshu now felt a sense of security when she heard the word Ning Yan. Can't tell, you two are getting along quite well. Chang Shikai spoke up. Chang Shikai also didn't expect that these two would get along so well. Just from Mu Yunshu's voice alone, and the meaning of her words, one could hear that she was very satisfied with the man called Ning Yan. Mu Yunshu was too lazy to dwell on this issue with the gossipy Chang Shikai. The conversation turned and opened his mouth. You're in a state of shock. Just now Xiao Mo was also in a state of shock. In the end, what's going on? Mu Yunshu was curious. In the end, what kind of thing was it that made Chang Shikai and Mo Lan both actually startled as one? Intuition told Mu Yunshu that this matter was definitely not small. Last night you went to the Imperial Palace to attend the reception, right? Chang Shikai said mysteriously. Mu Yunshu went the Chamber of Commerce invited me. Can I not go? In fact, Mu Yunshu doesn't like to show her face, and has always been uninterested in this kind of reception. If it wasn't for the Chamber of Commerce's invitation, she couldn't shirk it. Otherwise, she wouldn't go no matter what she said. Immediately afterward, Chang Shikis cleared her throat and said in a fervent manner, last night, there was a mega murder case in the Imperial Mansion. What? A mega murder case? Mu Yunshu was shocked at the words. Certain bad memory fragments began to gradually surface in her mind. Gradually, Mu Yunshu's breathing began to become rapid. However, she still forced herself to calm down and didn't let Chang Shikai see the difference. It was only certain thoughts that still drilled through involuntarily. That mega murder case, it wouldn't have anything to do with her, right? To Mu Yunshu's reaction, Chang Shikai was very satisfied and smiled. That's right, otherwise you think, when I couldn't contact you, why was I so anxious? Mu Yunshu subconsciously pinched the quilt tighter and asked in a pretense of composure. Who died? In which room? Mu Yunshu was clear that the immediate priority was to determine who the deceased was and where they died. Only then could she determine this matter, whether it was related to her or not. I don't recognize it. You shouldn't recognize it either. It was 3 men, on the 28th floor in room 707. From what my friend who handled the case said, they died quite tragically. Chang Shikai said. Mu Yunshu froze as soon as the 3 men exited. When hearing room 707 on the 28th floor, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Mu Yunshu's heart set off a shocking wave. She was certain that the 3 men that Chang Shikai spoke of were those 3 muscular men. But why were they dead? Who had killed them? For a moment, Mu Yunshu's mind was in a mess, but she still forced herself to calm down, pretending to be calm and said, so what does this have to do with me? Chang Shikai, of course it's relevant. The words were loud and clear, as if they were extremely certain. Mu Yunshu, huh? Chen Shikite suddenly laughed, but seemed very happy and asked, Shu, do you know who the first suspect is? Hearing this laughter, Mu Yunshu's heart went a little cold and she gripped the quilt tightly, saying, I just woke up, how would I know? You don't want to sell the story, quickly say it. Chapter 24. I see that your soul has been seduced by that stinky man. Listening to Chang Shikite, he meant to let her guess, but at this moment, Mu Yunshu was not in the mood to guess the answer to the riddle. She only wanted to know who the so-called first suspect was, and why would it be related to her. For the other things, she was not interested at all, nor did she want to know. Alright, not cooperative at all. You don't love me anymore. Chang Shikite pouted. In the past, Mu Yunshu would have coaxed her, even if it was childish, and would have cooperated with her performance. But unhappy or not, Chang Shikite didn't sell out anymore. It's Mu Shueji. Who did you say? The moment she heard this name, Mu Yunshu kind of couldn't believe her ears. Chang Shikite thought that Mu Yunshu hadn't heard clearly and repeated again. Mu Shueji, it's your half-sister's own sister. Mu Shueji even gave a thoughtful affectionate explanation, helping Mu Yunshu understand the name. Mu Yunshu was slightly stunned, and after returning to her senses, she took a deep breath, opened her mouth slightly, and asked, Mu Shueji, why is it her? Millions of thoughts, just like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, raced through Mu Yunshu's mind. She had envisioned many people, thought about herself, thought about Ning Banquet, thought about those three muscular men's enemies, but the only person she hadn't thought of was Mu Shueji, because Mu Yunshu knew in her heart that that incident last night was set up and arranged by Mu Shueji. How did she send herself in? Even if Mu Shueji, no matter how stupid, not stupid enough to turn herself in? Mu Yunshu was puzzled. This was truly a most unbelievable answer. Unbelievable. I didn't expect it either. Chang Shikite laughed cheerfully and scoffed. This little actually also has today. Who told her to always cross you? Deserved it. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was related to Mu Shueji, Chang Shikite was worried about implicating Mu Yunshu. That's why she frantically contacted her early in the morning. However, since Mu Yunshu was oversleeping, this was a good thing for all to enjoy. Mu Shueji, that little man actually planted. Mu Yunshu's heart was still hanging in the air as she asked, 10 kites. Tell me, why is the first suspect her? This was a very strange question. Mu Yunshu was curious to know. The police who were handling the case, why exactly did they lock Mu Shueji as the first suspect? Even if they had gone to check the background of those three muscular men, and the money dealings, it was impossible to trace back to Mu Shuejian, because she simply cannot, himself to do this kind of thing, must have arranged for the following people to do it. Hearing Mu Yunshu ask this, Chang Shikite immediately came into the spirit and spoke with great interest. This is interesting to say the least. According to my friend in the police department, the inside information revealed said, it's because on the stomachs of the three deceased, Mu Shueji's name was written. Mu Yunshu? What? Mu Yunshu was dumbfounded. This is simply unthinkable. The people Mu Shueji hired died. On their stomachs. Written on their stomachs is the name of their employer. Mu Shueji. How to hear, how to think. It is incredible, right? If it wasn't for the fact that the one who said this to her was Chang Shikite, Mu Yunshu really felt that the person on the other side of the phone was having fun with her. It's funny, isn't it? When I first heard it, it was the same reaction you had. But it's true. Chang Shikite was satisfied with Mu Yunshu's reaction and said excitedly, it was extremely unbelievable, but this is true. It really couldn't be more true. Mu Yunshu took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down, saying, this isn't right, is it? If it's really Mu Shueji who did this, she's not stupid enough to write her own name on it, right? How does this look like? Planting evidence to frame someone. Mu Yunshu frowned. This was a very simple matter of logic. Even if she could see that it was planted evidence, there was no reason why the police couldn't see that it was, unless the police had other evidence. You're right, that's what the police thought at first. But guess what? They collected Mu Shueji's fingerprints on the dead man's body. The remains of her body were also collected in the chamber. And the funniest thing is that when Mu Shueji was summoned, she also admitted to being at the imperial palace at that time. The more Chang Shikite spoke, the more excited she became, and the smile on her face was hard to suppress. How could she not expect that Mu Shuejian could be stupid to this extent? On the dead man's stomach, her name was written even. In the entire room, there were only traces of her alone. Does she really think that with the Mu family behind her, she can act recklessly in Linen City? Can she challenge the law of Xia, the face of public security? Anyway, Chang Shikite felt that it was both relieving and funny. But Mu Yunshu, who should be laughing the most, didn't laugh. Instead, she was worried. Her clenched fists never loosened. Then the police in room 707 Did they find anyone else's fingerprints and traces? Mu Yunshu pondered for a moment and asked. Mu Yunshu now only wanted to know if there were any traces of her and Ning Yan at the crime scene. After all, she clearly remembered that those three muscular men had almost gotten their way, and Ning Yan also had contact with those three men. Mu Yunshu was worried. No, if there were any other suspects, they would have arrested them long ago. Although Chang Shikite didn't know why Mu Yunshu asked, he still said truthfully. Immediately after, it continued to laugh, and I don't know why, but Imperial Palace had so many media in last night. Otherwise, Mu Shueji wouldn't all still be in the bureau right now. Laughing sis, today's fun was all contributed by Mu Shueji. Chang Shikite was almost killed by the fun. Everyone else wanted to sleep, and someone handed them a pillow, but she, Mu Shueji, is good. People are unlucky, drinking water and still stuffing their teeth. Originally, with the Mu family's power in Linen City, even if Mu Shueji is the first suspect, still can be released on bail, but good death is that there will be so many media on the scene. Entertainment journalists, finance and economics, all kinds of self-media, everything. These people are like sharks who smell blood and go crazy when it comes to breaking news. Under the cooperation of these people, Mu Shueji's matter, successfully on the first hot search, and it hasn't come down until now. So much public pressure, so many netizens in the country are concerned. Even if the Mu family was more powerful, the police department wouldn't dare to take the wind out of Mu Shueji's sails and bail him out. If Chang Shikite knew that those people were actually prepared by Mu Shueji, she was afraid that she would go crazy laughing. Who would have thought that in this world, there would really be someone who would lift a stone and ruthlessly smash their own feet? Who? It's good that it's okay. Does this matter have anything to do with Ning Banquet? Mu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and said in her heart. For some reason, her intuition told her that this matter should be related to Ning Yan. However, Mu Yunshu did not have the intention of telling Chang Shikite. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and she had to be responsible for herself, and for Ning Yan's safety. Shu, why aren't you smiling? Aren't you happy that Mu Shueji went in? Or are you already happy and stupid? Chang Shikite didn't notice Mu Yunshu's abnormality and just happily joked. Having been Mu Yunshu's best friend for so many years, she was well aware of Mu Shueji's virtues. Seeing Mu Shueji's bad luck, she was much happier than Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu came back to her senses and casually made up an excuse, explaining, I just woke up from a nap. My brain is still a bit sluggish. Chang Shikite readily accepted this and laughed to himself. Today is a good day Even if Mu Shueji's back, there is the Mu family operating for her. She definitely won't be able to come out without a dozen days. Do you think I should find some doorway to keep her locked up inside for a few more days? Saying that, Chang Shikite's stomach then began to flood with bad water. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work. If the Mu family had a doorway, she, Miss Chang, also had a doorway. Let Mu Shueji stay inside for the rest of her life. Chang Shikite couldn't do it, but letting her squat in the police station for a few more days is still easy to do. What's not to like about dropping a stone on an enemy? As you wish, Mu Yunshu faintly said. Compared to the unusually excited Chang Shiki's, Mu Yunshu's reaction was too cold. After all, Mu Yunshu was one of the parties involved. How could she be happy before everything was clear? How perfunctory. Bad woman. Chang Shikite pretended to be displeased and opened her mouth. Noticing Chang Shikite's little mood, Mu Yunshu immediately soothed. Fine, as long as my Miss Chang is happy. After a pause, she made up another excuse and continued. I'm just a bit hungry, waiting for Ning Yan to bring me breakfast again. I see that your soul has been hooked away by that smelly man, Chang Shikite said with a cold snort. The point of fire contradiction was aimed at Ning Yan at once. After all, her Shu was so good, she couldn't blame Shu, right? It must have been under the compulsion of that smelly man Ning Yan that he was so cold to her. Mu Yunshu, where is it? Just there, Chang Shikite said. You never used to perfume me. Hearing this, where could Mu Yunshu not understand her bestie's meaning? Immediately, she opened her wizards and transferred 888 yuan to Chang Shiki's. Is this okay? Mu Yunshu laughed. Princess Shu sends me pocket money. Love you, Chang Shiki said in delight. To Mu Yunshu's self-consciousness and initiative, Comrade Chang Shikite gave her high recognition. Really can't do anything about you. Mu Yunshu shook her head. While happy, Chang Shikite seemed to remember something and said, speaking of which, I haven't seen him yet. When are you going to ask that guy called Ning Banquet out to meet for dinner? I, a maternal family member, would like to see what kind of man is the one who cheated on my family's Shu. Chang Shikite's hostility towards Ning Yan was visible to the naked eye. In her eyes, Ning Yan was no different than 10 evil sinners. Clunk! Just as Mu Yunshu was about to open her mouth, a knock sounded on the door. Yunshu, you're dressed, right? I'm coming in? Ning Yan asked as he stood outside the concealed door with the boiled hot porridge. Come in, Mu Yunshu returned. Ning Yan pushed open the door and walked in, speaking, "Nah, I'm not very good at cooking. It's a bit unsatisfactory. It should be barely edible." Seeing Ning Yan come, Mu Yunshu took her cell phone and returned. "Not talking to you." Hanging up. The words fell and without giving Chang Shikis any time to react, he hung up. Chang Shikis? How could Miss Chang never expect that her shoo would hang up on her? Actually still for a man. Hanging up her phone. There wasn't even a little bit of lingering. This desperate bad woman. Chapter 25. Those three people in room 707. Did you kill them? Over there? Chang Shikite was still indignant over Mu Yunshu's behavior of forgetting about her sex. Ning Yan had already walked over to Mu Yunshu. Incidentally, he picked up the small table on the side of the bed and set it up, placing the hot porridge in his hands on the small table in front of Mu Yunshu. "It smells pretty good. It shouldn't taste bad." Mu Yunshu looked at the hot porridge made by Ning Yan and praised it, although it was definitely not as good as her handiwork. But since someone else, Ning Yan, had taken the initiative to do it, it was still important to encourage it more. Moreover, Mu Yunshu didn't believe that this kanji could be any more difficult to eat. "Are you sure?" Ning Yan pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "I made something that even my mom dislikes." Hearing Mu Yunshu's words of praise, Ning Yan's old face flushed, a bit ashamed. This really wasn't Ning Yan's self-effacement. In the past, when he used to make things at home on a whim, he was always spat out by his mom unmercifully and crazily. However, it should be said that staying with Mu Yunshu was the best thing to do. She was always able to give emotional value at the right time. Sure as well as certain. Seeing Ning Yan's unconfident look, Mu Yunshu guffawed and said, "Let me taste Chef Ning's handiwork." Saying that, Mu Yunshu reached out and picked up the spoon in the bowl and began to stir the hot porridge. It could be seen that although the selling appearance was average, Ning Yan had done it with great care, and the pile of ingredients was quite large. Crab meat, fish, green vegetables. There was a lot of forests and forests piled on top of each other. Saying that this is kanji, it's actually more like a smorgasbord platter. Mu Yunshu scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Ning Yan stared daggers at Mu Yunshu, especially after hearing her meaningful voice. He was already prepared to be spat upon. Anyway, in this regard, Ning had long been accustomed to it. "It's hard to eat, isn't it?" Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's lustful look and spoke. "No need to hold it in, just spit it out if you want to." Mu Yunshu shook her head and said, "It's not very hard to eat, it's just a bit bland. However, it's quite good for me to eat light here." The things Ning Yan made could not be described as delicious, but it could not be said to be difficult to eat either. It was edible for sure. To this extent, Mu Yunshu was already satisfied. Ning Yan was amused by Mu Yunshu's answer. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he spoke. "Classmate Mu Yunshu, I didn't see it. You're quite good at comforting people." For some reason, Ning Yan always felt that Mu Yunshu was different from other women. She didn't have the flighty, unsympathetic demeanor of a big lady from a wealthy family. On the contrary, she was very good at taking care of people's emotions and didn't have a lofty stance. Of course, her way of apologizing was also single and chic, transferring money at the drop of a hat. It always caught Ning Yan off guard. "That's right." Mu Yunshu held her head high and readily accepted Ning Yan's praise. After a pause, she continued, "It's better for me to cook in the future." Ning Yan's handiwork was fine for occasional emergencies. It wasn't suitable for long-term eating. In fact, Mu Yunshu was somewhat planning to hire a nanny. "That's a good feeling." Ning Yan nodded. "To be honest, I really didn't expect that you're so good-looking and can actually cook so well." The last time Mu Yunshu cooked, Ning Yan thought that her handiwork was, at most, on par with his own. It turned out to be beyond his expectations, and it was excessively delicious. It was completely at the chef's level, but this level of cooking, and a rich beauty, but so out of place, judging a book by its cover. "Ha!" Mu Yunshu laughed. Saying that, Mu Yunshu took another bite of meat porridge. "Not really, it's just based on my stereotypical impression of rich people. Cooking shouldn't be an essential skill." Ning Yan explained truthfully. This stereotype did not originate from anyone else. It was precisely his old mom, and old sister. These two women in his family were the typical representatives of the 10 fingers not touching the spring water. Of course, there were more than a dozen nannies in the house, and there was no need for them to do anything at all. But it was because of this that Ning Yan was shocked that Mu Yunshu could cook this matter. Mu Yunshu smiled and said, "I learned it when I studied abroad in England." Ning Banquet blinked and came to a realization. "No wonder. I told you how a rich woman with money and a face like you could cook." This instantly made sense. The reason was simple. The British district stuff was not appetizing, or to put it bluntly, let's say that the stuff there was awful. Most of it was hard to swallow. If you don't do it yourself, the odds are that you will starve to death. Mu Yunshu put down the spoon in her hand and looked straight at Ning Yan, saying with a straight face, "Ning Yan, I'm asking you something, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Looking at Mu Yunshu, this suddenly became serious. Ning Yan was a bit uncomfortable, but still said, "Go ahead and ask. I'll be sure to tell you everything you need to know and everything you need to know." In fact, what Mu Yunshu wanted to ask, Ning Yan had already guessed in his heart. It was nothing more than, what happened last night? How did he know she was in danger? And how did he save her? And the return gift he left for Mu Shueji. Because the 3 words that Ning Yan left behind were not actually for the police. Rather, it was for the national security. Everyone is smart. Since the national security knew that this was his doing, and saw the 3 words he left behind, how could they not understand Ning's intentions? It was to let them, the professionals, deal with the scene and direct the trouble towards Mu Shueji. As for whether they would pretend not to see it, or not do what Ning Banquet wanted, obviously, after weighing the pros and cons, they wouldn't dare. Compared to going against their own rules, they were more afraid of Ning Yan. This was because they were clear that Ning Banquet truly dared to dismantle the State Security Bureau and give them a big change in blood along the way. Poor mouth. Mu Yunshu spoke. Those 3 people in room 707, did you kill them? Saying this, Mu Yunshu looked into Ning Yan's eyes, not wanting to spare a single detail. She had studied psychology, so if Ning Yan lied, she could tell. Yes. Ning Yan diffidently laughed. Other than me, who else could it be? Ning Yan did not flash or avoid meeting Mu Yunshu's gaze head-on. The 2 of them met each other in 4 eyes, and Ning Yan was still full of smiles and spontaneity. Mu Yunshu nodded. There were no more questions asked, nor was there any reaction. Just picked up a spoon and continued to eat the kanji made by Ning Yan. This calm reaction from Mu Yunshu, in turn, gave Ning Yan a whole won't. Was she pretending to be calm, or was it her disinterest? Even Ning Yan could not understand what Mu Yunshu was thinking in her mind. Her reaction was a little too unconventional. Mu Yunshu raised her head, looked at Ning Yan's puzzled expression, and spoke. What's wrong? Ning Yan, why is this reaction? Since he had already picked it out, Ning Yan was too lazy to hide it, so he simply opened the door and asked. At this moment, he was extremely curious about what Mu Yunshu was thinking in her mind. Logically speaking, a normal woman, hearing about this kind of person, even if her mental quality was good, she would be shocked, right? But unexpectedly, Mu Yunshu asked back, then what kind of reaction do you think I should have? Ning Yan sized up Mu Yunshu, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I thought you would be scared and even call the police, but I didn't expect that you'd be so calm, as if you were listening to a rare event. Ning Yan had envisioned all sorts of reactions Mu Yunshu would have, even those extreme stress reactions, but the only thing he hadn't anticipated was that she would be this calm, as if nothing had happened. The waves were not alarmed, even continued to eat kanji in a good mood. As Mu Yunshu listened to Ning Yan's question, she put down the spoon in her hand and drew out a tissue to wipe her mouth before slowly opening her mouth. Why should I be afraid of a man who, at the risk of murder, wants to save me? If I didn't have you around, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking kanji properly. Mu Yunshu was a woman, but even more so, she was a smart woman. She saw and understood very well. Ning Yan had killed those 3 muscular men, yes, but she had done it to save him. What reason did she, Mu Yunshu, have to be afraid of a man who could do this for her? If it wasn't for Ning Yan, she wouldn't be sitting here drinking kanji, and I'm afraid that the one who died in room 707 wasn't the 3 muscle men, but Mu Yunshu. Going to the police? That would be a case of revenge, and it would be a case of the enemy taking the blame. She wasn't stupid enough to do that. Well, Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu in surprise. How could Ning Yan not expect that Mu Yunshu actually thought this way? And the logic was so clear and thorough. It also made sense. Mu Yunshu was really worlds apart compared to those women. Looking at Ning Yan staring at herself, Mu Yunshu raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, saying, why are you staring at me like that again? Where did I go wrong? Mu Yunshu thought carefully again. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what she said. Moreover, she had just woken up not long ago, and hadn't put on any makeup, so it couldn't be that her makeup was smudged. Then why was Ning Yan staring at her like that? I found a paradox. Ning Yan took a long breath and slowly spoke. What? Mu Yunshu asked as she sniffed. Mu Yunshu was a bit puzzled. The 2 of them weren't talking about that matter, so how did Ning Yan get into discovering a paradox? Ning Yan coughed lightly, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, and said in a serious manner, other people say that big boobs have no brain, and now I think they're farting. Ning Yan spoke with vigor, because he really thought so. Having big boobs without brains was simply demeaning. The Mu Yunshu in front of him was a living example, obviously so big, yet her IQ was online and brainy. Nasty, big pervert, rascal, shameless. Mu Yunshu listened to Ning Yan's words and was slightly stunned, disbelief written all over her face. After coming back to her senses, her face flushed scarlet and a pout ensued. She hadn't expected that Ning Yan that paradox was actually this? That sounded like a compliment to her. What kind of person would be so serious about praising someone for having large breasts? But Ning Yan was right again. After all, he had seen it and had the right to speak. It's so good looking. Among the girls I've seen, it can be ranked in the top 2. Ning Yan appreciated Mu Yunshu's dainty appearance, and his feelings came out. Mu Yunshu, who was still shy, heard that she was only in the top 2, and immediately stared at Ning Yan and questioned, top 2? Then who is the first? All people had a sense of comparison, and Mu Yunshu was naturally not exempt from it. She wanted to know who was number 1 in Ning Yan's eyes, and who else could be better than her. My mom, Ning Yan said with a bad smile. In his son's eyes, his mom is always the most beautiful, even after years of baptism. Of course, in terms of hardware, Ning Yan's mom is the number 1 beauty in the capital for 20 years. You, too lazy to bother with you. Hearing this reply from Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu was instantly dumbfounded, only dropping him a blank stare to let him experience it himself. Tying for first place isn't out of the question. Ning Yan moved forward and laughed. Mu Yunshu expressed that she didn't really want to bother with this guy, continuing to bury her head and eat the rest of the kanji. Suddenly Mu Yunshu remembered something and looked up. Right, the matter of going back to the Mu family to meet my dad will probably have to be postponed. Ning Yan blinked. What? Mu Yunshu gave another blank look without any good humor and pouted. Pretend, just pretend, still playing knowingly with me? Although I don't know how you did it, but now that he's busy fishing for Mu Shueji, he doesn't have time to take care of us. Ning Yan smiled blandly. So are you happy that I did this? Chapter 26. Just like, for example, when big beautiful Mu wears white silk and then a Valentino, Ning Yan left that big gift for Mu Shueji. It wasn't just because he couldn't stand what Mu Shueji was doing, more so because Mu Yunshu was his wife and wanted to give her a bad breath. After all, Ning Banquet was a man, and there wasn't any man who could endure that breath after seeing his wife being bullied. So Ning Yan knew very well whether Mu Yunshu, the person in question, was satisfied with this move of his. Aha, thank you. Mu Yunshu sniffed, pursed her lips lightly, smiled lightly, and thanked him. After getting rid of the trepidation of possibly being involved, Mu Yunshu's heart was only touched. She felt from the bottom of her heart that it was God's favor that she had mistakenly recognized the wrong person in the coffee shop yesterday. This was what allowed Ning Yan and her to marry and become husband and wife by mistake, because Mu Shueji's calculations on her were established. If it is really smooth with that provisional theater graduation fresh college student's fake marriage, that on the scarf hot search is her Mu Yunshu, not Mu Shueji. Perhaps, this really is predestined. Mu Yunshu, just how many times are you going to say thank you to me this morning? Ning Yan spat. One of Ning Yan's least favorite things was when someone kept saying thank you to him. It was hard to hear but not useful. It didn't mean a thing. But I don't know if Mu Yunshu didn't understand Ning Yan's meaning, or if she did it on purpose, and continued. Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you for still thinking about taking it out on me. Thank you for obviously not knowing how to cook and giving me kanji. Saying this, Mu Yunshu held up the gentle bowl of kanji at the table and smiled sweetly at Ning Yan. Trance. Looking at Ning Yan's cheap smile, Mu Yunshu was already calculating what better reason to renew her long-term contract with him. In addition to being able to protect her, Ning Yan was also very principled. When she was drugged and unconscious, not only did he not take advantage of the danger, he also guarded her for the whole night. It was really reassuring to have him around. Saying so much, it's better to be practical. Ning Yan licked his lips, a bad smile on his face, a touch of cunning surfaced under his eyes. Alright, satisfy you. Mu Yunshu smiled heartily. Saying that, Mu Yunshu picked up the cell phone that was placed on the bed. 10 seconds later, on Ning Yan's cell phone, a wiener popped up. The rich woman who popped gold coins transfers 888 yuan to you. Without any surprises, the rich woman who popped gold coins gave another gold coin pop. This was Mu Yunshu's habitual expression. Thank you rich woman for the reward. Ning Banquet clicked to collect it, and after thanking her, he blinked and said, actually, I'd rather have points for other rewards. Watching the smile on Ning Yan's face grow even wider, Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow and said, such as? Mu Yunshu was curious to know what this guy Ning Yan's other rewards were. Of course, neat payment was definitely the first to be ruled out. After all, she had been honest with him last night, and he hadn't gone overboard. Ning Yan snapped his fingers, and after looking Mu Yunshu up and down, he laughed and said, for example, big beautiful Mu wearing white silk and a Valentino. Saying this, Ning Yan also nodded from time to time. With Mu Yunshu's figure and long legs, wearing white silk and a Valentino would definitely be stunning. Big rascal. Thinking is quite beautiful. Mu Yunshu was first slightly stunned, and quickly came back to her senses, and after blankly glancing at Ning Yan, she pouted. She knew that this guy, Ning Yan, couldn't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. net thinking about something that is not there. White silk, Valentino? You still want to see her put these two together? Ning Yan spread his hands and laughed. It's daytime, suitable for daydreaming, a look of not being ashamed, but rather being honored. After getting closer to Mu Yunshu, he didn't bother pretending and directly exposed his nature. Anyway, the two of them were like that, and it would be too pretentious to hold it up any longer. Mu Yunshu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ning Yan and asked, "Don't you men all like to look at black silk? How come you like white silk?" Although Mu Yunshu was usually busy at work, she didn't have much time to brush the jitterbugs and stroll around the neck, but she can't help but have a gossipy best friend. Chang sure kite this Chang family big miss, the most enthusiastic is, eat melon plus all kinds of strange and weird things. Mu Yunshu clearly remembers. Cheng Shiki's more than once spat, men on the black silk obsession, no less than the pursuit of 4090. It turned out that Ning Yan was actually an accident. This was something that Mu Yunshu really didn't expect. What do you mean we men? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm just as vulgar as them? Ning Yan sniffed and blinked, immediately asking back, was he, Ning Yan, someone who was so shallow and went along with the crowd? Mu Yunshu laughed and softly coaxed, alright, you're not. I'm the one who wronged you. Looking at Ning Yan's serious look, Mu Yunshu always felt that he was like a more serious big boy. Hearing Mu Yunshu say this, Ning Yan could no longer suppress the rising corners of his mouth and opened his mouth. Actually, black silk was worn the last time I saw you, so I want to unlock the white silk. Men, they always have a desire to explore unknown things. Since black silk has already been seen, of course, he has to get an inch. Let's see if we can strive to unlock white silk. After all, he, Ning Yan, was also an aspiring youth with a quest. Thinking about it Mu Yunshu was amused by Ning Yan. She had originally thought that he was truly different from other men. Now that she looked at it, he was basically a raccoon of a hill, and he was even more greedy. Other people were satisfied with black silk. Ning Yan not only wanted white silk, but also a Valentino. Mu Yunshu dropped a blank stare and looked away, no longer looking at him, just using a voice he could hear. Whispered, wait until you behave yourself. That voice was small, but Mu Yunshu was underestimating Ning Yan's ear power. At this distance, he could hear it clearly and truly. Ning Yan, what? Ning Yan could not believe his ears. Disbelief written all over his face. This excessive request of his own, Mu Yunshu actually really agreed to it, even though there was a prefix condition. But wasn't that also something to look forward to? Mu Yunshu blushed scarlet and hastily changed the topic, opening her mouth. There's something I still need to tell you about. Saying that, Mu Yunshu paused, wanting to speak. The blush on her face also became deeper and deeper. What? If you have something to say, just say it. When did you become a stammerer? Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, puzzled. Hadn't this woman always been quite direct? How did she suddenly become squirmy? Mu Yunshu pursed her lips and after pondering for a while, she shyly said, you're not allowed to domestic abuse me in the future. The words are not shocking. Ning Yan? When these words came out, they directly gave Ning Yan a whole lot of trouble. Domestic violence? Who's domesticating who? I domesticated her? For a while, even Ning Yan, who had a 5G network speed, couldn't keep up with Mu Yunshu, who was thinking out of the box. Ning Yan was curious to know how Comrade Mu Yunshu connected to domestic violence. Mu Yunshu turned her head and looked at the bewildered Ning Yan, explaining, I know you're very powerful. If you were to make a move on me, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Saying that, Mu Yunshu even pouted her lips. It seemed as if she had remembered a certain past event. That night in the underground parking lot of Longhong Plaza, she and Chang Shirkite were out of their depth, attempting to set up that incident for Ning Yan. Thinking about it now, it was just really funny. She, Mu Yunshu, seemed like a clown, bouncing around as if she was there, being demolished by Ning Yan on the spot, not to mention that he would have been so awesome. Clown Pro Max. Ning Yan skimmed his mouth and helplessly asked, Mu Yunshu, which eye can you see that I'm like a domestic violence man? At first glance, this reason seemed reasonable and logical, but it was very faulty. Is that how he, Ning someone, imagines himself in Mu Yunshu's mind? Pain. It hurt too much. In the face of Ning Yan's skepticism, Mu Yunshu's bottom line was insufficient, nodding her head and softly saying, this is not a precaution for you in advance. Just in case, one must always be prepared. Although Mu Yunshu didn't know why she herself would suddenly mention this. Still taking precautions? Ning Yan tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, there's no such thing as a just in case, alright. Don't believe it. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Mu Yunshu knew she wasn't in the right, but for the sake of her face, she still said under her breath. Ning Yan was too lazy to bother with this tough-talking woman and said, Ms. Mu Yunshu, aren't you going to ask how I knew that you were in danger and how I knew precisely where you were? Ning Yan still asked this question. This most crucial question that Mu Yunshu had never mentioned. Logically speaking, Mu Yunshu, a smart woman, wouldn't have missed it, right? Don't want to ask. Even if I did, you wouldn't tell me the truth. So why should I bother? Mu Yunshu smiled gently and said blandly. This question, Mu Yunshu had already thought of it, but she just deliberately didn't ask it. The reason was just as she had given. It involved Ning Yan's own secrets, and she didn't really think he would tell the truth. So why bother making a fool of herself? And Ning Yan should also have his own personal space, the right to keep his own secrets. Respect was mutual. Ning Yan was given this shrewd reply by Mu Yunshu, and gave a direct whole won't, spitting out, "It's no fun for you to play like that." True as Mu Yunshu expected, he indeed wouldn't be truthful, but he wanted to tease Mu Yunshu. As a result, how did he know that Mu Defu was so smart that she didn't fall for it at all? Piss you off, Mu Yunshu proudly and arrogantly said, after a pause, then continued, I'm going to the company in the afternoon. Things should be a little more. Off work will not be too early. You dinner to solve it yourself. In light of the fact that out of Mu Shueji that matter, Ning Banquet was also very powerful again. Mu Yunshu decided to make the best use of what she had. Just in case, what about reporting your trip? Ning Yan laughed, but soon he realized what Mu Yunshu's little mind was thinking. You're busy with your own business. Don't worry about me. I'm planning on going out for a hot pot alone in the evening. Since Mu Yunshu had to work overtime, Ning Yan had no choice but to go to Dazzle Hot Pot alone in a beautiful way. After all, Grandma Mu had rewarded him with so much money. He had to go out and spend it to promote economic growth, right? Being a useful waste to society. So happy. Mu Yunshu envied. Should I say no? Mu Yunshu was inexplicably a little envious of Ning Yan. There was someone to beat him up for money, and there was still time to arrange it as he pleased. Ning Yan snickered. Isn't this all thanks to the gold master rich woman rewarding him? Poor mouth. Mu Yunshu pouted. Get out now. I have to get up and change my clothes and put on makeup. Saying that, Mu Yunshu raised her hand and pushed Ning Yan, urging him to hurry up and go out. Although it was only around 10:30 now, but it took time for her to pick out her clothes and change. Putting on makeup needed even more time. Couldn't chat with Ning Yan here any longer. Still rushing people out? Ning Yan smiled playfully and teased. It's not like I haven't seen it before. As soon as these words left his mouth, Mu Yunshu instantly cupped her small fists and gently punched him. Rascal! Get out! Seeing a good thing, Ning Yan stood up, collected the table bowls, and waved his hand at Mu Yunshu. Let's go! Let's go! You change slowly. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. Looking at Ning Yan's departing back, Mu Yunshu pouted. Nasty. At the corner of her mouth was a smile that was hard to hide. After sitting on the bed and fuming for a while, she picked up her cell phone and sent a wiki to Emolan. Contact a few bodyguard companies. Chapter 27. What if they are spies? A life of lying flat and swinging. It was always so plain and simple. Time passed quickly as well. Mu Yunshu returned to her normal work rhythm. She leaves early and returns late. Ning Yan had very little time to even see her, let alone the opportunity to molest her. Suddenly he understood why Mu Yunshu hadn't fallen in love. Busy to this extent, with very little time for herself, what man could stand it? Except for him, Ning Yan. Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Mu Yunshu had long gone to work, and within the large villa, Ning Yan was the only one left, still sleeping. While he was sleeping soundly, his cell phone rang. Ning Yan reluctantly took the cell phone. Even the eyes are not willing to open. I feel to connect the phone. Yan Hua. Early in the morning, do not sleep. The tone is extremely impatient. But the person on the other side of the phone, but there is no displeasure. The voice is clear and crisp back. Brother Banquet. It's me. The familiar female voice awakened Ning Yan's memory. Xingru? You're calling this early in the morning. Are you in some kind of trouble again? Ning Yan rolled over and asked sleepily. He remembered that this little ninny, who usually gave calls, was in trouble. No trouble, Ruan Xingji said. Brother Banquet, could it be that in your heart, I'm a troublemaker? Saying that, Ruan Xingji pouted her lips. It wasn't that she was unhappy. It was just that she didn't expect Ning Banquet to miss her so much, though it was true that this was also the truth. Unable to help it, Ruan Xingji began to think wildly. Ning Banquet laughed. That's right, crybaby goblin. As soon as these words left his mouth, he immediately broke the awkward atmosphere. Aya, you're really bad. Ruan Xingji pouted. She knew that Brother Banquet was joking with her. Brother Banquet was so nice. How could he possibly dislike her? Thinking about it, Ruan Xingji laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm just being honest. Ning Yan opened his eyes and laughed aloud. Having nothing to do in the morning, teasing this female college student was quite fun. Ignore you. Ruan Xingji feigned displeasure and said, but it didn't last 5 seconds before continuing to ask. Brother Banquet, are you free today? Directly throwing out the purpose of coming to find Ning Banquet today. Little girl, you're really conflicted. Ning Yan snickered. Just said you're ignoring me, and then asked me if I'm free. Should that person be free or not? Ning Yan's playfulness rose. This kind of has not yet entered the society. The world is not deep into the little girl. Tease up is very interesting, green and funny. If it were Rosebud's woman, she wouldn't be so easy to bully. Most of the time, it is a direct counter question, or a strong counter molestation. Then it was yellow jokes flying all over the place. Brother Banquet, you're just going to bully me. Ruan Xingji pouted. Are you free or not? After all, she was an innocent female college student with a thin skin after all. In the face of Ning Yan's flirting, it simply wasn't very inviting. Whether or not I'm free depends on what you're looking for me to do. Ning Yan yawned and said, if it's to do hard labor, then it's definitely just not available. When a magical creature like a college student came to the door, there was usually nothing good about it. It was either group work or questionnaires. Ning Yan didn't want to be free labor, much less drudgery. Don't even think about those things. Do you remember what you promised me last time? Ruan Xingji asked. Upon hearing this, Ning Yan remembered what it was, but still pretending to have forgotten. He said in confusion, last time? What did I promise? Why don't I remember? Ning Yan threw out the doubtful trifecta, but it was precisely this tone that exposed him. Ruan Xingji instantly recognized Ning Yan's intentions and pouted. If you say so, you must remember. You're just trying to tease me. The female college student was just simple, not stupid, being seen out, not cooperative at all. Ning Yan also stopped continuing to pretend and spoke. Are you going to Westlake to sketch today? Ruan Xingji, yes, the weather is good today. Very suitable for sketching. Sketching is one thing, but what she wanted more was to go on a date with Ning Yan. Just two people in a two-person world kind of date. Her brother Banquet had broken up, so she couldn't seize the opportunity? Okay, accompany you. Ning Yan agreed. Anyway, there is no arrangement today, so it's a good idea to accompany Ruan Xingji to do some sketching, and go to the West Lake to take a stroll along the way. It was also a way to kill this boring time. It was also possible to go to the West Lake and taste how bad the West Lake vinegar fish really was. Thank you, Brother Banquet. Then let's see you at West Lake this afternoon. Bye-bye, Brother Banquet. Getting an affirmative answer, Ruan Xingji brightened up and said excitedly. There were still a few hours left, so she must dress up properly. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yan laid down on the bed and muttered. Just in time to have something to do this afternoon. Mu Yunshu is good at everything, but he's just too busy at work. He can't see anyone all day. Busy is good. Ning Yan always felt that he himself was like an empty nester now. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. West Lake. Because it was still a weekday, there were fewer visitors, mostly old people walking for exercise and college students who didn't have classes. Brother Banquet. Over here. In the distance, a female university student excitedly waved at Ning Yan. Ning Yan searched for the source of the sound, quickly walked over, and after surveying Ruan Xingji's outfit, he teased. Yo, the little girl is still dressed up. Youthful, beautiful and energetic. Not bad. Today's Ruan Xingji was wearing a slimming pale yellow dress, wearing elegant and fresh light makeup, tying a double ponytail with added attack speed, and carrying a sketching tool. A living, breathing urban beauty. Pure female great. Hearing Ning Banquet's praise, Ruan Xingji smiled shyly and said, sketching with Brother Banquet, I mustn't dress up a bit? Normally, whether it was a class or a part-time job, Ruan Xingji basically didn't dress up like this. She was afraid that someone would accost her or harass her. But Ning Yan was different. After all, a woman's face was pleasing to herself. In front of Ning Yan, Ruan Xingji would only worry that she wasn't good-looking enough to attract Ning Yan's attention. Ning Yan nodded. It's quite nice, clean, fresh, and youthful. Vigorous. Ruan Xingji summoned up enough courage to approach Ning Yan, tugged on his sleeve, and said, let's find a place to start painting. Good. Ning Yan answered. The sunlight was just right, and the West Lake was picturesque. It was indeed a good time for sketching and painting. 2 hours later, Ruan Xingji, who was looking for an angle, looked at a few foreigners who were taking pictures and tugged on Ning Yan's coat corner, saying, Brother Yan, look over there. Ning Yan was unsure, but still looked over, wondering, what? It seems like a few little foreigners are taking pictures there. Are you trying to go over and take a picture with them? Ning Yan did not see anything strange. It seemed to be a few crooked people who came to West Lake to play and posed for pictures. To say special, is that a few men and women? Looks really good. Tall, especially that muscle line is extremely clear. Therefore, Ning Yan's first thought is that Ruan Xingji, this little girl, is wanting to go over to take a picture together, but they are alone and shy, afraid that he would mock her. No, Ruan Xingji shook her head, and when she saw that Ning Yan didn't get the message, she raised her hand to point in the direction they were posing for the photo and said, look where they're taking the photo? Ning Yan looked in the direction of Ruan Xingji's finger. It seems like a military area. What's wrong with that? Ning Yan was puzzled. This shooting was just shooting. It was peripheral anyway. There was nothing to see at all. There's a problem. Of course there's a problem, Ruan Xingji said with a straight face. This kind of place is not allowed to take pictures, and it's even written on that sign. Saying that, Ruan Xingji also pointed to the plaque at the entrance of the military area. College students were indeed the most righteous group. Righteous indignation. Learning new ideas, striving to be new youth. National defense education is deeply rooted in people's hearts. It's still true, Ning Yan said. It doesn't matter. They can shoot if they like. The others didn't care. So let's not get involved. Ning Yan did not want to be involved in this matter. After all, it was better to do more than less. Other people don't care. The two of them get together to manage it. It's too conspicuous. However, Ruan Xingji was unforgiving and said, no. What if they are spies? If we see them and don't care, isn't that leaking secrets? Ruan Xingji spoke with vigor and reason. Patriotism was innate and engraved in the bones of college students. Ning Yan laughed. Can't see that you, a college student, are quite ideological. Ruan Xingji's reaction was indeed out of Ning Yan's expectations. Those eyes were so firm that they were about to enter the dang. Ruan Xingzue immediately took Ning Yan's arm and pampered her, saying, let's go, let's go. Seeing that she couldn't be persuaded, Ning Yan said, go, 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 go. You can't take photos here. Ruan Xingji walked to the side of those crooked people and politely said in English. With that, he also pointed at the plaque, signaling them to look over there. The crooked man closest to Ruan Xingju put down the camera in his hand, swept a glance at Ruan Xingju, first puzzled, then with displeasure written all over his face. He broke into a curse in broken Daxia language. Shat, go away. Where did you come from, Shabi? What do you care where we take pictures? Anger and arrogance were displayed to the fullest extent on the faces of the crooked people, as if this was their country. Ning Yan, yo, this Daxia language is quite smooth. Suddenly, Ning Yan felt that Ruan Xingji was actually right. These few people were afraid that they were more than just tourists. Things were starting to get interesting. Ruan Xingji took a step forward and said sternly, since you guys speak Daxia, you should recognize what's written on that plaque. Military heavy ground. No photographs allowed. Throwing his voice, he emphasized. Hearing Ruan Xingji's words, Henry, who was closest to her, was immediately dissatisfied and said angrily, Mard, why do you care where I take pictures? Think you're the Pacific Police? Bitch, said, also rushed to Ruan Xingzue waving fist, as if the next moment, will fall on her face in general. Seeing this, Ning Yan blocked to Ruan Xingji's body, grabbed Henry's wrist and laughed, a few of you, I advise you to organize your language and speak properly. Chapter 28, Do you really think this is the Qing dynasty? Ning Yan was very dissatisfied with their attitude, especially these crooked people, with a mouthful of profanity. They even said bichi to Ruan Xingji. This was something that Grandma could tolerate, but Grandpa couldn't. However, considering that they were crooked people, they still had to be polite first. Looking at Ning Yan actually dared to stop himself. Henry's anger rose from his heart, as he threw off Ning Yan's hand, pointing at him and shouting, What kind of a thing are you? I'm a study abroad animal. Do I need you to teach me? I would advise you to mind your own business. And that biker next to you. Right. Saying that, Henry pointed at Ruan Xingji again, then glared fiercely at Ning Yan. The threatening intent at the bottom of his blue-white eyes was already self-evident. Henry was well aware of his status. He was a study abroad animal, was superior. In this place, it was not something that this man and woman in front of him could afford to offend. This was not the first time Henry had encountered this kind of thing. But the law enforcement officers here were all in his favor, and all of them were invincible. Looking at Henry's beaten face, the fire in Ning Yan's heart was growing, and he sneered, TSK, if you don't understand human language, I know a little bit about fists and kicks as well. As the words fell out of his mouth, Ning Yan cupped his hands into fists, his bones creaking. Listening to Ning Yan's words and looking at Ning Yan's movements, Henry instantly became energized and provoked. Ha! Fists and feet? Kid, you dare to hit me? Do you have the guts? Don't you dare? Thank you for not having the guts. While provoking with his words, he also patted his face. He signaled that Ning Banquet had the temper to beat him up. Henry's companions were also sighing in agreement. They were all convinced that this man had no blood, no vigor, and he simply didn't dare. Because of the consequences of action he cannot afford. He is afraid of the law enforcement officers here. The very law enforcement officers he feared were the ones who defended their interests. Ning Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his body emanating a chill. He was brewing up the idea of beating this guy into several levels of disability. Seeing that Ning Yan was unmoved, Henry became more aggressive and continued to provoke. If you dare to make a move, You're destroying the friendship between the two countries. Come on, hit me here. Henry ate up the fact that Ning Banquet didn't dare to make a move. He couldn't afford such a big infamy, so there was no fear at all. He even got close to Ning Yan and pointed at his face to provoke him. Bang! But accidents always come so suddenly. Ning Yan's fist landed straight where Henry had asked for it, because Henry took his face and touched Ning Yan's fist. At the moment of contact, 7 or 8 teeth instantly scattered out. Henry's entire body, when caught off guard, also hit the ground. Ning Yan blew on his fist and laughed playfully. This is really the first time I've heard such a cheap request. Can only satisfy you. There was one thing. This thing, Ning Yan had seen a lot, but so cheap, Ning Yan really saw it for the first time. Put your face up. Begging for someone to beat up is really rare in the world. After all, it is a crooked friend. People are so demanding. Ning Yan, and how good to refuse it. He could only do his best to fulfill it. Henry was dumbfounded, and his companions also froze. How could they not expect that this Dasha man, he actually dared to really make a move? He really moved his hand? It was simply unthinkable. Did he know what he was doing? Henry slowed down, covered his bleeding mouth, staggered to his feet, looked at Ning Yan incredulously, and questioned, "You, how dare you hit me?" Henry was clear that his behavior, if he were in the free United States of America, he would have been shot countless times. But this was Dasha. It was the safest Dasha in the world. This person in front of him not only hit him, but also knocked out so many of his teeth. It was simply bold. Henry. Only after hearing Henry's questioning did his companions come back to their senses, running to his side and assisting him. At the same time, they also surrounded the Ning Banquet duo. Returning to his senses was Ruanxingji, who stood behind him and grabbed the corner of Ning Yan's coat, saying dully, "Brother Yan, don't be impulsive." Ruanxingji only felt his eyes go white and his head go empty. The two of them seemed to have gotten into trouble. This trouble was not a small one. According to the law and order regulations and the special and status of these people, the two of them were afraid that they would have to go into a detention center, and I'm afraid they won't be able to get out without 10 days and half a month. Ruanxingji regretted. She shouldn't have minded her own business and implicated Brother Banquet. Ning Yan patted Ruanxingji's trembling hand, smiled and soothed. "Don't panic. It's not a big problem." These words really weren't self-congratulatory. Ning Yan indeed didn't panic, nor did he feel that the problem was too big. There were only a few foreigners in the area. Was it possible that he still had to offer them up? His bones weren't that soft, his knees couldn't go down either. "Summerlander, you dare to hit someone with your hands?" Jerry pointed at Ning Yan and questioned angrily. Anger. Out and out anger. This was the first time they had been humiliated like this in all the time they had been in Dasha. Ning Yan slapped away the hand that was pointing at him and smiled as he asked back. Wasn't this something he asked for himself? To say what words were the most heartfelt? That would be the truth. From start to finish, front to back, it was Henry who was provoking, and he, Ning Yan, had only responded to his request, fulfilled his wish, and given him a fistful of loving hugs. That was all. Sophistry. Artifice. Do you know what we are? Do you know what end you're facing? Seeing that Ning Yan had no fear or guilt, Jasmika stepped forward, furiously accusing and questioning. In her eyes, this Xiaogua man was simply out of his mind. Did he know what he was doing? Did he know what he was about to face? I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I know is that you have cursed my sister. Now, apologize. Ning Yan raised his head, slightly sidestepped, leaving half a body space for Ruanxingji, and said sternly, he didn't care what these crooked people were leaning on. As for what would happen to them, in today's world, no one could make Ning Yan consider his downfall. Henry, who was covering his mouth, looked at Ning Yan, who was even more arrogant than them, and bellowed, "What if I say no?" Henry was eager to see what else this unseemly Summerlander would dare to do to him. To them, as long as they waited for the law enforcers here to arrive, they would definitely make this bastard pay the price in blood. Ning Yan spread his hands and said regretfully, "Then I'll just have to let me hold down your heads and kneel on the ground to repent." Brains were a good thing, but it was clear that these few bossy and spoiled crooked people didn't have it. "How dare you?" Henry took a step forward, glaring angrily at Ning Yan and provoking him. He didn't believe in his heart that this man really dared to do this. He was 1,000,000% sure. After all, if this person in front of him did that, it would be enough to set off an international uproar. The government of Disya would not let him go in the first place, as well as his parents and relatives. They would all be affected. Soft underbelly. That can be all soft underbelly. Henry didn't believe that this person in front of him could really do it without fear. As long as he went soft, then the next step would be to let them pinch him. Bang! Ning Yan did not speak again. Henry only responded with his fists. He had thought wrongly and found the wrong person to provoke. If it was someone else, there was a real possibility that he would be intimidated. Unfortunately, The one standing in front of him was Ning Yan. Only the sound of a kowtow could be heard. It was incomparably crisp. See if I dare. Do you really think this is the Qing dynasty? Ning Yan held down Henry's neck with one hand, pressing it against the ground. Ning Banquet realized that this guy's brain was, indeed, problematic, still stuck in the era of the great powers. But sadly, times have long since changed. Now, he was the liege. Henry. Jerry looked at Ning Banquet's movements with the kowtowing Henry and was surprised. Martyr, get together and get this asshole. And that biker. After reigning supreme for so long, when had they ever suffered such a strange humiliation? Immediately, they greeted their companions and surrounded Ning Banquet together. Together? Begging for it. Ning Yan hooked his hand and laughed. While provoking, he turned back slightly. Xingji, back off. Xingji sniffed. Knowing that he couldn't help Ning Yan, he could only do as he was told and try not to drag his feet. Just as soon as Xingji pushed back, several people swarmed around Ning Yan. The surrounding area was also crowded with people watching. From time to time, there were also sounds of university students cheering on Ning Banquet. After all, they were fellow countrymen. After all, this was Daxia. After all, everyone was dissatisfied with these foreigners. Bang bang bang. These few crooked people were dressed like tourists, but the muscle lines are obvious, and their shots are all coordinated, both offense and defense. At a glance, they were trained in a professional system. If they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have been able to defend themselves. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was Ning Yan. In a matter of seconds, they were all knocked to the ground by a single punch. By the way, they smashed their cameras as much as they could. Trained. A bit of a base, but not quite enough. Ning Yan clapped his hands and commented carelessly. In the front, perhaps Ning Yan was still skeptical, but after exchanging hands, Ning Yan was certain that these guys definitely had something fishy going on. No matter how rich an ordinary person was, they couldn't learn the fighting skills of an agent. You, who the hell are you? Henry asked as he fell to the ground, wearing a rough breath as he looked toward Ning Yan. A Daxia man. Ning Yan smiled and returned. Now I need you all to apologize to me, and my sister. For that matter, Jerry, no way. Jasmika, delusional. In their eyes, they were the noble race. Apologizing was impossible to apologize for. It was impossible to apologize to the Xia people in this lifetime. Really? Ning Yan laughed. With that, Ning Yan took one left and one right and grabbed the back of the two men's necks. Clunk! Holding down the two men's heads, they knocked them straight into the ground. The only sound that could be heard in the entire room was the crisp kowtowing sound. As for people, it is important to have self-knowledge. If they don't want to be decent, they can only have him, Ning, to help them be decent. How dare you? Henry looked at Ning Yan's movements, raised his hand to point at him, and questioned. Ning Yan threw the two men in his hands, like throwing trash, casually, doing it all. What wouldn't I dare to do? Now come and answer me. Who's the biker? A stern gaze was cast on Henry. Her. Henry clenched his teeth and pointed at Xingji. Pa! A crisp put of applause rang out. Who? Ning Banquet piled up a smile and asked again. Her. Henry was ironclad and unwilling to give in. Snap. There were no surprises. Henry's favorite big slap came as expected. Ning Yan's face sank as he asked. For the last time, who is it? Henry, who had knocked the dumbfounded, felt the killing intent on Ning Banquet's body and instantly came to his senses, fawningly saying, it's me. I'm a biker. My whole family is beachy. Henry couldn't care less about losing face, and with two more slaps from Ning Yan, he was afraid he would have to die violently on the spot. Ning Banquet slapped Henry's face with satisfaction and laughed. That's right. Remember, this isn't Qing. Suddenly, unknown to the crowd, someone shouted, police, as if Henry had grabbed a life preserver. He flung himself over like a madman, crying and shouting at the same time. Police, help me. He's going to kill me. He's going to murder an international friend. A big hat. Straight to Ning Banquet. The man in the lead swept the entire scene and beckoned. Take them all back. Chapter 29. A gentle reminder that abusing lynching is against the law. Westlake District Police Station. Interrogation room. Name? Ning Yan. Age? 23. Gender? Without lifting her head, Huang Kanchan casually registered the information and asked again. Ning Yan looked at the female officer sitting across from him, blinking suspiciously as she asked back. Can't you tell? Huang Kanchan looked up and swept a glance, her face full of impatience as she icily asked again. Gender? Her distaste for Ning Banquet was written so bluntly on her face. According to Newton's third law, forces were mutual. Huang Kanchan loathed Ning Yan, and Ning Yan likewise had nothing good to say about this female officer in police uniform and heavy makeup. Ning never held grudges, as any grudges were reported on the spot, never overnight, and immediately disliked her back. How did you pass the physical examination? Stuffed money? You are estimated to have to stuff a lot. The relationship must also be hard, right? Ning Yan crossed his legs, his face full of amusement. This female police officer in front of him had a very hard relationship. In fact, there was no need to speculate. From the perfume smell that permeated the interrogation room, it was evident, not to mention, also wearing a lot of high-luxury jewelry. Aside from the connections, who else would dare to be so unscrupulous in a government office? Thinking about this, Ning Yan was playful. After all, he had come all the way here, so it was a waste of time not to play. You, hearing Ning Yan's questioning and provocative words, Huang Qanshan glared angrily at Ning Yan. With that, he slammed the table in front of him again and spoke. Please straighten your attitude and cooperate with us. Huang Qanshan had interrogated many prisoners. The timid ones, the tough-talking ones, the sophomoric ones, the strange ones. She had seen quite a few of them, but it was really the first time she had seen one as emboldened as Ning Yan. Daring to openly provoke her authority and question her on her turf would never let this fellow called Ning Yan have a good time. What's more, he had also hit an international friend, which was an added offense. Cooperate? Where did I not cooperate? I'll answer whatever you ask. Ning Yan clasped his hands in front of his chest, his face indifferent and full of smiles. How could a good citizen like him not cooperate? Definitely cooperate well. Huang Qanshan smiled but didn't laugh. Forcibly suppressed his anger and asked, do you know why you're sitting here? Looking at Ning Yan, although correct the attitude, but more and more smile, Huang Qanshan heart anger will not hit a place. Later, she must let this asshole know what is called attitude. Hopefully he would keep this same to the end and not beg for mercy. Of course. Ning Yan nodded and laughed. Oh, looks like there's self-awareness. Faced with Ning Yan's sudden cooperation, Huang Qanshan was still a bit uncomfortable, but still continued to ask, tell me, what crime have you committed? Ning Yan sniffed, looked the female officer up and down, and laughed. TCH, it seems like you're not only going through the back door for this physical examination, but also for the police academy exam? This has not been judged by the court. Where did I get the crime? It can't be that you, officer, purposely put it on me, right? Said Ning Yan, also shook his legs. That attitude was as arrogant as it could be. It was as if he was the one being interrogated, and Huang Qanshan was the one being interrogated. However, Ning Banquet spoke every word of truth. The reason why a suspect was called a suspect. It was even if he was caught red-handed killing someone. The person was caught in the act and the evidence was overwhelming. Before the court ruled on a conviction, he could still only be called a suspect. The commoners might not be able to tell the difference. But this should be common sense to public security officers, right? You, straighten up your attitude. This is a police station, not a place for you to spill your guts. Huang Qanshan stood up, slammed the table, and angrily rebuked. Once again, the issue of attitude was emphasized, but there was no doubt that Ning Yan's words had indeed poked at her sore spot. Huang Qanshan had gotten into the police academy by going through connections, so her grades were at the bottom of the list. In order to be able to graduate, she went through the back door, but this time, Ning Banquet guessed wrongly, not the back door of stuffing money and taking connections. Rather, Huang Qanshan let the teacher go through her back door. Ning Yan smacked his lips, very satisfied with Huang Qanshan's reaction, raised his eyebrows, and in an extremely provocative tone, added fuel to the fire. Anxious eyes? Which sentence of mine has a problem? Kicking the cripple's good leg violently, spreading salt on people's wounds. It had always been one of Ning Yan's favorite things to do. Having played with it, Ning Yan had no reason to stop when he saw it. Huang Qanshan, who had been poked and prodded, no longer cared about expression management, raised her hand to point at Ning Yan and said angrily, strong words, I'll ask you again, know why you're sitting here? Although her mouth was still going through the process, in her heart, Huang Qanshan had already sentenced Ning Yan to death countless times. He dared to provoke himself? He dared to humiliate himself? The red light for a left turn is the hardest to wait for. Ning Yan casually relied on the chair, put down his crossed legs, smiled blandly, and said, isn't it because, if you can't cure the foreigners you still can't cure me? The emotions of the two men, in this small interrogation room, formed a sharp contrast. One was furious, the other was breezy. You. Huang Qanshan was so infuriated by Ning Yan that her chest rose and fell. Immediately afterward, she looked around and began to search for any handy weapons as far as the eye could see. Unluckily, Huang Qanshan's intentions were caught in Ning Yan's eyes, clapped his hands and laughed. Officer, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry just yet. A warm reminder, abusing lynching is against the law. Insightful intentions, timely filler. The most infuriating thing was that Ning Yan was telling the truth. Once lynching was abused, the punishment she, Huang Qanshan, would have to endure would not be light. Therefore, angry and helpless, Huang Qanshan stood in place, impotent and furious. Observation room. Ha 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 ha, a bright and cheerful laughter rang out. Interesting, this kid is too interesting. Sharp words, knife to the heart. The middle-aged officers who witnessed the whole thing were laughing so hard that tears were coming out of their eyes. Only those of them, the police department insiders who understood Huang Qanshan's background, knew how high the gold content of Ning Yan's complimentary knife was. It was simply a great joy. Cool. There is more than just one word cool. The young police officer standing at the side, after looking around, softly asked, "Master, are you still laughing?" Although this young police officer also wanted to laugh, but it was obvious that he seemed to have great concerns. "What? Still not giving it?" the middle-aged police officer asked rhetorically after calming his laughter. What's wrong with that young man's words? If she wasn't the niece of Deputy Director Huang, could she have graduated? Can she enter our bureau? Can she sit there and interrogate that young man? The questions were 4 in a row, especially when saying the 4 words of Deputy Director Huang. The middle-aged officer bit down extremely hard. As long as a person is not stupid, can hear the middle-aged police officer? To his mouth that Huang Deputy Director of dissatisfaction. After all, there is not a normal person can treat a public for personal gain leadership and a forced into the relationship. Not to mention the fact that this person is also incapable of doing anything. Not only that, the person had also borrowed the relationship and sat in the interrogation room. That's true. The young officer nodded. But master, if you say this, if Deputy Bureau Huang hears it, I'm afraid that he'll give you small shoes again. The young officer recognized his master's words, but he was worried that the walls had ears. That one word again emphasized his heartache. This straightforward master of his had not been shoe-shined by that Deputy Director Huang more than once or twice. I'm still afraid of him? Dare to do and dare not let people talk? Isn't it just that he wants to lick the foreigners and is afraid of us grabbing the attack? Soft bones, so close to kneeling for the foreigners. The middle-aged police officer was filled with righteous indignation and cursed. He was not afraid of being suppressed. He never joined the police force for the sake of promotion and wealth, but he just couldn't stand to see that persons acting like a bully, especially the soft-bone behavior. How many years has it been since the Qing dynasty died, and he still can't stand up and still wants to kneel and lick the foreigners? Master, my good master, be careful with your words. The young officer came to the side of the middle-aged officer, with a bitter face, and begged. This master of his own, is this foul temper? He would rather bend than bend, and would never bow his head. But the young officer really didn't want to see his own master being worn small shoes again. You're so young, why are you so wimpy? Not a bit of blood. The middle-aged officer patted the young officer's shoulder and said, "Look at that young man, he is not afraid to sit inside. What are you afraid of?" Saying this, the middle-aged officer raised his hand and pointed to Ning Yan in the picture. This is what it means to learn new ideas and strive to be a pillar of the new youth. If the young people were all bloodless and didn't dare to fight, in the long run, Daxia would sooner or later be destroyed. How can this be the same? The young officer said, "That's your superior. I don't want to see you being worn shoes again." That young man inside was not a member of their police department, nor did he need to work under that Deputy Huang. It simply couldn't be mixed up. Hearing this, the middle-aged officer was instantly displeased and snapped, "This is the people's police station, not his Huang family's Hall of Fame. Little Pei, you have to remember that we joined the police for the people, not to be a dog for his Huang family. Don't forget your original intention of enrolling in the police academy back then, and don't forget the oath you took, in front of the police badge." The young police officer originally wanted to persuade again, but couldn't say it anymore, and after dwelling on it for a long time, he said, "I know master, but, people under the roof, have to bow their heads." The middle-aged officer frowned, let out a long sigh, and shook his head. A child cannot be taught. Inside the interrogation room. "Good, you're good." Huang Qanshan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, sat back down and said with a leathery smile, "Then let's talk about it now. The other case you were involved in." Saying that, he picked up another dossier. Ning Yan propped her face up with her hand and laughed. "Officer, don't be so furious, it's too intimidating." Huang Qanshan resisted the urge to hack this person to death, and opened his mouth. "Lu Shurian, this person, you recognize it, right?" Ning Yan's face was as usual, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, and calmly returned, "Recognize." When Huang Qanshan mentioned Lu Shurian, Ning Yan knew what she had in mind, but unluckily, one of the strongest things Ning someone, had was mental quality. If you want to snare words, do it in your next life. She's missing, you know that, right? No, you're her boyfriend, how could you not know? Ning Yan shook his finger and emphasized, "It's an ex-boyfriend, we broke up. It should be normal for an ex like me not to know, right? Reasonable, colorful as usual, no cracks. Now there is evidence that points to you murdering Lu Shurian." Huang Qanshan's face was gloomy as she opened her mouth. She actually had no evidence. It was just to use words to swindle Ning Yan, causing him to reveal his footsteps. Unfortunately, Huang Qanshan had ultimately underestimated Ning Yan and overestimated herself. Ning Yan raised his hand and smiled. Since there is evidence, then please ask the officer to take it out. If you take it out, I'll confess on the spot. If you can't take it out, I remember that this conversation is recorded, right? I have the right to sue you, officer, for rumor and slander, abuse of power, and framing a good citizen. Saying that, the provocative smile on Ning Yan's face increased, as if saying, come on, if you don't like what you see, come and get me killed. You, Huang Qanshan gritted her teeth, momentarily speechless. The gaze that looked toward Ning Yan was filled with resentment. Sharp teeth, wait for me, sooner or later, I'm going to tear this mouth of yours apart, Huang Qanshan secretly said in his heart. Chapter 30, Director. There are a few people who want to see you. The Deputy Director's office. Alright, I'll go out first once the bandaging is done. After seeing that the bandaging was finished, Huang Wai gave an eviction order to the medical staff. After saying that, Huang Wai turned his head to look at the subordinates who were waiting to understand the situation, and opened his mouth. You guys also go out first. I'll talk alone to understand the situation. Deputy Bureau. This. One of them just wanted to say that this is out of order, but just opened a mouthful. Was interrupted by Huang Wide. This what this? Did not hear my words? Huang Wide's tone sank, displeased. As a leader, the thing he disliked the most was to have a subordinate challenge his authority. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and after a moment, they said in unison, yes. Immediately afterward, the rest of the police department quickly exited the office. Only Huang Wide and the crooked man who had been educated by Ning Yan were left behind. Are you guys doing well? Huang Wide changed his face, looking kindly at Henry and the others and asked. That expression was as flattering as it could be. If the crowd had seen it just now, they would have been shocked. One moment it was the high and mighty deputy director, now it was a lowly lapdog. Well, thanks for asking. Jasmine Card angrily asked back. Do you think we are like this? Can still be okay? Saying that, she pointed to her bandaged right arm, as well as the face full of scars. In her condition, she was still the least injured of the group. Perhaps it was because Ning Yan had seen that she was a female, and had slightly left her hand open. That's right, after living for so many years, this is the first time I've suffered such a big loss. Still on such a xia bastard. Shat, Henry echoed, cursing. Being beaten up was already a strange shame. So many of them hadn't beaten a single Ning Yan. He was also made to forcefully hold his head down and kowtow to that bitch. More crucially, he was also forced to admit that he was the bitch. It was simply humiliation on top of humiliation. Don't worry, everything is with me, Huang Wide said. This case is handled by me. He won't be able to walk out. After this kind of incident, he was bound to give these people an explanation. Otherwise, his Huang Wide's black hat would really come to an end. What we want is to not let him go. This matter must be dealt with seriously. He must not be spared. It's best to shoot him. Jerry sniffed angrily. He wanted Ning Yan to die. Only with that bastard's blood could they wash away the humiliation they had suffered today. Huang Wide thought for a moment and spoke. I'm afraid that's not very good. According to the relevant laws, the most that can be done is to go through the criminal process according to the crime of intentional assault. He also wanted to fulfill their wishes, but this was Daxia, a country under the rule of law, and Huang Wide was also in a difficult position. The crime of intentional assault was already the limit of what he could do. After all, as far as he knew, it was this Lord Yang who had started the trouble in the first place. To put it bluntly, the man called Ning Yan can be considered as self-defense. Obviously, this answer from Huang Wide was not satisfactory. Henry sneered and reminded, Huang, don't forget, the position you're sitting in now. Who helped you up? Whether it was in Henry's eyes, or in the eyes of the others, this Huang Wide was a dog they had raised. What he had to do was to obey, not bargain with his master. Huang Wide sniffed, his face sank, and he gritted his teeth. I haven't forgotten, and have always kept it in mind. Dissatisfaction. Extremely dissatisfied with these few people, but Huang Wide could only endure it, because he was indeed the force behind these people, fostering up, and he still had a handle on them. Henry did not continue to insist on this issue, but the conversation turned, asked, how is the public opinion on the internet in your summer country? Borrowing 10 guts from Huang Wide, he wouldn't dare to go against their wishes, so Henry was now more interested in knowing how this matter was fermenting on the internet. After all, as long as the public opinion came together, that bastard would be adding to his crimes. Huang Wide said, it's strange to say that it hasn't hit the hot search yet, but it's almost there. Such a big deal. There are still so many people at the scene taking videos. I reckon it won't take long for public opinion to rise. Huang Wide gave his own speculation, but he himself felt strange. According to reason, nowadays, In this era of information explosion, when something like this happened, at most 1 hour, it would be able to rush to the first hot search. As a result, it has been several hours, but the stone is sinking into the sea, not a splash. Could it be that someone is pressurizing Ning Banquet? That is not right. So an ordinary person, where's such a big face? The fact that he hit us is secondary. The main thing is the camera. He smashed our camera. Henry waved his hand and continued. You are also clear how important the things inside are. In that camera, it was the purpose of their trip to Daxia. Not only was there the secrets of that military region, there were quite a few other secrets as well. There was no room for loss. Huang Wide nodded. I know. I've already arranged for someone to fix it. Huang Wide knew very well that the importance of that camera could be more important than the lives of these guys in front of him. Henry paced, walked to Huang Wide's side, raised his bandaged hand, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, he almost made us lose all our efforts, all our work. Aren't you prepared to make him pay a price? It was only after these words were uttered that Huang Wide realized why this foreigner would specifically mention that camera. He was emphasizing the importance. He was letting him have to go out. The fundamental purpose, or want to out of that breath. This, I'll try my best. Huang Wide snapped his teeth and said, the words had been said to this point. He had to go on even if he was hard-headed. Obviously, Henry wasn't satisfied with this answer and continued to pressure. Huang, I need an affirmative answer. Don't want to hear an ambiguous answer from you. Having come to this point, Huang Wide could not retreat, took a deep breath and responded. Good. That's right. That's what makes us good friends. Henry nodded and smiled. Waiting for your good news. Tomorrow at the latest. I want to see his body, lying in front of me. Huang Wide. Understood. That daughter's affairs outside also trouble you to take care of them. If he didn't have a handle and a soft underbelly, how would he? Huang Wide, who was a deputy director, stoop so low? Don't worry. That's natural. We are close partners. Director's office. Clang clang clang. A knock sounded on the door. Enter. Xingwei's head was busy with his work and he didn't raise his head, then returned the knock. The higher authorities were coming to inspect in a few days, or else it would be impossible for him, a director, to still be working overtime at this hour. Zhu Tu pushed out the door and walked over to Xingwei's desk, saying respectfully, Director, there are a few people who want to see you. Who? Can't you see I'm busy? If it doesn't matter, let them come back tomorrow. Xingwei casually replied back. If it wasn't important, he didn't even want to bother. After all, welcoming the inspection was the top priority at the moment. But, Zhu Tu showed a difficult expression. He was a bit torn, not knowing what to say. There's nothing but. Xingwei was impatient, raised his head, and said, I'm going to be so busy here that I'm going to start a fire. Young people just don't understand things. Can't you see he's busy? Not a bit of eye candy. Zhu Tu sensed the displeasure on the leader's face and continued stiffly. The ones who want to see you are all big shots. Big shots? Who are all of them? I'd like to see how big. Xingwei was disgruntled. Right now, even the biggest characters were not as important as the welcoming work. The Provincial Party Committee, the Steering Group, the Discipline Inspection Commission, the National Security, the Military Region, and the President of Luminous International. Zhu Tu opened his mouth. What? Say that again. Who are all of them? Xingwei, who was originally ready to lash out, was instantly dumbfounded. At a certain moment, he couldn't believe his ears. Big shots. Still really all big shots. Unbelievably, why would these big shots come to him? Or did they come together? Listening to Xingwei's command, Zhu Tu repeated it again silently. You unlucky kid, Xingwei asked eagerly. Where did you arrange them? Panic. The panic was visible to the naked eye on Xingwei's face. Even back then, when he was on the front line of narcotics, when there was a hail of bullets, he hadn't even been this flustered. But after being in a leadership position for a long time. Third floor parlor. Zhu Tu replied. Dear Ming's general manager Mu gave her, alone, an office. Although Zhu Tu was young, he was not stupid. The ones in front were military and political dignitaries, and it was obvious that they came together, so he invited them to the parlor. Mu Yunshu, on the other hand, had a distinguished family and was worth a lot of money, but after all, he was a businessman, so it was better to place them separately. Who? Xingwei sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, even though your kid talks in a big breath, he's still good at his job. He was truly afraid just now, afraid that this kid who didn't know what he was doing, would give Dear Ming's general manager Mu to those bigwigs, and arrange them together. Hurry up, go over there, why are you still waiting? Xingwei stood up and urged. Chapter 31, Who can startle so many big shots at the same time? The third floor parlor. Xingwei brought Zhu Tu with him, arriving at the fastest speed of his life, mainly because he didn't dare to be slow. Secretary Lin, Group Leader Luo, Secretary Gao, General Commander Fu, Commander Zhou, all the leaders are here. My subordinates have missed out on welcoming you. Xingwei gasped and greeted respectfully. He had originally thought that the ones who had come were the representatives sent by those several appellations, but Xingwei hadn't even expected that this actually came to be all handfuls of leaders. The secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, the head of the steering group, secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, chief commander of the Jiangnan branch of the State Security Bureau, commander of the Linen Military Region. Which one of these was in existence that he Xingwei needed to look up to? Looking at the bigwigs in front of him, Xingwei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forced himself to calm down, looked at Sunjin, who was standing over there shivering, and opened his mouth. Little son, don't go serve tea yet. Xingwei was that angry in his heart. This Sunjin is such a big man, why does he have no eyesight? With so many leaders here, he didn't even make a cup of tea. Let them wait here. Do you think that you are the director of my hat is not taken off fast enough? Slowly, tea is not necessary. Lin Qigong gently waved and said, we didn't come for you, Director Xing, a cup of tea. The tone of voice is flat and warm, but not angry and authoritative. The aura of a long time in the upper echelons of the hierarchy came to the face. Seeing this, Sunjin was at a loss for words and simply retreated directly to the side. Yes, it's. Xingwei didn't know what to say, so he could only say yes repeatedly. Cold sweat had long since imbibed his shirt. However, he was tortured in his heart, helplessly and secretly saying, my ancestors, what are you here for then? This small broken temple of mine, where can I accommodate so many of you great gods? Helpless, flustered, confused, countless thoughts had long flashed through Xingwei's mind. It was also reflected upon countless times. What mistake had he made? Or what had he coveted? How could he have startled these 5 bigwigs into arriving in person? And even if he really did something, he didn't have such a big face to startle them all at once. Did he? Lin Qigong's gaze shifted lightly and smiled. A few of you. Which one of us will speak first? The 5 of them came to the West Lake police station together. In fact, they did not make an appointment in advance, but just happened to meet in front of the police station. It was only because of the suddenness of the incident and the importance of the matter. Ha 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 ha. Old Lin, see what you're saying, aren't we all here for the same reason? Luo Shanping laughed aloud. Isn't it the same whoever says it first? The moment the 5 people met, everyone actually knew in their hearts who everyone else was here for. After all, there was only that one person who could have alarmed so many big leaders to rush to this police station at this point in time. The same person? What kind of person could startle so many big shots at the same time? Xingwei said in his heart. All that remained on that creased face was puzzlement. He was curious to know just who had such great face. To be able to startle one of these people was already impressive enough. It also startled 5 of them at once. This Jiang province is under your old Lin's administration, so it's better for you to say it. Fu Yuanlu laughed. That's right. Hurry up and say it. That person's temperament can't be delayed. Luo Shanping concurred, and this was the fundamental reason why the few of them could join forces in their busy schedules. There wasn't one. Lin Qigong nodded and said, Director Xing, this police station of yours is really a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. It really dares to arrest even anyone. Xingwei had been around for so many years and had long been an old man. He clearly realized that even though Secretary Lin's tone remained flat, he was extremely displeased. Or translated, it was saying, you, Xingwei, are really bold, but he was really wronged. Yes, you should be thankful. Director Xing, that man is still in a good mood. Luo Shanping echoed and laughed. It's really unfortunate that your huge police station is still safe and sound. Luo Shanping's words, at first, sounded like he was joking, but only the other 4 were clear that he wasn't joking. If one was not careful, this police station, including everyone up and down, would fly into oblivion. This, Secretary Lin, Team Leader Luo, my subordinate doesn't quite understand. Xingwei was in trouble. He knew that the situation must be serious if he could alarm these few people, but he really didn't understand what was going on. After all, this was the West Lake district he was in, a small police station. Even if he was fooling around, what kind of big shot could he catch? Do not understand? Think about it. What case did your police department do today, and what people were arrested? Fu Yuanlu was happy. Things had come to this point, and there was actually someone who didn't know what was going on. But that's right, this Xingwei is almost 50 years old, and he's still just a police chief of a district. Isn't it because he's always confused? Can't get his priorities straight. There isn't any big case. Xingwei desperately recalled, but it was still nothing. Lin Qigong gasped and laughed, snapping, when did I, Daxia, a great nation, need to look at the face of the foreigners to do things? To give the foreigners ambush small and low? Don't know think here is still the Qing dynasty. The person in power is still called the Western Empress Dowager Cixi? On the face of the provincial party committee's first hand, there was only displeasure and sulking. It was one thing for that man to be arrested, but this police department under him, licking the feet of the foreigners, was another thing. The great powers all miss my Ching. What an ironic phrase. Is it the case of the Westlake mutual assault? Zhu Tu stood aside and whispered, "Look, the youngsters under you all know better than you." Luo Shanping shook his head and said, "Young comrade, you speak." They had already lost the idea of continuing communication with Xingwei. Zhu Tu, who was suddenly named, after a slight stunned silence, opened his mouth and said, "It's Deputy Bureau Huang who handled the case, arrested a man and a woman, and is still on trial. According to the people under the Huang Deputy Bureau, it is a man with the surname Ning, maliciously beating the crooked oil people. The plot is extremely bad." Although Zhu Tu was young, his brain was sharp, especially after a bit of observation. His wording was extremely well worded, also extremely targeted. While turning the spearhead towards Deputy Bureau Huang, he also incidentally set aside part of the responsibility for Xingwei. After all, he was Xingwei's man. If the thigh was gone, he would not have a good time in the future. So the art of language came to life. What a malicious assault. You guys really know how to do things. Fu Yuanlu coldly snorted. Ning's surname, Ning's last name. He won't be Ning Lao's. Xingwei was an afterthought. People are confused, but no one who can sit in this position can be a cutie. Ning's surname, and to be able to startle so many big names, with a little association, then it can only be. Lin Qigong sniffed, unapologetically, frankly said, "It is precisely my careless great-nephew." See the joke. When these words came out, it was like a thunderclap on the ground, exploding in Xingwei's heart. Whether it was Xingwei, or Sun Jinju too, all froze in place. However, it was also true that this was the only reason that could explain why these big names would be startled. Moreover, I'm afraid that the other four are also all related to that man with the surname Ning, who was related to. Dare not dare not dare. Xingwei came back to his senses. My subordinate will release them. The words have been said to this point. Xingwei again mute, also know what to do. Fu Yuanlu on the other hand, waved his hand and laughed. Not too busy, not too busy. I haven't said my business yet. Upon investigation of your Westlake Police Department, some people have committed espionage, and others have committed the crime of selling the country and betraying the national interests of Daxia. Sweeping the darkness needs evidence. Counterterrorism only needs a list. Commander Zhou, who has been silent, also opened his mouth at the right time. I'm here as well. Someone has leaked national military secrets. Not coincidentally, I have it here too. Secretary Gao of the Discipline Inspection Commission said, corruption and malfeasance, bribery and extravagance. Xingwei was suddenly sweating profusely and his breathing became rapid. This, I wonder if the leaders can clarify. Xingwei asked, trembling and bowing his head. This pile, piece by piece, was a head-killing offense, especially this was still coming from the mouths of, well, these bits of big shots. Lin Qigong, his surname is Huang. It's him? Xingwei suddenly realized. Surname Huang, then it could only be one person. After all, in their police station, there was only one leader with the surname Huang. Huang Wide. Lin Qigong stood up, patted Xingwei's shoulder, and asked meaningfully, Director Xing, do you know why we're telling you so much? Xingwei blurted out, my subordinate understands. It had come to this point. How could he, Xingwei, not understand? Decency, decency, especially when it's a big deal. It's even more important to be decent. It's best to resolve this matter internally, without expanding the impact. If you play nice, we'll all play nice. After all, it doesn't sound good or look good when it's all said and done. It can only be characterized as a victory for counterintelligence, and it could only be so. Good, very good. Lin Qigong laughed. You make the report. I'll approve the note. This is wrapped up beautifully. Luo Shanping stood up and said, all right, release those who should be released and arrest those who should be arrested. Xingwei, yes. Lin Qigong seemed to remember something and added, the girl who came in with us, that's my nephew-in-law. She doesn't know about our relationship with my nephew. Xingwei sniffed, his mind working frantically, blinked, and opened. Understood. Young Master Ning was bailed out by Chief Mu. Chapter 32 looks like you really want to experience what the great memory recovery technique means. Interrogation room. Ning Yan, are you really planning to be recalcitrant to the end? Huang Kanshan walked up to Ning Yan and asked. In his heart was an uncontrollable fire, especially when she saw his almost provocative smile, coupled with his poor attitude. She was even more enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a police station and there was a surveillance camera on the side, Huang Kan really wanted to stab this asshole to death. One by one. Officer, what do you mean by being stubborn to the end? Ning Yan smiled blandly and retorted. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, never done anything illegal or disorderly. Saying this, Ning Yan blinked at Huang Qanshan with a face full of innocence. A look of you don't spit blood, tough mouth. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Huang Qanshan had already begun to lose control of her emotions. At the table in front of Ning Yan, she slammed it and clenched her fists. At this moment in time, there was always that one impulsive thought in her mind to directly strangle this asshole in front of her regardless of the surveillance camera. But the only remaining reason stopped Huang Qanshan's impulse. However, that string was almost taut as well. Oh, it's hard to believe that you, officer, are still planning to torture me into confessing? There's no way you're going to want to bend over backwards to make a confession, right? Ning Yan did not dodge. His expression remained the same, asking with a playful smile. He could see that this uneducated woman with heart connections had reached a critical point in her anger and dissatisfaction. Now he only needed to fiddle a little more. A good show was about to unfold. How come? This is a civilized and harmonious society. How could there be such unruly behavior? Hearing Ning Banquet's words, Huang Qanshan, who was originally out of her mind with anger, for some reason, inexplicably calmed down and said with a leathery smile. It seemed like she could also see that Ning Yan was deliberately provoking her, trying to induce her to make mistakes on impulse. Seeing that Huang Qanshan had calmed down quite a bit, Ning Yan wasn't in a hurry and licked his lips, smiling. Really? That's too bad. I was planning to fight hard until the end, to see if there would be a beauty trick. Saying that, Ning Yan's gaze, still at Huang Qan's trembling and undulating peak, looked up and down. You, good, very good. You're the only prisoner who, in this interrogation room, still dares to stomp on his nose. The beauty trick in Ning Yan's words suddenly pierced Huang Qanshan's most sensitive nerve. The anger that was originally under control completely spiraled out of control, because this person in front of her evoked the unpleasant past that she once had, using the back door for the future. Being those few old men 7 flies, especially also perceived Ning Yan's gaze. She can't endure it anymore, and she doesn't want to endure it. The big deal was to find a chance to delete the video afterward. Even if anything went wrong, there was still his eldest uncle, Deputy Director Huang, to take the heat. Officer, once again correcting your name. It's suspect, not the so-called prisoner, Ning Yan playfully reminded. It seems like you really want to experience what the great memory recovery technique means. Huang Qanshan clapped her hands together and opened her mouth. For a moment, anger disappeared from her face, replaced by a smile like a flower. This was all his own fault. The great memory recovery technique, used on this body, was reasonable, legal and compliant. Having come all the way here, how can I do it without experiencing it? Ning Yan said with a bland smile, seeing that Ning Yan was not only unafraid, but also unusually excited. Huang Qanshan nodded repeatedly. Then as you wish. With that, he took the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Someone come!" Clang! Just as Huang Qanshan's words fell, the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened. The arrival of this person was beyond her expectations, but after seeing the person clearly, Huang Qanshan was dumbfounded and froze in place, saying dumbfoundedly, "Bureau, Director? Why are you here?" The visitor who pushed the door in was none other than Xing Wei, who had rushed here in a hurry. While he was outside the door, he heard nothing else but a big memory recovery technique. Huang Qanshan panicked. How could she not expect that the person who came would actually be the director? How could the director suddenly come here? Isn't he preparing the materials for the inspection? For a while, millions of speculations surfaced in Huang Qanshan's mind. Didn't you call for someone? Xing Wei seemed to smile. Of course I came here. Listening to this unkind tone of the director's, Huang Qanshan subconsciously thought that the director was annoyed that he was making him, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. I don't mean this. No, I am not making you. Huang Qanshan was at a loss for words, not the slightest bit of her arrogant and domineering appearance just now. Xing Wei snorted coldly. Of course I know. Huang Qanshan sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. However, the next sentence made her heart lift up again, and also plummeted, only to see Xing Wei skipping past Huang Qanshan and going straight to Ning Yan's body, his face full of smiles, as flattering as he could be, saying, "Mr. Ning, you've been wronged." That tone was as humble as it could be. If it weren't for the fact that there were still outsiders and surveillance next to him, Xing Wei would have even been tempted to directly refer to Ning Yan as young master. Huang Qanshan, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. Was this still their bureau chief? When had Bureau Chief Xing ever been so humble? She couldn't be dreaming, could she? Regarding Xing Wei's attitude, Ning Yan seemed to have anticipated it and said lazily, "Complaining? Not aggrieved. I'm having fun. You officers are quite interesting," said Ning Yan, also casually pointed at Huang Qanshan. Ning Yan's careless remark, however, caused Xing Wei to break out in a cold sweat, and compensated with a smile. "You're joking." If he hadn't heard the words great memory recovery technique, Xing Wei might have really thought that Ning Yan was praising Huang Qanshan, But how could he not understand that his master was explicitly complimenting and implicitly belittling, pointing at himself? It's simply a face-to-face mockery, but all Xingwei could do at this moment was to smile. Incidentally, he lifted the restraints on Ning Yan's body. Watching Xingwei's movements, Huang Qanshan came back to her senses and asked, Bureau Xing, what are you doing? He's a prisoner, how did you release him? Perhaps it was because the journey was too smooth. Huang Qanshan did not realize the seriousness of the problem. She even thought that this director had lost his mind. Seeing this, Ning Yan elbowed Xingwei and smiled playfully. Right? Not only did he not know how to read people's words, but he also took another bite out of a prisoner. Xingwei's face instantly turned green, but he continued to laugh and said, it is indeed quite interesting. With that, Xingwei straightened up and looked at Huang Qanshan, forcibly suppressing his anger as he asked, then tell me, what did he commit? If not for the fact that Ning Banquet was still here, if not for the fact that there was a surveillance camera and that he had to take into account his image and decency, Xingwei was really tempted to go up and smack this stupid woman with his big ear. Is it still too much of a shame to lose enough? Seeing Xingwei ask this question, Huang Qanshan immediately raised her hand to point at Ning Banquet and said with a straight face, he is suspected of murdering an international friend and destroying the friendship between the two countries. Vigorously, Huang Qanshan believed that as long as she stated her reasons, the director would definitely change his attitude. After all, in her conception, Lord Yang was heaven. Xingwei shook his head and snorted coldly. The so-called international friend you speak of has already been taken away by the National Security Bureau for espionage. Disgust and dislike were written all over Xingwei's face. He had seen stupid ones before, but he had never seen one this stupid. What? How is this possible? You're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. When Huang Kankan heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was greatly shocked, backing up continuously. It was simply unbelievable. How could they be spies when they were clearly international friends? They were clearly so good-looking, and so long and persistent. There's nothing impossible. Xingwei said, the people from the Discipline Commission, they are also waiting for you outside. As the words fell, a few more people in uniform came in outside the door. Straight away, they surrounded Huang Qanshan. Huang White had committed so many crimes. How could his dogfighting niece be clean? The person in the lead waved his hand. Take away. Receiving the order, the crowd immediately held down Huang Qanshan and restrained her. No. Huang Qanshan struggled frantically, losing her voice and screaming. She couldn't accept this ending. It was clear that a few minutes ago, the prisoner was still Ning Yan the one. How did it become her? At this time, Huang Kankan seems to be waiting for the red light to turn left. Unfortunately, how to struggle is futile. After watching Huang Qanshan being escorted away, Ning Yan stood up, leaned on Xingwei's shoulder, and laughed. Should I say no? This 9 leakage fish is quite interesting. When Ning Yan used to brush Jian, he thought that the 9 leaky fish was most often G Enterprises, but he didn't expect that they, the police department, were no better. Mr. Ning, I'm amused. What else could Xingwei do but lower his head and smile? Ning Banquet was having quite a good time, and didn't intend to get into trouble with Xingwei, patting him on the shoulder and smiling meaningfully. Alright, Mr. Director, why are you so nervous about me? A little old man? Hearing this, Xingwei was dumbfounded, cursing in his heart. Can I not be nervous? And a small citizen? Have you ever seen a small citizen who can startle so many bigwigs? Chapter 33 Brother Fei. Aren't you going to introduce them? Xingwei's silence, deafening. In an instant, he suddenly understood why Huang Qanshan could be half dead from anger. This young Master Ning is really able to pretend. Also the little people, thanks to him, also have the nerve to say it? However, it is not a good idea to talk about it. People's status is there. How dare Xingwei show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction? Immediately on the creased face, piled up a smile, waved his hand and said repeatedly, no, this is all a misunderstanding. This will send you out. Xingwei now only wanted to send this ancestor out earlier. After all, even 1000-degree Yam wasn't as hot as him. Ning Yan only felt uninterested and didn't bother teasing this director anymore, opening his mouth to ask, where's the girl who was brought in with me? This appeared to be an inquiry. In reality, it was hinting at Xingwei. How could Xingwei not understand and said, don't worry, the girl is fine. It's in the interrogation room next door. You can see the girl when you go out. Saying that, Xingwei was still a bit distraught. Luckily, the men didn't make things difficult for the girl and nothing happened at all. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to deliver to this master. Of course I'm relieved, as long as I don't use the great memory recovery technique. Ning Yan laughed, meaning it. I don't dare to. That's just Huang Chan's nonsense. Cold sweat flowed from Xingwei's forehead as he denied. We're a small police station. How could we have this condition? Even if there was, Xingwei wouldn't dare to admit it. Wouldn't that be rushing to give people something to talk about? He didn't want to be promoted for a long time. He only wanted to have a peaceful retirement. No is good. Ning Yan laughed. Mr. Director, my friend is a college student. As the words college student left his mouth, Ning Yan's words came to an abrupt end, and he didn't say any more, even if Xingwei was a veteran. For a moment he couldn't guess what exactly this lord was trying to express, especially since he had also changed his address to himself. Lord Director? But the point is, what exactly is wrong with college students? Xingwei tangled half a day, could not think of a reason, so he directly asked, what do you mean? He doesn't like to deal with these big family children because of this, talking in a crooked way, never say anything straight, saying one thing and leaving another, always like to let people guess. My friend's family is in a bad situation, and he's living on a tight budget. Ning Banquet patted Xingwei's shoulder and said, seeing that he helped you crack such a big spy case this time, shouldn't he show something? Ning Yan's meaning was straightforward. He was asking for a bonus, but not for himself, but for Ruan Xingji. It was true, as Ning Yan had said, that her family was not well off. In fact, Ning Yan wanted to give her money directly, but considering this child's self-esteem, he vetoed the idea. It was better to help her politely. This was the case last time at Infinity. This time is also the same. The money that came this way not only protected Ruan Xingji's self-esteem, but also gave her no reason to refuse. Xingwei immediately understood and spoke. I understand. Wouldn't it be better to just say so? It was just a matter of asking for a bonus. There's a reason for this to be compliant, and coupled with your status, this bonus shouldn't be too good to apply for. As for Ning Yan's reasons for doing so, Xingwei didn't want to ask, much less know. Ha 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 ha, truly a good director for the people. Ning Yan laughed aloud in satisfaction. Alright, no need to send it off. Xingwei, okay, Mr. Ning, you take your time. You're welcome. Ning Yan waved his hand and turned to leave. After walking for a short while, around the corner, Ning Yan saw Ruan Xingji waiting there for him. Brother Banquet. Seeing the person who came, Ruan Xingji instantly brightened up, quickly pouncing on Ning Yan and asking, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Ruan Xingji was worried. She knew that Ning Banquet had great hands, but this was a police station after all, and having injured those crooked people, the matter would definitely not be small. Even Ruan Xingji was already mentally prepared to accompany Ning Yan to jail. It's fine, look, I'm unharmed. Don't worry. Ning Yan patted Ruan Xingji's back and laughed. Don't just care about me. How are you? Ning Yan never panicked from start to finish. The only ones who panicked were the state security personnel following his ass. After all, although their mission was surveillance, it was more about protecting civilians from the elements. Otherwise, those bigwigs wouldn't have gathered neatly in such a small police station. They were all afraid that Ning Yan would raze the place to the ground in a fit of rage. Fortunately, they only asked me a few questions, and then said to wait for the results from you. It didn't take long to release me. This can't be anything else, can it? Ruan Xingji asked worriedly. She was a college student, and she still had the legal awareness she should have. This police station process was a bit unconventional. It always felt like something wasn't right. Don't worry, it's all fine. Ning Yan smiled and said soothingly. As he said that, he gently let go of Ruan Xingji. It wasn't because Ning Yan was married and wanted to avoid suspicion. Rather, the female big indeed lived up to her name, and that touch tickled his heart. There was some kind of normal physiological reaction. Ruan Xingzai seemed to have sensed something, grabbed Ning Yan's arm, and said, Brother Yan, don't carry it alone. If I'm compensating for the medical expenses, I still have some savings there, so I can take it all out. Ruan Xingji couldn't care less anymore. She only wanted to do what she could now to help Ning Yan out, because she guessed that the probability that they were able to be released so smoothly was because Ning Yan had promised a high amount of compensation. But Ning Yan was definitely planning to carry the burden alone in order to keep her from worrying. Ning Yan was amused, rubbing Ruan Xingji's head and laughing. Silly girl, where were you thinking? Not only do you not need compensation, the police department will also give you a bonus in a few days. It should be said or not. Ruan Xingzue, this little girl, was indeed stupidly adorable, completely out of Ning Yan's expectation, but it was also quite good. This little girl was at least thinking of bearing the burden together, rather than flying separately in the face of great difficulties. Why? Ruan Xingji was puzzled. The surprise came too suddenly. Not only did she not need to pay compensation anymore, but she was also given a bonus? To commend you for helping the police uncle solve the spy case. Ning Yan laughed. Commendation? Spies? You said those. Phew, really? Ruan Xingju blinked. In hindsight, still a bit incredulous. She hadn't expected that those few crooked people taking pictures outside the military area were actually really spies. A mistake. Ning Yan, of course. I don't care if it's commendable or not, as long as it's fine. Ruan Xingxie let out a long sigh of relief. A heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. In fact, she didn't really care about the prize money or solving the spy case or anything else. As long as Ning Yan was fine, it was fine. She was really afraid that Ning Yan would go to jail because of herself. Let's go. It's getting late. I'll send you back to school. Ning Yan pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. Speaking, after tossing and turning for so long, it was getting dark. Ruan Xingji nodded. Okay. Downstairs, Mu Yunshu, who had learned that Ning Yan was fine, had already come downstairs to wait. After seeing that the visitor was Ning Yan, she waved her hand and shouted, Ning Yan. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Yan was first slightly stunned, then looked in the direction of the voice and said in confusion, Mu Yunshu? Why was she here? Ning Yan simply didn't expect that big rich bitch Mu was actually in the police station as well. Without thinking much about it, Ning Yan also didn't think much about it, and with Ruan Xingji in tow, he walked right up to Mu Yunshu and asked, Why are you here? Mu Yunshu sized up Ning Yan, and after making sure that the person was fine, she smiled playfully and said, I heard that someone got into a fight and rushed over to bail out. Chang Shikite could only find out Ning Yan's name in the first place, and likewise, the people at the police station weren't much better. However, Ning Yan married was traceable, so, a call was made over to Mu Yunshu to inform the situation. Mu Yunshu, who had learned the news, didn't have time to think about it, and left her work behind and hurriedly drove over to bail out Ning Yan. Ruan Xingji stood behind Ning Banquet, looking at Mu Yunshu, who had exquisite makeup, a powerful aura, and was in high luxury, and timidly asked, Brother Banquet, is this? Ruan Xingju was puzzled as to when Ning Yan had crossed paths with this person in front of him, and it looked as if the two of them seemed to have a very shallow relationship. Brother Banquet? Mu Yunshu had long since noticed the outstanding-looking, plainly dressed Ruan Xingju. It was only because her attention was on Ning Yan that she didn't pay much attention to it. However, this intimate sound of Brother Banquet attracted Mu Yunshu's attention. She, the proper wife, hadn't even addressed Ning Banquet in such an intimate manner. Mu Yunshu's gaze, shifting from Ruan Xingzai to Ning Yan, asked, Your relationship is good, ah? After a pause, she followed Ruan Xingzui's address to Ning Yan and continued with a smile. Brother Yan, aren't you going to introduce him? Chapter 34. Now you're tired of me meddling? It wasn't just Ruan Xingji who wanted to know who she was. She also wanted to know who Ruan Xingzhi was. Mu Yunshu was extremely curious. What was the origin of this little girl that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? And why was she following Ning Yan? And she had never heard Ning Banquet mention it before. For a while, Mu Yunshu's thoughts were all over the place. Inexplicably, a sense of crisis surfaced in Mu Yunshu's heart. Ning Yan, who was sandwiched in the middle, felt the strange and bizarre atmosphere, pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at Mu Yunshu first, and introduced, Ruan Xingji, a senior student of Lin University. My sister. Sister? When did this guy Ning Yan have a sister? Mu Yunshu wondered in her mind. She remembered that day when she went to see her mom. Ning Yan mentioned that he only had one sister. Then this clear and soft sister. Where did she come from? Don't be a love sister. When she read this, Mu Yunshu's gaze flowed between the two men's brows. Indeed, there wasn't the slightest resemblance. Ning Banquet didn't know about Mu Yunshu's rich inner drama, and after introducing her, he turned his head to Ruan Xingji and introduced, Mu Yunshu, my big gold master. Xingzhu, just call her sister. Ruan Xingzhu's age was younger than even Ning Yan's, so calling Mu Yunshu's sister was not a problem at all. At least that's how Ning Yan felt. Big gold master? Brother Banquet, that's quite a chic name for you, Mu Yunshu muttered under her breath, repeating the name Ning Yan had used to introduce himself. That sentence, Brother Banquet, was meaningful, and finished the second half of the sentence with gritted teeth. The dissatisfaction on Mu Yunshu's face was visible to the naked eye. After all, the introduction to Ruan Xingzhu was that of a younger sister, and to her was that of a big gold master. Though actually, Ning Yan's title was also correct. In terms of the contract between the two of them, she was his big gold master. But for some reason, Mu Yunshu was just a little very upset. Hello sister. Seeing this, Ruan Xingji stepped forward and asked Mu Yunshu, even though she didn't really understand why Ning Yan's introduction to Mu Yunshu was big gold master, but she could roughly understand the employment relationship that was supposed to exist between them. As long as it wasn't that kind of relationship, she still had a chance. If this sister called Mu Yunshu was really in a couple relationship with Ning Yan, she really wasn't sure she could compete with her. Hello. Mu Yunshu squeezed out a smile and returned. As she said that, she also glared fiercely at Ning Yan, expressing her dissatisfaction. There were still outsiders present, so it was not good to snap. When she got home, Mu Yunshu planned to settle the score with Ning Yan. After greeting, there were no pleasantries, but rather awkwardness there. Let's go. I'll send you guys back. Mu Yunshu was the first to speak, breaking the silence. After saying that, Mu Yunshu turned around and headed in the direction of the parking lot. Ruan Xingji tugged on Ning Yan's coat corner and whispered, "Brother Yan, this, too much trouble for sister, right?" Ruan Xingju's face was filled with a look of difficulty. Mu Yunshu had obviously come to pick up Ning Yan, but then again, it was her first time meeting with Mu Yunshu. "Let's go. Your sister's shoe is on the way, and it just so happens to save on taxi money. No trouble." Ning Yan smiled bashfully, pulling Ruan Xingji and following Mu Yunshu's direction. He knew that this little ninny was thin-skinned, but since big rich bitch Mu took the initiative to send her, it wasn't good to brush her off. And it's not easy to take a taxi next to this police station. Why not be happy about it? Okay. Ning Yan had said that, so Ruan Xingji couldn't refuse. Mu Yunshu lightly pressed the car key, pushed open the car door, and sat on the main driver. However, Ruan Xingji was stunned in place after seeing Mu Yunshu's car. Bentley? Ruan Xingju was an art student after all. She still knew something about famous cars and recognized it at a glance. She had thought about this sister being rich, but she hadn't expected at all that this sister was actually rich to this extent. This was a Bentley. Even if she graduated from college and worked for 30 years, she wouldn't necessarily be able to save a tenth of this amount of money. "Get in the car." Ning Yan pushed open the car door and smiled. Ruan Xingji shook her head and whispered, "Brother Yan, this car is very expensive. If I break it, I can't afford to pay for it." Ruan Xingji's whole body was resisting. She didn't dare to ride in this car. If she accidentally broke it, the repair cost would be astronomical. With her ability, she really couldn't afford to pay it back. If she could, Ruan Xingru would rather take a taxi. Spending a little more money would be fine. Much better than this fearfulness. "It's fine. Your sister's shoe is beautiful and kind. She won't let you pay for it. Sit at ease." Ning Yan pacified. Hearing Ning Yan say this, Ruan Xingji hesitated for a moment, and out of her trust in him, she finally gathered the courage to sit up. Just as Ning Banquet was about to get on the car and sit beside Ruan Xingji, Mu Yunshu poked her head out and spoke. "Brother Banquet, aren't you going to sit on the passenger side and show me the way?" I don't know if it was an illusion. Ning Yan actually heard the flavor of jealousy in Mu Yunshu's tone. Since Mu Yunshu asked for it, Ning Yan couldn't refuse and nodded. "Okay." After closing the rear door, Ning Yan walked to the passenger side and sat in the car. When Mu Yunshu's car started, the atmosphere in the car dropped to freezing point. It seemed to be permeated with the smell of smoke. Ning Yan wanted to open his mouth many times to ease the atmosphere, but as soon as he saw Mu Yunshu's face, he stopped. There were no words along the way. In front of Lin Da's door, after Mu Yunshu parked the car, she said coldly, "Lin Da has arrived." This was obviously said to Ruan Xingji. "I've arrived. Thank you, sister." Ruan Xingji didn't know what to say, but only thanked. The depressing atmosphere in this car made Ruan Xingji only feel that the temperature had dropped a few degrees. "You're welcome," Mu Yunshu responded formulaically. "Then, I'll leave first then. Bye brother Banquet, bye sister." Ruan Xingju opened the car door and politely said goodbye. This atmosphere made Ruan Xingji not want to stay for a moment longer, only wanting to escape this place. She knew very well that the sister called Mu Yunshu was full of hostility towards her. Ning Yan rolled down the car window and waved goodbye. After seeing Ruan Xingzue off, Ning Yan turned her head to look at Mu Yunshu beside her and spoke. "I say, Sister Shu, can't you smile? Cold face, look at how scared the little girl is." Not to mention Ruan Xingzue, Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's expression and also felt creeped out. Today's Mu Yunshu was like an iceberg that rejected people, without the slightest bit of affinity. "Can't." Mu Yunshu blankly glanced at Ning Yan and said back decisively. She was already furious. Now that Ning Yan was talking about her just for Ruan Xingji, Mu Yunshu became even more angry. Mu Yunshu's reaction evoked Ning Yan's interest and laughed. "Taking gunpowder? Who invited you to mess with you again?" It had to be said that this appearance of Mu Yunshu was also the first time Ning Yan had seen it. It seemed quite interesting as well. Paired with her original aura, she was a living, breathing, high-cool iceberg beauty. It had a different flavor. "Mu Yunshu, what do you think?" Ning Yan blinked and asked with a smile. "It can't be me, can it?" Looking at Mu Yunshu like this, Ning Yan probably guessed 7 or 8 points. Most likely, it was this big rich woman Mu, who had misunderstood the relationship between him and the little ninny and was sulking. But considering his face, she didn't snap in front of Ruan Xingju just now, or else, Mu Yunshu coldly said, "Who else could it be besides you?" "You." Ning Yan was amused. "What's this about me? What's wrong with me?" Mu Yunshu asked back. Ning Yan laughed. "This angry look of yours is quite cute." Hearing Ning Yan's praise of herself, the unhappiness in Mu Yunshu's heart dissipated quite a bit, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. However, she still put on a serious face and said, "Ning Yan, you're also well aware of my parents' affairs. I don't want you to have something like my father happen during the duration of our marriage, or else." Saying that, Mu Yunshu's words came to an abrupt end. Otherwise the words that followed would definitely be words of threat. But for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Ning Yan forced a smile and came forward, closing the distance between himself and Mu Yunshu, asking in a serious manner, "Otherwise what?" He was also very curious to know. No, I should say, he was also very curious to see what it was like when Mu Defu would threaten people. You, humph. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's flirtatious smile, snorted coldly and stopped talking. She knew that Ning Yan had seen through her small mind, waiting to see her joke. Ning Yan shook his head, looked at Mu Yunshu, and spoke. "I've known Wan Xingzhu for almost a year. If I really had thoughts about her, we would have gotten together a long time ago. And how would you go get a license with our Mu Defu bitch?" Having teased as well, he still had to explain. After all, there really wasn't that kind of relationship between him and Wan Xingzhu. Mu Yunshu pouted. "You don't have any interest in others. Who knows if she has any thoughts about you? The way she looks at you, it's not like looking at her brother." Wan Xingzhu's reliance and small gestures towards Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu could be said to have a good view of it. Mu Yunshu, who was also a woman, how could she not understand Wan Xingzhu's affection for Ning Yan? Even if Ning Yan didn't have any thoughts about her, she wasn't afraid of thieves stealing, but she was afraid of thieves thinking about her. Mu Yunshu was a businessman and understood this. "You're quite a careful observer." Ning Yan was happy and joked. "However, Ms. Mu Yunshu, we have this pure monetary employment relationship, so we don't need to care so much, right?" When Mu Yunshu heard this, she was instantly displeased, her brows slightly furrowed. "Now you think I care too much?" Saying that, she gave another blank look and said seriously, "Get off." Ning Yan looked at the instantly flip-flopping, suddenly uptight rich lady Mu, and said in disbelief, "It's not so." Chapter 35 70 Ways to Coax a Girl. In Ning Yan's memory, Mu Yunshu had always been quite rational, not so impulsive, so childish, right? Also a word to drive people off the bus. Perverse. It's too much of an anomaly. An odd thought surfaced in Ning Yan's mind. She wouldn't be jealous, would she? Seeing that Ning Yan was unmoved, Mu Yunshu pushed open the main driver's door first herself and asked rhetorically, "She's delivered, and you're still going to let me be your driver? You drive." Saying that, Mu Yunshu walked to the passenger side and pulled open Ning Yan's car door. Just now, Wan Xingji was there, and although she was very reluctant, she still gave Ning Yan enough face in front of that little girl. However, now it was just the two of them left. This bad guy still wanted her to be the chauffeur, not even a door. Ning Yan blinked, which was an afterthought, and came to a realization. Cooperating. Yes, 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 yes. I'll. Princess Shu Shu, please get on the car. With that, Ning Yan stepped out of the car, and with a smile on his face, invited Mu Yunshu into the passenger seat, which he still couldn't not understand. Mu Yunshu was still the same Mu Yunshu, a bit of arrogance in the midst of rationality, and now a little bit of temper. Quite cute. After getting into the driver's seat and driving away from Linda, Ning Yan saw that Mu Yunshu was still pouting her lips, sitting on the side sulking, and opened her mouth. "I told you that my sister Shu has always been broad-minded, and just isn't a person who gambles." 70 Ways to Coax a Girl. One kind is to say good words like crazy. One kind is 69. It was obvious that Ning Yan's relationship with Mu Yunshu hadn't yet reached the trigger conditions for the second kind, so he would have to choose the first kind. Humph. Smooth talker, now you know how to say nice things? What did you do earlier? Mu Yunshu let out a cold snort and spat, as much as she wanted to sulk all the way home and let Ning Yan guess slowly. But reason told her that gambling was not a good way to solve problems, so although she was very reluctant, she still reluctantly chose to communicate. Ning Yan glanced at Mu Yunshu's haughty little look in the afterglow and laughed. "Still angry?" "No." Mu Yunshu replied back decisively. Saying that, Mu Yunshu blanked Ning Yan again. She was so angry in her heart, although she hadn't been in love. How could Ning Yan coax a girl like this? She was willing to give steps, but this dog man actually asked her directly if she was still angry. Ning Yan was amused by Mu Yunshu, and was so playful that he smiled and joked. Women generally like to say the opposite when they're angry. For some reason, the more Mu Yunshu was like this, the more Ning Yan wanted to tease her. This rational and arrogant little rich girl was really quite interesting. "That's someone else," Mu Yunshu blurted out. Mu Yunshu was really pissed off. Big straight man, stinking straight man, not continuing to say nice things, but still flirting with her there. Ning Yan blinked and continued, generally still hard-mouthed as well. But this time, Mu Yunshu didn't reply for a second and looked away from the window, no longer taking care of this bad man. For a while, the atmosphere in the car seemed to have returned to the kind of silence that existed when Wan Xingzhu was still around. Ning Yan drove past the night market, seemed to remember something, and asked Mu Yunshu, Shu student, you shouldn't have had dinner either. Are you hungry? With that, Ning Yan found an empty parking space on the side of the road and parked his car. After he and Ruan Xingzhu finished beating up those spies in the afternoon, they went to the West Lake police station, and Mu Yunshu had rushed over immediately after being notified, and odds were that she hadn't even eaten dinner either. He just happened to pass by this side of the night market food street to solve the dinner problem and coax Mu Yunshu along the way. Aren't we purely employed for money? Don't get close, Mu Yunshu said grudgingly. I look at you, I'm pissed off. What made Mu Yunshu most angry wasn't the relationship between Ning Yan and Ruan Xingzhu, nor was it the fact that he was flirting with her just now. Rather, it was Ning Yan's introduction of himself, and this sentence, pure money employment relationship. Why was Ruan Xingzhu the younger sister, and she the big gold master? The word wife is so difficult to say, and a pure money and employment relationship. They've been honest with each other, and they're still pure? Pure you my ass. I'm different. I look at you and I think you're a beautiful woman. Ning Yan laughed. It would be even better if I could eat while watching. Nasty. Mu Yunshu pouted. The corners of her mouth were restrained from rising. She had little resistance at all to Ning Yan's compliments. Yet, she didn't want to forgive him easily either. Still inclining her head to look out the window. Yunshu. Shu student. Princess Shu baby. Seeing that there was a show on the horizon, Ning Yan drew closer to Mu Yunshu while gently tugging on the corner of her coat. At first, Mu Yunshu was quite normal when she heard Ning Yan address herself, but it wasn't until she heard Shu baby that she couldn't hold it in any longer, forcing a smile and saying, that's so mealy-mouthed. What for? Through the reflection of the car window, Ning Yan saw Mu Yunshu's expression and laughed. I would like to invite the great beauty to dinner. I wonder if I could enjoy the company. Although Mu Yunshu wanted to refuse, her body was honest, and after a moment of reserve, she said, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll reluctantly eat a little with you. Mu Yunshu swore that she had never forgiven Ning Yan so easily. It was just because of hunger. Seeing that Mu Yunshu agreed, Ning Yan leaned on the steering wheel and laughed. Lost your temper? There was one thing to say. Mu Yunshu was the best coaxed girl Ning Yan had ever seen. There was no one. He was already prepared to coax for an hour. Who would have thought that Mu Defu bitch actually agreed directly? It almost made Ning someone was a bit caught off guard. Gas. Mu Yunshu turned her head, looked at Ning Yan, and said, I'll mark it for you first, and then proceed to get angry after dinner. Deflated? How could she possibly be demoralized? She also wanted to keep gambling with Ning Yan like this, but reason told Mu Yunshu that if she did, she would probably push this guy, Ning Yan, further and further away. Ruan Xingzhu might even take advantage of the situation, so she was prepared to keep a score first, and settle it with this asshole later. Okay, then what would Shu like to eat? Ning Yan asked. Anything, just watch and arrange it. Mu Yunshu returned. The main thing was that she hadn't been to this night market food street at all, so how would she know what there was to eat? Ning Yan, then I'll play it as I please? Mu Yunshu, aha, roadside barbecue stand. Mu Yunshu stood still, looking at the smoky place in front of her, looking incredulously at Ning Yan and asking, are you serious? Mu Yunshu originally thought that the first time the two of them ate outside, how could Ning Yan be a bit more formal? As a result, this guy directly chose a barbecue stand, which was also smoky. It's not quite human fireworks, Ning Yan said. Ning Yan didn't think as much as Mu Yunshu did. His starting point was simple. The last time he had a date with a rice hitchhiker to jerk off didn't work out, and this time, with Mu Yunshu along, it was just the right time to finish what he hadn't finished that day. Moreover, jerking off with such a big beautiful woman is also a pleasing thing to the eyes. Listening to Mu Yunshu's puzzled tone, Ning Yan hesitated before asking, if you don't like it we can change. Fine, just this one. Mu Yunshu shook her head and said, it just so happens that I haven't eaten it either, so it's just the right experience. On Mu Yunshu's face, there was no displeasure or reluctance. Instead, she was somewhat curious. Your first time eating this? Ning Yan said in disbelief. The way he looked at Mu Yunshu was like looking at a rare animal. Mu Yunshu actually hadn't eaten barbecue before, but on second thought, it seemed so reasonable. With Mu Yunshu's family background, it seemed quite normal that she hadn't been exposed to this. If he, Ning Banquet, hadn't been thrown out to experience since childhood, he would probably be the same as Mu Yunshu. Right, can't it be? Listening to Ning Yan's questioning words, Mu Yunshu arrogantly said, can, and take MS. Mu Yunshu's first time again. Ning Yan forced a smile, and in a voice that only two people could hear, snickered. When Mu Yunshu heard this, her face suddenly turned scarlet. Hate it. Saying so, a hand reached out to pinch the soft flesh of Ning Yan's waist. Ning Yan blinked, pretending not to understand, and asked knowingly, what? Mu Yunshu lightly bit her red lips, pouted. do not talk nonsense outside. What the first time? Listening to Ning Banquet mouth that again take the first time. Mu Yunshu is already floating thoughts. That day, although the drug effect attacked and her consciousness was confused, Mu Yunshu still remembered herself, forcibly kissed Ning Yan and offered her first kiss. Afterwards, she had been pretending that she didn't remember this, but in fact, only she herself knew. She remembered it very clearly. Where were you thinking? It was one of those very proper first times. Ning Yan corrected in a serious manner. Wouldn't be thinking about it the wrong way, would you? How could Mu Yunshu not see that Ning Yan was deliberately flirting with herself, gently pushing and urging, hurry up and go order. You're treating today, my honor. Ning Yan laughed. Any contraindications? Mu Yunshu thought for a moment and said, no, don't be too spicy, it's easy to get acne. Ning Yan nodded. Understood. Chapter 36. Stop. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Half an hour later, the boss's wife, after filling the kebabs, a whole table, and putting away the tray in her hands, said to Ning Yan, young man, everything you ordered is up. Use it slowly. Thank you. Ning Yan politely nodded his head. The boss's wife looked towards Mu Yunshu, who was sitting opposite Ning Yan, and smiled. This is your girlfriend, right? The two of you really match. This compliment from the boss's wife wasn't a compliment. Instead, she thought that Mu Yunshu was beautiful. It was the kind of intellectual beauty that emanated from her bones. The boss's wife, who was also a woman, couldn't help but want to look at Mu Yunshu a few more times when she saw her. Then on TV, those beautiful pull to the extreme stars look much better. Hearing the boss's wife ask this question, Mu Yunshu also looked at Ning Yan with anticipation in her eyes. She was eager to know what Ning Banquet would answer. No, Ning Banquet blurted out. Upon hearing such an answer, Mu Yunshu's face was filled with disappointment that was visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, there was also some sadness. She didn't expect that Ning Banquet would deny so decisively. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Oh, the boss's wife sniffed and looked at Ning Banquet suspiciously. At this point in time, coming out to eat barbecue together, or alone, what else could it be if it wasn't a couple? Could it be that they were brother and sister? They didn't look too much like that either. It couldn't be a private meeting, could it? But immediately after that, Ning Yan opened his mouth, breaking the boss's infinite reverie. We're married. Such a great-looking beauty. It's better to marry her home earlier. I'm more at ease. Ning Yan glanced at Mu Yunshu and laughed. The boss's wife smiled knowingly, a SOSO expression on her face. She knew she couldn't be wrong, right? It was just that she didn't expect that these two young people would actually marry young. When Mu Yunshu heard this, the sadness and disappointment on her face instantly disappeared, and the corners of her mouth gently rose without words. Perhaps because both of them were hungry, the kebabs on the table were annihilated as if they were windswept. Ning Yan asked, have you eaten? Aha. Mu Yunshu answered softly. She had perhaps eaten quite a bit because she was in a good mood. Ning Yan nodded, stood up, and smiled. Let's go. Back. Car. When they were almost at the Royal Water Bay, Mu Yunshu suddenly opened her mouth. I thought that when the boss's wife asked you just now, you would deny it. Originally, Mu Yunshu didn't want to ask, but after enduring all the way, she really couldn't help it, so she asked. Mu Yunshu was curious to know what was going on in Ning Yan's mind. Why in front of Ruan Xingji he called her a big gold master, and in front of the human boss's wife he frankly admitted that the two of them were married. Deny what? What's there to deny? The two of us were already licensed. Isn't that a fact? It only lasts for a month though. There are still 25 days left. Ning Yan drove the car into the underground garage, and after stopping steadily, he said back, addressing Mu Yunshu that way in front of Ruan Xingji. Ning Yan actually wasn't to avoid suspicion. Rather, it was to avoid unnecessary trouble and explanations, because Ning Yan was very clear that his marriage with Mu Yunshu was caused by a mistake, and the time limit was only 1 month. By not letting his friends around him know, he could also save a lot of explaining. Otherwise, after the two of them separated, Ning Banquet would still have to explain why they separated, and that wouldn't be very troublesome, very tortuous, and give himself nothing to worry about. As Mu Yunshu listened to the previous words, her heart was still a little bit delighted, but it wasn't until she listened to the last sentence that her face sank, her brow furrowed slightly, and she asked, you remembered the time so clearly? Is there so much looking forward to talking to me? Divorce? As soon as the word divorce left her mouth, Mu Yunshu turned her head to look at Ning Yan. How could she not expect that Ning Yan actually thought this in his heart, and he was looking forward to it? Listening to this meant that it was counting the minutes and couldn't wait to leave her. It's not like remembering it clearly, not really looking forward to it. Wasn't that the time you set? After the wedding experience, we're both free again. Ning Yan leaned his head on the seat and said casually, after all, it was set by Mu Yunshu, and he had agreed to it, so naturally it was not good to change it. Moreover, Ning Yan had returned to his country to come to Linen, originally to experience love and try to take the final step. After helping Mu Yunshu resolve her troubles this month, he naturally had to go and continue his quest as well. Freedom. Freedom. Mu Yunshu sniffed and repeated this word under his breath. These two simple words seemed to have pierced her heart. That illusory freedom turned out to be more important than her. Saying that, Mu Yunshu thought of something and smiled bitterly. After divorcing me, there will be a legitimate reason to go to that female college student, right? Mu Yunshu's heart was in turmoil right now. Reason had long been washed away by sensuality. She felt that this reason was reasonable. Men were all animals that thought with their lower bodies. And that female college student, who was no less good looking than her, was not only gentler than her, but also looked quite a bit plumper than her. Moreover, Ning Yan was willing to fight and enter the police station for her, so he must have been heartbroken as well. Ning Yan, huh? Someone was left with nothing but question marks at this moment. He couldn't quite understand Mu Yunshu's brain circuits. How could this be related to Ruan Xingjie again? No, why does she always like to involve that little ninny in everything? Looking at Ning Yan's reaction, Mu Yunshu became even more convinced of her own thoughts, and with a blank look, said, I knew you thought so, scum. Saying this, Mu Yunshu fiercely got up and pushed open the passenger door. Ning Yan? He was a bit confused. What was this big sister up to? He didn't do anything, and he became a scumbag? Where does this leave his brother in Linen? Still want to see White Silk with Valentino? Dream on. Bang! Mu Yunshu violently flung the car door and left. Only Ning Yan was left sitting in the car with an incredulous face. What's gotten into this sis today? Why is the fire so high? Ning Yan not only couldn't understand it, he couldn't understand it even more. Mu Yunshu was fine just now. Where did this fire come from? And it was from her own car. Ning Yan shook his head inside. Women are really a strange creature. Whatever. Go back, take a shower, and go on Steam to talk to Ho-Ho Mom. Was Ho-Ho Mom not sweet enough? Or is Zheng Zian not beautiful enough? Instead of going to the trouble of coaxing someone, why not go to Cyberworld and experience a sci-fi masterpiece? After taking a shower and turning on the computer, Ning Yan looked at the time and date in the lower right corner, remembered something, picked up his cell phone, and dialed Lin Xinga. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he only heard Lin Xinga's disgruntled voice, pounding on his face. Surname Ning, why are you doing nothing to call me in the middle of the night? Busy. Lin Xinga pushed the flat glasses in front of her eyes and flipped through the documents in her hands. Big sister, wasn't it you who told me that you were coming to Linen on Saturday, and asked me to pick up the flight for your old man? The flight information hasn't been sent over even now. She, Lin Xinga, still had the nerve to be upset? The one who was helpless was him. Ning Yan, okay, you're the one who said you'd come over, and now you're the one who's upset. Lin Xinga gave an unimpressed "oh" and continued carelessly, I forgot to tell you, I've changed my flight to a later date. I'm on a business trip in Northern Europe these days. Ning Yan? This woman let him off the hook, and she could still be so righteous? Ning Yan couldn't stand it anymore, and started cursing into his cell phone. Lin Xinga, UTM. But when Ning Yan's verbal output was just starting to get underway, it was interrupted by Lin Xinga. Stop. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Sister isn't working for you. After all, the money will be left for you in the future. Saying that, Lin Xinga started to weasel out without changing her face. It was impossible to admit a mistake. How could there be a sister who admitted her mistake to her younger brother? No need. Hang up. Ning Yan said without a trace of humor. Wait, I haven't finished talking yet. What's your hurry? It's not good for a man to be too fast. Lin Xinga educated in a serious manner. Ning Yan? Lin Xinga's words of tiger and wolf really just came out of her mouth. Even though the two of them weren't related by blood, she was his sister after all. Otherwise, Ning Banquet really wanted to let this mouthy woman experience what it meant to be a sister and brother. Ning Banquet forced down his anger and said, say, let go if you have an ass. I still have to play the game. Lin Xinga spat. What a nasty attitude. How does Xiaomu put up with you? She was curious. Just Ning Yan's foul temper. How did that girl Mu Yunshu put up with it? But what Lin Xinga didn't know was that Mu Yunshu had only been exasperated by her baby brother an hour ago. Saying this, Lin Xinga turned her words around. I'll transfer $1 billion to you later. Ning Yan was puzzled and asked, my dear sister, is it your hobby to transfer money to me? He couldn't understand why Lin Xinga, this woman, was so keen on transferring money to him. Previously, she had transferred $10 million to $10 million, but this time, it was directly $1 billion. What did she want? Lin Xinga opened her mouth and said, it's not for you, it's a bride price, for your daughter-in-law. Ning Yan was puzzled and asked, didn't the old man disagree? Chapter 37 Young Master Ning's backyard is on fire and he can't protect himself. Ning Yan was puzzled. How could he not expect that Lin Xingge would actually dare to go against the wind? She also dared to openly go against his family's old master's wishes. What kind of person was the old master? In the Ning family, in the capital, and even in Daxia, he was a man of his word. When had this sister of his gotten so bold? Just as Ning Yan was puzzled, Lin Xingge spoke up. The old man is the old man, but I'm your sister. I'm the only brother you have. Can I not care about you? Mu Yunshu's worth is not low. The bride price can't be given less so that people don't say you're not being courteous. As for the other gifts, wait for sis to return to China and then buy them for you. It was true as Lin Xingge said. She only had one younger brother. If she didn't worry about it, who would? Even if the old master didn't agree, she still had to manage this matter. At worst, she would be criticized by the old master. But she couldn't let Ning Yan suffer. Lin Xingge had investigated Mu Yunshu and was clear about her family situation. So this bride price is definitely not less. Ning Yan, this kid, although the mouth said he was eating soft rice, but she, as a sister, can't really let him eat soft rice and be looked down upon by the woman's family, right? Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth, knowing that his older sister was thinking of herself and everything, so he simply said frankly, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. She and I will be divorced next month. Lin Xingge? For a moment, Lin Xingge even thought that this brat was joking with her. How could anyone just get married this month and get divorced the next month? As a housewife? After a moment of silence, Lin Xingge asked, Ning Yan, are you serious? Of course. Ning Yan gave an affirmative reply. Aren't you just fooling around? And a flash marriage and divorce? What are you playing at? After making sure that Ning Yan wasn't joking, Lin Xingge questioned. She didn't support or oppose Ning Yan's marriage. As long as her brother liked it, that was the best. However, Lin Xingge wasn't quite able to accept this flash marriage and divorce behavior. The Ning family had been arguing about this, but this kid was treating it like child's play? Ning Yan coughed lightly and said, the situation is a bit complicated. I can't say it in a few words, so I'll explain it to you face to face when we meet next time. Those gifts and all, just don't lay them on. The matter between him and Mu Yunshu was simple to say and complicated to say. Mainly, Ning Yan hadn't figured out how to say it in a way that would make it easier for Lin Xingge to accept it. After all, if she knew that the two of them had gotten married under false pretenses and signed a contract, even if Lin Xingge had a good temper, she would have to blow up, right? After deliberating, it was better to wait until after the divorce and then explain it to her old sister. Lin Xingge sighed and said helplessly, you are you, 23 years old, still so capricious and reckless. She was nothing but helpless. Ning Yan was an adult after all, with his own ideas, and still had to respect his decision. But thinking about Elder Ning's side, Lin Xingge just had a headache. What was the best way to explain this? Yes, sister counted all the right things. Ning Yan concurred. By saying this, Lin Xingge was tacitly agreeing with him. So naturally, he couldn't go against him. Just perfume me. Lin Xingge snorted coldly and pouted. Saying that, she slammed her forehead and spoke again. Oh right, being so angry with you that I almost forgot an important thing. Hearing Lin Xingge's tone, Ning Yan felt bad and tentatively asked, it can't be that the old man is coming to Linen, right? Other things didn't matter to Ning Yan. The main thing was the trouble with the old master. He could hide from the old master and walk away. But Mu Yunshu couldn't hide. It's not the old master, Lin Xingge said. Ning Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but he only relaxed for a moment. Lin Xingge's next sentence directly gave Ning Yan a whole won't. It's your fiancé. What the hell? Ning Yan was surprised. What's it got to do with her? Ning Yan was speechless. No wonder Lin Xingge would say that it was an important matter. He had forgotten about this woman instead. She was also a big trouble, and extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Xingge continued, to remind you, she got the news from somewhere that you've returned home and are still in Linen City. After saying that, the corners of Lin Xingge's mouth unconsciously rose, evoking a playful smile. The news of Ning Banquet's marriage was blocked, and only the two Ning Lin families knew about it. But that woman, however, knew the news that Ning Yan was in Linen, even if she didn't know the exact news. With her family's network of connections, it was only a matter of time before she found herself. Ning Yan? Old sister, are you serious? Ning Yan took a deep breath and calmed down before confirming once again. Of course, Lin Xingge blurted out. The clear voice revealed gloating. This precious younger brother of hers, she was afraid that he was in quite a bit of trouble. It just so happened that she could still watch the fun. What a headache, Ning Yan said lifelessly. Trouble, that crazy woman. When Lin Xingge heard this, the smile on her face grew even wider and she teased. Yo, young Master Ning still has a headache? You still know about trouble? Who would have thought that her younger brother, the one who made all the gods of the world tremble with fear, would actually have such a day? It was really too interesting. Ning Yan skimmed his mouth and truthfully said, I'm mainly afraid that she'll find Mu Yunshu, if that woman came to pester herself. Ning Banquet's big deal was to just walk away, but Mu Yunshu couldn't. This trouble was coming at him. He couldn't just throw it at Mu Yunshu and ignore it, right? Lin Xingge snickered. You still feel sorry for her? Is not the divorce next month? I don't know why, but Lin Xingge heard something different in Ning Yan's words. It seems that Ning Banquet on Mu Yunshu, there is so a little care. After all, with Ning Yan's character, if he didn't care about Mu Yunshu, how would he consider her situation? The mouthy brat. It's not like you don't understand that woman's virtues. Ning Yan spoke. If this were to let her meet, TSK, I'm afraid that it would be a big mess. Coupled with her family's power, it was simply not something Mu Yunshu could wield. Ha 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 ha, you don't say. I'm really looking forward to this picture. Young Master Ning's backyard is on fire and he can't protect himself. Lin Xingge had already started brainstorming. This plot, thinking about it made me feel wonderful. Ning Yan's fiancée, chasing her husband for thousands of miles, tearing his wife apart with her hands. Just gloat. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to play the game. Ning Yan bristled, ready to hang up. When I return home, I'll fly straight to land in Linen City. Lin Xingge hurriedly said. She was really getting curious about this sister-in-law now. Even if the two of them were really getting divorced, Lin Xingge still wanted to see it. What's more, a woman's intuition told Lin Xingge that these two guys, they couldn't get away from. Got it. Contact me in advance the day before you arrive. Bye. Ning Yan casually hung up the phone. This brat, really? Lin Xingge looked at the screen that exited the call interface, shook her head, and laughed dotingly. Not far away, the man who had been waiting for a long time, after seeing Lin Xingge end the call, spoke respectfully. Eldest miss. Lin Xingge didn't even lift her head. Her smile instantly converged and she asked expressionlessly, how's it going? The man said, those deities in Northern Europe are indeed about to awaken. A few bizarre unknown deities have also been discovered. Lin Xingge sniffed, raised her head slightly, and said, show me. Seeing this, the man sent the document in his hand over. Ho ho mom, start. Ning Yan waited with anticipation for the game to load. He had already swiped the clip about Ho Ho Mom countless times on Jitterbug. He had long wanted to try it out on his own, but when the game's music played, on Ning Yan's cell phone, a Wi-Fi message popped up. Have you slept yet? The note was a rich woman who popped gold coins. It was Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan was in a hurry to get started on How Ma, and without much thought, he casually replied, slept. But just the next moment after the message was sent, clang clang clang, there was a knock on the door. Without much thought, the one who knocked on the door could and only could be Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan took off his headphones and walked over to open the door. After pushing open the door and seeing Mu Yunshu, who was wrapped tightly in her robe, she asked, why did you come over? Mu Yunshu leaned against the door, blinking, biting her lip lightly, and arrogantly asked back, what? Not welcome ah? Chapter 38 So, you, Ning Banquet, that is, Party B, got to wrap the aftermarket. Mu Yunshu was originally sulking in her room. She had even already calculated how many days it would take to ignore Ning Yan. But soon, she realized two crucial issues. Did Ning Banquet coax her? And why did Ning Banquet want to coax her? Suddenly, Mu Yunshu came to a realization. Yes, Ning Banquet didn't have any reason to coax her, nor did he have any obligation to do so. The one who was moved was clearly herself. If she did this now, not only would it not help the relationship between the two of them, it would also push him further and further away from that college girl. Maybe once the month was up, Ning Yan would get divorced and couldn't wait to find Wanxingji. No way. Mu Yunshu would never allow this to happen, so she decided to take the initiative. Ning Yan sized up the woman in front of him who gave off a fresh scent and spoke. That's not true. It's not that I thought you were angry and would have to ignore people for at least a few days. With Ning Yan's understanding of women, usually in this situation, one would definitely gamble for days. So he was prepared to wait for Mu Yunshu to calm down for a few days. But Ning Yan also did not expect. It has not been long. Mu Yunshu took the initiative to come to himself. Moreover, it seemed as if she wasn't that angry anymore. However, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Although Ning Yan did not know what she wanted to do, there was definitely something fishy going on for sure. Mu Yunshu sniffed and pouted. In your eyes, am I that petty? Saying that, Mu Yunshu walked into Ning Yan's room on her own and sat on his bed. Ha 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 ha, how is that possible? Our sister Shu has always been a beautiful person with a good heart and an open mind. She would never care about such trivial matters. In the face of Mu Yunshu's questioning, Ning Yan directly opened a meal of rainbow farts. Since she was able to say this, she must have lost a lot of anger, and there was no need for him to add fuel to the fire. Why not take the opportunity to say something nice and coax her to be happy? After all, the first time people went to the police station to bail him out. That's more like it. counting on you still being able to speak. I'll barely forgive you this time. The corner of Mu Yunshu's mouth rose slightly, still satisfied with Ning Yan's positive attitude of admitting his mistake. Saying so, from the pocket of his robe, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ning Yan. What is this? Ning Yan looked warily at what Mu Yunshu handed over. Although it was folded somewhat, he could still tell from it that there were words on the paper, and there were quite a few of them. Mu Yunshu shoved the thing into Ning Yan's hands, smiled sweetly, and said, "Contract. New agreement contract." Ning Yan looked at the thing in his hand, confusion written all over his face. A contract? Or a new agreement contract? What kind of tricks was this woman trying to play? The one signed on the day of the wedding was for that person, so I drew up a new one. See if there's any problem. If there's no problem, hurry up and sign it. After Mu Yunshu casually made up a reason to excuse herself, she began to urge. This was Mu Yunshu's strategy of taking the initiative. The one before was for the hired fake husband. There were no restrictions in it, so Mu Yunshu purposefully redrafted another one, while adding more benefits to Ning Yan. It also added some restrictions. Classmate Mu Yunshu, this isn't some kind of powerless treaty, is it? Ning Yan pinched the paper in his hand, not opening it, and laughed. The expression on his face was extremely intriguing. Mu Yunshu at this juncture, at this point in time, took out such a new contract for him to sign. Even a little cutie could also figure out that there must be many unfavorable clauses in it. Right. Mu Yunshu looked into Ning Yan's eyes, not flickering, and frankly admitted, Fine, let me enjoy Mu Yunshu's masterpiece. Ning Yan was aroused by Mu Yunshu's interest, and backhandedly opened that new agreement contract. But the eye-catching first clause caught Ning Yan's gaze. Duration of 3 years? Are you serious? Ning Yan was surprised. He had thought about this new contract of Mu Yunshu's, and that it would definitely add time to him, but he didn't expect that it would actually add so much. It directly spanned from the remaining 25 days to 3 years. A thick plotting came to the surface. Of course. Mu Yunshu nodded and smiled. I considered it carefully. After you met my father's side, they definitely aren't that good at fooling around, and they won't stop. So, Ning banquet, that is, Party B, got to wrap up the after-sales. Mu Yunshu's words were vibrant and justified, especially when it came to the 3 words package after-sales. It was the bite that was extremely clear. Mu Yunshu was well aware that Ning Yan would definitely question this length of time after seeing it, so she had made up, beforehand, a seamless reason to plug his mouth. After all, she was a girl and was still too embarrassed to go ahead and directly admit that she was moved. It was to keep him by her side. Package after sale? Mu Yunshu thanks you for thinking of it. Ning Yan looked at the clause and shook his head helplessly. It was really hard for Mu Yunshu to come up with such an odd reason. That's for sure. I'm a shrewd businessman. Seeing that Ning Yan did not object, Mu Yunshu said smugly. Saying that, she stood up and walked over to Ning Yan's side, lifting her finger to point out the part about welfare benefits, and continued, however, I won't let you suffer either. The cost of living will be increased to $200,000 a month for you. You can also go out on a trip once a month, domestic or foreign. I'll reimburse you in full. If you want to buy a house and a car, I can also reimburse you. I see that you still like playing games. You can take a separate room out and install it as a gaming room for you. The welfare terms given by Mu Yunshu covered every aspect that men like, and it took half an hour to stop. It was obvious that Mu Yunshu had definitely checked this out for a long time. Even Ning Yan, looking at the benefits given by Mu Yunshu, was moved. But how did it look so much like a package Pro Max like? It has to be a rich woman like Mu. This outburst is just magnificent. Ning Yan silently gave a thumbs up and complimented. It was estimated that in this world, apart from old mom and old sister, only Mu Yunshu was willing and so willing to spend yuanzi on him. Despite the surprise, this contract of special marking still attracted Ning Yan's vigilance. But what do you mean by this not being able to have excessive contact with the opposite sex? It's also specially labeled as Ruan Xingji such. Ning Yan asked as she raised her hand to point to the special markings on the contract, especially, Ruan Xingji such. This article seemed a bit targeted, and the 4 words excessive contact were not clear in their coverage. What exactly is considered special contact? The final interpretation rested with Mu Yunshu. If he said that meeting, eating a meal, and making a phone call all counted, then what was the difference between this and restricting personal freedom? Don't worry, no need to be nervous. I'm not trying to restrict your personal freedom, nor will I deprive you of your freedom to make friends and socialize. Mu Yunshu could see the doubts in Ning Yan's mind, so that he wouldn't misunderstand himself, and hurriedly explained. Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, then what are you trying to do here? He couldn't figure out. If this clause was neither meant to restrict personal freedom nor social freedom, then what was the need for its existence? It couldn't be specifically targeting Ruan Xingji alone, could it? You can meet with Ruan Xingji, but you can't go to those dating places, like movie theaters, cafes, playgrounds, and the like. And even more so, you can't go to a hotel guesthouse, Mu Yunshu explained in a serious manner. When talking about hotel guesthouses, he emphasized even more. Ning Yan, I have nothing to do. Why would I go to those places with her? He was a bit confused as to what Mu Yunshu was thinking, preventing him from not being able to control his lower body? Is he that untrustworthy? When you, Mu Daifu, were lying there naked, you didn't get away with it? However, for this, Ning Yan really thought wrong. Mu Yunshu is not worried about him, but Ruan Xingji. He must not give her any opportunity to take advantage of it. Mu Yunshu, just in case, fundamentally eliminate her intentions of plotting against you. It wasn't until this time that Ning Yan finally understood the true purpose of Mu Yunshu's big night over. Casually placing that contract on the desktop, he spoke. This contract of yours is really quite interesting. I'll have to give it some thought. In the world of adults, no clear yes means no. Undeniably, the price Mu Yunshu offered was indeed very heartwarming. It was hard for an ordinary person to have a reason to refuse. But he, Ning Yan, was an exception. It wasn't that he wanted to sit on the fence, but he didn't want to put a shackle on himself. If there were so many restrictions with Mu Yunshu, he would rather return to freedom. Hearing Ning Yan say this, Mu Yunshu was a bit anxious, biting her lip lightly and saying, "You still have to think about it? Do you want to divorce me so badly and go find Ruan Xingzai?" Mu Yunshu originally thought that she had taken such initiative. Ning Yan would definitely sign without hesitation, but how could she not expect that Ning Yan would want to consider it? Wasn't this clearly stalling for time and then looking for an opportunity to reject her? In what way was she, Mu Yunshu, inferior to Ruan Xingji? Is that college girl so desirable to Ning Yan? For a while, Mu Yunshu was caught up in her thoughts. You seem to be in a hurry. Are you so afraid that I'll run away? Ning Yan lightly pushed the gaming chair and sat on it, snickering. Mu Yunshu, you won't really like me, right? Mu Yunshu's reaction. It was too obvious. How could Ning Yan not see it? But he still asked so, because out of a girl's reserve, Mu Yunshu definitely wouldn't take the initiative to admit it. How could it be? Nonsense. There's no such thing. Mu Yunshu blurted out as a reflex, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and she seemed to be short of breath. Immediately afterward, in order to hide her embarrassment, she added, "How could I fall for you, a smelly man who hooks up with wildflowers?" Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's mouthy appearance and nodded, smiling playfully. "That's good. It just so happens that I won't sign." Mu Yunshu's reaction was just what Ning Yan wanted, the most perfect reason to refuse. There wasn't one. "How dare you?" Mu Yunshu sniffed and stood up violently, her voice steepening, raising a few decibels. Ning Yan smiled blandly, rewriting and folding that agreement contract, and spoke, "What wouldn't I dare? I don't like being forced, and I like being threatened even less." The terms that Mu Yunshu had offered were indeed extremely tempting. Ning Banquet also had a favorable impression of Mu Yunshu, but that didn't mean that Ning Banquet liked being forced and threatened. Or rather, there wasn't a single man that would like to be forced and threatened. Mu Yunshu complained, "Where did I force myself?" Saying this, tears rolled in her eyes. The voice carried a slight whimper. "Are you really so impatient to see me? Can't wait to separate from me?" Chapter 39. Not you want to see White Silk with Valentino? Quietly, a line of tears slid across Mu Yunshu's absolutely beautiful face. Drops on the floor. The pathetic appearance. I see pity. Any man who saw it couldn't help but feel soft. Even Ning Yan was no exception. Ning Yan stood up, gently wiped Mu Yunshu's tear tracks with his hand, and softly said, "I didn't say that I don't treat you well, nor did I say that I couldn't wait to leave you. Of course, between Ruan Xingju and I, there's none of those things you're worried about. I'm just saying that I'm not signing this contract." Ning Yan began to slowly and methodically explaining to Mu Yunshu. He knew very well that this big rich woman Mu was taking the bull by the horns, equating not signing the contract with not treating her well. It made Ning Yan really cry and laugh, but Mu Yunshu was like this, so she could only coax with kind words. "So when the month is up, will you leave?" Mu Yunshu grabbed Ning Yan's hand that was wiping her tears and asked with a whimper. The four eyes met. She was waiting for an answer from Ning Yan. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he laughed. "If you want to drive me away, I can leave too. However, it's best to give 5 days notice in advance. I don't want to live on the streets." Ning Yan did not give a promise, instead choosing this joking reason. It both addressed Mu Yunshu's concerns and eased the atmosphere. Of course, living on the streets was impossible. After all, Lin Xinga had purchased a riverfront villa in Royal Water Bay, as well as several nannies. Nasty. Who's going to kick you out? And living on the streets, talking about me like I'm being unreasonable. Mu Yunshu was amused and laughed with tears in her eyes, pouting. The heart that was hanging in the air was also finally released. Letting go of Ning Yan's hand, She turned her head away and rubbed her eyes. This isn't just talk, there's always a what if. Ning Yan joked. If you meet someone you fall in love with at first sight one day, it wouldn't be good for me to stay here, don't you think so? There's no such eventuality. I'm so busy working every day. How would I have time to have an affair? Mu Yunshu sniffed and turned around, correcting herself sternly, defending her honor. Still having an affair? And also this kind of affair? And I say it right? Who she had her heart set on. She couldn't believe that Ning Yan did not see it. Mu Yunshu could be sure that Ning Yan definitely did it on purpose. He just wanted to tease her. Bad man. Stinky man. Fine. Grandma Mu was right about everything. Ning Yan forced a smile and agreed, seeing the good in the bad, so as not to make this woman cry again. Mu Yunshu was still very satisfied with this attitude of Ning Yan's, retrieving the contract he had placed on the table and said, "It's fine if you don't sign, as long as you don't leave. The monthly living expenses, I'll still give you according to the new contract." Ning Yan was unwilling to sign, and Mu Yunshu could only settle for the second best. At least he promised not to leave. The rest would come later. She didn't believe that with her beauty, she still couldn't compete with Wan Xingshu. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Ning Yan shrugged and said, it didn't matter if Mu Yunshu gave it to him or not. It wasn't like he usually had any high spending, not to mention that new contract. Even the various transfers from Mu Yunshu earlier hadn't been spent yet. Not to mention, there was also Mu Yunshu's mother, Lu Shuyin, who gave that 888W. This is what you said. No disappearing for no reason in the future. Mu Yunshu laughed. Of course. Ning Yan nodded and said, however, I have one condition. Saying that, Ning Yan smiled blandly and raised a finger. After promising Mu Yunshu so many requests, it wasn't too much for him to mention a condition, right? You even raised a condition. Tell me about it. I have to think about it as well. Mu Yunshu followed Ning Yan's example and clasped her hands in front of her chest, arrogantly saying, just now, someone had to consider it. Now she had to consider it as well. A payback for a payback. Moreover, she also wanted to hear what excessive conditions Ning Banquet would propose. Would it be about Wan Xingji? But Ning Banquet's condition was out of Mu Yunshu's expectation. Cook once a week. You do cook quite well. Ning Yan propped up his face with his hand and leaned back on the gaming chair, saying indifferently, take out restaurants and whatnot. It was easy to get tired of eating for a long time. He actually wanted Mu Yunshu to cook every day, but considering how busy she was at work, he reduced the time to once a day. After all, weekends always have to be rested, right? He also just happened to have a big appetite. When Mu Yunshu heard this, disbelief was written all over her face. She didn't expect that Ning Yan would actually make such a request. It had nothing to do with Wan Xingju or sharing a room. It was just for her to cook. It's not impossible. Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and said, after a pause, she continued, then you have to wash the dishes. Not only was this condition not excessive, it was also conducive to promoting feelings between her and him. Mu Yunshu had no reason to refuse. After all, she knew that in order to capture a man's heart, she first had to capture a man's stomach. It was important to make him leave himself physically and mentally. Ning Yan nodded. That's a must. Seeing Ning Yan's quick agreement, Mu Yunshu stood up, reached out to unbuckle the waistband of her robe, pursed her lips lightly, and shyly said, here, look. Losing the cover of the robe, spring light appeared. Ning Yan? For a moment, Ning's eyes went straight. After a slight daze, he came back to his senses and spoke. What are you doing? It's a big night. If I don't agree, are you planning to seduce me? An odd thought surfaced in Ning Yan's mind. Mu Yunshu wouldn't have already made plans to just straight up pull a stunt like this if he didn't agree to stay, right? Nice to watch. Love it. But it was also too much of a lack of martial virtues, wasn't it? Mu Yunshu sniffed. Her jade finger lightly tapped Ning Yan's forehead, pouting. Screw you. Color seduction your head. Didn't you want to see white silk with Valentino? I don't have white silk. Only black silk. Make do. Mu Yunshu was furious. This was clearly Ning Yan's own request that day. As a result, in his mouth, it turned into her seducing him. Thanks to that, she had purposely changed into black silk, and even went and rummaged through the Valentino that she rarely wore. You this. It's really unexpected. Ning Yan cried and laughed helplessly. Who would have thought that the casual request mentioned that day would be answered by Mu Defuki? You don't say. You really don't say. This Mu Yunshu woman is indeed quite interesting. Mu Yunshu closed her robe, blanked out, pouted. That's not afraid of someone going to see someone else as well. Saying this, she sat on Ning Yan's bed. The someone and someone else in these words, without any surprise, could only be Ning Yan and Wan Xingju. They had met for the first time today, but Mu Yunshu had developed a very strong crisis. Not only was it the way Wan Xingju looked at Ning Banquet, but it was also Wan Xingju's body, which was better than hers. Female university students. Really female. University. Students. Even from a hasty glance, as the same woman, Mu Yunshu could tell that Wan Xingju's size was at least D+. It was even infinitely close to F. Although Wan Xingju wasn't as tall as herself, her legs were already long. If she were to seduce Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu didn't believe that a man, an animal that fought in the lower half of his body, would be able to withstand the temptation. Ning Yan eliminated distracting thoughts, and after taking a long breath, he asked, "Alright, it's getting late. You don't want to sleep here with me, do you?" The implication was obvious. It was an expulsion order. Although Mu Yunshu was tempting, she couldn't eat for the time being, and Hao Hao's mom was still waiting for the Ning banquet. Mu Yunshu's reply, however, was out of Ning Yan's expectations. "Aha," Mu Yunshu answered softly. It was shy with a sense of certainty, as if this was what she had intended from the start. Mu Yunshu, are you serious?" Ning Yan blinked, puzzled. Aside from incredulity, there was nothing left but incredulity. No matter how open Mu Yunshu was, she wouldn't be open to this extent, right? Could it be that she was really planning to go all the way in one step? Make it completely difficult for him to pull himself out? Mu Yunshu nodded. Seriously. Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth, stood up, and raised his hand to cover Mu Yunshu's forehead, to see if she had a fever, or if she was molested. He always felt that this woman tonight was too abnormal. Obviously she had to let him out to change her clothes that day. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's movements and said in confusion, "What are you doing?" Ning Yan covered Mu Yunshu's forehead with one hand and touched his own with the other. Speaking, "You don't have a fever here either? What nonsense are you saying?" Didn't understand, couldn't think straight a bit. It can't be that the effects of that medicine didn't get rid of it, right? Mu Yunshu came to a realization and slapped Ning Yan's hand away, explaining, "I've been suffering from insomnia for several days. Whenever I close my eyes, I have nightmares." The events of that day, although in the past, somehow haunted Mu Yunshu like a nightmare. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would get upset and then start having nightmares. The scenes of that day began to repeat in her head, and before long she would be startled awake. Week after week, it was hard to sleep through the night. Thinking about that day when Ning Yan was guarding the side, she slept quite well, so she wanted to give it a try. "No wonder you've been going out so early these past few days, and still look so haggard so quickly." Ning Yan pinched Mu Yunshu's face and laughed, without makeup, looking at Mu Yunshu up close. Her dark circles were indeed quite obvious. "Tonight then," Mu Yunshu said softly. The eyes were filled with pleading. Ning Yan smiled and snickered. "You're not afraid that I won't be able to hold it and have an animalistic outburst?" "I'm more afraid that I'll have nightmares and insomnia for a few more days, and just die suddenly." "You'll be a widower by then." Mu Yunshu blanked and pouted. If it were someone else, Mu Yunshu would definitely be uneasy. But the person in front of her was Ning Yan after all, and even in all honesty, he had restrained his impulses. It was still trustworthy. What's more, Mu Yunshu was truly afraid of dying suddenly. Saying that, and without waiting for Ning Yan to speak, she directly laid down on the bed. "I haven't even agreed yet. Why are you going up?" Seeing this, Ning Yan said. Mu Yunshu wrapped the quilt around her and laughed. "I'll take that as a yes." Ning Yan was helpless. "You cow." Mu Yunshu was like this, so he really couldn't kick her out. Ning Yan was also too lazy to care that much more. Put on his headphones, and directly entered the game. Before he could play for a while, he heard Mu Yunshu's voice. "Ning Yan, I'm sleepy. If you're sleepy you should go to sleep first." "The sound of your computer. It's making me sleepy." "Big sister, I'm wearing headphones. The light on your screen also shakes me so much that I can't sleep." "You win. I won't play, okay?" Ning Yan stood up, took off the headphones, and shut down the computer. Carrying another quilt and pillow from the closet, he lay down on the bed. Just as Ning Yan had just closed his eyes and was ready to sleep, he heard Mu Yunshu say from the side, "I can't sleep. Let's chat." "Ning Yan, aren't you sleepy?" Mu Yunshu asked back. "It's not like I'm sleepy." "No? What do you want to chat about?" Ning Yan asked lifelessly. Until now, how could he not understand that Mu Yunshu just didn't want him to play games? Mu Yunshu rolled over close to Ning Yan and smiled. "Just talk about Wan Xingji. Talk about how you two met?" Chapter 40 Sister Shu Universe Invincible First Awesome. Mu Yunshu, you're having a hard time with Wan Xingju, aren't you? Ning Yan asked helplessly as he sat up. He knew Mu Yunshu was doing it on purpose. How could there be anything about being sleepy and not being able to sleep? It was just finding reasons to keep him from continuing to play the game. Then, he steered the topic back to Wan Xingju, ready to break the sand pot and find out what was going on. Don't look at Mu Defu's beautiful voice and long legs. Her curiosity is no less than others. You're mean to me. Hearing Ning Yan call out her full name in that tone of voice, Mu Yunshu was instantly displeased and sat up as well, leaning her pillow against the bed and pouting. Ning Yan, I didn't. Mu Yunshu, you did. Ning Yan fell silent. he realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Why follow a woman? Wasn't this giving himself a hard time? Seeing that Ning Yan was silent, Mu Yunshu said arrogantly, "When I say you have it, you have it." She looked so pleased with herself, as if she was a general who had won a battle and returned in triumph. Ning Yan skimmed his mouth and said, "Okay, you win. If you have it, then you have it. There's no point in winning the fight." If he made Mu Yunshu cry again, he would still have to coax her. Mu Yunshu smiled, satisfied, guffawed, and continued, "And the way you address me, can't you be a little more intimate? Don't always call me by my first name, so distant." If the relationship between the two of them was still just a simple employment relationship, Mu Yunshu was indifferent. However, now that they had moved on a bit, she definitely had to ask for something. After all, what woman doesn't like a sense of ceremony? "Then shoo baby?" Ning Yan smiled playfully and asked tentatively, He, don't be so fleshy either." Mu Yunshu said in disgust, slightly again a little bit. Looking at the cunningness in the bottom of Ning Yan's eyes, Mu Yunshu knew that this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Quite a lot of demands. Ning Yan shook his head and joked, "That's also true. You are after all the father of the A party. It's normal to ask for more." Who made classmate Mu Yunshu a big rich woman, spending so much real money and providing so many benefits? It didn't seem too much to ask for a little more. "That's right. It's too late for you to regret it now." The corner of Mu Yunshu's mouth slightly curved up in an arc as she said smugly, "I wouldn't regret it, but I'm afraid you'll regret it." Ning Yan admired Mu Yunshu's little expression, and secretly said in his heart, with regards to Mu Yunshu's character, Ning Yan was indeed quite fond of it, but what he had a headache about was the trouble from that stubborn old man at home. After all, Ning Yan was still very clear about his family's old man's stubbornness, and he was also a stickler for the truth. It was really hard to imagine what kind of scene the old man would have when he saw Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan came back to his senses and spoke, "So why are you so obsessed with Ruan Xingju? The matter on the old master's side could still be delayed." Ning Yan was now more interested in knowing why Mu Yunshu would always catch Ruan Xingji. He hadn't seen anything worth Mu Yunshu's attention about this little girl, even after thinking about it. Hearing the words Ruan Xingzue, Mu Yunshu instantly changed his face, collected his smile and said in a serious manner, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. I always have to know what kind of person is thinking about my husband, right?" A woman's sixth sense told Mu Yunshu that Ruan Xingji, that female college student, was definitely thinking about Ning Yan, so one must be on guard and never be stolen from home due to negligence. Ning Yan, 6. He wanted to advise Mu Yunshu that it was unnecessary, but looking at her combative demeanor, for a moment, he didn't know where to advise her. Under no choice but to fulfill Mu Yunshu's wish, opened his mouth to introduce, "That little ninja is a senior student of Lin University. My undergraduate degree is still from Yen University." Hearing Ning Banquet describe Ruan Xingzai as a senior student, Mu Yunshu immediately opened her mouth. The purpose was simple and obvious, to prove that her education was not lower than that Lin University senior. "You're still climbing up here? Okay. Sister Shu is the best. Sister Shu's universe is invincible and #1 awesome." Ning Yan helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, gave a thumbs up, and flattered. Previously, he hadn't really seen that Mu Yunshu would actually have a climbing heart as well. Even her academic qualifications had to compete with Ruan Xingju, and even had to press her head on. "No talking about me." Mu Yunshu heard Ning Yan's perfunctory, pouted, "You don't have to use good words to praise me. It's too earthy." Although her mouth resented Ning Yan's wording, her body was honest. After all, this was Ning Yan complimenting her, not Ruan Xingji. "Earthy to the extreme is hip," Ning Yan explained. Mu Yunshu sniffed, blankly glanced at Ning Yan, and asked, "And then what? What's the situation at Ruan Xingju's home?" Compared to Ruan Xingju herself, what Mu Yunshu wanted to know more about was her family history. Her father died when she was 10 years old, her mother remarried the following year, and was brought up by her grandfather. Little Neisan suffered from campus violence during her middle school years and has suffered a lot. In the past few years of college, she's been working and studying hard, and she and I met at a part-time job. Ning Yan said truthfully, it was because he knew what had happened to Ruan Xingji, and was clear about how difficult it had been for her in the past. That's why he took care of this little ninny, more often than not, especially because this little ninny had suffered from school bullying for a long time in middle school because of her family. She had suffered from school bullying in middle school for a long period of time, and only then did she develop this rather timid character now. It was precisely because of this that she was too scared to say a word in Mu Yunshu's car, and Ning Yan purposely mentioned this point to remind Mu Yunshu, "Oh, she's also quite unforgiving." Mu Yunshu was a smart person, how could she not understand Ning Yan's meaning? However, it was not good to admit it because of the face, so she just answered softly, "So Shu student, you also don't have so much hostility towards others." Ning Yan said, She's just a little girl who hasn't stepped into society, and she's shivering when she looks at you. Mu Yunshu pouted her lips, slightly unhappy, and asked, "Do I look that mean?" She was a bit aggrieved. Obviously didn't say or do anything excessive either. What do you think? Didn't you see her get into the car and not dare to say a word? Sitting alone in the back shivering, Ning Yan spoke. Originally, Ning Yan had planned to sit at the back and accompany Ruan Xingji, because Mu Yunshu had said that he had to sit in the passenger seat. It was true that Mu Yunshu hadn't said or done anything, but with that car of hers laying there, it was very oppressive. Plus, Mu Yunshu had such strong hostility, even sitting there, it was still oppressive. Mu Yunshu blinked her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her chest, seemingly remembering something, and asked, "Then why aren't you afraid of me at all? Not only do you dare to marry me, but you also dare to reject my contract?" How could Ning Yan not expect that Mu Yunshu's focus was still on Ruan Xingji? How could she suddenly move to him? Could he tell her that he was just trying to tease her at the time? Obviously, Ning Yan did not dare. He was afraid that big rich bitch Mu would pounce on him on the spot and tear him apart, saying Ruan Xingzue is Ruan Xingzue. Why did you bring it on to me? Ning Yan coughed lightly, not daring to look at Mu Yunshu's eyes and casually digressing. Unfortunately, Mu Yunshu was, after all, a big president who had seen all sorts of people, and had long since taken in Ning Yan's small mind. Laughing, "Ning Yan, you're weak-minded. Then tell me, why did you go part-time? You don't look like you're short of money either, ah?" Mu Yunshu was even more curious as to why he would go part-time precisely because she was clear that Ning Yan was not an ordinary person. After all, would someone who could pinpoint her location in the huge linen lack money? The network of contacts that he would need to utilize would be extremely large. So the more mysterious Ning Yan was, the more attractive Mu Yunshu was. "Can't I just go and experience life?" Ning Yan said with a bland smile. Truthfully, he said everything and seemed to have said nothing, avoiding the important and avoiding the important. Mu Yunshu laughed and joked, "Can't see it, my husband is still a young master. He's experiencing life. Why do I always feel like you're undermining me when I hear this?" Ning Yan spoke up. "How could it be?" Mu Yunshu sophistically said, "Am I such a person?" "Yes, you are." Ning Yan was sure as well as certain. "Screw you." "Nonsense." Mu Yunshu blanked and pouted. After a pause, she continued, "What do you say I subsidize Ruan Xingju?" Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu meaningfully and laughed. "Are you planning to bribe that little ninny with money? Little kids have high self-esteem. They definitely won't accept it." Mu Yunshu wanted to subsidize Ruan Xingju, 7 parts sincere and 3 parts selfish. Ning Yan could see that, but if he could give money directly, he would have done so long ago. Ruan Xingji, this little nymph, is also a girl with extremely high self-esteem, so he had to give up. He could only change tricks and find all sorts of reasons to stuff money into her. "Alright," Mu Yunshu said, "you've met my mom. When will you let me meet your mom too?" Chapter 41, Black Silk is indeed still torn. It's more feeling. Shoo. Are you trying to meet the parents? Ning Yan was puzzled. He didn't expect Mu Yunshu to actually, suddenly ask this question, and looking at her expression, she was still in a hurry. "I've gotten a license with you, so I have to meet the elders, right? Otherwise, your mom should say that I don't understand things. If it leaves a bad impression, then my future days will not be easy." Mu Yunshu blushed scarlet and opened her mouth. Compared to Ruan Xingji's threat, Mu Yunshu was more worried about the future mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. After all, in Disya, the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship had been a big problem since ancient times, so she had to save for a rainy day. Seems a bit reasonable. Ning Yan nodded in agreement. "You don't say. You really don't say." When Mu Yunshu mentioned this, Ning Yan felt that it did make sense, but his mom is still abroad, and he is afraid that she won't be able to come back for a while. What's more, Ning Yan doesn't know what his mom's attitude towards Mu Yunshu is right now. Mu Yunshu saw Ning Banquet agreed with himself, smiled. "I have forgotten to ask, your mother is doing what ah?" Mu Yunshu was curious as to what kind of stunning mother could have produced such an outstanding son as Ning Yan, but one thing she could be sure of was that her own mother-in-law was definitely a great beauty. Otherwise, who did Ning Yan inherit that face value that made her heart flutter? "Just can't wait to start checking your family name?" Ning Yan joked. "Screw you, I can't know nothing about it, right?" Mu Yunshu pouted. Mu Yunshu had really checked Ning Yan's account, only outside of the name Ning Banquet, there was nothing. Otherwise, she would have already gone to find out on her own. Where else would she have come to ask him? Ning Yan thought about it, after a little contemplation, said in a serious manner, "She does a little business. There is a small-scale small company, sort of small micro-enterprise it." Ning Banquet's mom? Lin Chinga, small and micro-enterprise? In Daxia, and even in the world, the only person who could describe Lin's group as a small company of modest size, plus a small micro-enterprise, was probably Lin's great richest man's own son, right? But actually, This was quite reasonable. After all, Dasha Tobacco and the business license above is not also a small micro-enterprise. Well, Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's difficult expression and thoughtfully comforted. It's fine, no need to be embarrassed. The small size does not affect. I will not laugh at you. Her worth was among the top 10 in all of Dasha, and there were only a handful that could rank ahead of her, so she didn't care about that. She wouldn't be as rich as her anyway, and it's not like she would dislike Ning Yan. Just don't know if let her know. Ning Banquet Mouth Small Micro Enterprise is Lin's group. Her mother-in-law, who runs the small-scale company, is the richest man in Lin. The expression on her face should be how wonderful. After Mu Yunshu lightly pursed her lips, she continued, what do you say I invest a little? The point that Mu Yunshu was considering was quite simple. Since they were all family, it was only right to help each other out. Anyway, she had encumbered Ning Banquet. It wasn't like she couldn't support her mom and her company again. Investment? Ning Yan blinked, the expression on her face extremely wonderful. At this moment, Ning Yan had already begun to imagine his mom's expression after she got Mu Yunshu's investment. She might even say thanks to her daughter-in-law for the reward. Mu Yunshu didn't care about Ning Yan's dissimilarity, and drew up the blueprints on her own, saying, yes, it's considered a meet and greet gift. For your family's industry, make it a little bigger. By then, you'll be a rich second generation. Listening to Mu Yunshu's serious conceptualization, Ning Yan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The gift is not a problem, but his family's industry, which already covers all aspects, can still be bigger to wear. He should not be counted as a second-generation rich man, but should be a third-generation rich man. Ning Banquet lightly coughed, forced to hold back laughter, said, come on, you have that idle money, might as well let me go to scratch music. Although there was always an urge in his heart to see Mu Yunshu make a fool of herself, but after deliberating, he still gave up. After all, it was her own wife, and if she was embarrassed, wasn't she also embarrassed herself? However, this proposal is true. Ning Banquet take to scratch music can be more meaningful than to give mom reward 3 gua 2 jujube. That can't be. The first time we meet, must leave a good impression. Mu Yunshu shook her head and said, if Ning Yan likes scratching music, she could open a store for him and let him scratch from morning to night. But this meet and greet gift was non-negotiable. Take your time to think about it. I'm going to sleep. Ning Yan chose to give up struggling, and it was hard to persuade the deadbeat with good words. Saying that, Ning Yan put down the pillow he was leaning against behind him and laid down on the bed. Instead of trying to persuade Mu Yunshu, it would be better to go to bed earlier. No sleeping. I'm not sleepy yet. You have to chat with me. Mu Yunshu pulled on Ning Yan's arm and pouted. She could still plan to learn some information, but she couldn't let Ning Yan sleep so early. I'll just sleep. What do you care? Ning Yan wrapped the quilt tightly and rolled over, turning his back to Mu Yunshu. Seeing that Ning Yan refused to cooperate, Mu Yunshu didn't panic and gently smiled. Ning Yan, this is what you forced me to do. Saying that, Mu Yunshu also laid down, leaning beside Ning Yan, slowly getting close to him. Her jade hands were on Ning Yan's body, constantly and gently roaming. It finally landed on top of his abs. Mu Yunshu's movements, however, did not stop. The upper half of her body pressed close to Ning Yan, coming close to his earlobe, her red lips slightly opened, gently exhaling hot air. Feeling Mu Yunshu's combinations, Ning Yan closed his eyes and tried his best to restrain himself, but there was a beautiful person lying beside him, leaning so close, still teasing himself, and how long could he restrain himself? After Mu Yunshu blew for a minute, Ning Yan couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. Mu Yunshu, do you know you're playing with fire? However, Mu Yunshu directly replied, I'm just playing. What can you do to me? Provocation. Nakedly provocative. Really? Then as you wish. Ning Yan sniffed, no longer controlling his desire, violently rolled over, pressed down on Mu Yunshu, and held down her wrists with both hands. Someone's main fight was one of responding to a request. Since Mu Defu bitch herself had asked for this, how could she not fulfill it? Ning Yan, what are you doing? Mu Yunshu panicked as if she was a frightened kitten. How could she not expect that Ning Banquet would suddenly storm out and easily restrain her, and without any resistance? And the two of them were still face to face so close. What am I doing? And why does Mu Yunshu need to knowingly ask? Ning Yan lowered his head, touched the tip of Mu Yunshu's nose, and laughed. A man and a woman, in this position, what else could they be doing? Ning Yan's eyes were filled with burning lust. Don't! Mu Yunshu shook her head and pouted. How arrogant Mu Yunshu had been when she teased Ning Yan just now. Now that she was being pressed underneath and begging for mercy, how much of a mess Mu Defuki was in. Ning Yan's 10 fingers clasped Mu Yunshu's hand, with an evil face and a bad smile. Wasn't this fire hooked up by you? It has to be put out by you, the one who started it, don't you think so? Existence is reasonable. The idiom of playing with fire and getting burnt was not for nothing. No, don't mess around. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Mu Yunshu begged for forgiveness again and again, because she had already felt the threat from the man. The more Mu Yunshu begged for forgiveness, the more excited Ning Yan became and laughed. There's no turning back when you open your bow? It's too late to regret now. Saying that, Ning Yan's left hand went straight for Mu Yunshu's black silk. Don't take off. Mu Yunshu said softly. Good idea. Ning Yan nodded approvingly. Fragmented is where it will end up. Big rascal. Mu Yunshu sniffed and pouted. Is this? Mu Yunshu's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning, and she no longer struggled, but hooked her hands around Ning Yan's neck and laughed. Secret weapon, ah, unbelievable. I came XXX. It was because of this talisman that Mu Yunshu dared to provoke Ning Yan so recklessly. The main fight was a bottomless one. Otherwise, how would she dare to do such a thing as an untouched big girl? Well. No wonder I said you were so emboldened today. Not only did you dare to sleep here with me, you also dared to tease me. So that's how it is. Ning Yan suddenly realized. Couldn't think of it. Indeed didn't think of it a bit. Worthy of being a rich woman of Mu. She had even played the art of war on him. Mu Yunshu admired Ning Yan's expression, cupped his face, and said triumphantly, right, angry or not, not sleepy, right, quickly accompany me to chat. At this moment, there was only one word to describe Mu Yunshu, and that was dejected. Ning Yan did not take it personally. Instead, he smiled blandly, leaned down close to Mu Yunshu's ear, and whispered, classmate Mu Yunshu, do you know that there is an idiom called XXXX? Unluckily, Ning someone specializes in all kinds of deception. What? When Mu Yunshu heard this, she violently shuddered, seemingly realizing Ning Yan's intentions, and said in surprise, wait, you don't want to. Chapter 42, I can also be a man who stands behind you. Perhaps because of her nervousness, Mu Yunshu's eyelashes were even trembling. She had originally counted her cards and pinpointed Ning Yan's character, so she was sure to be safe from danger. As a result, she had never imagined that Ning Yan would not be that easy to pin down at all. He didn't even play his cards by the book. Mu Yunshu had overestimated Ning Yan's flexible bottom line, and had ultimately missed this point. So smart. A little bit of insight. Worthy of being a high achiever from Peking University. Ning Yan's fingertips gently scratched across Mu Yunshu's soft skin, smiling playfully. It was as if a hunter was playing with a finely carved prey. Don't. Ning Banquet, I'm wrong. I won't play anymore. Will you let me go? A thick sense of fear filled Mu Yunshu's heart. At this moment, the Ning Yan who was close by was so strange, but with nothing else to do, she could only weakly beg for mercy. Typical and dish and playful representative. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Ning Yan licked his lips and smiled. I won't make you hurt too much. Saying this, Ning Yan gently pinched Mu Yunshu's jaw. Up close and personal, he viewed this linen business world's #1 beauty, black silk version. Don't. I really know it's wrong. Never dare to play with fire again. Mu Yunshu desperately shook her head. She was truly afraid that Ning Yan would be beastly in the next second, transforming into a werewolf and pouncing directly at her. In front of Ning Yan, the safe period really wasn't safe at all. Idiot. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Mu Yunshu's panicked little expression, Ning Yan placed a gentle scratch on the bridge of her trembling nose, instantly losing his expression management. The corners of his mouth couldn't restrain themselves from rising as he laughed aloud. Not to mention, Mu Yunshu's frightened look was quite soul-stirring, making people want to stop. If he couldn't hold back his laughter, Ning Yan really wanted to play a little longer. You scared me? Looking at Ning Yan, who was pressing on top of her with a belly laugh, Mu Yunshu reacted violently and pouted. Until this moment, Mu Yunshu could not understand that this guy Ning Yan was acting her out. Right, to give you a long memory of who emboldened someone, Ning Yan pinched Mu Yunshu's pretty face, flipped it off and laughed. It should be said or not, Mu Yunshu's body management was indeed good. There was meat where there should be meat, and thin where there should be thin. When pressed against her, in close proximity, Ning Yan also reacted. You're bad. I thought you really wanted to. Mu Yunshu copied the pillow behind her and smashed it towards the guy teasing her. Unfortunately, Ning Yan's quick eyes and hands grabbed the flying object and asked knowingly, really want what? Bloodbath? Mu Yunshu gave him a blank look and responded, aha, just how realistic Ning Yan's acting was just now. Even she believed it. I was going to, but considering that running red lights is bad for your health, it's better to call it quits. Ning Yan explained with a bashful smile. Mu Yunshu should be thankful that Ning Yan had survived a trace of sanity when his lust was aroused. Otherwise, nasty. Really scared me to death. Bad guy. Mu Yunshu pouted. Although her mouth spat at Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu was still touched in her heart. This guy still remembered to consider her physical condition. Saying that, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Pinching her small pink fist and smashing it towards Ning Yan's chest, Ning Yan backhanded and gently pinched it so that it couldn't move, and laughed. This can't be relied on me. It's obviously someone who asked for it. However, it should be said or not. Yunshu student's appearance of being scared and begging for forgiveness just now was quite nice to look at. I didn't record it. It's a pity. Ning Yan's face was written with regret. Just now, Mu Yunshu's glutinous begging for mercy was really pitiful to me. Suitable for repeated viewing, bien, appreciation, sure. Especially if you drag the author himself along to watch it. The artistic effect reaches its peak. You still want to record it? Why are you so bad? When Mu Yunshu heard this, her face suddenly changed drastically, and as if she were a lioness showing her teeth, she pounced on Ning Yan and pressed him down. She could sort of see that this guy, Ning Yan, was just full of bad water. Ning Yan did not resist, letting Mu Yunshu press down on him and laughed. Men aren't bad, women don't love them. After venting for a while, Mu Yunshu stopped, pinched Ning Yan's jaw, and condescendingly asked, "Then will you feel no freedom when you're with me?" Ning Yan blinked, puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking this? He was a little confused. What was the inevitable connection between freedom and Mu Yunshu? Mu Yunshu didn't know if Ning Yan really didn't know, or if he was pretending not to know, and spoke. Didn't you say that you like freedom? Ning Yan's face was full of question marks. When did I say that? Ning was certain that he had never said such a thing. Mu Yunshu was sure that this guy, acting up again, said sourly, I can remember very clearly. Someone said that after experiencing the feeling of being married, the two of us are back to being free. I didn't slander you, did I? Mu Yunshu but remembered it clearly. Absolutely only the words. Wasn't the implication that he liked being free? Ning Yan blinked, and in hindsight, it seemed like it was really what he said. Explaining, that was something I said off the cuff. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. This was not yet an excuse. If Mu Yunshu didn't mention it, he really had already forgotten about it. I don't care. I want you to answer now. That question just now. Based on her experience just now, Mu Yunshu didn't believe Ning Yan's sophistry. She only wanted to know a definitive answer now. Ning Yan looked at the more serious woman in front of him, crying and laughing, and spoke, still really bossy. I don't understand why you, of all people, would think that I don't have freedom. You're so busy working every day, leaving early and returning late. Am I not free enough? As far as Mu Yunshu's work status is concerned, the entire Linen City, in addition to couples living apart in different places, it is estimated that he really can't find a second person who is freer than him. Ning Yan, that's true. Then between freedom and me, who do you choose? Mu Yunshu nodded, recognizing Ning Yan's statement, but still, he was unforgiving and made sure to make him make a choice. A woman's small mind was all written on her face. Ning Yan returned in a serious manner. Pei Duofei said that life is precious, love is more expensive, and both can be thrown away if it's for freedom. So what you're saying is that I can throw them away as well? Mu Yunshu asked as her face sank. How could Mu Yunshu not expect the Ning banquet to quote this sentence? Isn't this meaning obvious? Between freedom and her. Nope, she didn't even deserve to be compared to freedom. Just as Mu Yunshu was losing it, Ning banquet spoke again. No, I mean, that's what Pei Duofei said. There's something wrong with me that I wouldn't choose a rich woman like Mu Defu. Rich and beautiful, cooks well, and has such a good personality. The wording was complimentary, but 9 times out of 10 it was the truth. Ning Yan was deliberately playing with the twist. After all, Mu Yunshu had asked this, so how could he not tease her, complimenting me in a different way, right? Mu Yunshu smiled joyfully and pouted. A look of this is more or less the same. I've never been a flatterer. I've always only told the truth. Ning Yan babbled. I don't believe you. Mu Yunshu pinched Ning Yan's face and said, then between Wan Xingji and me, who would you choose? Since she had asked to this point, Mu Yunshu was definitely not going to let this question go. Even she was prepared for Ning Banquet to be entangled for a long time. But who knew that Ning Banquet's answer was off the cuff? Neither of them will be chosen. Why? Mu Yunshu was puzzled and surprised. It was an either/or choice, and as a result, Ning Yan actually directly abstained. One is not interested, and one is too childish. Ning Yan smiled playfully. Who was he referring to when he was not interested? Who was too childish? Mu Yunshu knew in her heart. This was just bending over backwards to mock her. Ning Yan, who are you calling childish? Mu Yunshu questioned. I'll say whoever is right. Ning Yan hooked Mu Yunshu's slender waist and gently placed her in her futon. He was a physiologically normal man, and if she continued to wiggle around, she might really not be able to hold it. After a pause, he added a warning. Be good and go to sleep. If you tease me again, I'll make sure you pay a price. But Mu Yunshu, who had learned from his mistakes, was emboldened and said arrogantly, price? What price? Trying to intimidate me with running a red light again? Completely a look of I won't fall for it again. Don't worry, it's not a bloodbath. The corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up with an evil smile. as the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. There was more than one way, and there was naturally more than one road. When Mu Yunshu heard this, she was instantly alarmed, shrank back, wrapped the bedding tightly, and spoke, "Then what do you want to do?" A bad premonition filled Mu Yunshu's heart. Ning Yan embraced Mu Yunshu and laughed. "I can also be a man who stands behind you. After all, Gudao is also a good choice." Chapter 43, How You Can Be More of a Nuisance Than I Am. As the old saying goes, choice is greater than effort. If you know that there is a tiger in the mountain, don't go to the mountain that you know. Find another way. It is also not a bad choice. When Mu Yunshu heard this, she was first slightly stunned, but looking at Ning Yan's meaningful smile, she quickly reacted. This big pervert was properly scheming. Nasty. What's in your head all day long? Don't even think about it. Mu Yunshu contained shyness and pouted. She ended up losing the battle. On shamelessness was ultimately no match for Ning Yan. Ning Yan shook his head, raised his hand and pinched Mu Yunshu's face, smiling, "Then be honest and sleep well." He was just trying to scare this emboldened woman. Got it. Mu Yunshu pouted. After being educated by Ning Yan's two major idioms, Mu Yunshu had settled down quite a bit. The two of them lay quietly on the bed. Not in words, however. The arc of Mu Yunshu's mouth kept raising. This cheap husband of hers, other than not being very decent, everything else was quite good. The next day, 7 o'clock, a bell rings in the quiet room. It rang for almost a minute, and no one bothered to turn it off. The alarm clock went off? I don't remember setting an alarm, or am I just confused? Ning Yan opened his eyes in a daze, puzzled. He clearly remembered that he hadn't set an alarm clock, and this ringtone wasn't quite the same as the style of the songs he listened to. That's what I set. Mu Yunshu rolled over and sat up, casually turning off the alarm clock, stretching her back, and straightening her disheveled hair. Ning Yan picked up his own cell phone, and after looking at the time, he was surprised. It's only 7 o'clock. Why did you set such an early alarm clock? Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu with a face full of doubts. In addition to seeing the time, he also had the date next to it. Saturday. No problem. Today is Saturday. What was Mu Yunshu up to? Going to work. Mu Yunshu slowly spat out two words. Ning Yan? Big sister. Isn't today a Saturday? A day off? Ning Yan asked incredulously as he pointed to the date of the time on the screen. Do you think anyone is as idle as that? Mu Yunshu asked rhetorically. Where does a laborer have weekends? It's not like you're a laborer. Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth. Mu Yunshu was right about that. It was quite normal for a beat worker to have a single day off, or even no day off, did too Mu. After all, the capitalists were inhumane and used them like cattle and horses and livestock. But in the case of Mu Yunshu, there is a problem or a big problem. Have you ever seen which laborer can afford to live in the villa of the Royal Water Bay and drive a Bentley? You said the evil capitalists, but it's more or less the same, right? Aya, what are you doing? Just as Mu Yunshu was planning to get out of bed, ready to go back to her room to wash up, Ning Yan jumped on top of her, holding down her wrist as it were. Classmate Yunshu, your alarm clock is disturbing my sleep. I'm a person who wakes up, and it's always been rather serious. Ning Yan changed his position, his fingertips lightly scratched across Mu Yunshu's pretty face, smiling playfully. Aren't I going to work to earn money to support you? Mu Yunshu whitened her face and said with a straight face. After what happened last night, Mu Yunshu wasn't afraid of Ning Yan's bestiality. After all, he had restrained himself last night, and it was even more unlikely now. Mu Yunshu knew very well that this guy probably just had a whim and wanted to molest himself again. I won't listen. Ning Yan followed suit and said arrogantly. Mu Yunshu did have a point, but Ning Yan could replicate her passive skill of refusing to receive reasons. Why are you even more of a nuisance than I am? Mu Yunshu cried and laughed. Ning Yan had learned this, and it was at least 7 or 8% similar to her. It was simply gifted. Is this Ning Yan's version of teach the barbarians to control the barbarians with the barbarians? Mu Yunshu, unable to do anything about it, hooked her hands around Ning Yan's neck and asked, so what do you want to do? Mu Yunshu was also curious as to what Ning Yan was trying to do by doing this. You've disturbed my sleep, so you have to give some compensation, right? Ning Yan winked and said with a bad smile. Fine. Send you a 5,200, okay? Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and said, it was again the usual coaxing trick of Mu Defu bitch, only this amount changed from 8888 to 5,200. The amount became less, but the meaning of this was different. No way, this is too insincere. I want something practical. Ning Banquet didn't even think much about it and decisively refused. Compared to this cold and icy number, Ning wanted a bit of interesting benefits more than anything else. Oh, then let's say, Mu Yunshu said doubtfully. Mu Yunshu didn't understand what Ning Yan wanted when he didn't even want a transfer. I don't want anything too excessive either. Just a good morning kiss. The corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up with a touch of evil. close to Mu Yunshu's ear, whispering, thinking quite beautifully, "No way. I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Mu Yunshu's face was slightly scarlet, and she hurriedly thought of a reason to stall. This request from Ning Yan was reasonable but not that reasonable. Although the two of them had laid down and slept together last night, and had confirmed their intentions to go further, she wasn't mentally prepared. "Then it's fine to let you go brush your teeth and fill them in. I'm all for flexibility here." Ning Yan took a step back and laughed. He had been woken up anyway, so it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. After all, it was the fragrant kiss of the great beauty Mu. "That won't work either. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. You stink. I'm at a disadvantage." Mu Yunshu refused after thinking about it. Ning Yan looked at the woman who started to count on it and said, "It's not like I let you mouth. You said it earlier." Mu Yunshu came to a realization and understood what Ning Yan meant. Immediately, her hands encircled Ning Yan, on his right cheek, slapdash. Although she wasn't mentally prepared for kissing, a gentle kiss on the face was still fine. After all, between her and Chang Kite, the two of them hadn't kissed faces much. "Okay?" Mu Yunshu pursed her lips and asked. "Alright, seeing as student Yunshu is so sincere, I'll forgive you today." Ning Yan smiled bashfully and let go of Mu Yunshu, lying back on his side again. He was full of contentment. Actually, Ning Yan wasn't prepared to let Mu Yunshu go so easily, but he could see the nervousness and shyness under her eyes. Suddenly remembering, she said that she had never had a boyfriend or been in love, only to stop there. It wasn't impossible to take it step by step, and it wasn't like Mu Defu Bao couldn't run away anyway. "I thank you." Mu Yunshu put on her robe and pouted. "You're welcome, you should." Ning Yan squinted his eyes to admire the marvelous figure and laughed. Mu Yunshu looked at the time and walked straight towards the door of her room, and just as she was about to step out, she turned back around and said, "Let's go. I'll try to get off work early and come back to cook dinner for you." Saying that, he waved his hand at Ning Yan. Mu Yunshu had even begun to calculate what good dish to make at night to tether Ning Yan's stomach. "It would be even better if we were cooking in fishing nets." Ning Yan smacked his lips and suggested. White silk was not available. Fishing nets should be. Ning Yan believed that Mu Yunshu wearing fishing nets would definitely have a different flavor. Thinking quite beautifully, "Go sleep your sleep." Mu Yunshu let out a pout and closed the door to Ning Yan's room with her backhand. Afternoon. Ning Yan slept until 12 o'clock before getting up, washing up, and ordering another takeout. Then he opened Steam and started today's quest. How couldn't live without his father. Just like the West couldn't live without Jerusalem. Just as Ning Yan was advancing the plot to the blood-curdling yoga session, the cell phone rang. Ning Yan picked it up and glanced at it. It was the rich woman who popped gold coins, and casually pressed a speakerphone to connect. "Hey, Ning Yan, what's going on?" Mu Yunshu asked as she sat by the office window, sipping her coffee. "What? Checking in?" Ning Yan slid the mouse and snickered. "Can't I?" Mu Yunshu spoke. "Wait, what's that sound on your side? Why do I seem to hear a woman's voice? Where are you now?" At once, Mu Yunshu was alerted. Just now, it was a petite woman who was talking to Ning Yan. She definitely hadn't misheard it. It definitely wasn't a hallucination either. "Where else can I be? Of course I'm at home." Ning Yan returned. As he said that, Ning Yan's gaze fell on the screen, because Mu Yunshu wasn't home. He was playing the game without headphones. In an instant, Ning was playful. He wanted to tease big rich bitch Mu. "Ning Yan, you're not bringing a woman home, are you?" Mu Yunshu was wary. 10,000 guesses had begun to surface in her mind, but out of her trust in Ning Yan, she chose to open the door. "I have to say, your imagination is quite rich." Ning Yan laughed. As he spoke, he gently turned up the volume and tapped another ho-homa option, to ensure that Mu Yunshu could definitely hear clearly. And everything was just as Ning Yan thought. Mu Yunshu opened her mouth and said, "No, make a video. I want to check it out." As the words fell, Mu Yunshu thunderously hung up the phone, and a prestige video popped over. "Watch it." Ning Yan quickly connected and looked around the room, only missing the computer screen, laughing. "Where is anyone else? Why don't I put the camera under the bed so you can check it out?" Looking at Ning Yan's calm and relaxed appearance, Mu Yunshu said in disbelief, "I'm sure I didn't hear it wrong. There was definitely a woman's voice on your side just now, saying something about not only learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu but also Muay Thai in the past 2 days, and wanting to show it to you." Mu Yunshu was sure as well as certain that she definitely hadn't heard it wrong, but Ning Yan on the opposite side of the video was indeed at home, and the room was empty. Something was wrong. Too wrong. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Ning Yan reversed the camera to the screen and smiled playfully. "You're talking about this?" Saying that, he flicked the mouse, selecting Hao's mom's action and repeating it again. "This is game?" Mu Yunshu suddenly realized, but as smart as Mu Yunshu, she quickly realized that she was being tricked by someone. This someone must have done it on purpose, or else, there's always someone who's even jealous of the game. Ning Yan pointed the camera at herself again and teased. Who's jealous? I'm not. Mu Yunshu blared fiercely, saying with a straight but strong sense of reason. Jealous? How could she, Grand President Mu, be jealous? Or jealous of the game? Blame Ning Yan, this bad guy. Fine, fine, you didn't. It's me who's jealous. Ning Yan gave a timely step and laughed. The effect had already been achieved. There was no point in going any further, so it was better to take it as it came. That's more like it. Mu Yunshu was satisfied and added, my girlfriends want to invite you for afternoon tea. Chapter 44. It can't be that you still want to evening out your sister together, right? Chang Shirkite has long wanted to see Ning Yan. Meet this man who tricked Mu Yunshu into marriage. See what kind of god is this? Not only did he trick Mu Yunshu into marrying him, but he also tricked her into favoring him so much. Chang Shirkite was extremely curious about this person, Ning Yan. It just so happened that everyone had time today, so Chang Shirkite organized this game to meet this man for a while. Afternoon tea? Your best friend invited me? Ning Yan muttered and repeated under his breath. To Mu Yunshu, his best friend, Ning Yan had a bit of an impression. He remembered that the fake marriage partner of Mu Defuwa was found by this sis. But why did this sister invite him for afternoon tea for no reason? Could it be that they had come to ask him for a favor? Aha! Mu Yunshu took a sip of coffee and said, it just so happens that I'm not cooking today, so I'm eating out together. Ning Yan turned off the game on the screen, rested his legs on the table, and laughed. How do I feel that the visitor is not good? So much like a hongmen banquet. Actually, Ning banquet's wording was very euphemistic. It wasn't like a hongmen banquet, this was clearly a hongmen banquet against him. After all, between two people, the most destabilizing factor was none other than the woman's best friend. The first person to fling conflicts. Archfire small capable person. Part-time military advisor. Military dog. Which is, Mu Yunshu explained, just simply bringing you to meet my best friend. Mu Yunshu did think so, but Cheng Shirquan didn't think so. Is that so? Ning Yan laughed playfully. Ning Yan believed in Mu Yunshu's words, but he didn't believe in creatures like girlfriends. Yeah, I don't have many friends, and she's one of them. Mu Yunshu pouted. Just consider yourself accompanying me, okay? With normal means, Mu Yunshu didn't have the certainty to persuade Ning Yan, so she decisively chose the surefire way, to be pampered. Men eat this set, especially Ning Yan, this kind of eating soft but not hard man. There was no resistance to such Mu Yunshu. You said so, how can I still refuse? Ning Yan said helplessly. Originally, he wasn't interested in dealing with a creature like a bosom friend, but Mu Yunshu was like this, so it would be impolite for him to refuse. It would be better to just go and have fun and meet people. I knew you were the best. Mu Yunshu, who had gotten her way, laughed. Don't worry, she won't give you a hard time. Tenkites has another friend who will also go. Mu Yunshu was happy, not only because Ning Yan had agreed, but more than that, she had discovered a little trick to put Ning Yan in his place. Ning Yan sniffed, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and said suspiciously, you guys aren't planning to form a group of girlfriends to torture me, are you? He seemed as if he had been duped. BFF's BFF. This kind of creature is no better. Where are you thinking? That friend of hers is a guy. Mu Yunshu saw Ning Yan's misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. Oh, male best friend? It's not going to be a male tone, is it? Ning Yan's eyes lit up, and his thoughts immediately floated. He wasn't interested in his best friend's best friend, but a male tongue version of a male BFF. Such an oddball creature. Then there was a need to meet it. Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, that's MS. Chang Shirkite's crush. Male BFF my ass. And male tongue? You really also think out of the box. It had to be said that Mu Yunshu was still quite in tune with her husband's rich imagination. It's simply not on par with her anymore. Oh, it feels like there's a story. Ning Yan said meaningfully. Crush? Mu Yunshu still had this tone. There was a melon, and there was a big melon, like that woman unrequited love, and still cannot be desired. Rushed to pour the kind of. Ning Yan instantly became interested. You'll know when you come over. Mu Yunshu said. Alright, send me the time and place. Ning Yan answered and laughed. It would be a shame if this melon was missed. Good. Mu Yunshu nodded and said. See you later then. After saying that, Mu Yunshu hung up the phone, opened his wiki, and sent the time and place to Ning Yan. 4 times Shizi. Mu Yunshu and Chang Shirkite arrived early. Mu Yunshu was still in light makeup professional attire. Chang Shirkite, on the other hand, was well dressed and had her hair done on purpose. It was like a big star attending a dinner party. Of course, she was definitely not like this for the Ning banquet. Rather, it was her crush. MS. 10 Iris. As for you to have to search for crush until now? Mu Yunshu put down the juice in her hand and looked at Chung Shikis, who was buried in her cell phone, and asked with a smile. This bosom friend of hers, from just now in the car, until now has been searching for a strategy to make things difficult for Ning Yan. It made Mu Yunshu cry and laugh, making it seem like her family, Ning Yan, had committed some heavenly offense. As for that guy called Ning Banquet was able to trick you, so as your maternal family, I definitely have to be on the lookout. Changshur Kite raised her head and said decisively. Originally, even if she hadn't found out about Ning Yan, she hadn't taken this marriage cheat to heart, but ever since Ning Yan had recognized Chang Shikai's attempts to establish authority, she had put it on her mind. This guy was definitely not simple, especially in the past few days. Mu Yunshu's tone towards him had changed, and seemed to be very intimate and favorable. Plus, Mu Yunshu said that he had renewed a 3-year contract with Ning Yan again. What kind of character Mu Yunshu was, Changshur Kite knew very well. Not only did she take the initiative to renew her contract, she also renewed it for 3 years in one breath. It is simply duh. Changshur Kite made up her mind to see what kind of mesmerizing soup Ning Yan had given to her bosom friend to make her so mesmerized. Still waiting sternly on. You have time to think about embarrassing Ning Yan. Why don't you think about what you should say when you meet Gu Tingfang later? Mu Yunshu shook her head helplessly and said, this BFF of hers had been spouting off about her being stupid and sweet all the way, but now it seemed that mess. Chang herself was silly and not much better, not properly calculating how to enlist Gu Tingfang's heart, but still thinking about how to make things difficult for Ning Yan there? What was this if not putting the cart before the horse? Shoo, you're so annoying. It's really a case of which pot is which. Changshur Kite heard the 3 words Gu Tingfang as if she was electrocuted, lightly biting her red lips and pouting. Men, in Changshur Kite's eyes, were not a single good thing, but the only exception was her brother Tingfang. Mu Yunshu saw that this move was effective and continued. Someone's crush, but it's rare to go back to the country once, not ready to seize the opportunity and take it in one fell swoop. Mu Yunshu wasn't just flirting, she was also reminding. Gu Tingfang had returned to China. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't take the opportunity to take down his person and heart, Changshur Hui wouldn't know how long he would have to wait again. There's no rush on my matter with him. Helping you out first is the priority. Changshur Kite suppressed her shyness and shot back. Changshur Kite wasn't a little cutie. How could she not figure out what Mu Yunshu's intention was in deliberately mentioning Gu Tingfang? Wasn't it just to ease the pressure on Ning Banquet? The more Mu Yunshu is like this, the more it deepens Chang Shikai's determination to test Ning Yan. She wanted this stinky man. How exactly did he charm her shoo? Tough mouth. Mu Yunshu picked up the juice, gently shook it, and laughed. If you miss it again this time, don't expect me to coax someone when they hide under the covers and cry. Mu Yunshu remembered very clearly that this someone cried her eyes out when Gu Tingfang went abroad for the first time, especially when she heard that he was in distress on a mission abroad. She even wanted to go out of her way to find him. Women, are just tough talking. Humph. Changshur Kite lightly grunted and swore. This time it will never fail again. This time, Changshur Kite was confident that he would be able to get it in one fell swoop. Separate lines are like separate mountains. I wish you success. Mu Yunshu laughed, looking at Chang Shiki's in front of her. Mu Yunshu also strengthened her determination to take down Ning Yan, to make him only have himself in his heart in the future, and not be able to have someone else's place. Changshur Kite seemed to have remembered something and suddenly spoke. Oh yeah, do you know that Mu Shueji came out? Mu Yunshu frowned slightly and asked, when was it? This was something she really didn't know, especially with her relationship with the Mu family. Even if Mu Shueji had come out, there was no way she would have taken the initiative to inform her. But this was not important. What was important was why Mu Shueji had come out so quickly. An hour ago, Changshur Kite said. This is not a small matter. She came out so quickly? Mu Yunshu asked. Changshur Kite looked at Mu Yunshu and said meaningfully, your grandfather, Grand Academician Mu, walks the line in the capital. Mu Yunshu's grandfather, also Mu Shueji's grandfather, was also one of the academicians of the Daxia National Academy of Sciences, and it was also the chief academician who majored in the direction of military industry. With Master Mu's connections in the capital, with him interceding, it was normal for Mu Shueji to be bailed out. No wonder. Mu Yunshu suddenly realized, but also did not lose too much. After all, Mu Shueji is the Mu family bloodline, and is also Grandpa's granddaughter. Just as Changshur Kite was about to open her mouth, Mu Yunshu saw Ning Yan walking in the distance and stood up, beckoning with a smile on her face. Ning Yan, this way. Ning Yan also waved his hand and quickly walked over to the two of them. Changshur Kite saw Ning Yan sit down with a serious expression and asked, you're Ning Yan? Shu should have mentioned me to you. My name is Changshur Kite. Icy, chilling, and uninviting. It seemed like there was a tremendous amount of hostility towards Ning Yan. Hello. Ning Yan was indifferent and returned. If she was hostile, so be it. It was expected. He was coming for Mu Yunshu anyway. After looking Ning Yan up and down, Changshur Kite spoke. Very good looking indeed. It looks like standing together with my family Shu. It's barely a looker. The tone was frivolous and full of mockery. Like he was reviewing a piece of cargo, he condescendingly commented on Ning Yan. In particular, the words were filled with a provocative flavor. Mu Yunshu gently pulled the corner of Chang Shikite's coat under the table and whispered, "Sure, Kite, speak properly." She didn't want her own best friend to get into such a firestorm with her own husband as soon as they met. On the other hand, on Ning Yan's side, she was not in a hurry or angry, and smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. It's only to the point of being a rich woman." Saying that, Ning Yan also returned Chang Shikite's gaze with a meaningful look. Noticing Ning Yan's gaze, Chang Shikite had a plan in mind and teased, "Why do you keep staring at me? It's not because you still want to evening out your sister together, right?" Chapter 45, It's hard to hang fruit on a fine branch. This appeared to be a joke, but it was actually a test. Chang Shikite's purpose was simple and straightforward. She was trying to get Ning Yan to reveal his true nature. Let Mu Yunshu, who was dazzled by the rhetoric, see clearly the true face of this face. In addition to good looks, it is completely useless. Mu Yunshu also looked at Ning Yan, wanting to see how he would respond to Chang Shikite's question. In the face of the mockery in his words, Ning Yan didn't get angry, nor did he have a fluctuation of emotions. He just smiled lightly and spoke. "I wonder if Ms. Chang knows a common sense?" "What?" Chang Shikite said doubtfully. Chang Shikite didn't expect that Ning Banquet would be so calm and would answer her like this. Not only did she not give a direct answer, instead, she asked another question. Or was it a common sense one? It's hard to hang fruit from thin branches, so why force it if you don't have it? If you force it, it ruins the beauty and is unnatural. Ning Yan crossed his arms, sizing up Chang Shikite, and smiled playfully. The words were cryptic, but also very direct. Although he didn't name names, it was self-evident who he was talking about. As the saying goes, use the way of the other person to cure the other person's body. The key was that this reply was wonderful in that it not only answered Chang Shikite's question, but also personally attacked her. Chang Shikite looked angrily at Ning Yan. How could she not understand that this asshole was just plainly mocking her flat? But what made Chang Shikite the most impotent and furious was that, on the contrary, everything this guy said was still the truth. Today, in order to meet brother Ting Feng, she had not only padded her 5 layers, she had also forcefully squeezed out the ditch. Listening to Ning Yan's reply and watching Chang Shikite's reaction, Mu Yunshu, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing anymore. Mu Yunshu had originally thought that if Ning Yan couldn't fight back, she would step in to relieve him, but now it seems that there's no need for that at all. Her husband's counterattack here was going to be even more severe than she thought. Shoo, you're still laughing? Chang Shikite turned her head to look at Mu Yunshu as she heard that familiar laughter. Disbelief was written all over her face. She didn't expect that she would go out on a limb, and even more so, she didn't expect that even Mu Yunshu was laughing at her. "No, where did I laugh?" Mu Yunshu forced herself to hold back her laughter, and sophistically said, after all, it was her bosom friend. Still had to save some face. "Ning Banquet, this is you who made the first move. Don't blame me for being unforgiving." Chang Shikite took a deep breath. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she secretly said in her heart. Chang Shikite was angry and annoyed, full of rage. This couldn't be directed at Mu Yunshu, so she could only spread the fire on Ning Yan. After Chang Shikite adjusted her emotions, she squeezed out a smile on her face and said with a cold laugh, "Since they are all sitting here, then I, a maternal family member, will open the door. I'm a straight talker, don't take offense. Strike the snake 7 inches. Chang Shikite no longer wanted to bull **** with Ning Yan. She was going to come out with the killing move on the raiders. Let's see how this asshole is going to be able to resist. There's no harm in it. I'm like Shu, broad-minded and never hold grudges." Ning Yan swept his eyes at Mu Yunshu and laughed. A double entendre. He was broad-minded, and Mu Yunshu was broad-chested. However, Ning Yan also didn't speak in a facetious manner to lie to Cheng Shihui. It was also true that he never cared about this, because if there was a grudge, it was avenged on the spot. There was never an overnight grudge. When Mu Yunshu heard this, how could he not understand Ning Yan's intentions to connote Cheng Shihuan, and hurriedly made a look. The implication was, restrain yourself, just say don't bring her along. Ning Yan shrugged. Fine. Cheng Shihui clenched her fists, suppressing the anger in her heart, and asked through gritted teeth, do you have a room? Since Ning Yan didn't know how to die, it was time to go straight to the mother-in-law death trifecta. Cheng Shihui would like to see how Ning Yan, a triple negative, was going to answer. No. Without a hint of hesitation, Ning Yan blurted out with a smile on his face. Saying that, Ning Yan raised his finger to point at Mu Yunshu and added, Shu has it. Cheng Shihui was dumbfounded. Is this man shameless? Didn't say it with such a straight face, and even said that Mu Yunshu had it? This is a carbon-based creature that can give an answer? Strongly suppressing her anger, Cheng Shihui continued to ask, do you have a car? neither do I. But Shu Shu has one. Ning Yan once again gave the same answer. Not only was he not ashamed, but he was also somewhat complacent. You are really justified. Chang Kite gritted his teeth and said, then do you have savings? Yes. Ning Yan laughed. No. Well, you actually have? Chang Kite was surprised. Disbelief was written all over her face. He didn't have a house or a car, so why would he have savings? Chang Kite was all ready to stick her face in mockery. As a result, she was stifled by Ning Yan's one there. Shu Shu gave it to me. Ning Yan pointed at Mu Yunshu again and laughed. Chang Kite gasped and laughed, no longer able to tense up, questioning, everything is Shu Shu's. You're a big man with hands and feet. Are you planning to be soft and hard to eat? Chang Kite has seen shameless men, but shameless to this extent. She really is the first time to see a man. There are actually people who can say that eating soft rice is so justified. Looking at Chang Kite who broke the defense, Ning Yan blinked and faintly asked back, couldn't it be? You really think so? Chang Kite said in shock. She couldn't understand. Completely couldn't understand a bit. Why would there be such shameless people in this world? Is there no dignity at all? Why wouldn't I eat if I can fight for 60 years less? Ning Yan laughed. After all, I have always had a bad stomach, and I can't eat anything too hard. Saying this, Ning Yan even patted his stomach in a decent manner, signaling that he really did have a bad stomach. Put. Mu Yunshu was once again amused by Ning Yan's words and actions. Mu Yunshu initially thought that with Ning Yan's temper, he would argue with Chang Kite, but she didn't expect that her husband would respond in such a way and still make Miss Chang so angry that she would twist. You, don't you have a bottom line as a man? Chang Kite questioned. In Chang Kite's impression, men as creatures are the most facetious. Even if they really couldn't, they would still hold on for the sake of face. As a result, this asshole in front of her, not only did she not care about face, she didn't even have a bottom line. He also said it so righteously and vigorously, as if it was honorable to eat a woman's soft food? What a coincidence. My bottom line is more flexible. Ning Yan opened his mouth and said, in the past, General Han was able to suffer the humiliation of his crotch. So what if I, Ning Yan, eat soft rice today and suffer a bit of criticism? Men, you have to be flexible on the bottom line. As for the so-called face, can be worth a few dollars? What can't be exchanged for anything? As far as possible, die as far as possible. And the purpose of Ning Yan is also very clear. He is running to put this difficult woman, angry out of breast nodules to go. You're still comparing yourself to Han Xin? People have great achievements. What do you have? Chang Kite stuffed 5 layers of cushions, was angry up and down, questioned. I have Shu Shua, people beautiful heart good legs long chest. Just as Ning Banquet continued to make up for it, before the big words could be said, Mu Yunshu kicked him in the leg under the table, a burst of pain, and asked, Hiss, what are you kicking me for? No nonsense. Mu Yunshu said wordlessly, using his mouth. At the same time, he also threw Ning Yan a look. Don't irritate Ten Iris. She's going crazy. Before Ning Yan came, Chang Shikis didn't expect. Mu Yunshu also didn't expect. The one who was pissed off to the point of breaking his defense wasn't the one who was being difficult, but the one who was being difficult, Chang Shikis. It's really hard to predict things in the world. I've had an eye-opening experience today. You're really different. Chang Shikite's face was grim as he gritted his teeth. Hearing this explicit praise and implicit disparagement, Ning Yan laughed. I wouldn't dare. It's Shu Shu who has a good eye. Who's afraid of mockery? But it's just a tit for tat. Hearing Ning Banquet mention the word Shu Shu, Chang Kite fiercely flashed a light, and then had a plan. Smiling evilly, so do you think I'm good looking? Or Shu Shu is good looking? Ning Yan sniffed, silent for a moment. It's not that this is a difficult question to answer, but he doesn't understand why this woman would ask such a stupid question when she is so mad at him. Why would she ask such a stupid question and rush to put her face over for her to hit her? I don't understand at all. However, if Ning Yan couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother to think about it, and immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Which decent person would like to be on a that would make you look like a joker. Saying that, Ning Yan also pinched his nose. As for who exactly was a joker, just look at Chang Kite's reaction. You're really a wonder in the soft food world. Chang Shikis was so infuriated that she couldn't catch her breath. But what was even more exasperated was how she had made the stupid mistake of asking this shabby question. Overrated. I still have to improve, Ning Yan said. Chang Kite clenched her fists and said with a leathery smile, You're the man with the thickest face I've ever seen, bar none. If there was an award for having the thickest skin, Chang Kite, without exception, would definitely award it to this bastard Ning Yan. It really pissed her off. Chang Kite didn't think of one question. Obviously she was the one who came to make things difficult for this stinky man. Why was she the one who was pissed off like this? It's an honor. Ning Yan smiled blandly and disliked back. the beautiful, moving and mediocre Ms. Chang Shikite. In fact, this was the reason why Mu Yunshu was beside her. So Ning Yan was restrained and spoke in an extremely subtle manner. But whenever Mu Yunshu wasn't around, Ning Yan's dislike back would be, no bulge in front, no curvature in the back. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. A small A cover. Ridiculous. This kind of thing is one of Ning Yan's hobbies. Who wouldn't like to kick the cripple's good leg violently and rub salt in people's wounds? Seeing this kind of hateful, but can't him up expression was Ning's favorite. After all, who let this be something that Ms. Chang Shikis had asked for? Chapter 46. At best, once every 2 or 3 days. Humph. Chang Shikite snorted coldly and stopped talking. After these rounds of exchanges, Chang Shikite clearly realized that she couldn't dislike this person called Ning Yan, solely gave up on continuing to make a fool of herself. It really was a fulfillment of the saying, if a person is shameless, then the world is invincible. And while Chang Shikite was sulking, Ning Yan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, raised an eyebrow at Mu Yunshu and flaunted his victory. Mu Yunshu could do nothing about it, shook her head, picked up her cell phone, and sent a message to Ning Yan. Don't fool around, look at how angry you made 10 kites. After sending it, he also pointed to his cell phone, signaling Ning Yan to hurry up and read it. Seriously, this is still the first time Mu Yunshu has seen someone piss her off like this since she's been acquainted with Chang Shikite for more than 10 years. Isn't that what she asked for? I'm just following the example of the others, and treating the others the way they treat me. Ning Yan returned in seconds. This respect thing was mutual. Since Chang Shikite had personally attacked first, how could he not hit back? Wanting him to hold his tongue. Next life. Okay, we've wronged our brother Banquet. But, you'd better say less later. Give her some face, okay? Mu Yunshu is still sensible. She was clear that Chang Shikite was asking for it, and in fact, she couldn't blame Ning Yan. After all, the palm of her hand was all meat, and she couldn't afford to favor anyone. However, Chang Shikis will want to see her crush later, or have to discuss with Ning Yan. Do not give her face, let her too embarrassed. Sister Shu has spoken. Can it be bad? The premise is that she won't mess with me again. Ning Yan said back. He knew that Mu Yunshu was in the middle and didn't want to make things difficult for her. As long as Chang Shikite doesn't make another death wish, Ning Yan is too lazy to say anything more. He was here to accompany Mu Yunshu anyway. After Mu Yunshu saw the 2 winks, she felt relieved in her heart and sent a cute emoticon back to Ning Yan. But just after sending it out, Chang Shikite's wizards bombarded him. Pissed off. This asshole called Ning Yan really pissed me off. Immediately after that, Chang Shikite sent dozens of fuming emoji packets. Miss Chang, what a word for angry. She had lived for more than 20 years and had never been this angry, much less suffered this kind of loss. I've told you not to make things difficult for him, and you're still rushing to get over there. Mu Yunshu returned after seeing Chang Shikite's emoticons subside. This matter actually boils down to the fact that Chang Shikis is still to blame for being bent on having her own way. Mu Yunshu had initially asked her not to make things difficult for Ning Yan, mainly because she was afraid that Ning Yan would lift the table in a fit of rage and everyone would end up unhappy. But how could she have imagined that it was actually Chang Shikite who was the aggressor who was so furious in the end? How could I have known he was so difficult to deal with? Shu, your husband is bullying me. Just don't help me. I just saw him laughing. After Chang Shikite finished posting, he also added a few aggrieved emoticons, complaining about Mu Yunshu's behavior just now. I wasn't thinking that our Miss Chang, who has always been unbeatable. Where do I need help? Who would have thought that you would misbehave today? Mu Yunshu said back. This was the truth, and was also giving Chang Shikite's loss, providing steps, chalking everything up to playing out of order to make her face look good. I also didn't expect him to be so sharp-tongued. Chang Shikite returned indignantly. In her heart, she felt a lot better. But looking at Mu Yunshu's invulnerability, it was a bit hard for her again. In the past, she, Chang de Miss, how wantonly and dashingly she tore down the scum with her hands. Today, how wretchedly she lost. Chang Shikite violently thought of something and asked, is this how he usually gets along with you? Chang Shikite was curious. Ning Yan was such a character. How did Mu Yunshu put up with him? No, he hasn't bullied me since, and it's not like I'm small there. Mu Yunshu's afterglow swept her eyes at Ning Yan, who was sitting across the room, brushing the rubbing video, smiled, and returned. In a few short words, another knife was viciously added to Chang Shikite's wounded heart. Shu, even you are laughing at me, Chang Shikite said angrily. Mu Yunshu's words, falling in Chang Shikite's eyes, meant that she was big, so Ning Yan couldn't even find a reason to mock her if she wanted to. Then on the contrary, wasn't it mocking her for being small? The best friend's complimentary knife is the most deadly. Ouch, it hurts too much. Chang Shikite was left with nothing but pain. No, I can't laugh at you even if I'm laughing at someone. Mu Yunshu hurriedly coaxed. I don't believe it. You've already been brought down by that Ning banquet guy. Chang Kite couldn't believe a bit of it. Mu Yunshu silently sent an emoticon of touching her head. After a while, Chang Kite, who had dissipated a lot of anger, typed and asked, are you really prepared to let him eat your soft rice so justifiably? Anger after anger. But Chang Kite still didn't forget the main purpose of making things difficult for Ning Yan. The most important thing now is Mu Yunshu's attitude. Can't I? It's not like I can't afford to feed him. As long as he's willing to eat, I'm willing to raise him. Mu Yunshu didn't hesitate and quickly returned. It wouldn't cost much to raise Ning Banquet anyway, as long as his soul wasn't hooked by Ruan Xingji. Of course, this was definitely something that could not be told to Chang Kite, the gossiping spirit. Don't you plan to find a door-to-door match in the future? Apart from his good looks, which bit of him is good enough for you? Chang Kite asked after a slight hesitation and a little thought, putting aside the conflict between her and Ning Yan. These two questions were putting themselves in Mu Yunshu's shoes. After all, Chang Kite was the woman in this world. Other than Lu Shuyin, who wished Mu Yunshu the best, there aren't many in Daxia who can be a good match for me, and who are not that far apart in age. Only the sons of the top 3 on the rich and powerful list, and the foppish courtiers in the capital. I don't want to marry this kind of family, and I don't want to go in there and be aggravated. Mu Yunshu replied. Mu Yunshu said back, she was actually very perceptive. It was important to have the right family, but only she knew if the shoe fit. The people who could match her were the second generation, or even the third generation, of large families. Mu Yunshu didn't have any interest in marrying into this kind of family to suffer. Compared to those prodigal sons, although Ning Yan didn't have much money, he was far more reliable than them. He also wouldn't interfere with his own work. I know what you mean, but even if you don't marry high, this man is still too bad. Eat your food, live your food, spend your food, and have no shame at all. Chang Kite asked indignantly. She understands all the reasoning, but Ning Yan, this soft-eating white boy, she just can't see eye to eye. Isn't that also quite good? It's not like I need him to make money to support my family. Mu Yunshu said back. With her worth, the money she earned would not be spent in 3 lifetimes, so why would she need Ning Yan to work? And even if she let Ning Yan go to work, it was pointless. He had worked hard for a year and probably didn't earn as much as she did in a day. Might as well let him lie flat in peace. Chang Kite? Shoo, are you mesmerized? Or have you fallen for his beauty plan? Chang Kite didn't understand. She couldn't figure out what kind of ecstasy her bosom friend had been drinking. Actually able to say such things. Mu Yunshu doesn't look like a love brain either? None of them. I think Ning Yan is quite good. He has principles and has a sense of propriety. I think Ning Banquet is quite good. He has principle and discipline. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan, who was happily brushing the video, and returned with a heartfelt smile. For Mu Yunshu, she didn't want much. It just so happened that Ning Yan could provide her with enough security, being able to appear by her side when she was in danger, guarding her and protecting her, and even go beyond just killing for her. Such a man is not good. Is there any other good man? Dependable? Protect you? With him? Chang Kite questioned 3 times in a row. She really does not know. Mu Yunshu is how to see out Ning Yan, this white boy. Not only reliable but also can protect her? Mu Yunshu silently returned another emoji. Mu Yunshu knew that Chang Kite didn't understand, but she couldn't tell Chang Kite about what happened between herself and Ning Yan. This was to protect herself, as well as protecting Ning Yan. When my family brother Fong comes later, you can compare what it means to be a good quality man. I really don't know. What do you see in him? Chang Kite said back with hatred. In her heart, she made up her mind that she must let Mu Yunshu see clearly the world of difference between a good man like Gu Tingfang and a little white boy like Ning Yan. Good. Your brother Tingfang is the best. Mu Yunshu smiled and returned. After a while, a tall, elegant young man appeared in the distance. Chang Kite, who was fast becoming a lookout stone, recognized the visitor at a glance, pulled the corner of Mu Yunshu's coat, and whispered, Shoo, look, it's brother Tingfang. For some reason, Miss Chang, who had been high and mighty in the face of Ning Banquet, instantly became shy. Aha, what are you waiting for? Quickly go over and say hello. Mu Yunshu gently pushed. At a loss for words, Chang Kite urged. Good. Chang Shikis came back to his senses and answered. Immediately afterward, she stood up and waved in Gu Tingfang's direction, delicately shouting, Brother Tingfang, 10 kites. Gu Tingfang, who had excellent eyesight, saw Chang Kite from afar and quickly walked over. Chang Kite lightly moved her lotus steps and also greeted her, hands behind her back, shyly asking, Brother Tingfang, haven't seen you for so long, did you miss me? A rare bird-like demeanor. Of course. Gu Tingfang nodded politely, his gaze jumping behind Chang Kite as he smiled. Yun Shu, long time no see. Kite has been thinking about you every day. Mu Yunshu also stood up and smiled. Incidentally, she gave Chang Kite an assist. The words that Chang Kite was too embarrassed to say were spoken. Shoo, don't be ridiculous. How can it be every day? At most, it's once every 2 or 3 days. Chang Kite's old face flushed, and in a voice that only Gu Tingfang could hear, he whispered. However, he cast a thankful glance at Mu Yunshu. It was true that when it came to critical times, one had to be a good best friend to be reliable. Is that so? Gu Tingfang nodded. After a bout of pleasantries, Gu Tingfang realized that there was someone sitting across from Mu Yunshu, looked at Ning Yan's back, and asked, "Is this?" Just as Mu Yunshu was about to open her mouth for an introduction, Chang Shikis jumped ahead of him, walking over to Ning Yan and saying, "Brother Tingfang, let me introduce you. This guy who is just okay looking is Shu's husband. His name is Ning." As he spoke, Ning Banquet was also curious, turning his head over to see this Missy's crush. Just what kind of god is he? Ning, Mr. Ning, it's you? Gu Tingfang was shocked and stumbled when he saw Ning Yan's face. Disbelief was written all over his face, along with reverent deference. Chapter 47, I've always been a big man. I've never bothered with children. It's him. It's definitely him. Gu Tingfang believed that he hadn't blinked. It's the real Mr. Ning. It was the real Mr. Ning. Gu Tingfang's shocked look was also caught in the eyes of the two daughters on the sidelines. Chang Kite's heart was fluttering on Gu Tingfang, and she said in surprise, "Brother Tingfang, what do you recognize?" Chang Kite's expression, too, was shocked, but it was with Gu Tingfang. She didn't expect her brother Tingfang to actually recognize Ning Yan as a soft rice man. He even had such a look on his face. For some reason, Chang Kite could see unprecedented respect in Gu Tingfang's eyes. For a moment, she wondered if she had created an illusion. Gu Tingfang knows Ning Yan? How could Gu Tingfang know Ning Yan? Mu Yunshu's eyes narrowed slightly as she wondered in her mind. Compared to Chang Kite's love-brain uptightness, Mu Yunshu was more calm and looked farther ahead, and the key to all of this lay in how the two knew each other. The two of them obviously couldn't be connected, right? Moreover, Gu Tingfang's attitude towards Ning Yan was also very unusual, respectful with awe. Mu Yunshu was becoming more and more curious about Ning Yan's identity. Gu Tingfang, it's you kid? I thought it was someone else. Ning Yan raised an eyebrow, clasping his hands in front of his chest as he casually laughed. He had originally thought that the crush that could charm Chang Kite, that great lady, was some great male. As it turned out, he didn't expect it to be this brat Gu Tingfang. But thinking about it, this kid has height and face value. It's me. After a hasty parting back then, I didn't expect Mr. Ning to still remember me. Gu Tingfang was overjoyed when he saw that Ning Yan had called out his name, and he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and smiling. If it weren't for the fact that there were still two girls around, there was some decency to be taken into account. Otherwise, Gu Tingfang really couldn't restrain the corners of his mouth from rising. Honor. What an honor. His name had actually been remembered by Mr. Ning. Of course, I'm a guy who's just okay looking, and this memory is also okay. Ning Yan swept his eyes at Chang Shikis, then pointed at himself and laughed. What that meaningful look expressed was already self-evident. The instructions Mu Yunshu had given Ning Yan, he had memorized them, but then again, he hadn't completely memorized them. After all, eldest Miss Chung had mocked him, and there was no reason not to mock him back on the spot. Surname Ning, you're such a ing asshole. Holding a grudge, huh? Chang Kite's face changed dramatically when he heard this, and he cursed in his heart. Viciously, he glared at Ning Yan. This guy really wasn't willing to suffer at all. But now that Gu Tingfang was here, Chang Kite had to maintain her ladylike image and dared to be angry. Ha. Mr. Ning really knows how to joke. Sister Shikis is just childish and can't speak. Don't take offense. Gu Tingfang laughed aloud and compensated. Chang Kite? Miss Chang was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her own brother Tingfang. Not only did he give Ning Yan a low profile to make amends and apologize, he also attributed her to a child's mind. Chang Kite didn't understand that a mere Ning Banquet was worth Gu Tingfang's behavior. Children do not understand normal. I've always been a big man. I've never bothered with children. Ning Yan swept his gaze over Chang Kite and laughed. The word small in those words was bitten extremely hard. It was full of implied meaning. Gu Tingfang didn't understand, but Chang Kite and Mu Yunshu knew it by heart. Ning Yan was not only saying that Chang Shikis was young and unintelligent, he was also mocking her for being small. A double entendre. You. Chang Kite looked at Ning Yan angrily, gritting her teeth. But after looking at Gu Tingfang who was standing aside, she took a few deep breaths and forced herself to hold back her anger. To be ladylike. Can't lose face in front of brother Tingfang. When Mu Yunshu saw this, she lightly pursed her red lips and snickered. Brother Tingfang, you guys look like you've known each other for a long time? Chang Shikite asked. Chang Shikite violently realized the crux of the matter. Now was not the time to fight with this bastard Ning Yan. It was important to figure out what was going on between him and Gu Tingfang first. Only then could he know himself and his enemy, and only then could he prescribe the right medicine. Yes, Mr. Ning has saved my life. If it wasn't for Mr. Ning, I would have died in Tuyu Beach 3 years ago. Gu Tingfang nodded, his gaze becoming deep, as if he had remembered that 9 death passed 3 years ago. While carrying out a secret mission, a certain peacekeeping force was attacked by a human-faced octopus monster and fell into a desperate situation. Out of ammunition and food, with no reinforcements, all the survivors thought they would be buried here. But just when they were in the most desperate moment, Ning Yan appeared. They didn't know why Ning Yan appeared there, but he killed all the monsters and saved them. Gu Tingfang was one of the dozen or so people who survived, and witnessed Ning Yan's terrifying strength. At the same time, he had also learned part of the information about Ning Yan's identity from the upper peak. It was that time? At that time, the one who saved you all in a time of danger was him. Chang Shikite's pupils shook greatly as she raised her hand and pointed at Ning Yan, surprised. How could she not expect that the one who saved Gu Tingfang back then would be Ning Yan? Chang Shikite was so incredulous that it was like she was dreaming. She also really didn't see how Ning Yan, the man who was justifiably eating Mu Yunshu's soft rice, apart from looking good, which was the least bit special, it's just passing by. A show of hands. Ning Yan yawned and casually waved his hand, saying carelessly, this was actually considered lucky for those Gu Tingfang brats. It just so happened that the defense ministry had begged to come to him, and it just so happened that he wasn't far away, so he simply stopped by, resolved those monsters, and saved the dozen or so people from that peacekeeping. But it wasn't for nothing. Ning had also extorted a piece of land in the capital from a certain bigwig later on. Since we're all old friends, let's all just sit and chat and catch up. Mu Yunshu spoke up at the right time. Saying that, Mu Yunshu obediently walked over to Ning Yan and sat down beside her, leaving those 2 empty seats for Gu Tingfang and Chang Shikite. After all, they were their own girlfriends, so they should still assist. Of course, the possibility that Mu Defuki wanted to sit with someone together could not be ruled out. Good, what Yunshu said. Gu Tingfang nodded, and immediately sat across the table with Chang Shiki's. Chang Shiki's was full of smiles, casting a grateful gaze at Mu Yunshu. Can't see it. You're quite good. Mu Yunshu moved closer to Ning Yan and whispered, I didn't realize that the one who saved Gu Tingfang back then was actually you. Mu Yunshu or Chang Shikite only learned from Gu Tingfang's parents that he was in danger. However, they didn't know the specifics of the situation, and who it was that saved Gu Tingfang, because of the existence of confidentiality regulations. That's, how can I give Shu if I'm not awesome? Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire? Ning Yan squeezed on Mu Yunshu's waist and laughed. It had to be said that Mu Yunshu's body was well managed, without a trace of flab. Her hands just felt good. Poor mouth. Mu Yunshu gave a blank look and pouted. Look at this dejected look of yours. Although her mouth blamed Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu was happy in her heart. After all, which girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? Even more so because Mu Yunshu was clear that Ning Banquet would say this. And even more so, he would do this. Mr. Ning, just now I heard 10 Iris say that you are Yunshu's husband? Gu Tingfang looked at the two's intimate little gestures and opened his mouth to ask. Before he came, Gu Tingfang had heard Chang Shiki say that he wanted to meet Mu Yunshu's new husband today. It's just that he didn't expect that this person would be Ning Yan. Yeah, as in fake. Ning Yan laughed, otherwise it wouldn't have been MS. Chang who came as soon as she arrived. Saying that, the corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, and even raised an eyebrow at Chang Shikite, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. You're the one who fell down the well, aren't you? Chang Shikite glared back fiercely, secretly saying in her heart. She sort of understood that this bastard was eating her up and didn't dare to be reckless in front of Gu Tingfang, so he deliberately said that. Looking at the smile on Ning Yan's face, Gu Tingfang had long since gained an insight into his intentions and laughed. 10 kites is just a child with too much heart. You'll forgive me. I've apologized to you on her behalf, so bear with me. Gu Tingfang's attitude was extremely sincere, making it impossible to pick a single fault. But Chang Shikite was not happy, pouting her lips. Brother Tingfang, you're still helping him talk about me. How elbow, still turn outward aggrieved. Miss Chang was only aggrieved. The man she had fallen in love with, not only didn't help herself, but instead turned towards the guy she didn't deal with. Good girl, don't be capricious. Gu Tingfang patted Chang Shikite's back and said, quickly apologize to Mr. Ning. How could Gu Tingfang not understand Chang Shikite's mind? If it was someone else, he wouldn't even need Chang Shikite to speak up. He would have already taken the fall for her. But unfortunately, this person in front of him was Ning Yan. Gu Tingfang had not only witnessed his terrifying strength, but was also aware of the power he possessed. So, It would be a case of condescending to Chang Kite. Got it, Chang Shiki said unhappily. Ning, Mr. Ning, I'm sorry. Although reluctant, she still stood up and did as Gu Tingfang said. It was because Chang Kite knew very well that Gu Tingfang wouldn't harm her. Ha 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 ha, I have to say, this world is really, one thing leads to another. Ning Yan crossed his legs and laughed. Ning Yan's cheerful laughter was so harsh in Chang Shikite's ears. Don't you bully people too much, Chang Kite secretly said in her heart. There's no such thing as descending or not. It's just that Sister Kite is on good terms with me and is willing to listen to me. Gu Tingfang smiled and rounded off the conversation. Mu Yunshu also chimed in. You don't get it, do you? The two of them are childhood sweethearts. Saying this, he raised his hand to Ning Banquet and pointed at the two people on the opposite side of the room. This was not only rounding up for Chang Kite, but also secretly aiding and abetting. Ning Yan smiled bashfully, and in a voice that only Mu Yunshu could hear, spoke. So Shu Shu is the third party among the two of them? Screw you. Don't start rumors. Mu Yunshu reached out and pinched at the soft flesh around Ning Yan's waist, pouting. Mu Yunshu knew very well that Ning Yan was doing it on purpose. Watching Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu flirting, Gu Tingfang pondered for a moment before asking, Mr. Ning, I don't know if your family knows about you and Yunshu getting married? Chapter 48 Shu Shu, will you do me a favor? Gu Tingfang knew that it was presumptuous and inappropriate for him to ask this question, but Mu Yunshu was his friend, so for the sake of her happiness, he still had to ask about this matter. As for Mu Yunshu and Chang Kite, their gazes were also directed towards Ning Yan, especially Mu Yunshu. She was also curious to know what kind of attitude Ning Yan had towards her in his heart. That's natural. Ning Yan did not hesitate and blurted out. It didn't even need him to inform himself. They already knew it clearly. And not only did his family know, the odds were that they had already investigated Mu Yunshu to death. After all, it was the de facto crown princess of the Ning family, even though Elder Ning didn't agree. When Mu Yunshu heard this, she didn't say anything, but just smiled gently, secretly saying in her heart, count on you still having a bit of a conscience. And while relieved, Mu Yunshu also realized a problem. Ning Yan's life should be very uncomplicated. Otherwise, Gu Tingfang wouldn't have asked this question. Thinking about this, Mu Yunshu also associated it with Chang Shikite's investigation into Ning Yan, which resulted in only one name being investigated. This was by no means a coincidence. Ning Yan's body was filled with mystery. Mu Yunshu was becoming more and more curious about this husband of hers. Then congratulations to the two of you. Happy wedding. Gu Tingfang nodded and smiled. But when he said the word congratulations, it was Mu Yunshu that he looked at. Thanks. Mu Yunshu retrieved her thoughts and politely returned. Since the leading men have arrived, it should be time to start dinner, right? I've been hungry for a long time. Ning Banquet patted his stomach and spoke. Teasing Chang Shiki's was just a sudden side quest. Eating to fill her stomach was the main character to Ning Yan. Chang Shiki's grabbed the opportunity and disliked. I think you're a hungry ghost. Ning Yan spread his hands, smiled, and said, yeah, you're a good judge of character. You, Chang Kite only had a sense of powerlessness, of her fist hitting cotton. She couldn't do anything at all with Ning Yan. Gu Tingfang shook his head helplessly and smiled. Let's go. It's my honor to dine with Mr. Ning. Chang Kite saw Gu Tingfang open his mouth and could only stop. The four of them got up and went downstairs, driving to the hot pot restaurant that Mu Yunshu had booked in advance. Chang Shiki's purposely didn't drive in order to spend more time with Gu Tingfang together. So, in the end, Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu had one car, and Gu Tingfang and Chang Kite had one car. On the Audi A8, Chang Shiki's was sitting on the passenger side, humming a small song, in a good mood. Gu Tingfang thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Kite, you seem to have a not so small amount of animosity towards Mr. Ning? Gu Tingfang wasn't a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. However, he had a special relationship with Chang Shiki's, so he still had to remind him, so that this impulsive and capricious girl would not go and make a big irreparable mistake. Chang Kite was originally in a happy mood, but once she heard Gu Tingfang mention that annoying spirit Ning Yan, she was instantly displeased and said in dissatisfaction, Mr. Ning, Mr. Ning, that one surnamed Ning, what exactly is his identity? Is it worthy of such respect from you, brother Tingfang? Chang Kite was clear that Ning Yan had saved Gu Tingfang, but she didn't understand why Gu Tingfang was so humble to Ning Yan. Open mouth Mr. Ning, closed mouth Mr. Ning. Those who didn't know thought that Gu Tingfang was a dog race by Ning Yan. It's not that he's worth it, it's that he has to be. As for Mr. Ning's identity, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. In the face of Chang Kite's dissatisfaction, Gu Tingfang's mood remained stable, only becoming much more serious as he said. He knew that this silly girl Chang Shiki's didn't understand. However, Due to the confidentiality regulations and some special reasons, he couldn't tell directly and could only politely remind. Why? Is he that mysterious? Cheng Shikite said in disbelief. However, Cheng Shikite's tone eased up quite a bit. Although she had a big lady temper, she was not a cutie. Especially Gu Tingfang's sentence. Can't tell. Woke up Cheng Shikite. Knowing too much won't do you any good. I can only tell you that even you and my father don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of Mr. Ning and speak up. Gu Tingfang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said slowly. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the car froze. Instead of questioning, Cheng Shikite fell into silence. It was because she realized the seriousness of the problem. Gu Tingfang wasn't a man without a point, and had no intention of joking with her. If this was true, then Ning Yan's origin was, I'm afraid, unimaginably large. For a moment Cheng Shikite's back was startled with a chill, and Cheng Shikite was not only worried about herself, she was even more worried about Mu Yunshu. Her Shu, in the end was what big man to cheat marriage, and what was his purpose in tricking Shu into marriage? It can't be? Cheng Shikite took a deep breath and asked, what do you think? Gu Tingfang asked back. I know, Cheng Shikite slowly replied. She finally realized the answer to a question. No wonder she couldn't find out Ning Yan's identity information, to be able to make brother Tingfang respect him so much. Just who was he? Thinking about this, Cheng Shikite's gaze, uncontrollably, turned to the northern direction. Hot pot restaurant. After drinking a lot of sour plum soup, Cheng Shikite dragged Mu Yunshu to accompany her to the restroom. Ning Yan is just a big asshole. Cheng Shikite washed her hands and complained to Mu Yunshu at the side. My little ancestor, what did Ning Yan do to you again? Mu Yunshu glanced at the resentful Cheng Shikite and asked suspiciously. She clearly remembered that when they were just eating the hot pot, Ning Yan hadn't said a single word, not even to Cheng Shikis, and was just there concentrating on drying the rice. Then where did this little ancestor's dissatisfaction with Ning Yan come from? Brother Tingfang has been drinking and catching up with him. I can't even interject. It was so hard for brother Tingfang to come back, but he ended up being dominated by Ning Yan. It really pisses me off. Cheng Shikite wiped her hands and pouted her lips. She was really getting annoyed with this guy Ning Yan. Even if he spoke solidly, he was still hogging Gu Tingfang. It even made it impossible for her to even interject a word, so she could only stare there. Are you jealous? Isn't this your brother Tingfang, clinging to Ning Yan to catch up on old times? Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and opened her mouth. She didn't expect Cheng Shikis to be jealous, and even more so, she didn't expect her to be jealous of Ning Yan. It really made people laugh and cry. I don't care. It's just that it's all Ning Yan's fault. Cheng Shikite clasped her hands in front of her barren chest and said indignantly, how could her brother Tingfang be at fault? The fault was definitely all that bad guy Ning Yan's. Okay, it's all Ning Yan's fault, okay? Mu Yunshu had no choice but to follow Cheng Shikite's words. Still Shu is the best for me. Cheng Shikite sniffed and nodded with satisfaction, then held onto Mu Yunshu's arm, winked madly, and smiled fawningly. Shu, will you do me a favor? Chapter 49, you go back and blow pillow talk to Ning Yan. Looking at Cheng Shikite's uncharacteristically pleading demeanor, Mu Yunshu was instantly wary. Perverse. This is too abnormal. In the past, Cheng Shikite's character would never be so squirmy, especially with the relationship between the two of them. They would never beat around the bush. Are you still so outgoing with me? Straight to the point. What kind of favor? Say it as if I would still not help you. Mu Yunshu shook his head helplessly, dotingly. Vigilance to vigilance. But after all, it's her own bestie. How can she really not be busy if there's something going on? Seeing Mu Yunshu directly agree, Cheng Shikite brightened up, smiling happily, close to its ear. Red lips lightly whispered, you go back to Ning Banquet to blow the pillow wind. Let him in front of brother Tingfang, say more good things about me. Cheng Shikite was very much not treating Ning Yan before because he didn't know much, but Gu Tingfang had already put words. To that extent, it wasn't like she was a little cutie. Of course she had to be the one who knew what was going on. As for face, Mu Yunshu knew about all of her more embarrassing things, and it wasn't even close to this one. Being able to stretch and bend is what a new woman in the new century should have a good character. You just finished scolding Ning Banquet, looking for his help. Isn't it a little too? Mu Yunshu looked odd and opened her mouth. Mu Yunshu knew that this BFF of hers was thinking outside the box, but she didn't expect that Cheng Shikite's attitude could have such a drastic change. It even crossed over to easing relations with Ning Banquet and just directly started looking for his help. But Cheng Shikite's starting point for this line of thinking was the right one. With Gu Tingfang's deference to Ning Yan, with his assistance, Cheng Shikite's road to chasing after her husband was bound to be twice as easy. So isn't this looking for you? He won't help me, but he certainly won't reject you. You're the big moneymaker who is underwriting him. The money can't be spent in vain, right? Gotta let him shine, right? Chang Shikite wrapped her arm around Mu Yunshu's arm and softly pouted. She even gave a well-reasoned analysis. I can only help you try. I can't guarantee if it's a success or not. Mu Yunshu couldn't bear to reject Chang Shikite and opened her mouth. This seemed quite reasonable at first glance. It was just easier said than done. Mu Yunshu didn't feel that she, herself, had that much face to invite Ning banquet. At most, it would be a little side talk. Doing her best. My lifelong happiness can all be left to you. Chang Shikite's eyes were glowing with excitement. She believed that with Shu Shu stepping in, she would definitely be able to seal the deal. After all, throughout the ages, the most lethal thing was pillow talk, over the dining table. You came back this time, are you retiring? Ning Yan asked as he took a light sip of wine. Not yet, but soon, Gu Tingfang replied back. My parents are getting older. They only have me as their only son, and they're urging me to return home to inherit the family business. Gu Tingfang's words had a bit of helplessness in them. He wasn't interested in doing business or inheriting the family business, but in the end, he couldn't argue with them. I think it's mainly to urge you to go back home and get married, isn't it? You're not too young to be in a hurry to have grandchildren. Ning Yan patted Gu Tingfang's shoulder and laughed. This kid was an only child and single, so how could his parents not be worried? Moreover, the environment abroad was dangerous, so they were afraid that one day they would really send their children away. Gu Tingfang also understood their thoughts, so he chose to return home. Nothing can be hidden from Mr. Ning. All of this. Gu Tingfang clinked glasses with Ning Yan and drank the wine in his cup. Ning Yan took in Gu Tingfang's preoccupied appearance, smiled bashfully, and spoke. So what do you think of Chang Shiki's? What do you mean by that? Gu Tingfang's figure trembled, his heart startled as he asked. He hadn't expected that Ning Banquet would mention Chang Shikite, or be so direct. Unable to help it, Gu Tingfang had some worries in his heart. It was because between Ning Banquet and Chang Shiki's, they didn't deal with each other, and there was even a not-so-small amount of friction. Don't tell me that you can't see that she likes you. Ning Banquet gently shook his wineglass and laughed. Anyway, Mu Yunshu and Chang Shikite had gone to the restroom, so it was just the two of them here. Ning Yan was too lazy to beat around the bush. His wording was extremely direct and to the point. I thought you were going to. Gu Tingfang sniffed, relieved, and slowly said, thought I was going to say something bad about her? I'm not a magnanimous person, but I don't like stabbing people in the back either. Ning Yan said with a bland smile. The conflicts he had with Chang Shiki's had all been avenged in person, and the grudge was settled. As for things like bad-mouthing people behind their backs, he, Ning, wasn't so boring and wouldn't be so classless. Now mention Chang Shiki's, mainly because of gossip. After all, one can be face-to-face and eat first-hand melons with the parties involved. And why not? Gu Tingfang nodded and said, I'm quite fond of her. It's just, saying that, he looked in the direction of going to the restroom, but he wanted to say something, as if it was extremely difficult. Just what? You're a big man. Why are you swallowing? Ning Yan hooked Gu Tingfang's neck and urged with a smile. Ning Yan knew very well that since Gu Tingfang had feelings for Chang Shiki's but hesitated, there must be quite a story here. This was much more than peanuts down the drain. My father wishes to have me marry the Su family in the capital. Gu Tingfang sighed and said. Chang Shikite was very nice and was also in love with him. This was not even a secret in Linen's upper class, and Gu Tingfang's father was naturally aware of it. But Gu's father knew one thing better. The combination of their two families would not have the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. In the world of fame and fortune, you can't help it. By marrying the Su family in the capital, everyone can get what they want, and what was sacrificed in this was nothing more than love with no benefits. Gu Tingfang's wording was actually hidden quite a bit. His father wasn't wishing for it, but had already connected with the Su family in the capital. That was why Gu Tingfang, who was caught between a rock and a hard place, was so distressed. The capital Su family? Ning Yan raised an eyebrow and asked, the Su family from the Ministry of Public Security? There were quite a few powerful people surnamed Su in the capital, big and small, but the one that could match Gu Tingfang's family was the only one in Ning Yan's memory. Precisely, Gu Tingfang responded. Chang Shiki shouldn't know yet, right? Ning Yan laughed. Despite having only met Chang Shiki's today, but with this great lady's character, it would be truly hilarious if she knew about this. Gu Tingfang, yes. Then what did you think? Should I choose Chang Shiki's, or should I choose Su Kaiwei? Ning Yan asked playfully as he played with the wineglass in his hand after draining it. This kind of either slash or extreme either slash or was the most interesting. Which one Gu Tingfang chose would be difficult. Mr. Ning, how did you know it was Su Kaiwei's? Gu Tingfang was surprised, to the fact that Ning Yan had just guessed that it was the Su family from the Ministry of Public Security. Gu Tingfang felt that it was because the range was small. Perhaps there was an element of luck, and it was considered normal to be able to guess it. But he hadn't expected that Ning Yan would even be able to blurt out the name of the person he had joined forces with. It was a violent moment. Gu Tingfang, who had only a slight knowledge of Ning Yan's true identity, had a figurative guess. This Mr. Ning, not only was his strength terrifying, but he was also from a top-tier family in the capital. The key is that he is also surnamed Ning. It couldn't be, could it? Old Su only has 3 daughters. The eldest daughter is married. The youngest daughter is still in college. And there's only a second daughter left who's about the same age as you. Who else could it be but Su Kaiwei? Ning Yan shrugged his shoulders and said in a breezy manner, "It's Su Kaiwei." Gu Tingfang said, "But I don't know how to choose." Gu Tingfang's brows were filled with a tangled color. "Don't know? It's just a simple choice of 2. What's a big man like you being indecisive about? You don't look like a bloodthirsty soldier who survived the battlefield." Ning Yan said, "I want to choose 10 kites, but my father's side won't agree." Gu Tingfang poured himself another glass of wine, shook off his dizzy head, and smiled bitterly. On one side was the childhood friend who had loved him for more than 10 years, and on the other side was the Miss Su family who could bring the family to the next level. On one side is the woman whose eyes are full of him, and on the other side is the expectations of his parents. Is it you who is getting married, or is it your old man? According to you, my old man still doesn't agree with my marriage, so I have to honestly listen to him? Ning Yan patted Gu Tingfang's shoulder and asked rhetorically. That confusion, which would only exist for a good boy like Gu Tingfang, could only trap him. Perhaps it could be that Ning Yan was more rebellious, but he firmly believed in the truth that when others said to put the greater good into perspective, you were definitely not in that greater good. As in, when they told you to do whatever it took, and you were the one to do it. So Ning Yan chose to go with his heart. It was best if he was satisfied. Disagree? Didn't you say they? Gu Tingfang realized afterward. It was as if he had heard something shocking. Mr. Ning came from a top family in the capital, and he actually dared to openly disobey. I just said they know. I didn't say they agree. Ning Yan laughed, and I don't need their consent to do anything. The violent shock suppressed the wine, and Gu Tingfang was surprised. They don't agree. You still dare. This? At this moment, Gu Tingfang sort of realized how bold Ning Yan was. What wouldn't I dare? Wouldn't it be fine to just lift the table? They won't let me play on. So let's all stop playing. Ning Yan said with a bland smile. This thing called rules was something that bound people, but not him, Ning Yan. It was precisely because Elder Ning was clear about Ning Yan's character. Even on the first day of Ning Yan's marriage, he had learned of the news and disagreed with the marriage. But yet, there was no reaction to, nor was it any action. It wasn't acquiescence or coddling. Rather, he was clear that once he did something to Mu Yunshu, Ning Banquet was really going to set the table. In a fit of rage, smashing the capital is not out of the question. Not having a sword in one's hand, and having a sword and not using it, were simply 2 different things. Dignity was only above the blade of the sword. It's still you. Gu Tingfang silently gave a thumbs up. Learned. You brat. Take care of yourself. Ning Yan laughed meaningfully. It's too late to regret if you miss it. Chapter 50, Classmate Mu Yunshu. You don't want me to spit out the truth after drinking, do you? After 3 rounds of drinking, Cheng Shikite sent the drunken and unconscious Gu Tingfang home, while Mu Yunshu assisted the staggering Ning Yan. Drink. Have another drink. Ning Yan's eyes were mesmerized. One hand being held by Mu Yunshu, the other hand waving around, trying to find someone to clink glasses with. After struggling to stuff Ning Yan into the passenger seat, Mu Yunshu pouted her lips and spat in a small voice. You can't hold your liquor, and you're still drinking so much. It's just as well that you're my husband, otherwise I would have left you on the side of the road and let you sleep through the night. Saying this, Mu Yunshu raised her hand and poked Ning Yan's chest. That is, her strength was not small. Otherwise on Ning Yan's head, it was really gluttonous not to move a bit. Who has a poor capacity for alcohol? Who are you saying has a poor capacity for alcohol? Ning Yan questioned as he grabbed Mu Yunshu's finger. I'm poor. You have the best drinking capacity. Mu Yunshu gently patted Ning Yan with one hand, while slowly pulling the finger that was grabbed out. If Ning Yan was sober, she definitely retorted. But arguing with a drunkard, that was something only a cutie would do that. That's right, drinking down that Gu Tingfang kid. No problem. Ning Yan raised his hand and dejectedly said, be honest. Good boy. Fasten your seatbelt first. Mu Yunshu put Ning Yan's hand down and leaned over to fasten the seatbelt for Ning Yan. After driving the car into the underground garage and parking it, Mu Yunshu sized up Ning Yan and muttered, is Ning Yan really drunk? Should we take this opportunity to ask? The current Ning Banquet was somewhat conscious, but not much. Without any defenses, it was the best time to set up a conversation. Mu Yunshu was already foolish. After all, those things, when Ning Yan was awake, he definitely wouldn't say anything. But at this moment, that wasn't necessarily the case. Gu Tingfang, where is everyone? You kid won't run away, right? Ning Yan leaned his hand against the car window, his eyes half open and half squinted, and shouted, "It's drunk, it's a good opportunity." Looking at Ning Yan's state, Mu Yunshu made up her mind in her heart. In Ning Yan's case, if he woke up tomorrow, he definitely wouldn't remember what he said tonight. Thinking about this, Mu Yunshu got close to Ning Yan and softly asked, "Ning Yan, is what you said to Gu Tingfang true?" Mu Yunshu was extremely curious. She wanted to know what Ning Yan's feelings towards her, his attitude towards her, and what it was like after all. Gu Tingfang? What really? Ning Yan's eyes were mesmerized and confused as he asked. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Ning Yan did not understand what Mu Yunshu was asking. "It's that your family knows about our marriage." Mu Yunshu reached out to unbuckle Ning Yan's seatbelt before speaking, but right at this moment, Ning Yan's eyes suddenly opened, his gaze no longer mesmerized, replaced by playfulness, and he asked with a smile, "So you wish it was true or false?" Saying that, he raised his hand and lightly pinched Mu Yunshu's hand that was about to be withdrawn. Mu Yunshu was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Yan in confusion. This tone didn't seem like a drunken person. "Classmate Mu Yunshu, you're not trying to make me spit out the truth after drinking, are you?" With his other hand, Ning Yan gently picked Mu Yunshu's jaw, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil. "Ning Yan, you're pretending to be drunk." Mu Yunshu came to a sudden realization. How could she not have expected that Ning Yan hadn't been drinking much at all, and had been pretending all this way? For a moment, Mu Yunshu was ashamed and angry. "Right, fell for it, didn't you? Smart lady, how am I supposed to mooch without pretending to be drunk?" Ning Yan pinched Mu Yunshu's hand, feeling the smooth and tender touch, and teased. He watched Gu Tingfang get drunk, and also wanted to let Mu Yunshu, on a whim, assist him home. As a result, he actually succeeded in fishing law enforcement. It was simply an unexpected delight. Big pervert, you're a bad person." Mu Yunshu slapped Ning Yan's hand away and said unhappily. There was some anger, but not much. More than that, annoyed that she had actually fallen for Ning Yan's trick and hadn't seen it coming. It really was true that the saying, "A man is 3 times drunk and acts like you're in tears." Annoyed? Ning Yan teased, "You don't want to think about it. If I really can't hold my liquor, how would I drink with that Gu Tingfang kid?" Don't look at Ning Yan's debauchery, but he had always had a guideline for his behavior. That is, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. When Gu Tingfang's drink had gone to his head, Ning Yan had long since dissolved the alcohol without a trace. Although the old 6, it was practical. Don't listen. Wangba recites scripture. Mu Yunshu blanked Ning Yan and pouted. With that, she turned her back seemingly gamely, no longer looking at this asshole who was teasing her. Ning Yan, on the other hand, was enjoying himself, admiring the angry back of Mu Defuki. After 5 minutes, I don't know if she had figured it out, or if she had gotten over it, Mu Yunshu slightly sidestepped and asked, "So, is that true?" Compared to being angry with Ning Yan, Mu Yunshu was still more interested in knowing the answer to the question. "False." Ning Yan did not even think about it and blurted out, "That's just a facade for you to deal with Gu Tingfang?" The tip of Mu Yunshu's heart tightened as she pursed her red lips lightly and asked with some sadness. Although she got the answer, she was unwilling to believe it and still wanted to confirm it again. "Right." Ning Yan winked and smiled playfully. "I knew it." Mu Yunshu was furious and straight away raised her hand, pinching Ning Yan's waist, to vent her heart's dissatisfaction. But just as it was about to touch Ning Yan, her hand was grabbed by Ning Yan. "Let me tell you a little secret." Ning Yan gently pulled, closing the distance between him and Mu Yunshu, and whispered into his ear. "What?" Mu Yunshu couldn't break free and asked indignantly. "I actually didn't lie to him. I lied to you." Ning Yan lightly exhaled hot air mixed with the smell of wine and opened his mouth. After saying that, he let go of Mu Yunshu's hand. With a playful face, he stared at the exasperated woman. Mu Yunshu? Didn't lie to Gu Tingfang, lied to her. Then the implication wasn't that it was true for Gu Tingfang, he was just teasing her again. "Ning Yan, you are truly bad." Mu Yunshu was furious and pouted. With that, she raised her hand and pounced on Ning Yan, wanting to pinch his neck to vent her anger. "Who told you to be so gullible? You believe everything I say." Just now, someone had that lost awe in their eyes. Ning Yan easily restrained Mu Yunshu and flirted. Tonight, Ning unlocked a fun activity, bullying Mu Dafu. The effect of the program was pulled full circle. Who would have thought that as smart as Mu Yunshu, she would fall for it every time? You still say that? No more talking. Mu Yunshu sniffed and straight away covered Ning Yan's mouth. A simple and rough physical shut-up method. What kind of person gets anxious and covers their mouth to keep them from speaking? Ning Yan broke away Mu Yunshu's hand and laughed playfully. It had to be said that flirting with Mu Yunshu was really a fun thing that was easily addictive. "I am," Mu Yunshu admitted frankly, then asked, "How did you save Gu Tingfang 3 years ago? Quickly tell me." In the eyes of Grandma Mu's wealthy wife, the naked eye could be seen to ignite a thick fire of gossip. Ning Yan blinked and asked, You're eager to know? Aha. Mu Yunshu nodded. At that time, Ten Kites and I only knew that he was in distress, but nothing else. Not only did Mu Yunshu and Chang Shikis not know the inside story, even Gu Tingfeng's parents didn't know, and Ning Yan had saved her in time. So the more this happened, the more curious Mu Yunshu became. She wanted to intuitively understand just how strong Ning Yan was. I'm not telling you. Take your time and guess away. Go back to bed. Ning Yan pushed open the car door and drilled out, laughing. Ning Yan, annoying bastard. Where are you like that? Mu Yunshu followed closely behind, pouting. How could she not know that Ning Banquet was doing this on purpose? It aroused her curiosity, but didn't solve the confusion. Isn't it there now? Isn't it in front of you? Ning Yan leaned against the front of the car and pointed at himself, smiling playfully. Fine, don't say it, right? You'll sleep alone tonight. Mu Yunshu stomped her foot violently and turned to leave. Chapter 51, Slip of the Hand. Typing a few more zeros. No? Who? Finally got through Xiaolu. Ning Yan looked at the final grand finale unlocked on the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. $2.50 for a headband, and a race to save up, and also a stupidly cute college girl. Ning Yan recalled the plot and couldn't help but feel emotional. This girl, among the 5 female main characters, was perhaps the most ordinary one, yet, it was also the one that was the most difficult for the male university to let go of. After all, who wouldn't want to be in the youthful and poor student days? Have a girl like Xiaolu, full of your eyes? That was a luxury that countless male universities could not hope for. After a flashback, Ning Yan quit the sci-fi game, picked up his cell phone and swept the time. It's 3:30 a.m. Brush your teeth and go to bed, said, stretched a lazy waist, then walked into the room bathroom to wash up. Clunk! Just as the electric toothbrush vibrated and foamed, a knock came from outside. Ning Yan suspiciously turned his head to look. Undoubtedly, the one knocking on the door was definitely Mu Yunshu. However, Ning Yan was curious as to how this Mu Defu bitch would come knocking on the door at 3:30. Curious as he was, Ning Yan still went and opened the door to the room. Ning Yan, I didn't disturb your sleep, did I? Seeing the door slowly open a crack, Mu Yunshu opened her mouth with a sheepish expression and asked. Mu Yunshu actually didn't want to come over, but she really couldn't carry on. As long as there was no Ning Yan around her, the moment she closed her eyes, she would see those horrifying scenes. Disturbing, I was just sleeping soundly. Ning Yan pushed the door of the room all the way open and leaned against it, mixing toothpaste foam and snickering vaguely. You lied to me again. What kind of person brushes their teeth in bed? Your computer screen is also lit up. Mu Yunshu pouted, pouting. Saying that, she also reached out and poked Ning Yan's chest, venting her dissatisfaction. Ning Yan, this guy lied right out of his mouth. She wasn't blind or stupid. This bad guy was just starting to wash up after playing the game. Thanks to her, she was worried about disturbing his sleep. Congratulations MS. Mu Yunshu, IQ test passed. Ning Yan blinked and smiled playfully. It's already this time of the day. Why did you come over again? Of course Ning Yan knew exactly why Mu Yunshu had come over, but he just did it on purpose. It was quite fun to tease this woman. Sleep. Mu Yunshu blankly glanced at the man in front of her who was knowingly asking questions, and walked straight to the bedside. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's back and snickered. I say you're really familiar with this. Not polite at all. He sort of realized that this woman, since she slept here last night, is really not at all shunned. Can't I? Mu Yunshu pulled over her own bedding and arrogantly asked back. Can. The rabbit ears on this robe of yours are really nice. Can't you tell that our Mu Defu bitch still has a girlish heart? Ning Banquet surveyed Mu Yunshu's robe and teased. Originally, Ning Banquet had always thought that Mu Yunshu, with this temperament and this figure, should have gone for an imperial lady style. As a result, it had never occurred to him that she would actually have a young girl's heart. This set of robe, from top to bottom, was pink, or that kind of tender pink, together with the kawaii bunny ears. It was completely a sweet girl style. At this moment, Ning Yan had only 2 words in his head. Contrast. That's, hurry up and brush your teeth. Go to bed afterward. I have to work tomorrow. Mu Yunshu urged. In the face of Ning Yan's flirting, Mu Yunshu wasn't angry. Mainly in private, she did like these cute and cuddly things. Only Ning Yan can see it alone. Anyway, this guy has seen everything, and it's not that bad. Got it. Ning Yan answered, turned around and walked into the bathroom, speeding up to finish washing up. After getting it done, Ning Yan lay into his own bedding, playful, laughed. I originally thought that Shushu classmates can be hard-mouthed over tonight, but before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Mu Yunshu. Quickly go to sleep. Don't make fun of me. Before she came, Mu Yunshu knew that Ning Banquet mocked her, although she wanted to mouth off for the sake of face as well, but between a good night's sleep and face, Mu Yunshu decisively chose the former. Ning Banquet refused to give up. The corners of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil as he teased. I remember when someone was out there, they swore by it. This kind of sword trading was Ning's favorite thing. Especially sword peddling to Grandma Mu was one of his newly cultivated hobbies. There was more to life than sword trading. Humph. Mu Yunshu snorted coldly and retorted. That was said last night, and now that it's after 12, it counts as the next day. Ning Yan silently gave a thumbs up and complimented. This logic of yours is really refreshing and unique. You don't say. You really don't say. Although Mu Yunshu has the suspicion of sophistry, but this logic is really. Let a person cannot pick fault. Now it's 3:30 in the morning, already past 0, belongs to the category of the next day. Of course, I could have thought about it for a whole hour. Mu Yunshu proudly bragged. She had actually been startled awake a long time ago, but had been struggling with it due to her face. It wasn't until Mu Yunshu had a flash of inspiration and came up with this excuse that she immediately hoofed it over. Of course, Mu Yunshu also summarized a lesson. Next time, if you want to say something mean, you can't say something mean to Ning Yan. It's a complete loss of 1,000, but no harm to the enemy. Ning Yan, this big straight man, wouldn't be able to coax people at all. Come on, you win. Ladies who have to work tomorrow, there's less than 3 hours left, so hurry up and go to bed. Ning Yan smiled bashfully and spoke. Mu Yunshu closed her eyes and responded. Got it. Ning Yan was alone at home, boredly brushing Jitterbug. It wasn't until he brushed to Crazy Thursday's culture that it dawned on him that today was actually already Thursday again. Looking at that text on the screen, Ning Yan had a sudden whim. It was idle anyway, so why don't he participate in it as well? Doing as he said, Ning Yan copied the Crazy Thursday copyright, and then opened up his Weixin, and sent it over to the rich woman who popped gold coins, sending it over. I was originally the true young master of the top illustrious mansion lost outside, but I was victimized by scheming traders. My family abandoned me, my elders expelled me, and even drove me out of my home to sever my relationship. I'm ready to take up the weapons of the law to find my lost relatives and reclaim what is mine. Are you interested in hearing about my revenge plan? Vini 50, and listen to my detailed revenge plan. The moment the text was sent over, Mu Yunshu replied almost in seconds. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's reply. The corners of his mouth were unable to restrain themselves from rising. It was normal that Mu Defuwa was busy with her work and rarely surfed, so it was normal that she couldn't read it. But just as Ning Yan was about to flirt a bit, he received another transfer wiki. The rich woman who exploded gold coins transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Ning Banquet's eyes lit up as he looked at this transfer message. Not knowing whether to cry or laugh, he silently typed and asked, didn't I tell you to Vini 50? How did you get so much? He simply wanted to tease Mu Yunshu. As a result, the rich woman comrade's reply, as always, simple and rough, plus hardcore, so many multiple subs, for him to take to Crazy Thursday, enough to hold him up alive. Mu Yunshu replied back in seconds again, only this time it wasn't a Wi-Fi, but a voice was sent. Slip of the hand. Hit a few more zeros. No? There was a bit of playfulness amidst the arrogance. Little cute. All could hear that Mu Yunshu was doing it on purpose. Not to mention Ning Yan. It had to be said that although Mu Yunshu didn't know how to pick up stems, she always used cold numbers to warm Ning Yan's heart. It's fine. It's good that you're happy. Ning Yan was similarly using his voice. Flattering. The rich woman had spent money on rewards, so of course whatever the rich woman said was fine. Mu Yunshu, I'm almost home. Ning Yan, why are you off work so early today? Mu Yunshu, I want to get off early and you still don't give a damn? Come out and pick me up in 5 minutes. So ceremonial? Ning Yan blinked, puzzled. The fact that Mu Yunshu, a workaholic, could get off the morning shift was enough to surprise Ning Yan. After all, they had been married for almost a month now, and most of the time, Mu Yunshu arrived home after 8 in the evening. And what amazes Ning Yan is that Mu Yunshu, who has always been independent, would actually ask him to pick up. He always felt that today Mu big rich woman, which some unusual things to buy a little too much, do not say, affect my driving. Mu Yunshu said. Ning Yan, 6. 5 minutes later. Underground garage. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, who went straight to the trunk as soon as she got out of the car, and asked, classmate Shu, what did you go shopping for again? Seeing this scene, how could Ning Yan not understand that he had been captured by big rich bitch Mu as a laborer, ready to move things? It was also true that Mu Yunshu had this purpose in mind, but her reply was out of Ning Yan's expectations. Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. A Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you. Mu Yunshu smiled. Oh, Ning Yan was flattered and spoke. There's a gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Ning Yan did not expect that there would be a gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and even more so, he did not expect that Mu Yunshu would send him a Mid-Autumn Festival gift. He pondered. Isn't it always the boys who send girls gifts? How come it's completely reversed for him? He was the one who took the bride price, and he was also the one who was given the gift. And why would there be a gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Can't it be some big moon cake? That's for sure. It's been said that when you enter my family's door, you definitely won't be wronged. Every holiday in the future, I'll prepare gifts for you. Mu Yunshu leaned against the trunk and guffawed. Ning Yan? Ning Yan cried and laughed. He realized a problem. Mu Yunshu seemed to be really intending to carry on with the rapping to the end. This was a life that young Master Ning, in his 23 years of living, had never envisioned. Ning Yan took a deep breath and calmed down before opening his mouth to ask, "What are you buying here?" Mu Yunshu sidestepped, giving up half a body position, and said breezily, 100 pounds of gold. What? Gold? Or 100 pounds? Ning Yan somewhat didn't quite believe his ears and was surprised. This quantifier and this name could actually be combined together one day. Right. Mu Yunshu nodded, confirming. Ning Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and spoke. Other people's families buy their gold 1 gram at a time, and you directly buy it by the caddy? And bought 100 pounds in one go? Chapter 52 Rich Woman's First Show of Wealth. Straight man's no longer walking in the wrong direction. Couldn't you? I'm happy. I'm happy. What do you care? Mu Yunshu clasped her hands in front of her chest and said arrogantly, she bought 100 pounds because it was only 100 pounds. In a short period of time, there was only so much that could be ordered in stock, but as a one-time gift, it wasn't bad at all. Is this the legendary, rich woman's humanity? It's really horrible as hell. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu, then at the trunk of the car, and lamented. Inexplicably, Ning Yan was suddenly able to understand why Shake Shack's rich women's comment section could not only bring together so much talent, it can also have golden phrases that come out frequently without any repetition. Rich woman comment area quote 1, the 3 kingdoms are gone. I didn't expect there to be a sable cicada. 2 I went to Disney for a spin, and I didn't expect my princess to escape to linen. Rich woman comments area quotes 3, said chemical element table how less 4 elements. The original magnesium aluminum here. My zinc is also here. So this and potassium. Rich woman comment area quotes 4, the first time to go to the Louvre and did not feel anything, because belongs to my Mona Lisa has long met. This can have no motivation, can have no inspiration, can care about a worthless face? The rich woman first revealed wealth. The straight man no longer take a detour. How is it? Like it? Mu Yunshu hooked Ning Yan's neck, asked with a smile. Mu Yunshu originally wanted to send 999 roses, but considering that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, she changed it to a large gold mooncake. It had both a good meaning and would make Ning Yan memorable. Can I not like it? Ning Yan laughed. This is the real Crazy Thursday for you, isn't it? KFC, I originally thought that my Crazy Thursdays were already unbeatable until I saw Ms. Mu Yunshu's Crazy Thursdays and could only bow down. The famous 5-star critic MacArthur said, Ms. Mu Yunshu, you are my drop god. Don't worry, there's more. Mu Yunshu let go of her hooked hand on Ning Yan and jogged all the way to the passenger side, pushing the door open. She took out a file bag of objects and handed it to Ning Yan. Here. Ning Yan took the file bag, casually opened, saw the objects inside. Surprised, how is this again? House book. Inside this, besides the house book, there was also the transfer contract for the closing. This was already the second house book he received, but it's just for a festival. It's not such a big deal. With both the gold and the house book, Mu Yunshu always gave Ning Yan the feeling that he had no place to spend his money. Yeah, I purposely went to the high-tech zone and bought a commercial office building. Mu Yunshu opened her mouth. An office building? Or a building? Ning Yan muttered. If Mu Yunshu didn't mention it, he really hadn't noticed that it was a commercial office building, and it wasn't a room, it wasn't a floor, it was a building. Trench. Simply trenchant. I did some math. A whole building to buy it then split to buy a lot of cost-effective. The government is vigorously developing the high-tech zone. Your future rent will all go up. Mu Yunshu nodded and analyzed to Ning Yan in a serious manner. This plan to buy a commercial office building was something that Mu Yunshu had asked the financial team of Lumini International to calculate with precision. Not only can it bring in a stable income, but with the support of the policy, the annual increase can reach about 15%. It was quite appropriate to buy it for Ning Banquet. This is also considered a Mid-Autumn Festival gift? Ning Yan asked, pulling at the corner of his mouth. That 100 pounds of gold was already breathtaking enough. As a result, there was now a commercial office building. Ning Yan was thinking that the next time he celebrated the festival, Mu Defuwu wouldn't want to buy a rocket to send him. That's not true. Mu Yunshu shook her head and laughed. This is a wedding gift for you. Ning Yan? Newlywed. A gift? This was really unexpected and reasonable. When she said that, it seemed to make so much sense. But what kind of good guy gives an office building as a wedding gift? This is something that only Mu Yunshu's brain circuit can do. Is this the legendary? Love often feel the deficit? Mu Yunshu flicked the forehead of the green silk, laughed, life as well. The sense of ceremony, or have to have. Too cheap for her to send out. Then can only send some slightly more expensive. Your sense of ceremony is really refreshing. Ning Yan silently gave a thumbs up. But, said the man, wanting to speak, but what? You don't like it? Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Yan's look and blinked, puzzled. Ning Yan approached Mu Yunshu's ear, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil as he whispered, "Ms. Mu Yunshu, next time for a holiday gift, can you come up with something practical?" These things were indeed visually appealing and tempting, but that was for others. For Ning Yan, as long as he was willing, he could have as much as he wanted. Therefore, Ning preferred to have some other different gifts. What do you want? Mu Yunshu was first puzzled, but hearing Ning Yan's bad tone, she instantly associated it with something. Hastily backing up a few steps, pulling back a safe distance, she said vigilantly, "I'm telling you, you can't make those excessive demands now. I'm not ready yet." Saying that, as if looking at a lecher, he looked at Ning Yan, even though because of those reasons, Mu Yunshu had been sleeping with Ning Yan some time ago, but Mu Yunshu still wasn't ready to go further and do those shy things mentally. "Oh, what are the excessive requests? Is there a specific range?" Ning Yan took a step forward and walloped Mu Yunshu next to the car, smiling playfully. Such a good opportunity, he definitely wouldn't let go of molesting Mu Yunshu. "Nasty, you just did it on purpose, thanks to me also preparing so many gifts for you, heartless stinking man." Mu Yunshu pouted. Having been bullied by Ning Yan over and over again, how could Mu Yunshu not see that Ning Yan was doing it on purpose? Immediately, she reached out and pinched the soft flesh of Ning Yan's waist, venting her dissatisfaction. Alright, I won't tease you. Thank you Shu Shu for the carefully prepared gift." Ning Yan raised his hand and pinched Mu Yunshu's cheeks, laughing. This matter still had to be taken as it came. After all, if he really made Mu Yunshu angry, wouldn't he still have to be the one to coax her in the end? "Say, what practical gift do you want?" Mu Yunshu asked. Since it wasn't that kind of thrashing thing, Mu Yunshu was also curious. This big pervert, what is he thinking about again? It's not very excessive. Just want to see black ribbon letters and a maid's skirt. Ning Yan licked his lips, smiled playfully, and said, "Pervert, full of yellow waste. Move the stuff back. I'm going to cook." Mu Yunshu sniffed and gave Ning Yan a blank look, pouting. After saying that, she pushed Ning Yan away before turning around and heading out. Ning Yan looked at Mu Yunshu's departing back, rubbed his chin, and muttered, "Is this a yes or no from her?" Chapter 53. You're very off today. Kitchen. Mu Yunshu was busy cooking. Ning Yan, on the other hand, was leaning against a corner, eyeballing her, a face full of suspicion. "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" Mu Yunshu stopped her hand movements and asked. Initially, Mu Yunshu originally thought that Ning Yan was just observing, but that staring he did was for half an hour. It was very abnormal. Not right. Very wrong. You're very wrong today. Ning Yan came back to his senses, locked eyes with Mu Yunshu, and opened his mouth. "What's wrong?" Mu Yunshu asked as she flicked a strand of falling green silk to her ear. "You're a workaholic who even has to work overtime on your days off. And you're actually going to get off work early today? That mid-autumn festival gift still makes sense. But we've been married for almost a month here. Isn't this newlywed gift a little too?" Ning Yan's words weren't finished, but the implication was already self-evident. Perverse. It's too much of an anomaly. If a little bit of it was singled out, it could still be said to be a coincidence. But if so many coincidences came together, it would be very intriguing. Ning Yan walked 2 steps forward and continued. "Why do I feel that you are like a weasel paying homage to a chicken? Not being kind?" Mu Yunshu blinked, not panicking, looking at Ning Yan with a smiling face, and asked rhetorically, "Ning Yan, is that how you think of me?" Saying this, he pressed down the flames of the soup. "Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Honestly explain what bad ideas you are playing." Ning Yan laughed. Intuition told Ning Yan that there was definitely something fishy about this. Moreover, Mu Yunshu was hiding something not small. Still resisting strictness? "I'd like to see what kind of a strict law you're going for," Mu Yunshu said with a sweet smile. Mu Yunshu had basically mastered Ning Yan's tricks for bullying her. She was trying to see what tricks this guy could play again. Playing games all night tonight so that someone can't sleep or go to work. Ning Yan held Mu Yunshu down against the wall and laughed playfully. "Childish. You're 3 years old." Mu Yunshu was amused and pouted. She had originally thought that Ning Yan could have some brilliant tricks up his sleeve. As a result, she had never imagined that this time, it was actually this kind of rogue trick. At best, it was something a 3-year-old would play with when coercing their parents. "Right, my name is Ning 3, MS, Mu 4, Ning Yan frankly admitted, his fingertips tickling Mu Yunshu's jaw as he teased. "Screw you." Mu Yunshu slapped away Ning Yan's hand and said, "Go wash your hands for dinner." "Alright," Ning Yan answered, and after quickly washing his hands, he brought the meal that Mu Yunshu had made onto the table. "Actually, you guessed correctly, I do have something." After Ning Yan sat across from him, Mu Yunshu pondered for a moment and opened her mouth. Oh, tell me. Ning Banquet took a sip of the rib soup and laughed. What could make Mu Yunshu so this way would definitely not be a trivial matter. Otherwise, how could Mu Dufu bitch first send gold and then an office building? This looked like a gift, but more like compensation. Tomorrow, the Mid-Autumn Festival, my father's side wants the two of us to go back to the old mansion and have a reunion dinner. Mu Yunshu put down the chopsticks in her hands and said meaningfully, especially when he said the three words reunion dinner. The bite was extremely heavy. The problem, I'm afraid, is above this so-called reunion meal. Reunion dinner? Shu's classmates have all spent a lot of money, and wanting me to take a shorthand should be no small trouble, right? Ning Yan gently stirred the hot soup with a spoon and laughed. Just these things Mu Yunshu gave away. Even if an ordinary person won $1 million a day and won for a full year in a row, they wouldn't be able to buy them. And risk and value go hand in hand. Which one wants you to take a shorthand? That was originally a gift for you. No nonsense. Mu Yunshu pouted. Yes, it's my heart. Misinterpreting Sister Shu's good intentions. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Seeing Mu Yunshu's sophistry, Ning Yan didn't retort, but continued along with her words. At the same time, after drinking the soup in the bowl in one gulp, he served another bowl and once again finished it in one gulp. It was quite a bit of reparation. Everyone else is punished with a drink, but in your case, it's turned into a soup. Mu Yunshu laughed. She had originally thought that Ning Banquet would be unforgiving, but this reaction was also beyond her expectations. Amidst the comicalness, there were a few moments of cuteness. Isn't that Sister Shu's good handiwork? It smells so good. Ning Yan was full of smiles and complimented. Poor mouth. Mu Yunshu gave a blank look and said, you know, I have a half-sister and a stepmother. Saying that, Mu Yunshu wanted to say something and her tone started to become serious. To her, Mu Shueji and that stepmother who made her father cheat on her during pregnancy had always been two not-so-small troubles, especially at a time like this. How could they let go of the opportunity to fall on their sword? I know, the two of them will definitely not let go of the opportunity to embarrass you. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone and run away. At most, they'll just take the opportunity to sit on the ground and take more advantage of our Sister Shu. Ning Yan smiled bashfully and joked. That mother and daughter had long been in his expectations. After all, Mu Shueji had dared to take direct action against Mu Yunshu, so how could she care about family love? But this wife of his own, for so long, but has not taken action. This is what is intriguing. Ning Yan did not believe that Mu Yunshu would be a silly white sweet. Nasty. Mu Yunshu said, I'd like to hear, how are you going to raise the price? Mu Yunshu was curious. She had given away so many things. Could it be that Ning Yan was still not satisfied? Then, of course, we have to go a little overboard. Ning Yan raised a finger, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, and said with a bad smile, just like the erotic underwear, colorful wolf, don't even think about it. I'm not going to wear it. Mu Yunshu knew that this guy, Ning Yan, was full of yellow waste, and immediately and decisively refused. And erotic lingerie? How dare he think of it? It's really getting too much. Being rejected by Mu Yunshu, Ning Yan was not discouraged, but instead flirted. You have such a good figure, the most perfect clothes rack. It must be very beautiful to wear. Saying this, Ning Yan's eyes were glowing, and he had already started to brainstorm. Mu Yunshu in erotic lingerie, how seductive should she be? I'm afraid that it would be nothing more than a special object on Earth. No, can. Looking at Ning Banquet's face of unrestrained imagination, Mu Yunshu pouted. Again, in a voice only she could hear, she whispered, let's talk about it later. After all, the two of them hadn't even gotten to the point of deeper communication yet, and this guy Ning Yan was thinking about this. Ha 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 ha. Ning Yan let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, Mu Yunshu had ultimately underestimated Ning Yan's ear power. That faintly inaudible whisper was caught in his ears. Ning Yan did not expect that Mu Yunshu could be so cute. Laughing? What are you laughing at? No laughing. Mu Yunshu was shy and angry, and immediately covered Ning Yan's mouth, followed by a fierce glare, declaring her dissatisfaction. I won't laugh anymore. Get to the point. Ning Yan collected his laughter, no longer teasing Mu Yunshu, and said with a straight face, the other troubles you're worried about. From which people? That marriage couple from the capital? Actually, this was a good guess. That mother and daughter pair had always been within Mu Yunshu's scope of defense, and what could give her a headache was definitely pressure from the outside. It would have to be, then, the object of the union that Mu Yunshu had to deal with even at the expense of a fake marriage. People also needed to ask for a statement. You can't find a husband who's too smart, really can't hide anything from you. Mu Yunshu pouted. Her words disguisedly acquiesced to Ning Yan's speculation. Ning Yan swept Mu Yunshu into his arms as he teased, it's not too late for you to regret it. Chapter 54, I could use you as a Walmart shopping bag, yeah. Who's sorry? I don't. You're not allowed to either. Do you hear me? Mu Yunshu didn't resist, but obediently sat on Ning Yan's lap, twisted his ear, and asked extremely forcefully. Mu Yunshu knew that Ning Yan was deliberately flirting, but she wasn't going to let this guy have his way. So overbearing. Yes, 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 my honorable wife. Ning Yan smiled playfully and said cooperatively. Although his mouth said that Mu Yunshu was overbearing, Ning Yan inexplicably enjoyed this feeling somewhat. Fake domineering and truly arrogant, and still not too cute. That's more like it. Mu Yunshu let go of the hand carrying Ning Yan and said, he'll be here tomorrow as well. That's what's most troublesome. You probably don't know that these powerful families care about face the most, that he and Mu Yunshu's words naturally referred to that marriage partner of hers. Tomorrow appeared to be the so-called mid-autumn reunion dinner, but in reality, it was the raising of questions from all sides. On top of that, one also had to deal with certain people's fallout. But the two of us getting married is equivalent to a hard slap in the face of him and his family. Can't hold his face, so he's coming to retrieve it. Otherwise, if this spreads in the capital, the face will be lost. Ning Yan wrapped his arm around Mu Yunshu's slender waist and laughed playfully. Unlike Mu Yunshu's worry, there was more anticipation on Ning Yan's face. He was curious to know which family's son from the capital would be the one who came to raise the offense this time. Was it an old friend, or was it an enemy? Anyway, both were pretty easy to deal with. Those who knew him would obediently roll away on their own. Those who didn't deal with him, Ning Yan could take care of them together in passing. That's the reasoning. Mu Yunshu frowned, sighed, and said, this is a tricky matter, and once it's not handled properly, there will be even more trouble. In addition to having to deal with the marriage partner and stepmother, there was also her own grandfather. Mu Yunshu needed to give her grandfather a reasonable explanation. So what? Ning Yan smiled blandly and said, it would be my honor to be in the same boat with MS. Mu Yunshu through thick and thin. The following day, Linen City, the outskirts of the city, Mu family's old mansion. We're here, let's get out of the car. After seeing Ning Yan bring the car to a steady stop, Mu Yunshu swept her eyes over the place she hadn't been back to in a long time and spoke. Shoo, I really don't say. This old Mu family mansion of yours, it's really repaired in an antique style. Ning Yan stood at the doorway and laughed after surveying the place. Lu Shuin's Wutong Manor was like a reclusive place that was left to its own devices. The Mu family's old home was more like a solemn and dignified scholarly house with a little bit of repression. These are two completely different styles. Mu Yunshu stepped forward, took Ning Yan's arm, and spoke. If you like it, you can buy one of these in the suburbs. It's just that it might not be too convenient if I go to work. Mu Yunshu had bought the villa in Royal Water Bay mainly because of the close proximity and convenient transportation. Better not. I'll just casually mention it. Ning Yan shrugged and said, it doesn't matter where you live. It's who you live with that's most important. You're just poor. Mu Yunshu smiled gently and instructed, when you go in later, be a little more restrained, and don't clash if you can, but if someone stomps on the face, then don't hold back, there is me to give you the bottom. Saying that, Mu Yunshu looked in meaningfully through the gate. Her principle was simple. She didn't want to cause trouble nor was she afraid of it, but if someone really rushed up to find them, then there was no need to tolerate it. Don't worry, I've always been the only one to bully others. It's impossible to suffer a bit of anger. Ning Yan patted Mu Yunshu's hand and laughed. Being aggravated? He, Ning, had never let him be aggravated after so many years of mixing. It wasn't that no one dared. Rather, it was the ones who had the idea. Those who should go to hell have gone to hell. Those who should go to God had all been sent to see their almighty Lord. Mu Yunshu nodded and guided Ning Yan inside. The servants on the road all recognized Mu Yunshu, and when they saw the two of them, they all saluted. The journey was considered smooth, until a strutting woman walked up to them. She is not bad looking, but she has a snake face, like she has had excessive plastic surgery. Yo, who is this? Also pull so tight, really Lang love concubine ah? Mu Shueji blocked the way, looking at Mu Yunshu holding Ning Yan's hand, mocking. She learned from the servants that these two had arrived. That's why she specially rushed here to take a look at this adulterous couple. Mu Shueji, you didn't shut your brain out in the detention center, did you? Don't even recognize your sister and brother-in-law? Mu Yunshu didn't panic and disliked back. You, Mu Shueji gritted her teeth. Mu Shueji didn't expect this woman, Mu Yunshu, to directly kick her hard where it hurts. There wasn't even a bit of padding, just so direct. If you have a brain problem, go see a brain. If you have an eye problem, go cure your eyes. If you lack this money, sister can reimburse you. Oh. Mu Yunshu swept a glance and laughed. Ning Yan blinked and concurred. Actually, I think that a brain that doesn't work can be made into pickled peppers, and if the eyes don't work, it's best to make them into chopped peppers. It's also considered waste utilization. Since Mu Yunshu had opened fire, how could he, Ning Yan, not help the scene? Pickled pepper brain flour, chopped pepper fish eyes, also considered two famous dishes, used on mushueji. It was extremely apt. You two, still singing in unison? Mushueji gritted her teeth. The one who came to make things difficult for these two people was clearly her. Okay, how was it that these two people disliked her? After Mushueji calmed her mind, she looked at Mu Yunshu and questioned. Mu Yunshu, where did you pick up a wild man and dare to bring it into my Mu family's door? How shameless. Mu Yunshu sniffed, not angry or annoyed, just faintly said, here you go, it just so happens that you don't have one either. Ha 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 ha, take mine together again. Make up a two-skinned face. Ning Yan laughed aloud and added. Mu Yunshu's aggressiveness was recognized by Ning Yan, so he chose to make up for it, doubling the zapping damage. You soft-eating trophy boy, how dare you talk about me? Seeing that she couldn't do anything about Mu Yunshu, Mushueji then turned the conflict towards Ning Yan. Ning Yan waved his hand and spoke. Don't yell at me. I've been allergic to dogs since I was a kid. These words were not very hurtful and extremely insulting. Mushueji was instantly infuriated, pointing at herself and questioning, you called me a dog? How could she not expect that the fake marriage partner Mu Yunshu had found would actually dare to be so arrogant and talk about her like that? Not only a dog, but also a female. Since you know you're a dog, you should be even more aware and clear about what it means to be a good dog that doesn't get in the way. Ning Yan smiled blandly and spoke. As he said that, he even whistled. What are you barking at? Mushueji was anxious. Vulgar, too vulgar. She had never seen such a brazen person. I'm too excited to see such a big pile of like you for the first time. Ning Yan was full of smiles and disliked him back. What did it mean that everything had a response? This was it. Disliking people like this. Ning Yan was good at it, couldn't be better. Mu Yunshu, is this the kind of man you found to marry? Mushueji raised her hand to point at Ning Yan, looked at Mu Yunshu, and questioned. Who does my wife marry? Do I need to report to you? So nosy, is it that you have to taste the saltiness when the manure truck passes by the door? But it's true, don't dogs like to eat? Ning Yan slapped away the paw pointing at him and laughed. Well, Mu Yunshu, you really have found a good husband. Mushueji was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down as she gritted her teeth. The gaze that looked at Ning Banquet became vicious. She only had one thought right now. It was to take this foul-mouthed bastard and dismantle him. Thinking about this, anger took over, and Mushueji raised her hand and slapped her hand, then greeted Ning Yan. You should be glad that I don't hit women. Just as the slap was about to land on Ning Yan's face, Mushueji's wrist was held down, unable to move. Humph. Mushueji snorted coldly. Fearless, this is the Mu family. Forgive you for not having the guts. Still not quick enough to spread your dirty hands. Mushueji was emboldened because this was the Mu family. Ning Yan, a bottom with no family and no background, wouldn't dare to touch a single cold hair on her even if he borrowed 10 of his guts. Mushueji had seen through everything long ago. Really? Ning Yan smiled blandly and spoke. Snap. As the words fell, only a crisp ringing sound could be heard. Unfortunately, Mushuejian's bullying was used on the wrong person. It was tried and true against her parents, against her licking dogs. Unfortunately, this time, she had encountered Ning Yan, a man with an extremely flexible moral bottom line, and she wasn't Mu Yunshu. Ning Yan didn't need to take anything into account. You dare to hit me? Didn't you just say you don't hit women? Mushueji was incredulous, looking at Ning Yan with a stunned expression. She didn't understand where Ning Yan got this backbone. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the Mu family's front door today? Right. Ning Yan wiped his hand and laughed. I just said I don't hit women, but I can treat you like a Walmart shopping bag. Chapter 55 Auntie, this escort of your Mu family, it looks a little bit not very good. As we all know, in this world, there are not only two genders, male and female. After all, the free United States of America has 97 genders. What if Mushueji is a biological female psychological male? Or maybe it's a yin and yang hermaphrodite? Who knew if it was a transgender female, or a cisgender male? Ning Yan has always been a strict person. Of course, the formula to reason is, this is what he said is not equal to this is what he's going to do. So the final interpretation is in his hands. Whatever he says, that's what it is. Tang Nui inequality. T0 forever. Mushueji covered her face that was slapped red with one hand, and with the other hand, she pointed at herself in surprise and said in amazement, what did you say I was? How could she not expect that this fellow surnamed Ning would be so sophomoric, and dared to insult her so? TSK, 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 the miss of the whole Mu family. Not only are her brain and eyes not very good, it turns out that her ears aren't good either. Ning Yan clasped her hands in front of her chest, smiled contemptuously, and spoke. Who let me be your brother-in-law? So I'll reluctantly repeat it to you again. Listen clearly. Walmart shopping bag. This word for word Walmart shopping bag, coupled with a mocking tone, It was like a handle of steel knives that ruthlessly plunged into Mu Shueji's heart. Mu Shueji raised her hand to point at Ning Yan and said through gritted teeth, "Good. Very good. What a Walmart shopping bag. Your name is Ning Yan, right?" As a $1,000 lady born with a golden spoon in her mouth, how had she ever suffered such a strange humiliation? Ever since she was a child, she had never heard even a single heavy word, not to mention these face-palming taunts one after another. And that slap. Exactly, Ning Yan said with a bland smile. As he said that, Ning Yan even raised his eyebrows. That provocative meaning was already self-evident. "I see that you really don't want to walk out of that door alive." Mu Shueji was exasperated and laughed. Mu Shueji thought that she herself, already arrogant and domineering enough. The result was that she met this guy in front of her. Do not know really thought, here is his Ning banquet's territory, when it is really intolerable. Oh, why am I so unconvinced? Ning Yan lightly added another fire. Since they were going to play, they had to play big. What was the point of not letting the fire burn through the stove? Seeing this, Mu Shueji was even more enraged, fiercely stomping his feet towards the surrounding guards who had long since surrounded him, shouting, "What are you guys doing frozen there? Why don't you kill him? I want him to come in standing and go out lying down." In just a few words, Mu Shueji had already sentenced Ning Yan to death. After all, no one had been able to remain unharmed after offending her. Miss Mu, moreover, this area of Linen City did not allow for the existence of such an arrogant character as Ning Yan. "I'll see who dares." Mu Yunshu, who had been quietly observing the battle, looked around the week with her cool gaze and suddenly spoke. The surrounding guards, looking at each other, were at a loss for words. They had already arrived when Mu Shueji was rewarded with a large slap by Ning Yan. The reason why they hesitated to make a move was because Mu Yunshu was also there. Moreover, the one who had hit him was still the eldest Mrs. Husband's son-in-law. This matter, to put it mildly, was a family matter of the main family, and it was not good for them to make a rash move, so as not to be on the wrong side and be affected by the other side. "Wu Qianyu, the injury on my face, are you guys not seeing it?" Mu Shueji looked at the hesitant guards, pointed to the injury on his face, and questioned the guard leader in a stern voice. "Think about it, who raised you guys, and what are you raising them for? If you can't watch over the family, what's the point of having you guys here?" Mu Shueji's words did not leave any mercy. Every word was heartbreaking. The implication was, "You are all dogs that my parents raised to look after the house. If you want to be wallflowers, then you can get lost." "Missy, I'm sorry." Wu Qianyu instantly understood and said to Mu Yunshu without further hesitation. At the same time, he cast a sinister gaze at Ning Yan. Although Mu Shueji had said something unpleasant, it was very much on point. The current head of the Mu family was Mu Yunshu's father, yes, but the main mother was Mu Shueji's mother. As long as it wasn't a little cutie, all knew how this should be chosen. "Ning Yan, it looks like there's trouble." Mu Yunshu walked over to Ning Yan's side, her brows slightly furrowed as she softly said, "The two of us teaming up should be able to solve it." These guards that the Mu family had hired with heavy money were all strong men who had received special training. If you pull out any one of them, they can be used to fight for 10. What's more, a dozen of them had already gathered here. If all of these people took action at the same time, the destructive power could be seen. Mu Yunshu knew that Ning Yan wasn't simple, but she didn't think that Ning Yan could handle it alone. So Mu Yunshu chose to face it with Ning Yan. "It's fine, no need to be so troublesome. Just stand here and wait for me for 30 seconds. Ning Yan smiled blandly, patted Mu Yunshu's arse and spoke. Compared to Mu Yunshu's as if she was on the verge of an attack, Ning Yan was unimpressed. Even, Ning Yan was still reminiscing about the feel of his hand, which indeed had an excellent touch. Mu Yunshu felt Ning Yan's movements, and her figure trembled slightly. "You can handle it alone?" It wasn't that she didn't trust Ning Yan, it was just that 30 seconds. Wasn't that a bit too much? Could it be that this bad guy was preparing to take down one on average? How could that be possible? It's not like the Mu family's guards were really eating their words. Of course, Ning Yan laughed. "If Shu doesn't believe me, you can count the hours." Actually, Ning Yan originally wanted to place a bet. However, considering the situation, Mu Yunshu was most likely not in the mood to play, so he had to give up. 30 seconds? How much do you look down on my Mu family's guards? After 30 seconds, I want to see him lying on the ground like a dead dog. Mu Shueji sniffed and mocked as if she had heard some joke. 30 seconds to beat down her Mu family's guard? It was more like he was beaten to the point where he was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. She likes this kind of before they do anything, they first brag and put hard words. How high profile the bragging is now. How loud the punch in the face will be later. Yes, the guards led by Wu Qianyu answered in unison. Afterward, with fierce faces, they surrounded Ning Yan. Obviously, these people were also displeased with Ning Yan for belittling them. "Kid, no one will be able to protect you if you offend the young lady." Wu Yuyu fiercely stomped the ground, cupping his fist and slamming it towards Ning Yan's face. He vowed to knock this unseemly brat to the ground with a single blow. His words were not only for Ning Yan and Mu Yunshu to hear. More so, he said it to Mu Shueji. Since he had chosen to take sides, he naturally had to show loyalty to his master. How else could he? Wu Qianyu, make it as the leader? Really? Ning Yan smiled blandly, not flickering or avoiding. Just as Wu Qianyu's fist was only a finger's distance away from Ning Yan's face, Ning Yan moved. His footsteps slightly shifted, and his body was slightly sidestepped. At the same time, he evaded the punch. With the same punch, he aimed it at Wu Qianyu's face. Bang! A fist fell. Because Mu Yunshu was present, Ning Banquet had restrained himself quite a bit. Wu Qianyu's head did not explode on the spot, but rather, the entire person flew backwards and crashed into the wall a dozen meters away. The corner of Ning Yan's mouth hooked up with a touch of evil, but his movements did not stop. With just a slight flash, he appeared in front of the person closest to him. Bang! Another punch. That person also flew out backwards and crashed into Wu Qianyu's side. The two of them hung above that wall like dead dried fish. Impossible. Are you a human or a ghost? How can you be so fast? The remaining Mu clan guards were instantly panicked, as if they had seen a ghost. Just this close, they didn't even see clearly how this person in front of them struck, and those two flew out. Weird. It was too bizarre. In this world, everything is possible, Ning Yan said gently. In the next moment, he once again appeared in front of the person closest to him. Bang! The third person also flew with his fists human, without any room to be able to resist. It wasn't until this moment that everyone present realized just how terrifying the strength of this young man called Ning Yan was. Perhaps 30 seconds, was too conservative. You're a legendary ancient martial artist? One of the Mu family guards asked in surprise as he suddenly realized something. This appellation, he had, by chance, heard the old men in his family mention it. These people possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. They could even fly in the sky and hide in the ground. How else could one explain how this person in front of him could be so strong? TSK. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. A second later, Ning Yan appeared in front of the person who had raised the question. Bang! That person instantly flew backwards. Now that the rules of the Great Tao had changed and aura had revived once more, the group of ancient martial artists might rise strongly, but it was still too cheap to use these people to touch him. Ning Yan did not speak any more nonsense. A set of movements running in the clouds, punching a little friend. 23 seconds. The words fell. Ning Yan appeared at a distance of less than 5 meters from Mu Shueji. Younger sister-in-law, this guard of your Mu family, it looks a bit less than stellar. Who was it that wanted me to come in standing and go out lying down just now? And who was it that wanted to see me lying on the ground like a dead dog? Ning Yan clasped his hands in front of his chest and slowly walked towards Mu Shueji. The words were plain, but they were filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. It was as if the god of death was judging. Don't you come over. Mu Shueji panicked and backed away. How could she not expect that her Mu family's guards would be so unbearable? What's more, she didn't expect that this man that she looked down on was really this tough. Don't come over? How would that work? Ning Yan licked his lips, sizing up Mu Shueji, and laughed. What exactly do you want to do? Mu Shueji's heart was thumping, filled with nervousness and fear, especially after seeing Ning Yan getting closer and closer to herself. The sense of security was also dropping extremely fast. She really regretted it. More than once, she asked herself why she had to rush out and provoke Ning Yan. The devil. Don't tremble your legs. Relax. Just helping you relax your muscles and bones. Ning Yan laughed.